The ancient myths have resurfaced. Beings have transformed into monsters, bloodlines have returned to their ancestral roots, and hunters seek sustenance, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. In the ruins, martial arts have reemerged. The first generation of powerful warriors fell in battle against a monstrous domain, while the second generation treaded upon their bones to establish the martial arts Great Wall, safeguarding the last bastion of survival. 9 generations have passed, yet the dawn remains elusive. On the outskirts of Jiangbei City, a chant echoed. The holy fire shines brightly. The holy fire illuminates. Draped in a black cloak, Li Shunji joined the fervent voices surrounding him. Within the underground chamber, figures clad in black robes and white masks encircled a blood-red altar, engaged in solemn prayer. Sacrifice. At the sound, the black-robed warriors became fervent, each drawing a gleaming dagger and slicing at their wrists. With a swift motion, Li Shunji followed suit, cutting through the plastic tube at his left wrist. The tube ruptured, releasing a torrent of blood that splattered onto a nearby young man. The young man inhaled deeply, then dipped his fingers into the crimson droplets on his body, bringing them to his lips. Slightly sweet, with a hint of acidity. Instantly, he gazed at Li Shunji, eyes wide with disbelief. Ketchup, diluted with water. A ruse for the divine. At that moment, a commanding voice boomed from above the chamber. The Wuhan army is on duty. Those who move recklessly shall face dire consequences. Damn, they're interrupting our business. Upon hearing the shout, Li Shunji smeared the ketchup on himself and retrieved a camera from his cloak, pressing it to his forehead. He hoped the Wuhan army would not mistake him for a blood god cultist and eliminate him as well. With a crackle, tear gas canisters rained down. Li Shunji, fully equipped, donned protective goggles and a gas mask, in addition to the camera on his head. Under the barrage of tear gas, the cultists within the chamber were sent sprawling by the Wuhan army's assault. Seizing the chaos, he dashed towards the exit, only to collide with an incoming Wuhan army warrior. A blue projection illuminated his arm, revealing his identity. Bounty Hunter Hall, Hunter Li Shunji, requesting protection. Captain, there's a bounty hunter trying to disrupt our operation. There's no one else here. Shall we deal with him? Damn, a bunch of idiots. Li Shunji couldn't help but curse under his breath as the projection transformed again. I have already transmitted the live footage to the cloud. Bang! At the entrance, a balding figure approached, shoving aside the Wuhan army warrior blocking the way. Captain, and you can wash my underwear too. Greetings, I am Zhao Defeng, the captain of the left unit of the Wuhan army in Jiangbei City. Do not heed these fools' nonsense. Their words are mere drivel. Zhao Defeng scrutinized Li Shunji and calmly stated, could you delete the video from earlier? It may tarnish the Wuhan army's esteemed image. Li Shunji glanced at him, but did not respond immediately, signaling his intent to exit. The underground chamber had but a single exit, making it an ideal trap. Being pummeled by these individuals would spell disaster for him. In this era, being a bounty hunter and earning contribution points is no easy feat, and now it seemed all was for naught. A first-level intermediate monstrous beast, they emerged from the subterranean tunnel and beheld the unobstructed expanse before them. Li Shunji finally spoke. Why don't you seize the opportunity? Zhao Defeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Curse it. Was it merely a desire to administer a beating? It was not as if he succeeded. Do you comprehend the value of a mid-tier, first-level beast? Li Shunji remained silent, gesturing towards the camera mounted on his head. Who could refuse a man adorned with a camera atop his cranium? How about a low-tier beast of the body refinement realm? Zhao Defeng hastily negotiated, declaring, I have seen your registration details. Do you doubt my authority to conscript you into the military? Li Shunji wrapped his camera again, remarking, mind your image. Do you dare to extort me, a soldier of the Wuhan army? Do you know how many fearless brothers I have, who slay beasts without a second thought? Ding ding. Inquiry from the Jiangbei City Public Service Center regarding. Hey, brother, let's communicate civilly. That was a mistake. Let's end this call. Zhao Defeng firmly grasped Li Shunji's arm. Zhao Defeng, it's you again. What mischief are you up to this time? Last time, on the smart projection from Li Shunji's arm, a tall woman clad in form-fitting work attire appeared, her eyes narrowing upon seeing Zhao Defeng. Beep, beep, beep. Then, a shift in her demeanor occurred as she turned to Li Shunji, stating, ahem, young brother, the destruction here hardly warrants significant merit points. You are well aware that our Wuhan army primarily serves as gatekeepers. My comrades haven't received new undergarments in over half a year. Just a low-tier, first-level beast. Will that suffice? Spare me the lengthy deliberation. Li Shunji activated his artificial intelligence, saying, just transfer the funds directly. In no time, 100 merit points appeared in his account. According to the current underground market rates, 100 merit points equated to the price of a standard low-tier, first-level beast. What are you dawdling for? Delete the video and ensure there are no backups. In a straightforward manner, Li Shunji, with Zhao Defong as a witness, promptly erased the recently recorded footage. Moreover, regarding my earlier impulsive act, quite swift, it's no wonder you dare to extort me. A young warrior of the stone splitting realm, should I encounter you again, I shall ensure you face consequences. Sir, the investigation has long been completed. However, he has yet to participate in the unified examination. The aide, Qiyu, nodded at his portable computer, projecting a light screen before Zhao Defong. I knew it. If Jiangbei Academy could cultivate such talent, old he would surely wake up smiling. Remarkably young at merely 18, with data uploaded just a month prior, he has recently ascended to the stone-splitting realm, boasting a strength of 1,230 kilograms. Just ascended to the stone-splitting realm. Zhao Defong was taken aback based on his earlier speed. He could not possibly be a newly promoted warrior. Still youthful, yet his concealed strength has been revealed, daring to extort even me. He is indeed a remarkable talent. It appears he intends to participate in this year's unified examination. I shall conscript him into the Wuhan army and assign him the task of washing. No, a month's worth of soiled socks. Gently brushing his half-shiny dome, Zhao Defong chuckled. A fine man like you should not squander your talents as a bounty hunter. You ought to be battling the demon kin atop the Great Wall instead. Captain, we have discovered Totem. Emerging from the subterranean depths, a contingent of the Wuhan army dragged a blood-red board. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled violently as if a dragon were stirring beneath, and a mushroom cloud of flames rose skyward. The immense shockwave swept through the vicinity, rendering ears deafened and spirits shaken. Dazed and reeling from the ringing in his ears, Zhao Defong scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the rubble of the explosion. Save the people. After distancing himself from the Wuhan army, Li Shunji's pace slowed. Today's actions had been reckless by some twist of fate. He had extorted the Wuhan army. His misfortune was compounded by their sudden appearance, leading to a botched mission after 18 long years, only to falter at the final hurdle. A first-tier, low-level demon beast should suffice to saturate the remaining rust of the bronze coffin. He pondered as he hurried onward. Boom! Suddenly, the earth roared, and he stumbled, turning to look back at the site of the blood god sect's gathering, where flames surged skyward. Upon regaining his composure, he was startled. Had he not escaped in time, that would have been disastrous. The Wuhan army was still there. In the distance, behind a great tree, a shadow cloaked in black emerged. Crack! A faint sound echoed as the black remote control was crushed to dust, cascading down. In the pit, a dozen injured members of the Wuhan army frantically clawed at the debris, oblivious to the scorching earth searing their hands. Zhao Defong cast a glance at Li Shunji before once again immersing himself in the task at hand. He resembled a frenzied wild boar, enveloped in an aura of bloodlust, as he sent the earth flying in all directions. Captain, we found Lu Shan. Before long, the first figure was dragged from beneath the earth, charred and lifeless. Dig. Keep digging. Curse his ancestors. Amidst the curses, a sobbing tone emerged. After more than 20 minutes, a large contingent of the Wuhan army arrived, and together they cleared the entire pit. Report. The second squad of the left camp of the Wuhan army has suffered 77 casualties, with 3 relatively intact corpses, the rest. In the pit, Zhao Defong removed his clothing and carefully cradled the still warm earth and stones in his hands, wrapping them tenderly before slinging them over his shoulder. The remaining members of the second squad, bearing the bodies of the 3, followed Zhao Defong as they made their way into the distance. Li Shunji, like the other remaining warriors of the Wuhan army, clenched his fist over his heart, bidding them farewell. Standing before the wall at the end, he skillfully tapped it twice. Then, uttering a phrase that brought a hint of shame to even this rugged man, he whispered, "Little bunny, be good." Crack! An inconspicuous door appeared in the meticulously aligned brick wall. Inside the hidden door, An elderly man reclined in a chair, engrossed in an animated show. Li Shinji did not enter nor respond, simply stating, "A first-tier low-level demon beast, alive." The prices of demon beasts have dropped recently. A first-tier, mid-level one costs only 200 merits. Would you like to procure one? Where's the code? I'll scan it. Li Shinji responded curtly, his mood somewhat somber due to the events of the day. In a reclining chair, an old man slightly propped himself up, tilting his head to glance at Li Shinji, and said, "As per our usual arrangement, check the trash bin on Front Street and dig through it yourself." After scanning the code, Li Shinji turned and departed as the concealed door slowly closed behind him. On Front Street, bustling with crowds, Li Shinji paid little heed as he opened one of the bins and reached inside. With a swift motion, he drew forth a small dagger, skillfully slitting the throat of a demon rat within the bin. Pressing his palm against the wound, he inhaled the crimson essence that flowed forth. He placed the demon rat's lifeless body into a bag and made his way home. Upon arriving at his residence in Nanshan Community, he tossed the bag into the corner and leaned back against the sofa. Today had been eventful. After 18 years, the true face is finally about to be revealed. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes slightly, envisioning a bronze coffin suspended in a hazy azure light within his mind. The demonic beast's blood energy he had previously absorbed began to seep into the bronze coffin, gradually eroding the remaining rust upon its surface. This object was the root cause of his arrival in this world. Crack! Half an hour later, his mind filled with azure light. A narrow gap appeared in the lid of the bronze coffin. A droplet of crystalline blood rolled forth from the fissure. Demon blood? In the blink of an eye, the blood droplet materialized in Li Shinji's palm. It was translucent and cohesive, with faint golden threads appearing, devoid of any malevolent aura associated with demons. He recalled that high-level demon blood would manifest a golden hue. Since the demon beast surge 3 years prior, he had instinctively realized that the coffin needed to consume the blood energy of demon beasts, having absorbed the essence of over a dozen creatures since then. The absence of malevolence indicated a tranquil essence within the demon blood. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shinji pressed the blood droplet to his lips. As the droplet entered his mouth, a torrent of energy erupted within him. Crackling sounds resonated throughout his body as he felt as though he might explode. The energy within the demon blood is overwhelming. Breathing heavily, he shoved the sofa in the living room against the wall, clearing space before he began to practice his punches. His fist technique, named Fuhu, is one of several body-refining methods developed by the Kunlun Academy over the years. Practicing this martial art involves a full-body engagement, aiming to absorb blood energy and nourish the muscles and bones. As he unleashed a punch, the wind howled, akin to a tiger roaring in the mountains, while the chaotic energy within him began to meld with his flesh. What's the deal? Can't I just take a break during the holidays? Do I really have to go to work tomorrow? An hour later, Li Shinji gradually withdrew his fists, savoring the newfound strength coursing through him. He then turned and entered the small bedroom, retrieving a piece of black stone adorned with 3 golden veins. This black jade diamond, with its golden veins, could withstand a force of 1,000 kilograms for each vein. 2 veins could bear 2,000 kilograms, and so forth. The next realm in martial arts, the stone-breaking stage, is determined by this standard: crack. The 3-striped black jade diamond was effortlessly crushed. 4 stripes, crack. Shattered. 5 stripes. Snap. The fissure burst along the golden vein, piercing through the entirety within Li Shinji's palm. 5,000 kilograms. No, it should be at least 5,000 kilograms. Prior to this, he possessed a strength of 2,790 pounds, and with the enhancement of his swordsmanship, he could unleash over 3,000 kilograms at full force. Now, a single drop of demon blood had directly augmented his strength by at least 2,000 kilograms. Demon beast. Purified demon blood. In an instant, Li Shinji's breath became heavy. Did this not imply that as long as he could hunt demon beasts, he would be able to ceaselessly acquire resources for his cultivation? Just then, a luminous flicker at his right wrist interrupted his reverie of video call. Immediately, Li Shinji frowned. He had been fantasizing about reaching the pinnacle of life, and now someone was being so rude. Damn it. It's him. As the call connected, a light screen projected, revealing the stern visage of Zhao Defang. Li Shenji, 18 years old. 1 month ago, assessment records indicated a strength of 1230 kilograms and a speed of 27 meters per second. Li Shenji nodded. Those figures were intentionally left behind, accessible to individuals with certain permissions. Your results are fabricated. Li Shenji nodded, candidly conceding. Chapter 2. Mutual Willingness. A dialogue box suddenly appeared on the screen, abruptly silencing Li Shenji's words. 300,000. Nothing was done, just money was spent. How straightforward. With a slight pursing of the lips, a thought flickered through my mind. According to market prices, 300,000 would suffice to procure 300 of today's extraordinary mice. At the very least, it could yield dozens of drops of precious beast blood. Attaining the stone splitter stage, or even the mountain opening realm, could be within reach in a few months, perhaps even half a year. On August 1st, the cabinet will conduct a unified assessment. Possessing the strength of the mountain opening realm. I recall the last student at the pinnacle of the stone splitter stage who joined Jianbei Academy received a scholarship of 150,000. It seems reasonable to expect 30,000 for the mountain opening realm. 300,000. 300,000. 600,000. How enticing. 300,000 is all yours. Observing Li Shenji's silence, Zhao Defang continued. Take a look at this. Li Shenji then received a video file. What is this? The news from Jianbei City for tomorrow. Are you serious? Li Shenji did not open it. Instead, he gazed at Zhao Defang and remarked, I am merely a practitioner at the stone-cracking realm. Even the weakest among the Wuan army are warriors of the same level. What can I possibly accomplish? Just wait and see. Li Shenji opened the video, and a radiant frame fell to the side. According to Jianbei News, yesterday, the Wuan army uncovered the site of the blood god gathering, eliminating nearly 100 individuals. On the illuminated screen, two figures emerged. A woman clad in a sleek black professional outfit, and a man whose entire body was obscured by pixelation. Though he could still be discerned as a person, the woman was familiar to him. She was Lei Xiaoyu, a rising star in Jiabei, known for her enchanting beauty. It is noteworthy that this discovery of the blood god sect's conspiracy, along with the timely transmission of critical information, was facilitated by none other than Li Shenji's classmate, an undercover agent for the Wuan army. Li Shenji was momentarily taken aback. Him? An undercover agent? Transmitting information? Please refrain from making baseless claims. He did not. Who is this? Who the hell is this? Absolutely outrageous. Astonished, Li Shenji found himself momentarily speechless as the mosaic spoke. In that instant, he perceived an aura of sanctity and solemnity emanating from it, enveloping him entirely. My parents, both retired warriors of the Divine Bao Army, instilled in me from a young age the aspiration to ascend the great wall of martial arts, vanquish the demon race, and safeguard the flickering lights of countless homes. Joining the Martial Peace Army represents the first step in the pursuit of my dream. Though youthful, I stand as a member of the Martial Peace Army, a collective of hidden insects, skilled solely in the art of manipulation. To the leader among them, prepare yourself, for I shall sever your head from your shoulders. The Martial Peace Army has already grasped your fate. Little did I expect Li Shenji to harbor such noble ideals, earning my utmost admiration. Xiaoyu regarded the mosaic and inquired once more, before your departure, does classmate Li Shenji have anything further to say? Jiangbei is not a lawless land. Await my arrival, for I shall bring you down. Amidst the mosaic, a hand emerged, defiantly raising the middle finger. The scene froze on that gesture, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Though it may lack certain elements, time is of the essence, and this is the best I can achieve. Thus, Li Shenji gazed at Zhao Defang and remarked, the purpose of your call is merely to inform me that, regardless of my consent, I shall appear on television tomorrow. Is 300,000 excessive? At present, Li Shenji feels that every single penny is of utmost significance. Each fraction of a cent represents the fruits of his labor. Observing his provocation, the blood god sect might indeed take action. This task, albeit somewhat perilous, can be undertaken under the protection of the Wuan army. You may proceed. With a resounding thud, Zhao Defang. Silence. The mutual destruction of the blood god sect remains unresolved. I want to say. Observing Zhao Defang's silence, Li Shenji spoke up. You could have simply approached me to record a video. A little extra payment. Appearing on camera wouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, Li Shenji accessed his personal account and edited a post. This would serve as an introduction. Receiving 300,000 with no genuine effort seemed unsatisfactory to him. A mutual engagement signifies the utmost sincerity. After some contemplation, he even altered his account name. the once inconspicuous Wu Anjuan, who had been undercover for 3 months. The name, the post, and the news intertwined harmoniously, creating a powerful synergy. After a moment's thought, he captured a screenshot of the middle finger for the post, enhancing it with an image. Thus, it became a multidimensional creation. What do you think? 300,000 is worth it, right? Ding. A vibrant red dot appeared in the dynamic position. Ding, ding, ding. In the blink of an eye, the digits within the red dot surged to 23, with an evident upward trend, soon followed by a small pop-up box. Little White Rabbit, obediently. Grandfather, you've been taking side jobs behind my back, manual hammering on the dog's head. Little White Rabbit, obediently. Grandfather, wasn't it agreed that you would only take jobs from me? I shall grant you another set of rare editions. After glancing at the message box, Li Shin decisively dismissed it. The old man, without a care in the world, was always at the top of likes and comments. Tomorrow morning, he would come to Wuan camp. Zhao Defeng also felt there was little left to say. It seemed Li Shun had acquiesced. Leaving behind a terse remark before hanging up, Li Shun let out a long sigh, sinking into the sofa in a stupor, once more scrutinizing the numbers in his account. Alas, it was all about the money. With the bronze coffin in hand, development necessitated funds. Earning money, after all, is not something to be ashamed of. The Wuan army, as a local defense force, possessed the authority to summon anyone to assist in tasks. If an edict were truly issued, he would have no choice but to comply. The primary issue was, the compensation was far too generous. Previously, he had exhausted himself, not only to earn some merit but also to exchange for provisions for the bronze coffin. Now, he needed to secure sustenance for himself. Contemplating this, he rose and made his way to the master bedroom. In the bedroom, an altar displayed 2 portraits. Though reluctant to acknowledge it as a transmigrator, he had yet to escape the curse of honoring his deceased parents. He picked up 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them in the incense burner. His parents, who had perished 3 years prior during the battle against the beast tide, had left him with a profound sense of helplessness. In a world rife with monstrous creatures, lacking strength was indeed a perilous predicament. As the incense burned away, he carefully placed the portrait into a wooden box, wrapping it tenderly in a bedsheet. To the Wuhan military camp, he murmured. Although the likelihood was slim, a second chance warranted caution to avoid any grave mistakes. In Jianbei City, there was no place safer than the Wuhan camp. Departing at once would even spare him from a dinner he did not wish to partake in. Li Shinji changed into a fresh set of clothing, adorned himself with a wide-brimmed hat, and slung his parents' portrait over his shoulder. He mixed the diamond fragments he had recently measured for strength with refuse, and crushed a second-rate talisman to scatter its remnants onto the ground. Exiting the residential complex, he made his way directly to the Wuhan military encampment, discarding the diamond fragments along the way. The Wuhan military camp, situated in the northwest of Jianbei City, sprawled over vast grounds, encircled by towering walls and watchtowers. From the guard towers, the gleaming, formidable 130 fire god cannons glinted ominously. Long before he could approach, Li Shinji found himself illuminated by a multitude of red dots. Halt. What is your purpose? The office of Wu Guangtou, the deputy commander of the Wuhan camp. Wu Guangtou leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Inside the office, Zhao Defeng had been standing for quite some time. To suggest using a young man as bait, how audacious of you. You have grown increasingly bold, daring to take matters into your own hands. I, as your commander, have prepared everything for you. Bang. A resounding slap echoed through the room as it struck the table. Li Shinji was different. After being berated for nearly half an hour by Wu Guangtou, Zhao Defeng offered a quiet retort. What is so different? Is it that one has grown a head taller than their peers, or perhaps gained several additional arms? Or is it that they are impervious to blades and bullets? Upon witnessing Zhao Defeng's rebuttal, Wu Guangtou lashed out even more vehemently. Over 70 brothers, is this how you lead my troops? I hereby revoke your position. I have withdrawn myself, refusing to seek vengeance for my brothers. I vow not to live for others. Zhao Defeng's eyes reddened, his fists clenching with a resounding intensity. Who do you think you are? He thundered. Had I known, I would have allowed you to perish on the Great Wall, sparing so many brothers from this fate. I shall bring you to ruin. Wu Guangtou swiftly approached the table, retrieving the laser pistol that hung there. The loss of brothers in battle is a duty we must bear. My Wuhan army has not yet arrived, and we shall not allow the youth to become fodder for the wolves. With a gun pressed against his temple, Zhao Defeng did not close his eyes, his gaze wide and unblinking like that of a startled cow. Wu Guangtou, filled with exasperation, responded with a derisive laugh and delivered a forceful kick, sending Zhao Defang sprawling across the room. With a decisive motion, he slammed his pistol onto the table. Crack! The poor iron table, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed entirely. A sound echoed from outside the door. The aide, Li Heng, cautiously opened a crack in the door, peering into the office. What are you staring at? Come in. Reporting to the captain, a young man named Li Xinji is outside seeking Captain Zhao. See? They've come knocking, thanks to your handiwork. The military court could easily condemn you to death 3 times over. Head, it's not what you think. Silence. Wu Guangtou addressed Li Heng once more, instructing him to bring the individual to the office. Ah, the promise of youth. The promise of youth. The disassembled table, the gun on the floor, the large footprints on Zhao Defang's body, and his bald head shining like a light bulb. This was the scene that Li Xinji encountered upon entering the office. Alas, how swiftly the years have passed. Back when I was your age, I too despised the 3-foot blade, traversed the martial arts Great Wall, yet faced countless monstrous beasts and garnered the admiration of many. As Wu Guangtou spoke, he scrutinized the changes in Li Xinji. Time is a relentless force, transforming individuals into shadows of their former selves. In you, I perceive the future of humanity. The 9th generation holds promise. The corner of Li Xinji's mouth twitched. The bald captain ought to join the blood god sect, for his words were imbued with fervor. Had they been uttered by another, perhaps belief would have followed. Observing Li Xinji's unwavering gaze, Wu Guangtou realized that his words had fallen flat, contrary to his expectations. Shouldn't the youth possess a dream of heroism? It seems that the situation may prove to be rather troublesome. Ahem, the matter at hand is that Zhao Defang acted on his own accord, and I have already reprimanded him. If you harbor any grievances, please feel free to express them to me, and I shall endeavor to rectify the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Xinji slightly furrowed his brow. What? Why does it feel as though the freshly acquired 300 to 600,000 is about to vanish? Head, you are mistaken. It is not you, Zhao Defang cautiously remarked. Silence. Are you not yet satisfied with the trouble you have already stirred up? Wu Guangtou shot a glare at Zhao Defang. Indeed, it is a fact that threatening a young man to serve as bait is an unfortunate reality. The sins of both parties combined could ignite the Gatling gun, unleashing its fury for 5 minutes straight. Wu Guangtou was seething with rage, however. When he turned to Li Xinji, a smile returned to his face. My young brother, let us be frank. Just give me a clear answer. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will find a way. Li Xinji pressed his lips together. Truly, the 300,000 was about to slip away. They had just agreed on the terms, yet the situation had already changed. What happened to integrity? In these times, earning money has become quite arduous. He turned to Zhao Defang and said, I can only refund 297,970, charge you 1,000 for the dynamic post, deduct a penalty of 1,000, and 30 for the membership. Does that sound acceptable? As he spoke, he opened his personal account, preparing to delete the dynamic post he had made. Since his account was not a member's account, he could only change his name once a year. Fortunately, it wasn't a significant issue. There were only 3 friends on his account, his parents and the elderly Mr. White Rabbit. Thus, his inaugural attempt at online marketing ended in failure. Wait a moment. Upon witnessing the images flickering on the screen, Wu Guangtou was momentarily taken aback. This is not right. Why does it appear to be a mutual affection? A shared longing? Chapter 3. The Strength of Li Xinji. Zhao Defang. Where did you acquire such wealth? Alas, I have sold the house, as I shall never have the chance to reside in it again. At last, I seized the opportunity to speak, and Zhao Defang hastily relayed his thoughts in one breath. Having entered this office an hour ago, he endured 59 minutes of reprimand, uttering scarcely 5 words. The house was sold for a total of 1.8 million, of which 1.5 million was given to his brother's family, leaving a mere 300,000. Wu Guangtou glanced at Zhao Defang and then at Li Xinji. Weren't you here to lodge a complaint? Li Xinji nodded and inquired, is the Wuan army seeking outsourced support, regardless of accommodations? Are you aware of the matter for which Zhao Defang is seeking you? Do you not fear for your life? My parents are both retired warriors from the Divine Archer Army. Since my childhood, my dream has been to tread upon the Great Wall of martial arts, vanquish the demon race, and safeguard the homes of countless families by joining the martial peace. Stop. Wu Guangtou interrupted Li Xinji's words, which he had just heard in the video brought by Zhao Defang. Have you truly considered this thoroughly? To speak of vengeance, his urgency surpassed all others. Zhao Defang might act recklessly, but he could never afford to do so. Li Xinji, however, was unperturbed. With 300,000 in hand, had the money not yet arrived? He might have hesitated. Now that the sum had been deposited, with interest accumulating, parting with it seemed a daunting prospect. Observing Wu Guangtou's solemn demeanor, his heart raced momentarily as he inquired, "You cannot possibly expect me to lure out the leader of the Blood God sect, can you? What are you thinking?" Wu Guangtou replied, "The leader of the Blood God sect is as cunning as a fox. It is not so simple to ensnare him." This group of brutes had concealed themselves too well. With over 1 million inhabitants in Jiangbei City, even those merely shopping for groceries could be involved. After a painstaking effort to detect the Blood God sect's gathering, it was unexpected that these fiends would resort to mutual destruction, severing all leads. We surmised that the Blood God sect, having remained dormant for 3 years, suddenly convened a sacrificial rite, indicating some ulterior motive. It is improbable that an individual who ascended ahead of a city would be a fool. It is unlikely they would act solely based on a video. At this juncture, Li Xinji posed a question, as he had always deemed this approach somewhat unreliable. Of course, Wu Guangtou continued. "A fool could not have remained undisturbed under the siege of our Wuan army for 3 years. However, the essence of the Blood God sect lies in their pursuit of self-interest. Driven by profit, they are capable of any treachery. They are akin to subterranean rodents. Discovering one could lead to capturing an entire nest. Even if we fail to find the leader, it matters not. Eliminating all his subordinates would render the leader as helpless as a plucked chicken. In Jiangnan province, there are 9 cities, each permitted only 1 leader. Others aspiring to ascend can only watch enviously. Should we manage to eliminate this fellow's underlings, the leader, deprived of his followers, would be compelled to take action to avoid being supplanted by others. If he reveals a flaw in his response, that would present an opportunity for decapitation. Your task is to serve as bait, to draw out the lost leads first." At this point, Wu Guangdou continued, "Of course. Whether we can attract it remains uncertain. For now, we have no other options, so let us give it a try." Li Xinji understood the implication, essentially. Zhao Dafang's idea was to cast the line regardless of the presence of fish, as there was a chance of reeling one in. "Why do you consider this approach to be rather foolish?" Observing Li Xinji's hesitation, Wu Guangdou inquired, "It's nothing, just speak candidly. Outside, they label our Wuan army as brutes, and we have grown accustomed to it." No, Li Xinji replied insincerely, shaking his head with a feigned smile. "With 300,000 already deposited, we must honor our obligations to the primary party. All right, Xinji shall reside in the camp first. You go arrange accommodations. I'll have someone prepare a false dossier for Xinji shortly. If we are to act, let us do so convincingly." After a prolonged discussion among the trio, Wu Guangdou had grown so familiar that he omitted Li Xinji's surname. Once the two departed, Wu Guangdou's demeanor fell. He rummaged through a dilapidated desk to retrieve an internal phone line. After a brief test, he dialed out. "Is this the military law office of the garrison? Please connect me to Deputy Director Lin." "Old comrade, I was just thinking of you." A crisp voice responded from the receiver. Without delay, Wu Guangdou inquired, "Can the military law office postpone their departure? What do you intend to do?" "I merely inquired. A single incompetent general can bring ruin upon an entire army, impacting over 70 brothers." Wu Guangdou, stroking his bald head, remarked that were it not for the fact that Zhao, the fool, has remained on the martial wall for 3 years without descending, enduring countless injuries, he would have long since put an end to him with a single shot, without needing to trouble you, my friend. To put it plainly, I am quite occupied. Give me 5 days, just 5 days. After 5 days, I shall not utter a single word. The voice on the other end fell into a momentary silence before stating, "The military law office will depart in 5 days. A faint beep followed, and Wu Guangdou gently placed the receiver down, rubbing his large face. Alas, it seems that I shall not attain any rank before my retirement. The following day, within an opulent private room, the luminescent screen remained still, displaying 2 captured images, a prominently raised middle finger alongside a screenshot of a dynamic scene. What utter rubbish! A seemingly ordinary man languidly reclines on the sofa. Suddenly, the piercing sound of his smartphone disrupts the tranquility, prompting him to cast a fleeting glance before silencing it with a decisive press. The incessant beeping persists, each call met with the same resolute rejection. Eventually, he concedes and answers, revealing a figure shrouded in a large black hood. "Well done, Huka," he muses. "You've made quite the splash in the news, even losing a totem board. After 3 years in Jiaobei, you've gifted our blood god sect with such a remarkable surprise. You truly possess a ruthless disposition, casting aside over 100 individuals without a second thought and even delivering them to the Wuan army. Do you not fear they may reveal your identity? A mere figure from Jianbei now mocks you openly across online platforms. Were I in your position, I would find such insolence intolerable. Shall I enlist my brothers to eliminate this insignificant character for you? Is that all you wish to convey? Hookah let out a cold chuckle. Beep, beep, beep. In the spacious room of the provincial capital, a hat, large and broad-brimmed, was swept away, revealing a man with somber, peach blossom-like eyes. Damn it! How dare he hang up on me? He truly does not know the meaning of peril. Allow him to be audacious for a couple more days, believing that eliminating a few of my subordinates will intimidate me. The trade routes of Jianbei City will eventually belong to me. How dare a mere rustic? At the Wuhan military camp, in the arena of trials, a demon dog, its body shimmering with an eerie glow, leaped forward. With both hands gripping the battle knife, Li Xinji was poised for action, allowing the demon dog to charge right up to him. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength, slashing the battle knife downward at an angle. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the demon dog's neck down to its abdomen, and the creature, despite being cut open, continued its momentum, hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he pounced upon it, delivering another lethal strike to the demon dog's head. Seizing the moment, he grasped the wound of the demon dog, drawing forth its blood. The Wuhan army truly is a remarkable place. The beasts in the trial grounds can be relentlessly hunted. This marked the 7th demon beast he had slain that day. After absorbing the demon's blood, Li Xinji sheathed his blade and made his way towards the adjacent training ground. He had no choice but to proceed. If looks could kill, the attendant nearby would surely have him slain with a mere gaze. Within the training arena, numerous individuals were engaged in various activities, and he chose a machine nestled in a corner. A massive alloy target was connected to a display screen. Li Xinji exhaled slowly, channeling all his strength into his fist as it struck the alloy target. With a resounding clang, the moment his fist collided with the target, the numbers on the display screen began to fluctuate. 5,432 kilograms. In the corner, the North Star monitored the surroundings in real time. Within the office, Wu Guangtou held a thermos filled with goji berries and jujubes, gazing at the flickering shadows on the screen. This is genuine prowess. He truly knows how to conceal his strength. Although at the 5th level of the stone-shattering realm, he only reported being at the 1st level. How cunning. After gently blowing on the goji berries and jujubes that obstructed the mouth of the thermos, Wu Guangtou took a sip and remarked, "It appears you have indeed chosen a commendable talent. Your investment in the property has not been in vain. While I may not excel in official matters like you, I possess an acute discernment in recognizing people, far from the reckless individual you might envision. Mind your manners. I am the battalion commander, and you are but a captain." Deputy Zhao Defeng interjected, "In Wuhan, there is no proper authority. I am the one in charge here." "Deputy," Wu Guangtou retorted, "you are merely seeking personal vengeance under the guise of authority. After all these years, do you think I am unfamiliar with your ways?" Zhao Defeng slammed his hand on the table and declared, "If you do not allow me to avenge my brothers and eliminate those despicable blood god cultists, I shall self-destruct to grant you a soul ring." Zhao Defeng, here. The eradication of the blood god cultists is solely the eradication of the blood god cultists. It should not be entwined with emotions. We are merely adhering to the directives of the cabinet, purging the blood god cult. Let us reiterate the command. Eliminate the vile followers of the blood god and avenge our brethren. Depart at once. Inform Li Xinji to prepare diligently, as he is to head to the Lingjiang outpost in 3 days. The Wuhan military training ground remains open throughout the night, and Li Xinji has taken up residence there. Meals are provided by Zhao Defeng. The past couple of days have been quite nourishing, with every meal featuring demon beast meat. For rest, he simply reclined on the lounge chair. It wasn't until the afternoon of the following day, after ample repose, that Li Xinji strode into the camera's blind spot. Feigning a cough, he covered his mouth with his palm and surreptitiously swallowed a drop of demon blood. Once the sanguine essence descended into his stomach, he immediately commenced practicing the fist of the subdued tiger, the roaring sounds of his movements transforming into sonic booms. Half an hour later, he gradually ceased, as the demon blood's potency began to wane. The previous time, it had taken a full hour to fully assimilate. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xinji stealthily ingested another drop of demon blood. 20 minutes later, he halted his movements. Indeed, as his strength had increased, the same demon blood now yielded diminished effects. From the trial grounds, he had obtained a total of 5 drops of demon blood, all harvested from 1st tier, low-grade demon beasts. It seemed he would need to hunt higher-level creatures to achieve greater results. Early the next morning, while Li Xinji was still deep in slumber within the training grounds, Zhao Defang roused him. From this moment onward, you are to masquerade as a full-fledged member of the Wuan army, Zhao declared. At the entrance of the logistics department, Li Xinji, who had trained for a mere 3 days, donned the uniform of the Wuan army. Over 5,000 kilograms of strength, surely you're not still holding back? Zhao Defang scrutinized Li Xinji with suspicion. Having covertly observed him these past few days, he grew increasingly convinced that the young man was concealing his true capabilities. Let's go eat first. Relax. There's no guarantee the blood god cult will even show up today, Zhao remarked. Li Xinji cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Though 18 years had passed, certain immutable laws still lingered in his memory. First law, sacrifice. Second law, wherever one treads, death follows. Chapter 4. All about business. An hour later, 2 armored vehicles departed from the Wuan camp, heading south. Inside the second vehicle were only Li Xinji and Zhao Defang. If the blood god cult wants revenge against you, today would be a perfect opportunity, Zhao Defang remarked while driving. Though it's unlikely, they're not fools. Li Xinji unlocked his phone and opened the Jiangbei forum, searching for Jiangbei's #1 blood god cult slayer. Pinned at the top was a highlighted post. The leader of the Jiangbei blood god cult is nothing but trash, maggots in the sewers, rats in the burrows. I'm heading to Linjiang Ridge tomorrow. You filthy insects, come fight me. The post, of course, was not his. Neither was the account. Such a crude scheme left Li Xinji speechless. Baldwu really isn't cut out for this. Must be tough for him. The post ranked first on Jiangbei's trending list, over 10,000 comments and 36,000 likes. Li Xinji scrolled through the comments. Jiangbei Li Ermao. Is this guy just trying to sell something? Just a worm. Whose subordinate is this, so bold? Doesn't he know the blood god cult never forgets a grudge? Reply. Unyielding in name and steadfast in identity, Li Xinji of Jiangbei Wuan reflects. Behold my exclusive interview on Jiangbei television. As he closed the forum, Li Xinji gently caressed the weathered chassis of the vintage automobile, pondering in a contemplative tone. Can this classic car withstand the onslaught of distant weaponry? Rest assured, they possess no long-range offensive weaponry, Zhao Defang remarked while driving. How can you be certain they lack such armaments? The last individual who dared to wield conventional weaponry has long since met their demise. Can one truly withstand the blast of a bomb at such close proximity? Li Xinji inquired once more. The followers of the blood god mingled indistinguishably within the populace, infiltrating various sectors. As he observed the figures traversing the street, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Whenever someone cast a glance towards the armored vehicle, Li Xinji felt an impending rush towards it. With a clatter, the vintage car jolted, sending a shower of rusted metal fragments flying. Li Xinji, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from posing further questions. The likelihood was that they could not withstand the onslaught. This antiquated vehicle, aside from its silent cannon, was vociferous in every other aspect. Before long, the expanse of buildings in the dock area unfolded before him, and the flow of vehicles and pedestrians increased significantly. Under the auspices of the blood god, divine light illuminated the path, and suddenly, several figures surged forth. Quick, disembark. They have truly arrived. With a powerful force, the armored vehicle collided with the roadside, and Zhao Defang shouted, realizing that Li Xinji had already disembarked. A thunderous roar ensued. The devotees of the blood god surged forward, their bodies ignited in flames, unleashing a wave of energy that swept through the surroundings. The blasphemers must be punished. From every direction, dozens of figures emerged, transforming from ordinary citizens into followers of the blood god. Slay them. Zhao Defang let out a furious roar as he unsheathed his long blade, cleaving the 2 blood god cultists who charged at him in half. With the strength of a novice in the Qianjun realm, he wreaked havoc effortlessly, leaving Li Xinji without an opportunity to intervene. In the distance, a truck was half embedded in a roadside pit. The driver, clad in a yellowed tank top with a towel draped around his neck, bore a sallow complexion marked by dark spots, cautiously observing the battle outside. A faint vibration emanated from the mobile phone, signaling the arrival of a text message. How's it going, Hoka? I know you're about to take action. Allow me to warm things up for you. No need to thank me. In the spacious room, the screen illuminated with the unfolding battle in Jiangbei City, albeit from an unusual angle. A delicate-looking man fiddled with his phone, composing a message. Follow my instructions. Let him make his presence known in Jiangbei. Strike down those who refuse to obey. Their demise shall mark them as the virtuous. Subsequently, He gazed through the car window, observing that the skirmish was nearing its conclusion, with the Wuan army arriving from both directions. The blood god cultists who had surged forth had suffered heavy losses, with a mere fraction captured. Keep up, hurry, do not block the road. Hookah shrank his head, glancing at the Wuan soldiers clearing the traffic outside, and revved the truck towards the riverbank ferry at the checkpoint in the port area in order to expedite the rescue of the injured. Inspections of incoming transport vehicles were conducted more swiftly than usual, allowing the truck to pass through with ease. Let us proceed to the outpost. They boarded the armored vehicle once more, heading towards the port district. Li Xinji observed the scattered bloodstains outside, realizing that the blood god cult had indeed made its presence felt. The force of their retaliation was akin to a mosquito stinging an elephant. The casualties were merely minions. Upon entering the Linjiang outpost, Zhao Defang commenced urgent interrogations of the captured individuals. The blood god reigns above. Divine light shall ultimately prevail. Those who blaspheme shall find their end upon the arrival of the divine. Among the tortured adherents of the blood god sect, some exhibited a terrifying fervor in their gazes, while others, in a state of distress, readily divulged information. Within the confines of the interrogation room, Zhao Defang reached out to Wu Guangtou, stating, "Boss, we've made a discovery." They revealed that their leader is named Hu Ka, yet this individual remains deeply concealed, never revealing his true identity. If he were truly foolish, would he have managed to elude us for such an extended period right under our noses? Wu Guangtou lifted his cup and took a sip of water, remarking, "Even the most cunning of foxes will eventually reveal their tails. The performance must continue. Allow Li Xinji to commence his duties as usual, arranging patrols and leave just like everyone else, thereby creating opportunities for them." Zhao Defang hesitated for a moment and inquired, "What about the military law department?" "That is my concern. Your task is to unearth these despicable creatures one by one and drown them." In the office, Wu Guangtou hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed the method was effective, however, to root out all these pests. 5 days might prove insufficient. Muttering to himself, he picked up the telephone on the desk. "Connect me to Deputy Director Lin." "Old comrade, please don't hang up." "Damn it, Lin Daitu, you scoundrel." The next day, the wake-up call sounded. Li Xinji promptly arose, with Zhao Defang, now his personal bodyguard, by his side. It was time to put on a performance. Being part of the Wuan army, patrolling was a necessity. Today, they were to patrol 100 kilometers stretch along the Linden River. As a vital transportation artery, the river often harbored transformed beasts that needed to be swiftly eradicated. This was the mission of the Wuan army. Under the guidance of the veteran, Li Xinji boarded the Linjiang-class patrol boat. With curiosity, Li Xinji ran his fingers along the barrel of the Vulcan cannon. What a formidable beast, capable of delivering a decisive blow with a single shot. "Hold still. Let me take your picture," Zhao Defang said, swiftly capturing the moment before sending the photo to Wu the Bald. Before the patrol boat had even set off, Li Xinji noticed an update on the social feed of Jiang Bei's foremost bane of the blood god cult. The post featured the freshly taken photo, accompanied by the caption, "To the wretched remnants of the blood god cult, many thanks for yesterday's generous contribution to my merits. Keep it coming. I'm already itching for more." The patrol boat set sail, though the journey was punctuated by tedious stops to inspect sensors stationed along the route. The day dragged on, an early departure, a late return. On the way back to camp, Zhao Defang turned to Li Xinji and asked, "So, how do you feel?" Li Xinji nodded approvingly. Truly, this wasn't false praise given for the 300,000 he'd received. It reflected his most genuine impression. After all, places where one could encounter 7 mutated monstrous fish within a single day were rare, with the strongest among them reaching the late-stage rock-splitting realm. Perfectly suited for his refinement needs. Working here meant abundant resources, with the 300,000 yielding effortless interest, an utterly delightful arrangement. Of course, a minor incident occurred the following day. The outpost underwent a leadership change. The new warden? Old Wu. Yes, just as you might suspect, he had been demoted. The reasons were numerous. Under the cover of night, within the confines of the dock area, thick curtains sealed the room tightly. Hu Ka wiped his face with a yellowed undershirt before producing a spherical object in his palm and tossing it downward. A blue glow illuminated the space, revealing a slender figure, pointed ears, and a luxuriant, bushy tail. "Didn't you say not to contact you unless necessary?" A voice of intellect and grace emanated from the Fox Maiden. "The cargo crosses the river tonight, aboard the Jiangtuan freighter. How unexpectedly sudden this is." The Fox Maiden furrowed her brows for a moment before relaxing them, saying, "I have heard that Jiang Bei is quite lively. Is it an opportune time for delivery now? Hookah cast a glance at the fox girl and said, Do you not trust me? Having traded twice already, it is only natural to trust you. The fox woman licked her lips and said, Then I shall prepare to receive the goods. Where are the items I requested? I received the goods, and naturally, someone delivered them to your hands. The fox woman licked her lips and remarked, Remaining in Jiangbei is truly a waste of your talents, especially when you are constantly undermined by a worthless brother who sells himself. It would be far better to join my sect and expand your horizons in a more expansive realm. With a creak, she turned and approached the window, gazing through the narrow gap towards the river. Beneath the cloak of night, a cargo ship gradually neared the shore. The ship's hold opened, and truck after truck emerged. On the dock, additional trucks queued, waiting to board. Wiping his face with a sweat towel draped over his shoulder, Hookah stepped out of his room and drove his truck toward the dock. There, each vehicle awaited inspection before boarding, entering a sealed passage for a comprehensive scan. Hookah inched his truck forward, and soon, only one vehicle remained ahead of him. He lowered his head, resting it on the steering wheel. With a hum, Hookah retrieved his phone from his pocket and simultaneously dialed a series of numbers. The voice of God proclaimed, Tonight, I am with you all. The deep resonance echoed forth. Thunderous roars. Not far away, a warehouse was engulfed in flames. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed from all directions as the fire illuminated the night sky with the divine presence. Countless figures surged forth from various corners of the port. They were merely ordinary individuals, having received a modicum of divine instruction in their daily lives. In the blink of an eye, chaos ensued in the harbor district. Boom. In the midst of chaos, Hookah fiercely pressed the accelerator of the truck, hurtling towards the open cargo door of the freighter. The night was rent by the sound of gunfire, the fiery serpents tearing through the darkness, yet it was not long before they fell silent. Within the observation post, Li Xinji raced towards the lookout tower, witnessing the scene outside. No wonder the gunfire had ceased. At the pinnacle of the tower, a gleaming bald head shone in the blaze of flames. After a moment of mutual glance, Li Xinji hesitated and remarked, I have a feeling this isn't directed at me. What do you think? Chapter 5, Elder Brother. Don't leave. Assault on the harbor district. This colossal disaster was far beyond Li Xinji's capacity to shoulder. The blood god cult had survived thus far primarily due to their adept concealment and their careful avoidance of crossing the cabinet's red lines. Those who dared to court death were not unheard of, but the inevitable outcome was always the cabinet's wrath, even at the cost of destabilizing the rear. They would eradicate the troublemakers. There were limits even to recklessness, lest one wished to see their grave overgrown with weeds, generation after generation. As for the current spectacle, if this were truly aimed at Li Xinji, he might as well draw his blade and slit his own throat. Such an assumption would be far too flattering. Under the flickering glow of the flames, with a bald's face twisted into a menacing grimace. Initially, he had approached this with tentative curiosity, never expecting to reel in a prize catch. Vermin who scuttled in the shadows were always driven by self-interest. Such a grand display could only mean something significant was afoot. Watching the towering inferno, a surge of murderous aura erupted from Wu the Bald as he leaped onto the tower's summit. His thunderous roar shook the heavens. Wu the Bald of the Jiangbei Wuan Battalion, veteran of the 8th generation Wuan Army, stands here. Implement wartime regulations. All personnel in the port area must obey my command. The beasts are wreaking havoc. Civilians must secure their doors and windows. All losses will be compensated by the government office. The reserve forces and college students are forming a demon-slaying formation nearby. Here stand the esteemed veterans of the 8th generation of the Wuan Army, and the honored veterans of the 9th generation of the Zijing Army. Veterans of the 8th generation from the Wuan Army are present. Veterans of the 9th generation from the Zijing Army. Scholars of the 9th generation from Longcheng Academy. Xiong Daiden, a veteran of the 7th generation Dadao Brigade of Shanhaiguan. Within the port district, a door was forcefully kicked open, and a gaunt old man wielding a large blade burst forth. With a single, sweeping stroke, he cleaved a member of the blood god sect in two. Damn scoundrel. He spat, as the glint of his sharp blade shimmered at the street corner. In response to Wu Guokto's furious roar, echoes of acknowledgement arose amidst the chaos of the port area. With this response, figures began to coalesce into a makeshift battle formation, staunchly obstructing the advance of the blood god sect. Kill. For 930 years, the Great Wall has stood, and humanity has established a comprehensive reserve system, where every individual is a soldier. At the dock, Hookah emerged from the depths of a cargo ship, wielding a gleaming alloy blade. With a swift motion, the knife descended. Blood splattered as a fervent cultist of the blood god met his end, his head soaring into the air, eyes still ablaze with fanaticism. Kicking aside the headless corpse that obstructed his path, Hookah charged towards the remaining cultists of the blood god. In a chaotic district, within a building, over 20 figures gathered, the leader facing away from the others. Radiating light from his hand, a shimmering holographic screen materialized, revealing a figure adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. Act swiftly, and let us further add to the debt of the god of Hu, he commanded. Upon receiving the order, the leader turned to face the gathered crowd. A light screen manifested, displaying the visage of Li Shinji. This was a desecrator, guilty of unforgivable sins. Unforgivable sins. More than 20 figures chanted in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The leader nodded in satisfaction, astonished by the audacity of the divine envoy Hookah, who dared to gather such a crowd for a grand undertaking. But it doesn't matter, their target is precisely this young man featured in Jiangbei News, Wu Anjuan's newly promoted public figure. Eliminating him would direct Wu Anjuan's wrath towards Hookah as well. Of course, failure wouldn't be consequential either, mere cannon fodder after all. Go forth, find him, eliminate him. Over 20 figures charged into the streets with fanatical fervor. The leader reopened his phone, revealing a new message. Squelch, Zhao Defang's longsword dripped crimson, his entire being radiating murderous aura as he plunged into the thickest crowds. Watching his personal security detail descend into bloodlust, Li Shinji could only sigh helplessly. No wonder outsiders called Wu Anjuan's forces reckless brutes. Clang. The longsword in his hand emitted a sharp metallic ring as he cleaved through the charging blood god cultist, sending the assailant flying. Though it was his first time participating in a battle of this scale, Li Shinji felt no discomfort. It wasn't that he possessed nerves of steel. 18 years prior, he had made his living digging in the dirt. Otherwise, how would the bronze coffin have ended up in his mind? The figures before him appeared as mere ordinary corpse masters. There had been instances in the past when carelessness led to intimate embraces with such beings, their skeletal frames pressing painfully against flesh with undeniable reality. That's him. Kill. His crimes are unforgivable. After him. In an instant, he realized what was happening. Zhao Defang was already 100 meters away. Damn it, at a time like this. That petty official still had the audacity to focus on someone as insignificant as him. Was it because the insults had struck too deep? The leader of a city. Yet his pettiness surpassed even the eye of a needle. How utterly shameful. Though his thoughts raced, Li Shinji's movements were anything but slow. Gripping his long blade tightly, he charged forward without hesitation. At the 7th tier of the stone-splitting realm, his strength exceeded 7,000 kilograms, and with full exertion, it surpassed 8,000, close enough to round up. Against an ordinary blood god cult warrior of the same realm, the advantage was undeniably his. Thud. Charging forward with a swift strike, the foremost blood cultist was sent flying, dragging several figures behind him through the air. Be cautious. Amidst the chaos, Hookah burst out from a street corner, slashing 3 times in quick succession, felling 3 blood god cultists as he closed in on Li Shinji. After backhandedly sending another cultist flying, Li Shinji glanced at the approaching ally. The man wore a faded yellow undershirt, a crumpled towel draped over his shoulder. His sallow face dotted with dark spots, utterly ordinary, the kind one might pass by 100 times without a second glance. Chivalry often dwells in the humblest of souls. The saying rang true indeed. Before Li Shinji could voice his gratitude, the man's alloy blade gleamed once more as he charged toward the remaining cultists. Seizing the moment, Li Shinji tightened his grip on his own weapon and joined the fray, intent on eliminating the last of their enemies. As he drew near, a faint, peculiar fragrance, not perfume, but something akin to incense, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and drifted into his nostrils. Li Shinji had always possessed a keen sense of smell, a trait that traced back 18 years. Back then, a mere sniff could tell him where his ancestors had dwelled. The toiling masses, yet burning incense. Something else not right. With a single slash, Li Shinji cleaved the charging blood god cultist in half. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This scent. He had encountered it during their gatherings. It was the very fragrance of incense burned during their devout, sacrificial rituals. Ordinary cultists merely stood at a distance. Only those conducting ceremonies at the forefront, through prolonged proximity, could become permeated with this aroma. A shiver ran down Li Shinji's spine. Of course, one couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility of an incense enthusiast. But the yellowed undershirt, the sallow complexion, these were unmistakable marks of the toiling masses. Did such people truly possess the leisure and means to indulge in such extravagant pursuits? Brother, my gratitude. To confirm his suspicion, he deliberately leaned closer and inhaled deeply through his nostrils. Indeed, this was the unmistakable scent. How could comrades turn against each other? Their execution was even more swift and decisive than his own elite Wuhan troops. Truly incomprehensible. After slaying the last of the blood god cultists in this wave, the clamor of battle erupted once more from the adjacent alley. Without hesitation, Hookah gripped his blade and charged forth. Slay them all. Li Xinji did not charge forward. The strength of the man in the sweat-soaked shirt surpassed his own. At the very least, he was at the mountain opening realm. He cast a glance at the frenzied Zhao Defong in the distance. Damn it, this is a solemn vow to safeguard his bodyguard. Confronted with a warrior of the Foundation establishment realm, he is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The strength of such a practitioner begins at a staggering 10,000 kilograms, while he himself possesses scarcely a fraction of that power. The alley is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any other members of the martial peace army, making the act of murder and subsequent escape all too effortless. There lies a great catch. Hasten here, covered in blood and immersed in the throes of battle. Zhao Defong was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone at the wrist. Upon noticing a message from Li Xinji, realization dawned upon him. It seemed the bald man had once instructed him to ensure Li Xinji's safety. With a swift stroke, he dispatched a nearby blood god cultist and raised his gaze, only to see Li Xinji waving at him from a distance. He had arrived. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade and charged towards Li Xinji. The chaos in the port district had largely been quelled under the organized suppression of the martial artists, as they began to root out the scattered members of the blood god sect. Within the alley, Hookah wielded his knife with lethal precision, swiftly dispatching several cultists. Upon glancing back, he noticed that Li Xinji remained at the entrance of the alley, not advancing further. With narrowed eyes, he turned and cleaved through an approaching cultist before delving deeper into the alley without a moment's hesitation, swiftly fleeing. Brother, don't go. Big fish. Zhao Defong arrived and observed Li Xinji standing at the entrance of the alley. Quickly, where's the big fish? Chapter 6. The Demon Blood of the Thousand June Realm. Whoosh. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the flare shot from Li Xinji's hand, arching diagonally into the depths of the alley. The crimson and white illumination dispelled the darkness within. Stunned by the sudden brilliance and his own elongated shadow cast upon the ground, Hookah froze momentarily. Yellow shirt, sallow face. Seize him. Li Xinji's voice rang out. Without even asking, Zhao Defong leapt to his feet and dashed into the alleyway. Had the fellow not fled, Li Xinji might have hesitated, questioning whether his suspicions were misplaced. Without further ado, he immediately initiated a video call to Bald Wu. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a series of searchlights illuminated the air above the gathering area, and several drones surged in from the distance. In the night sky, an enormous light screen descended, displaying a photograph of Hookah, clandestinely captured by Li Xinji. Tap, tap, tap. The fire serpent illuminated the night sky, striking a nearby skyscraper. Debris flew through the air as Hookah sprang into action, somersaulting towards another building. Outside the edifice, drones with interwoven infrared beams tracked his movements. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Defong brandished a large blade, leaping amidst the ruins of the building, relentlessly pursuing. Inside the edifice, Hookah's countenance had transformed. Yet his attire and physique remained unchanged. Once he was marked, no matter how he evaded, he could not escape the relentless tracking. This scene he had traversed countless times in his dreams. The divine messenger exposed to the light could only anticipate annihilation. The sole pang of dissatisfaction in his heart was the utter lack of understanding regarding his exposure. Having resided in Jiangbei City for 3 years, he had never revealed his true identity, not even to that fellow in the provincial capital, who remained oblivious to his hideaway. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to deliver the followers of that fellow to the Wuhan army, thereby completing the transaction. As of now, both schemes had unfolded flawlessly, save for the mystery of his own revelation. To flee? The opportunity to flee is slim. The brash warriors of Wuhan are never hesitant to expend resources in their endeavors. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Defong kicked down the wall and bellowed, "Come out." He may be somewhat reckless, yet his foolishness is not absolute. The longer he pursues, the more convinced he becomes that he is chasing a substantial catch. This young man, Li Xinji, is truly remarkable. When it matters, he can truly achieve great things. Snap, snap, snap. Outside the nearby building, hundreds of troops from Wuhan swiftly approached, each wielding a fire god gun, encircling the targeted structure. Bang! Well done. Wu Guangtou stepped forward, clapped Li Xinji on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Do you know who it is? Li Xinji gazed at the spectacle orchestrated by Wu Guangtou and inquired. At this juncture, the individual ensnared had scarcely any chance of escape. A pest is destined to dwell in the shadows. Once exposed to the light of day, it becomes nothing but prey, with no other fate awaiting it. The truth shall be revealed upon capture. Wu Guangtou shook his head and remarked, I never anticipated there would indeed be a catch today. It remains to be seen whether it is a substantial one or merely a trivial find. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, causing debris to scatter from the structure, which began to tremble unsteadily. Unable to defeat the demon clan, I shall not be troubled by your insignificant kind. Wu Guangtou coldly remarked, strike me fiercely. Observing the buildings being relentlessly demolished, Li Xinji opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. It seemed unnecessary to create such a commotion, given the circumstances were already in their favor. Casting a glance at Li Xinji, Wu Guangtou remarked with a smile. Let me impart a lesson today. These beasts are concealed within. What if they were to launch a surprise attack from the ruins? Therefore, one should directly eliminate the obstructions. Moreover, any damaged structures will indeed receive compensation. However, that is a matter for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and it is of no concern to our Wuan army. In due time, they shall express their gratitude for our efforts in stimulating domestic demand and generating employment opportunities. Understood. At last, Li Xinji comprehended why the Wuan army held him in such low regard. A true brute. Amidst the incessant gunfire, a roar echoed within the building, and Zhao Defang was abruptly propelled out, crashing into the nearby ruins. Amidst the beastly howls, a creature, covered in fur and shimmering with an eerie luminescence, surged forth like an ape, darting into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck the creature but was thwarted by the scales on its exterior, producing a resonant ping of metal. Flee. Observing the monstrous creature charging forth, Wu Guangtou leapt into the air, his body enveloped in a swirling aura of vitality, akin to an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, he soared high, delivering a powerful punch upon the beast. Boom! The monster let out a dreadful scream before crashing to the ground. Wu Guangtou descended from the heights, landing with a single footfall, causing the figure below to swiftly roll aside, as the impact created a massive fissure in the earth. Subsequently, Wu Guangtou lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the monster's body. Crack! The monster fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Why forsake the path of humanity to embrace the life of a beast? Howls. The creature's eyes glowed a sinister red, its mind clouded and devoid of clarity. As it gazed upon the approaching Wu Guangtou, it emitted a feral howl before lunging forward once more. Without fail, it was sent sprawling through the air by a powerful kick from Wu Guangtou. Crack! This time, the blow struck its chest, and the creature struggled to rise. Ultimately, its head tilted, and its eyes widened in a lifeless stare. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as Li Xinji rushed over. What are you doing? As Li Xinji approached the creature, Wu Guangtou immediately raised a hand to obstruct him, aware that if the monster was not entirely dead, it could pose a grave danger. I will observe, he stated. Realizing he had been halted, Li Xinji came to understand that this creature was likely a transformation of the man in the sweat-stained shirt. A once ordinary individual now morphed into a beast. It was uncertain whether it had absorbed any blood of the supernatural. He had already tasted human blood to no avail. Be cautious, Wu Guangtou advised, stepping forward to kick the creature before probing its chest with his knife. Only then did he allow Li Xinji to approach. Gazing at the monster sprawled on the ground, it had utterly lost its human semblance. Its face was green with protruding fangs, and its body was covered in fur and scales. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xinji bent down to feel the wound. There is a way, he exclaimed. The bronze coffin absorbs the blood of demons, yet it does not immediately transform the body into a desiccated corpse. Upon completion of the absorption, it does not inflict harm upon the corpse's owner. With eyes gently closed, I sense a drop of precious blood rolling upon the surface of the bronze coffin, emanating a faint golden glow. The man in the undershirt transformed into a monstrous being, incomparable to warriors like Bald Wu who had attained the 10,000 gene realm. At the very least, he must have been a formidable expert within the 1,000 gene tier. Between the stone-splitting, mountain-cleaving, and 1,000 gene realms lay two vast chasms of cultivation. This was the demonic bloodline of a 1,000 gene realm practitioner. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Xinji's lips. This was an enormous windfall. What are you doing? Gazing at Li Xinji absent-mindedly tracing his scar, the bald-headed Wu inquired with puzzlement, "Do you wish to learn my blade techniques?" Oh, I was pondering why he had transformed into a monster. How could one possibly ascertain his identity now? Snapping back to reality, Li Xinji hastily conjured up an excuse. With the might of 1,000 junctures in his transformed state, he stood among the elite even in Jiangbei. Even if his identity remained uncertain, at least a formidable blood god cult expert had been eliminated. Not surprising, Baldwin remarked dryly. "You truly are a harbinger of fortune, luring out a big fish like this. Captain, the blood god cultists in the port district have been purged. The inspectors from the interior office have arrived." Upon hearing the report, Baldwin abruptly pressed a hand to his chest. "Ah, Xinji, lend me an arm, this monster was vicious. I'm wounded." Watching Baldwin suddenly slump, Li Xinji froze momentarily. Then, with a conspiratorial wink, Baldwin muttered, "Quick, let's go. Trouble's coming." As they traversed the ruins, Li Xinji glimpsed terrified eyes peering through slightly ajar windows. "Oh, old bear. Still kicking?" At the street corner, a bare-chested elder sat on blood-stained steps, puffing on a long-stemmed pipe, a dripping guillotine blade leaning beside him. Xiang Dagon cast Baldwin a disdainful glance and scoffed, "Brute." Swallowing his pride, Baldwin hurried past without retort. "That old man's a 7th-generation veteran," he muttered. Back at the Shanghai Pass, 3,000 blade wielders held off demonic beasts for an entire day. He's the only one left. If you want to learn the blade, bring him tobacco and a couple of dishes. The Pejuan blade. Let's just say it's formidable. Interested in learning the blade? Before he could take 2 steps, the old man's voice resonated. Wu Guangtou reacted swiftly, responding, "I grant you a break. Focus on your studies." In the blink of an eye, Wu Guangtou no longer needed to offer support, swiftly disappearing from sight, leaving Li Xinji in a state of bewilderment. The old man sat on the steps, leisurely puffing on his pipe, his eyes scrutinizing Li Xinji. "Do you wish to learn the art of the blade from me?" Old Bear once again spoke, inquiring, "Yes, I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder." Approaching the old man, Li Xinji bowed respectfully. The 7th generation of soldiers has lived to see at least 130 years. Taking a deep puff of his pipe, the old man squinted and asked, "Are you still a young lad?" Chapter 7, The Second Function of the Bronze Coffin. Li Xinji was utterly perplexed when directly questioned by the centenarian. What could it possibly mean? Is it perhaps a matter of innate skill? The young man, without a trace of ostentation, claims to possess such a quality, not merely in this life, but also in his previous one. A dual virgin, with an extraordinary prowess to ward off evil at a staggering 200. This is hardly a matter worthy of boasting, is it? At that moment, the elder cast a sidelong glance, disdainfully remarking, "Women will only hinder the swiftness of your blade." Well, the younger generation still, and in the future, he mused, "Please assist me in rising." Li Xinji hastily approached to help the elder to his feet. What forms of blade techniques had he learned in the past? Old Master Xiang lifted his formidable ghostly blade and strode towards the room. "I have practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Follow me." Inside the room, the decor was rather sparse, with numerous knife racks affixed to the walls, each displaying an array of blades. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100, each appearing worn and tattered, their surfaces marred by dried bloodstains. "Choose one," he urged. Observing Li Xinji's hesitance, the old man inquired, "Are you afraid?" As his gaze swept across the surroundings, Li Xinji caught sight of a gray long knife in the corner of the wall. Clang. This is a blade devoid of a sheath, resembling a horizontal sword, adorned with inscriptions on its hilt. The Great Wall, year 742, horizontal sword pass. The single-edged blade measures approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length and 5 inches in width, with a robust spine covered in mottled rust. "Have you made your selection?" Squinting his eyes, the old man Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Li Xin, then lit another cigarette. Cough, cough. "All right, you may leave now." "Yes?" Li Xinji was taken aback. What had happened to the promised instruction in swordsmanship? "The old man has little to impart to you." The elderly bear glanced around at the knives adorning the walls and sighed, saying, "You already possess the skill of the broadsword. There is no need for the old man to teach you the fundamental techniques." Li Xinji suddenly came to a realization. The martial arts of humanity originated from the Kunlun Academy, whether it be body refinement techniques or other disciplines. They were all meticulously researched and practiced step by step by the Academy. The fundamental sword techniques were the initial moves introduced. As martial arts evolved and new generations of warriors emerged, the sword techniques underwent continuous refinement, leading to the development of numerous distinct schools of thought. The breaking army technique embodies the spirit of daring death in battle, advancing fearlessly and thriving in the face of peril. This is the essence of the old man's breaking army sword. Grateful for the enlightenment, Li Xinji respectfully bowed to the elder. Prior to this moment, he had refrained from practicing other sword techniques, intending to learn them upon entering the academy. However, following the elder's guidance, he suddenly comprehended that the myriad sword techniques available today ultimately stem from the foundational sword methods. These basic techniques, though simple, were the very backbone of humanity's early martial arts emergence. In response to the threat of demonic beasts, humanity created this practical and combat-focused discipline, devoid of superfluous moves, where every strike is utilitarian and bloodied in battle. Given the elder's gift of the sword and his insightful teachings, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a master. Indeed, they are far superior to the brutes of the Wuhan army, a bunch of good-for-nothings, nearly indulging in gluttony. Glancing at the military uniform of the Wuhan army adorning his own body, Li Xinji felt a twinge of embarrassment. Still not leaving? Grasping the old man's sword, did he expect the old man to provide him with sustenance as well? Clang. Outside, Li Xinji sprang forth, the splintered door obstructing the frame, a testament to his forceful ejection. Within, the old man wielded a hammer and nails, diligently mending the shattered planks. Observing the old man's fervent labor, Li Xinji shook his head. Why the need for such effort? The initial kick had been so imposing, yet now the repair was so lamentably clumsy. What was more, he insisted on undertaking this task alone, stubborn as ever. As he made his way toward the outpost, numerous individuals had already emerged to assist the Wuhan army in clearing the battlefield. The fallen reservists and the bodies of the Wuhan soldiers were being meticulously gathered and temporarily housed within the outpost. Personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs bustled in the streets, recording information in preparation for the forthcoming compensation efforts. Upon returning to the outpost, Li Xinji proceeded directly to the medical room. Upon entering, he discovered Zhao Defang, with a neck brace, reclining there. Thank you. Zhao Defang's lips twitched upon seeing Li Xinji approach. Taking a seat, Li Xinji inquired with concern, "You want to perish, will you?" "I shall not." Who would have thought that beast had mastered the arcane arts of the demon god sect, transforming right before my eyes and sending me flying with a single kick? The battle had concluded, yet he remained bewildered. The blood god sect had orchestrated such a grand upheaval, indicating that madness had taken root within their ranks. Uncertain, Zhao Defang grimaced, yet the pain did not hinder his smile. In the course of that night's fierce confrontation, nearly 1,000 had perished. Such was the extent of the carnage in Jianbei City. The brother's vengeance has been avenged. Although the situation diverged from his initial expectations, he remained indifferent. After a brief cleansing, he reclined on his bed, his eyes slightly narrowed. In his mind's eye, the pale golden demon's blood swirled upon the bronze coffin. This drop of demon blood bore no significant difference in size from the previous one. He pondered whether refining it now would risk his own rupture. The demon's blood from the Thousand June realm weighed heavily in Li Xinji's thoughts, and he dared not employ it. The disparity between the stone-rending and Thousand June realms was rather vast. Were it from the mountain opening realm, he might have considered attempting it. Squinting, he recalled the words of the old bear. The breaking army blade was more about momentum, infusing one's own power into each strike. Lost in thought, he drifted into a reverie. In his mind, the bronze coffin emanated a faint azure glow, and suddenly, Li Xinji perceived the pale golden demon's blood dispersing, forming an indistinct phantom. The phantom's figure stretched out, and a familiar series of slashing techniques unfolded before him. Basic swordsmanship. In an instant, he was taken aback. The ethereal figures projected upon the bronze coffin demonstrated the very fundamentals of swordsmanship. This foundational technique was one he had practiced since childhood, rendering it all too familiar. The movements were quite straightforward: slicing, chopping, flicking, hanging, cleaving, thrusting, and intercepting, all emphasizing practicality. Regaining his composure, Li Xinji leapt from his bed, seizing his long sword as he made his way towards the training ground. Today, the training ground lay desolate. He closed his eyes, his hands slicing through the air, executing upward strikes. Since the inception of martial arts by humanity, a strong emphasis has been placed on the practicality of techniques, each method forged from the blood and bones of ancestors. Whether wielding a sword or a fist, these instruments serve as extensions of one's strength. However, for different martial artists, possessing power does not equate to the ability to fully harness it. Upon arriving at the outpost, he discovered that the training machines did not transmit data. Li Xinji discreetly conducted a test, His intrinsic strength measured at 7,732 kilograms, while the enhancement from his swordsmanship raised it to 8,230 kilograms, a mere increase of 498 kilograms, a paltry fraction of the potential. This figure was undeniably disheartening. Previously, when utilizing fundamental sword techniques, he had observed an enhancement of around 30%. To regain that 30% efficacy, he would need to thoroughly integrate the augmented strength, a process that would require considerable time. At this moment, synchronized with the movements of the ethereal shadow derived from the bronze coffin, Li Shinji executed a strike with his long knife. He continuously validated the shadow's actions, feeling his bones gradually awaken, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. Slowly, he discerned a harmonious unity between his hand and the blade, as if it were an extension of his very being. This state was extraordinary. Every bone and sinew resonated in unison with the knife in his grasp. Was this still merely basic swordsmanship? It undeniably served to refine his innate strength as well. 10 minutes later, the shadow upon the bronze coffin dissipated, and not long after, Li Shinji emerged from the profound state. With a clang, he firmly gripped the knife, feeling a slight tremor in his body as all his strength coalesced into his arm. The long knife fell, striking the alloy target. The screen surged dramatically, revealing a figure of 9,982 kilograms, an enhancement of 2,250 kilograms. The threshold for the mountain opening realm was 10,000 kg, and this strike was already on par with that level. With a deep breath, he sheathed his knife, quietly observing the numbers vanish from the screen. To his astonishment, the demon blood refined from the bronze coffin not only served for cultivation but also aided in comprehending martial methods. The consumption, however, appeared somewhat excessive. The demon blood of the Thousand June realm had diminished in potency in such a short span. Could the tiger fist be extrapolated? At this moment, Li Shinji recalled the technique for tempering one's vital energy. Since the rise of martial arts, the tiger fist had undergone its third revision. Now, with the demon blood fully consumed, the only way to validate his findings would be to hunt demons and acquire more demon blood. Teacher Xiang's words about the momentum of the breaking army still eluded his comprehension, yet he resolved to proceed step by step, first enhancing the combat effectiveness of his swordsmanship. The following day, a Chu, Wu Guangtou, donned in a large hat and splattered with blood, entered the outpost. I must quickly call and inquire why the supplies have yet to arrive. My brothers have fought valiantly. Do they still have any sense of shame? Li Heng followed closely behind, a wry smile upon his face. Wu, now demoted, seemed to have an even fiercer temper. I will attend to it immediately. Hold on. Wu Guangtou called out to Li Heng, urging him to hasten the preparation of warm meals to be dispatched to the streets. For the emperor would not permit his soldiers to go hungry. The logistics personnel are somewhat stretched, Li Heng remarked. Upon hearing this, Wu Guangtou activated his phone and made a direct call. "HQ, have you fallen asleep? With such a commotion, are you incapacitated?" On the screen, set against the backdrop of the port area, appeared an elderly man wearing a straw hat. Enough of your nonsensical bluster. Look at my current situation. I brought 500 students from the academy, all lending a hand. In the ruins of the port, the old man was cursing vehemently, spitting as he spoke. Behind him, a kindly silver-haired woman was diligently disinfecting and bandaging a wounded soldier. After finishing his tirade, HQ glanced at the elderly woman and said, "My dear, keep busy. I shall have words with Wu Guangtou." Chapter 8. The Mountain Opening Realm inside the outpost office. Bang! Ichiwu forcefully kicked open the door and strode in, exclaiming, "Wu Xiaolu, you've gained some audacity, haven't you? Now that you're the director, you dare to scold the teacher. Look at the chaos you've caused, such a significant matter, and you chose not to report it. If the port were to be destroyed, would you still cherish your skin?" In the office, Wu Guangtou felt helpless as well. He wished he could have reported it, but who could have anticipated the blood god cult's madness? "Master, please calm your anger. I too was caught off guard. I am grateful for your guidance in bringing the students to assist. The Wuan army is comprised of rough individuals, and for the tasks of treating the wounded and calming the populace, we still rely on our juniors from the academy." "You still acknowledge that you are a student of Jiabe Academy," Ichiwu declared, moving directly to the desk. "Just so happens, I have matters to discuss with you. You are still the martial training instructor at Jiabe Academy, correct?" "Indeed," Wu Guangtou nodded. "However, we had previously agreed that this would be a temporary position. With so many responsibilities in the Wuan army, it is impossible for me to reside at the academy every day. It is not about that matter." Ichiwu waved his hand dismissively. Previously, you were the deputy camp leader of the Wuhan army, receiving a monthly stipend of 10,000. Now that you've been promoted to outpost leader, I must calculate your new level of pay. You've come to deduct my salary, haven't you? Wu Guangtou suddenly realized. His teacher was notoriously frugal, squeezing every ounce from a stone. What nonsense! As the president of Jiabe Academy, I must ensure fairness. You are now a distinguished outpost leader, yet you still receive your previous stipend. I, as your teacher, feel embarrassed for you. Fine, since you are my teacher. I shall comply. What amount do you propose? 2,000, Hichiwu replied. Deducing 8,000? Wu Guangtou was taken aback. You might as well not pay me at all. Such a statement cannot be made. You are still the martial training instructor. As the president, how could I withhold pay from my staff? However, if you were to submit a written request to relinquish your stipend, I could arrange for a commendation in my capacity as president. Hichiwu interjected. I too have my difficulties. Every penny counts. 8,000 is sufficient for a day's worth of meals. So, you were just trying to squeeze money from your students? Hichiwu prepared a cup of tea for himself, adding a generous handful of goji berries. All right, we've concluded this matter. Let us turn to another topic. I have brought 500 students to assist. The Wuhan army ought to provide some compensation. Old stingy he, you truly are remarkable, Wu Guangtou remarked. His eyes glinting with a sudden thought. Soon, there will be the cabinet's unified assessment. Have you come across any talented young individuals? At this point, Hichiwu set aside his tea, his face contorting with concern. Nowadays, the leading academies, such as Longqing, Hangdao, and Chiwang, are esteemed, while the first-rate ones include Jiangnan and Jishan. Jiangbei, however, is considered inferior. Each year, during the cabinet's unified assessment, students independently select martial arts academies based on their results. It is evident how Jiabe Academy's enrollment suffers, especially with the presence of Jiangnan Academy in Jiangnan Province. When Jiangnan is mentioned, people speak with admiration, yet when Jiabe is brought up, what is that? Have you discovered any promising talents? Hichiwu inquired, setting down his teacup and directing his gaze toward Wu Guangtou. Master, take a look at this. Wu Guangtou directly sent a package to Hichiwu, and upon opening it, he found the dossier on Li Xinji. At 18 years of age, he was suspected to be at the 5th level of the stone-shattering realm, possibly even higher. Was this information so imprecise? After reviewing the documents, Hichiwu proceeded to watch the video contained within the package. It showcased parts of the battle from last night between Li Xinji and the blood god cultists. His movements were calm and measured, displaying an understanding of finishing moves. While he still lagged behind the top-tier geniuses, he was undoubtedly among the elite in Jiabe. Quickly, where is he now? Wu Guangtou busied himself with brewing a cup of tea, adding goji berries and jujubes. Leaning back in his seat, he savored the moment. Teacher, is this your attitude when seeking assistance? He blew gently on his teacup before taking a sip. I'll tell you for a flat fee of 8,000. On the banks of linen. Splash. The harpoon ahead pierced through a 1-meter-long demonized black fish. As the fish was hauled up, still alive but weakened, he swiftly seized a nearby broadsword and pierced its head, pressing down firmly at the blade's edge. The fish's bloodline was insufficient. Its demonized strength barely reached the 3rd level of stone shattering. For Li Xinji, such low-tier demon blood offered little in terms of enhancement. However, it could serve as a means to refine both the tiger fist and sword techniques. Xinji, you must be tired. Let me take over, Lu Chong said, approaching as he watched Li Xinji organize the harpoon while standing atop the deck. Due to last night's fierce battle, the Wuhan army at the Linen outpost had suffered significant casualties, and today's patrols were under strength. Lu Chang bore injuries on his arm. No need, Chang brother. A few minor demon beasts cannot stir up much trouble. Li Xinji waved his hand dismissively and continued, I can handle it. You all are injured, so rest. If we encounter formidable demon beasts, I'll use my firearm. All right, if you run into trouble, call for us, Lu Chang chuckled, shaking his head as he walked toward the other end of the deck. This child Xinji is truly commendable. He is quick and eager to take on responsibilities, showing great promise. Not everyone can be like you lot, slacking off and being slick. Such an excellent child deserves to enter the martial arts academy, so for heaven's sake, tone it down and don't lead him astray, First Officer Qian Hai scolded, only to be interrupted by the sound of gunfire. From the elevated deck at the bow, Li Xinji mounted a machine gun and began firing at the river below. In the water, a monstrous fish, covered in scales and over 5 meters long, displayed fangs nearly a foot in length. A series of blood splatters erupted across its body, soon staining the river a deep crimson. As the monstrous fish rolled over on its back, Li Shinji set down his gun, snatched up the harpoon, and aimed at the creature. "Quite the stroke of luck to encounter a beast of the mountain opening realm," Jinhai said, hastening over to lend a hand and pulling the monster closer to the patrol boat. "Not dead yet. Grab the gun." Before Qianhai could finish his sentence, Li Shinji had already grasped another harpoon and plunged it into the fish. Soon, the two of them managed to haul the creature onto the boat, and he casually examined the wound. "Shenzhen truly is a fortunate star. Typically, during our patrols, we might traverse 10 days or even half a month without encountering a single mountain opening realm demonized fish." Several members of the Wuan army stepped forward, swiftly wielding their blades to dismember the monstrous fish before placing them into the cold storage of the vessel. These demonized fish serve as a valuable resource for cultivation. The Wuan army is rather impoverished, thus they must provide for themselves. "Tonight, we feast." Qianhai turned to Li Shinji and said, "Shinji, after working so hard for so long, why not take a break and let these brutes handle it?" "Captain, it's quite all right. I can manage." Li Shinji waved his hand in refusal, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. "We must remain vigilant in safeguarding the shipping lanes." 5 miles ahead, a vessel sounded its alarm. The patrol boat roared to life, swiftly heading towards the source. What a splendid location. Under the cloak of night, the patrol boat docked at the pier, and Li Shinji, filled with lingering thoughts, disembarked. He gazed at the river's surface, illuminated by the setting sun, before making his way towards the lookout post. Over the course of the day, he had acquired 4 drops of demon blood from the Fisher realm and 1 drop from the mountain opening realm. The order in the port area had begun to stabilize, with Wuan soldiers stationed throughout. Since yesterday, all incoming vessels had been detained, permitted to enter but not to depart. The blood god sect's significant disturbances in the port area undoubtedly indicated substantial interests at stake, and the Wuan army was diligently investigating every possibility. Of course, this mattered little to him. His sole focus was on obtaining demon blood. That evening, after a 2-hour rest, Li Shinji headed to the training ground. 5 days later. "Is anyone there?" Wu Guangtou, cradling a well-worn thermos, faced away from the door, staring at the wall above. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji did not exhibit much excitement. To him, the emergence of a conclusion signified the security of 300,000 in hand. Wu Guangtou turned around, revealing a wooden box in his hand, which he extended towards Li Shinji. "That fellow is the leader of the beasts. How did you uncover his identity?" "Primarily because he intended to kill me." Observing Wu Guangtou's curiosity, Li Shinji pondered before responding. The gaze of one who wishes to slay cannot be concealed. "Then does this suggest our methods have borne fruit?" Wu Guangtou scratched his head, stating, "It appears I too have become a master of the sword, seamlessly merging with it. Anyone who dares to call me a brute shall face my wrath. By the way, preparations for the cabinet's unified assessment are underway, correct? If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The lookout post by the river is quite pleasant. I wouldn't mind staying a bit longer, if that is acceptable." "You wish to remain?" Wu Guangtou regarded Li Shinji with surprise. "Aren't you preparing for the martial arts assessment?" "The unity of knowledge and action is precisely the preparation for the assessment," Li Shinji replied. After a moment's glance at Li Shinji, Wu Guangtou stepped outside, utterly bewildered by him. "Stay as long as you wish. It won't inconvenience me. Just don't let it interfere with the assessment." 3 months later, under the night sky. Bang! In the training ground. Li Shinji's fist struck the alloy target with the force of a cannonball. 851 kilograms. A power exceeding 10,000, he had reached the mountain opening realm. Chapter 9. The 4th grade inner armor. 3 months of diligent effort, not spent in vain. Each day spent patrolling the river has left his skin tanned. Glancing at the numbers displayed on the monitor, Li Shinji revealed a faint smile. He had finally ascended to the open mountain realm just in time for the academy assessment. It was time to test the enhancement of his swordsmanship. Clang. 21,231 kilograms. A slight deficiency remained. Observing the data, he raised his hand to the calculator. 21,231 to 10,851. 108510. 94. 94%. Achieving the power of the 2nd layer of open mountain during an explosive moment did not bring Li Shinji joy. Instead, he frowned. For his ambition was to double his strength. Over the past 3 months, he had focused on enhancing his abilities, consuming little of the demon blood, primarily dedicating it to honing his sword techniques. However, the increase in combat power still fell short of his expectations. Where was the discrepancy? With the aid of demon blood, his foundational swordsmanship, while not claiming mastery, had become second nature to him. Momentum? After contemplating, Li Xinji sheathed his sword and made his way out of the training ground. Ding ding. Raising his arm, a message materialized. After a brief glance, Li Xinji promptly dismissed it. During these past 3 months, the old man had been incessantly pestering him with messages throughout the day. Only 3 days until the martial arts assessment. Do you need equipment? The large-caliber Thunder God Eagle can take down an open mountain with a single blast, sweeping through foes at close range. The Demon Shadow Warblade. A flat price of 200,000, with a 99% discount for you. Confidential assessment information, 20,000 per copy. Stories from various academies, 5,000 per book. 3 steps to guide you on filling out your academy application. Even with low scores, you can turn the tide. Hey, I've procured a 4th grade Qianjin soft armor. A flat price of 680,000, a life-saving weapon. Do you want it? In the streets of the Port District, Li Xinji purchased a few groceries and a bottle of wine, then headed towards the home of the old bear. Tap tap. He knocked twice on the slightly crooked door, causing 3 nails and 2 boards to fall. Who is it? The old bear opened the door, scrutinizing Li Xinji and his purchases. Come in. Upon entering the room, Li Xinji glanced around and immediately sat down on the floor, arranging the groceries and wine. I couldn't find any tobacco leaves. I'll buy some for you next time I see them. The old man, holding his smoking pipe, also settled himself on the floor. My combat power increase has reached 94%, yet it is increasingly difficult to improve. What could be the reason? The old man, previously disinterested, suddenly lifted his gaze towards Li Xinji. Last time, I misjudged. You are not significantly stronger than the brutes of the Martial Security Army. Li Xinji remained unperturbed. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had only trained in martial arts for a few years. Follow me. I shall see if your claims hold true. Rising with the old bear, he descended into the basement. Let us give it a try. Li Xinji wasted no time, approaching the apparatus in the corner of the basement. He first threw a punch, then swung his sword. 10,901 kilograms. 20,201 kilograms. The values fluctuated compared to those recorded at the outpost, but the uncertainty in the power output was within the realm of normalcy. Let us go? After a glance, the old bear turned and walked away. Li Shun's demeanor was utterly perplexed. Upon returning to his room, the elder remained silent, consuming his food and drink with a ravenous intensity, as though swept away by a tempest. The flavor was mediocre. He picked up his pipe and began to smoke, lost in his thoughts. Li Shun watched with eager anticipation, aware that he was soon to partake in the martial arts assessment. The strength he possessed had come too easily, lacking the essence of true combat. The old bear continued to puff on his pipe and remarked, "The martial arts of humankind are a technique of killing. Slaying a few beasts hardly qualifies as such." At this point, the elder cast a glance at Li Shun, extending a finger and stating, "Continue the slaughter." "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Farewell, master." Li Shun replied, rising and bowing before making his exit. The elder's smoke billowed from his nostrils, hissing softly. Just then, a loud crash echoed as several wooden planks fell from the door. Inside the office, Wu, the balding man, was departing with a thermos in hand. "My master's wife has invited me to dinner. At this age, it's quite enviable to have someone care for you," he mused. Wu drove much more steadily than Zhao Defang, and the journey was almost devoid of bumps. Old Zhao was likely heading to the Tiger's Mouth Pass next. As they traveled, Wu broke the silence. Li Shun is aware of this. Zhao Defang left 2 months ago, taken by military law enforcement. They arrived leisurely at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where a throng of applicants gathered for registration, accompanied by even more parents, all adorned in their finest attire. Li Yuqing's mother donned the same attire as the others. After swiping his card, standing in line, and registering, Li Shun finally approached a desk. Name, place of origin, identification number, parents' names. The registrar's inquiries were formulaic, and Li Shun responded to each without hesitation. Upon exiting the hall, a shifty-eyed individual approached him. "Hey there, brother. I've got the freshly printed assessment guide for just 200. Li Shun glanced at the poorly made booklet and turned away. "Open the door, little rabbit." Deep in the alley, a wall had cracked open, revealing an elderly man lounging in a chair. "Confidential assessment guide, 20,000 each." After sizing up Li Shun, the elder gestured towards the shabby booklet on the nearby table. Li Shun did not even look. Instead, he inquired, "What about the soft armor?" 680,000. The elder replied, springing up from his chair. "Mr. Li, please, have a seat. I'll brew you some tea." The soft armor, crafted from the sinews of demonic beasts, could deflect blades and arrows, while its defensive capabilities depended on the grade of the sinew used. The elder rummaged through a corner and produced a wooden box, presenting it to Li Shun. Let me tell you, this is a remarkable item. Donning it, even a powerful strike from the realm of 10,000 June cannot cleave through. Nor can a high-caliber Thunder God sniper rifle penetrate it. Li Shun opened the box, and a metallic odor wafted forth. Unfazed, the elder carried the box into the inner room. Just arrived, the previous owner was reluctant to part with it, and there were minor disagreements during negotiations. Allow me to clean it for you. Soon, the elder returned, presenting the inner armor, still glistening with droplets of fresh blood, before Li Shun. Behold, the 4th grade inner armor. Utterly unscathed, were it not for the soul ring, it could fetch at least 1 million, Li Shinji remarked as he examined the piece. I'll offer you 80,000. That's excessive. Such a price is unheard of. Do you believe I have no cost involved in this sale? The old man, noticing Li Shinji's skepticism, bristled. Living expenses, medical care, even funerals, all these require money. Do you think being a proprietor is easy? 50,000, and it's yours. 15,000. Mr. Li, your approach to negotiation is rather unorthodox. The old man began to fold the inner armor, preparing to place it back into the wooden box. Very well. If you refuse to sell, I shall take my leave. Li Shinji rose, making his way toward the exit. Should I inadvertently meet my demise? I wonder who will be left to manage things. 20,000, and that is my final offer. The old man grimaced, as though he were incurring a great loss. Ding. The transaction of 200,000 was completed. After scanning the code, he received the armor. I'm leaving now. Noticing that Li Shinji was ignoring him, the old man nonchalantly retrieved his phone. Hello. Xiaoli, have you missed me? Let us indulge in a feast of demonic beasts. Get lost, you scoundrel. With this windfall, just completed a lucrative transaction, a pure profit of 198,000. One of the useless fellows broke his leg while fleeing, costing me 2,000 in medical expenses. Ah, brother ghost, how I long for you. At the entrance, Li Shinji turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the old man for 3 seconds. What are you staring at? The deal is sealed. Do you understand the rules? The old man waved dismissively, donning a trench coat and a pair of frog-eyed glasses. Exiting the alley, Li Shinji made his way toward the Wuan military camp, where the identity assigned by Wu Guangtou was still valid. Inside the dormitory, he laid the soft armor on the ground and struck it with a knife. Clang. As the blade fell, a pale mark appeared on the armor, which reverted to its original earthy hue within seconds. Clang, clang, clang. Without hesitation, he delivered several more blows. The 4th grade soft armor was crafted from the tendons of a Wanjun realm demonic beast, equivalent to the likes of Wu Guangtou. Such inner armor is valued at no less than 1 million. Even with the soul ring, 20,000 is still a considerable bargain. The adage the poor cultivate literature, while the rich cultivate martial arts, is not mere rhetoric. The resources required for cultivation are immense. After filling a basin with water, Li Shinji began to cleanse the bloodstains nestled within the seams of the armor. After a period of toil, night had fallen outside. Wu Guangtou appeared at the door. Shinji, are you busy? I need to speak with you. Is there something the squad leader requires? As Wu Guangtou entered and beheld the inner armor, he remarked, this armor is quite impressive. Clang. Moments later, Wu Guangtou swung his knife at the armor, revealing large swathes of white beneath. After delivering 6 or 7 strikes, he ceased his assault. Its defensive capabilities are commendable. As long as the opponent is not of the 5th level in the Wanjun realm, it should hold firm. Even against large-caliber firearms, it can withstand unless fired at close range. With Wu Guangtou's endorsement, Li Shinji felt reassured. The 20,000 spent was indeed worthwhile. The assessment is approaching. Have you decided which martial arts academy you wish to enter? Still undecided. Let us discuss it after the exam. Very well. Take your time to contemplate. As he watched Wu Guangtou walk away, Li Shinji raised his arm and gestured slightly. Ding. Public Security Bureau, may I assist you? I wish to report an incident at Ling Sui Grand Hotel, room 312, where inappropriate activities involving minors are taking place. May I inquire who you are? I am an ordinary citizen, upholding justice. If you doubt my claims, feel free to investigate. Should you find no evidence, I am prepared to accept any punishment. After hanging up the phone, he proceeded towards the cafeteria. Chapter 10. Classmates, do you need to take the exam? At the Ling Sui Grand Hotel, a window on the 3rd floor swung open, and an elderly man leaped out, trousers in hand. He landed with a roll and promptly retrieved his mobile phone. You dare to challenge me. Believe it or not, I'll sell to you at 8 times the price next time. In the cafeteria, Li Xinji dismissed the popping notifications and polished off the kanji in his bowl with gusto. A full belly brings such delight. Upon returning to the dormitory, he reclined comfortably on his bed and began to drift into a daydream. Which academy should he choose? He had a particular fondness for Jiangbei Academy. After all, it offered abundant scholarships. Attending a better academy would mean more competition among young talents, ultimately diluting the rewards. Lost in thought, he succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow, he needed to rise early to gather at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and proceed collectively to the assessment venue in Jiangnan Province. The next morning, the square outside the Ministry of Internal Affairs was teeming with people. Both candidates and non-candidates had congregated. Ichiwu, donned with a proctor's badge, stood at the entrance, surveying the bustling crowd. The figure of Wu Guangtou approached from a distance. "So, have you figured out which academy you wish to apply to?" he inquired. "Not yet," Wu Guangtou replied, shaking his head. "What's the matter? Aren't you the martial arts instructor at the academy? Isn't it your duty to scout for promising talents?" Ichiwu expressed his dissatisfaction, casting his gaze towards a corner. There, Li Xinji sat with his sword across his back, lost in contemplation. "Alas, teacher, what do we have in Jiangbei? From my covert observations, Xinji's strength has likely reached the pinnacle of stone shattering." Wu Guangtou leaned closer to Ichiwu and continued. "His parents are retired warriors from the Divine Arrow Army, distinguished for their achievements." Ichiwu glared at Wu Guangtou in frustration. "Are you implying that I fail to educate my students properly?" "I never said that." Wu Guangtou turned away, muttering, "Your reputation for being miserly certainly eclipses your teaching prowess." "What is so great about Jiangnan? If he comes to Jiangbei, I'll personally provide him with special training," Ichiwu retorted, his anger simmering. Year after year, he lamented the lack of exceptional students. It wasn't he that his students were incapable. Once they reached the martial arts Great Wall, each one proved to be exemplary. He yearned to cultivate a few who were even more formidable. Why could Jiangbei not produce strong warriors? Anger boiled within him. The pinnacle of stone shattering? Ichiwu glanced at Wu Guangtou, shaking his head. "All I seem to teach are brutes. If their minds are dull, their eyes are blind as well." Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Xiaoyu. Tomorrow marks the day of the unified assessment by the cabinet, and the students from Jiangbei have gathered here. Amidst the crowd, the reporter Xiaoyu approached with a camera. "Now, let us conduct some random interviews to gauge the students' sentiments." After surveying the area, Xiaoyu briskly made his way towards the flower bed. "This student, with the assessment looming tomorrow, are you particularly excited?" With eyes wide open, Li Xinji gazed at the microphone almost thrust into his face. "Student." Xiaoyu, sensing the peculiar look from Li Xinji, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Do you not recognize me?" Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. This individual was rather peculiar. "I am Li Xinji," he said, observing Li Xinji as he walked aside. As Li Xinji approached the direction of the bus, he was intercepted by an elderly man wearing a straw hat. "Young man, I am the president of Jiangbei Academy," Ichiwu stated, adjusting the inspection badge he wore. "I have been discreetly following you for 2 months. We ought to converse." Those words caused Li Xinji to instinctively take 2 steps back. He felt he had stumbled upon an eccentric old man. "I find you quite appealing," Ichiwu beamed, his smile blossoming. Li Xinji retreated further. "How about it? Come to Jiangbei Academy. I can admit you without examination. Your capabilities indeed warrant a chance at Hongdao, launching academy. Yet, with so many geniuses at top-tier institutions, the competition is fierce. Why settle for being a tail when you could be the head at Jiangbei? You would be the top student of this cohort. Rewards, gear, and the admiration of your peers would all be yours. What do you say? Give it some thought." Before Li Xinji could respond, Ichiwu continued. "In recent years, there was a senior who entered the academy at the peak of the stone-splitting realm. I awarded him a scholarship of 150,000. For you, at the mountain opening realm, I can offer 300,000. Do not be alarmed. I have already mentioned my surveillance for 2 months. Wu Xiaolu is mistaken. He claims you possess only the peak of the stone-splitting realm." Li Xinji rubbed his temples. Feeling exposed before this intrusive man, concealing his strength had become challenging. "Teacher," Wu Guangtou, standing behind Ichiwu, spoke softly. "Scram. Even when I assign you tasks, you dawdle, leaving me to handle things myself." He turned back to Li Xinji. "So, have you made a decision? Joining Jiangbei Academy is not out of the question." Li Xinji spoke up. "What are the terms?" Ichiwu's eyes lit up. "State your conditions. If I can rank among the top 100 in the province, what will you offer?" Ichiwu, with a determined expression, replied, "As long as you come to Jiangbei, a base of 300,000. If you improve your rank by 1 position in the top 100, I will add another 10,000. Teacher, does the academy even have the funds? Be quiet and go play. Hichiwu dismissed Wu Guangtou, then turned to Li Xinji. Let us seal the deal with a handshake. Their hands clasped, thumbs pressing firmly together. How confident are you? Let us give it a try. Who knows what might happen? Li Xinji replied, not making any promises. There were countless students in the province. Some from affluent backgrounds, consuming the finest elixirs and donning the best battle gear. Achieving the mountain opening realm was as simple as eating or drinking for them. Competing with a lifetime of resources relying solely on effort seemed insurmountable. As he boarded the bus to the examination venue, he noticed some arriving in private jets. Thus, aspiring to enter the top 100 was indeed a formidable challenge. Do not feel overly pressured. Just do your best, Hichiwu encouraged, patting Li Xinji on the shoulder. I am also one of the invigilators. If you need anything, seek me out. I will not tolerate any violations. Adjusting his straw hat, the old man hummed a tune as he walked away. How could you agree to this, old man? Wu Guangtou approached and said, I also hail from Jiangbei Academy. Emotionally, I wish for you to come to Jiangbei. However, wherever one cultivates, in the end, we all aim to safeguard the myriad lights of home. Li Xinji made his way toward the bus. Farewell, Wu Xiaolu. Wu Guangtou, initially filled with sentiment, suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? Upon boarding the bus, Li Xinji chose a seat toward the back, leaned against it, and closed his eyes to rest. His intention in attending Jiangbei Academy was primarily driven by the allure of the scholarship. In other academies, a mere first level of the opening mountain realm offers only minimal benefits. In this era of looming threats from the demonic race, all students cultivated in the great martial arts academies ultimately find themselves on the path to the martial arts Great Wall. Thus, the destination remains the same. As for the faculty strength of the academy, with the presence of the bronze coffin, it would not matter where he was. In Jiangbei, he could also save a bit of money. Jiangbei Academy's director He Qi is known for his financial acumen, a fact he had heard before. Parents escorting their children could only bid them farewell at the bus, as a fleet of armored buses, under the protection of armored vehicles and drones, departed toward the outskirts of the city. The cabinet's unified assessment, although the undercurrents of petty grievances dared not escalate, still witnessed minor disturbances. Hey, brother, I'm Hong Gang. What is your name? Li Xinji, feigning sleep, since someone had taken the seat beside him, the weight noticeably pressing down the cushion. Hey, brother, actually, I wanted to take my family's private jet to the examination site, the chubby boy whispered after settling down. My dad said that would be too ostentatious, and I should keep a low profile. Listening to the boy boast, Li Xinji decided to abandon his pretense of sleep. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Flying outside the city is rather unsafe. Brother, doesn't your family's plane have the Wind God Guardian system? The Wind God Guardian system costs over 100 million, and it can only be used once. After deployment, it becomes useless. Oh, that is unfortunate. Li Xinji closed his eyes again, pretending to sleep. Brother, do you eat cashews? They're good for the kidneys. Brother, what is your strength? I'm at the first level of the opening mountain realm. Ah, well. I can't even defeat someone at the 5th level of the cracking stone realm. My father suggested I attend Jiangnan Academy. Brother, we arrived. There are so many people. The journey was smooth, and by afternoon, the vehicle reached the assessment venue, Jiulong Mountain. All students from Jiangnan province would participate in the evaluation within Jiulong Mountain. Outside Jiulong Mountain lay an immense square adorned with numerous banners. Strive once, come to Longqing Academy. With swords raised to the sky, we laughed boldly, with courage akin to Kunlun. As Li Xinji disembarked from the bus, he surveyed the surroundings and spotted a banner belonging to Jiangbei Academy being held aloft in a corner of the square. Jiangbei, show us the money. Unfortunately, beneath such a vivid slogan, not a single inquiry was made. Following the examination pathway, Li Xinji proceeded toward Jiulong Mountain. From this moment onward, all communications would be blocked. 7 Polaris defense satellites hovered above Jiulong Mountain. Standing patiently at the end of the long queue, he awaited the verification of his identity to enter the examination hall. Were it not for the monstrous beast within, he would have opted for a direct admission to Jiangbei Academy without taking the test. Reflecting on teacher Xiong's words, Li Xinji found an intriguing similarity to the saying, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Thus, he resolved to set a modest goal, beginning with the slaying of over 10,000 demons. Chapter 11. Doubling the amplification. The Jiulong Mountain Assessment Field, the largest combat arena in Jiangnan province, was meticulously constructed for the purpose of evaluations. Spanning an area of 500 miles, it is rumored that deeper within lie hidden bases. The assessment area is merely the periphery of Jiulong Mountain, where one can encounter formidable beasts of the cracking stone and opening mountain realms. The evaluations for the youth are not as daunting as one might imagine. After all, they are merely children and cannot be expected to employ excessive force from the outset. The entire assessment is divided into 7 distinct zones, with the first zone populated by beasts of the body refinement level, progressively increasing in strength as one ventures deeper. Each zone features a designated safe point. Upon reaching these points and checking in, participants earn corresponding points. Additionally, slaying beasts also yields points. To prevent score manipulation, defeating beasts weaker than oneself does not count towards one's score. Regardless of their realm, students earn 1 point for defeating beasts of the same realm, with points doubling for each subsequent minor realm they surpass. This rule effectively prohibits those of the opening mountain realm from targeting beasts of the cracking stone realm, thereby fostering an environment where the strong consistently prevail, allowing gifted students to amass points rapidly. After dutifully queuing, he received a small pack and was assigned to a private chamber within the assessment venue. The pack contained a signal flare, meant for emergencies should one choose to forfeit the assessment. A Polaris camera, affixed to his head, enabled a comprehensive 360-degree view. Cheating was out of the question. Additionally, there was a smart positioning display showing a map of the safe point locations. After reviewing the contents, Li Xunji reclined on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The martial arts assessment was a minor affair. He was not vying for first place, and thus felt no anxiety. The carefree attitude of a slacker served him well. The following morning, breakfast was delivered, and after consuming it in his small room, he stepped through the sensor door, making his way deeper into Jiulong Mountain. The first zone was the simplest. A throng of evaluators surged forth, hastily advancing into the depths. Li Xunji blended into the crowd, entering the forest, for he deemed the beasts of the first zone beneath his notice. His ideal quarry consisted of beasts at the 7th to 9th levels of the cracking stone realm, worthy adversaries that would still serve a purpose for him. Such prey could be found in the 4th zone. Following the map's guidance, Li Xunji successfully checked in at the safe points of the first 3 zones before stepping into the 4th zone. This assessment simulated the beast-infested environment beyond the Great Wall of Martial Arts, with lush vegetation that made one feel as if they had entered a primordial jungle. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the forest, and after a few swift movements, he spotted a wild boar with bristles like black needles and tusks resembling curved blades. The tusks were stained with blood, a testament to some unfortunate soul's encounter. Indeed, the martial arts assessment bore a mortality rate. Grasping his broadsword, Li Xunji deliberately created a bit of noise. The lowly beasts, driven by primal instincts, reacted immediately. With a thunderous roar, the wild boar charged in his direction. Without evasion, he swung his sword down. The blade cleaved through the boar's skull, and the residual force from the beast sent him sliding back several meters. The formidable demon boar of the 9th layer of the stone-splitting realm possessed considerable strength. Sheathing his blade, Li Xunji caressed the creature's head before continuing his search for the next prey. The assessment spanned 3 days, necessitating that all participants remain overnight within the examination grounds. On the 2nd day, within the 9th layer of the stone-splitting realm, he had already dispatched his 278th late-stage stone-splitting realm demon beast. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sharp sound echoed through the wilderness. Li Xunji sheathed his sword, the demon's blood flowing profusely from the slain green-faced baboon demon, his 696th kill, not counting towards his score. This was a creature of the 8th layer of the stone-splitting realm. He ventured towards the depths of the forest, choosing a towering tree to ascend. With his eyes slightly closed, he reflected on teacher Xiong's words. Indeed, the art of swordsmanship became increasingly fluid with each strike. Having dispatched hundreds of demon beasts, he found a distinct sensation in comparison to the techniques derived from the bronze coffin. The physique of demon beasts was inherently superior to that of humans. Among the stone-splitting realm beasts he had slain, some possessed strength comparable to that of the mountain-opening realm. Others were naturally swift, and as he contemplated this, he glanced at the tears in his garments, evidence of the beast's claws. Had he not been clad in protective armor, he would have undoubtedly lost substantial flesh. In his mind, the ethereal silhouette of the bronze coffin manifested once more, displaying scenes of wielding the sword. This time, the basic sword techniques were not confined to a sequential order. The moves became erratic and unpredictable. Naturally, such intensity in execution led to a significant expenditure of demon blood. Nearly 700 stone-splitting realm beasts had yielded close to 700 drops of demon blood, each breath evaporating a drop. Eventually, the silhouette's movements quickened, and the consumption of demon blood surged. After a few minutes, Li Xinji leaped down from the tree, striding into the heart of the forest. In the examination hall, thousands of luminous screens adorned the walls, each divided into hundreds of smaller displays. Before each screen stood an individual bearing an invigilator's badge. At the center, one screen showcased a multitude of names. The first name displayed was Zhou Qian, 7th layer of the mountain opening realm, from the 7th region, with a base score of 280 and a practical score of 39. The second was Yang Yong, also 7th layer, with similar scores. The third was Yunshan, again at the 7th layer, with a base score of 280 and a practical score of 29. The 99th was Luo Yonglin, 4th layer of the mountain opening realm, from the 6th region, with a base score of 210 and a practical score of 34. Qi Wang frequently glanced at the screens, his gaze fixating on the last position, the 100th. With growing impatience, he scratched his head. It seemed hopeless. The lowest rank within the top 100 was a 4th layer of the mountain opening realm, while Li Xinji was merely at the 1st layer. Then, he picked up a tablet before him and tapped it. Instantly, Li Xinji's name emerged on the display. Rank 10-001, Li Xinji, 1st layer of the mountain opening realm. 4th region, base score of 100, practical score of 0. Outside the top 10,000, Qi Wang furrowed his brow in dismay. The promise of unwavering commitment for a century seems to have been forgotten. Even if one cannot rank among the top 100, effort should still be exerted. The 4th zone, a territory inhabited by late-stage demonic beasts of the Stone Splitter realm, raises the question of what a mere mountain opening practitioner is doing in the Stone Splitter region. After a few more taps, the live video materialized. In the forest, nearly 20 gray wolves were howling as they besieged Li Xinji, uprooting trees all around them. In the face of this assault, Li Xinji's figure swiftly dodged, and each strike of his horizontal blade sent forth torrents of demonic blood. His movements and strikes swift, indeed. Clang. The blade descended with a resounding whoosh, slicing through the neck of an approaching gray wolf. Blood gushed forth, and seizing the opportunity, Li Xinji used the wolf's carcass as cover to charge at another. Before long, he had dispatched several gray wolves, following up with precise finishing strikes. Whoosh. A sound echoed from the distance, a flicker of ethereal light. As Li Xinji glanced up, he saw the light closing in. Gripping his blade firmly, he struck. Thud. The demonic blood exploded mid-air as a bat-like beast was cleaved in two. Stunned by the scene, Li Xinji realized he had achieved it. A doubling of his strength. That last strike, powered by a full burst of energy, had not only split the beast but shattered it entirely. Teacher Xiong was indeed correct. With doubled amplification, one could unleash relentless slaughter. In the assessment hall, observing the video of Li Xinji, Qiqiwu couldn't help but smile slightly. This was a significant gain. Such a promising talent, now directly welcomed into the academy. The fact that he had cultivated a double amplification in basic swordsmanship was indicative of high comprehension. Glancing at the rankings displayed on the screen, Qiqiwu suddenly felt less anxious. The 7th level of mountain opening was inconsequential. With the right potions, any non-wooden talent could advance easily. At such a young age, possessing such prowess only indicated favorable conditions, all acquired through effort. Only innate understanding could not be compensated for by feasting on pig brains. No wonder he remained in the 4th zone. It was for the purpose of honing his swordsmanship. He clearly knew what he needed and was unconcerned with external accolades. How pragmatic. The more he watched the live video, the prouder he felt. How fortunate he was to have such discernment. Once the enrollment procedures were finalized, he would certainly boast to his old friends. But now, it was still premature. The rice had yet to be fully cooked. What if someone else snatched him away? Old Chi, he lamented to the principal of Pingzhen Academy beside him. You seem so pleased. Have you discovered a promising talent? Ah, I wish that were the case. But alas, the reputation of Jiangbei leaves much to be desired. The best talents do not come here. Aside from mountain opening, I would be grateful for just a few high-tier stone splitters. With a face full of despair, Ichiwu confided his frustrations. As he continued on towards the 5th zone, Li Xinji embraced the doubling of his swordsmanship amplification. There is no way around it. The efficacy of the blood from the beast of the Rift Stone realm has diminished once more, rendering it of little value. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that he seemed to have made a pact with the dean. It has already been 3 days. Is there still time? He glanced at the monitor that had been issued, only to find that his ranking had further plummeted. He now stood at the 598th position, Li Xinji. It was promised that he would be within the top 100. Now, he finds himself far beyond that, a discrepancy exceeding 100-fold. Chapter 12, The Blood of the Demon Beast in the Mountain Opening Realm. Li Shinji, ranked 4999, was at the first level of the Mountain Opening Realm within the 5th area, possessing a base score of 150 and a practical score of 3. After clocking in at a safe point in the 5th area half a day later, his ranking surged dramatically by 5,000 places. Casting a glance at his position, he ventured into the depths of the forest, aware that time was of the essence with less than a day remaining. In the 5th area, the demon beasts were all at least of the first level of the Mountain Opening Realm, with the strongest reaching the 3rd level, each possessing a minimum of 30,000 kilograms of brute strength. Even with a doubled enhancement in swordsmanship, engaging directly with such strength would equate to facing a 2nd-level demon beast. Fortunately, most lower-tier demon beasts lacked intelligence, though they were powerful with the right techniques. The chances of counterattacking were substantial. Thus, within the 5th area, many individuals of the stone-splitting realm lingered, biding their time in the Mountain Opening Realm, awaiting the conclusion of the assessment. Li Shinji did not ridicule these tacticians. After all, he too was merely one of the stragglers. As he penetrated deeper into the forest, the ground suddenly trembled, prompting him to leap atop a large tree. In the distance, a dark mass of demon beasts surged forth, with several figures frantically sprinting ahead of them. Without hesitation, Li Shinji turned and fled. The emergence of a swarm of demon beasts in the assessment area was clearly orchestrated by human hands, since the establishment of the martial arts Great Wall by humanity. Securing a territory for reproduction amidst the fangs of demon beasts, a comprehensive system had formed. This system enveloped all, encompassing academies, various garrison districts, the martial peace army, and the Divine Arrow Army within its fold. Nurturing martial artists is a resource-intensive endeavor. It is impossible to cultivate every individual into a formidable warrior. Hence a selective nurturing approach is employed. The most capable ascend to elite academies, the next tier to first-rate institutions, and those further down the line, like the Jianbei Academy. And subsequently, the Martial Peace Army and various garrison districts all require personnel. The tide of demon beasts swiftly grew, impacting an increasing number of students. Initially, some students from the stone-splitting realm who had relied on minor techniques to infiltrate the 5th area were now caught in this widespread chaos. As Li Shinji sprinted through the forest, he noticed his ranking continually climbing, from 4790 to 4621 to 3998. In the wilderness, signal flares ascended one after another, indicating those who, under duress, had to abandon the assessment. Observing his ranking rise, Li Shinji was taken aback by the sheer number of stragglers. Indeed, those with above-average strength were invariably the most affected. The students who launched signal flares would have their base scores in the 5th area nullified, their final scores calculated solely from the preceding 4 areas. This situation, albeit unfortunate, was fair. The strength corresponding to the later stages of the stone-splitting realm aligned with that of the 4th area. By squeezing out the excess, only those truly capable within the stone-splitting realm would remain. Starting from the 1st area, the scores for each area were respectively 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and 70, culminating in a total area score of 280. The points awarded for slaying demon beasts of the same rank are 1. While surpassing 1 minor realm grants 2 points, and transcending 2 minor realms awards 4 points. It is inherently challenging to exceed the regional base score purely through kill points. Within the same region, students can distinguish their standings based on their kill points. Naturally, the monitoring systems within the assessment hall are not mere decorations. They evaluate the combat scenarios of the students and provide supplementary scoring based on their performance. Upon entering the initial stage of the Mountain Opening Realm, one's speed reaches 50 meters per second. However, in the presence of obstructions within the forest, this speed is effectively halved, and the exertion of stamina significantly increases. Under such circumstances, prolonged endurance is unattainable. As Li Shinji ran, he leapt onto a large tree. "Brother, what are you doing? Hurry and run." A figure that had been following him called out as it disappeared into the distance. Others had already dashed away like the wind. Running is futile. With demon beasts swarming the mountains, how far can one truly escape? It's better to confront them head-on. After catching his breath, Li Shinji descended from the tree and, like an arrow released from a bow, swung his blade at a wild boar charging towards him. With the force of his descent combined with his explosive power, he cleaved the Mountain Opening Realm wild boar in half, earning himself 1 point. The cameras atop his head sprang into action. After dispatching the boar, Li Shinji leapt to evade a shadow pouncing at him, swiftly retaliating with another strike. The blade cut through the air as swiftly as lightning, landing a blow upon the shadow, blood gushing forth. In that fleeting moment, he felt the wound and retreated. Suddenly, he found himself encircled by dozens of demon beasts, their hooves, tails, and horns launching various assaults upon him. As he kicked against the horn of a charging beast, he harnessed the rebound to swiftly strike at another demon beast. A cow's hoof flew up and came crashing down. If that massive hoof were to land. In an instant, Li Shinji hunched his body, narrowly avoiding the strike. He then rolled to the side, his posture far from graceful. Amidst this peril, his mind was sharply focused. Fortunately, he wore 4th grade inner armor, or he might have met his demise today. Yet, if things continued in this manner, the likelihood of being trampled to death was high. With a fierce roar, Li Shinji nimbly spun to evade the thrusting horn of a demon cow, his blade following suit to slice through the creature's flesh. Unfortunately, the demon cow's defenses were formidable. His blade sank only a few centimeters into its body, failing to inflict fatal damage. Furious from its injury, the demon cow turned and charged at him. Li Shinji swiftly sidestepped the onslaught, gripped his knife with both hands, and struck downwards. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, the knife becoming lodged in the demon cow's neck, and he was then propelled forward by the creature's momentum. In its frenzied state, the demon cow, in a final act of desperation, gored an unfortunate beast and sent several others flying. Seizing the moment, Li Shinji swiftly unsheathed his blade, taking advantage of the opening created by the collision to hasten towards the wound. Achieving the first level of the opening mountain realm earned him 1 point. The second level granted him 2. The camera rotated, capturing Li Shinji's actions as his points were credited in real time. In the depths of the forest, Li Shinji raced forward when a streak of black light surged towards him. He quickly countered with his blade, the two forces colliding with a resounding impact. With a deft arc, his weapon slashed across the abdomen of the approaching Black Marten. A spray of demonic blood erupted as the creature let out a pained cry and fell lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the Marten, he rifled through its corpse before stepping onto a nearby tree trunk, using it to evade the surrounding demonic beasts. Through successive encounters with these creatures, Li Shinji gradually gained insight. To slay demons, one must not rely on brute force alone. Identifying the weaknesses of these beasts, such as the throat, the posterior, and the abdomen, can yield far more effective results. The art of killing does not require theatrics. The objective is to eliminate the beasts in the simplest and most efficient manner possible. With a thunderous clash, after delivering a decisive blow to a demon bull's posterior, Li Shinji found himself impaled by a beast horn. While his armor protected his body, it could not shield him from pain. The demon bull bellowed in fury, charging at him once more. He evaded the onslaught with a swift movement, his blade slicing beneath the creature's neck, creating a gaping wound as he seized a handful of its essence. In the next instant, he was hurled away by another charging bull, cursing under his breath. After being struck twice, Li Shinji fell to the ground, using his blade to cushion his landing before sprinting into the distance. Ranked 139th. Li Shinji stood at the first level of the opening mountain realm, within the 5th zone, with a base score of 150 and practical points totaling 121. During this ordeal, he glanced at his score, totaling 271, equivalent to the base score of the 7th zone. Likewise, he was not far from breaking into the top 100. As he ran, he rubbed his aching lower back. The impacts had been excruciating. At that moment, the bronze coffin glimmered with hundreds of drops of demonic blood, emanating a faint red glow. In the examination hall, Ichiwu observed the battle between Li Shinji and the demonic beasts. His movements were becoming increasingly adept, realizing that flamboyant posturing was of little use. Indeed, he felt a twinge of envy for his own discerning eye. "Old he, which student has captured your attention so?" inquired the president of Pingyun Academy. "Just observing. This year's youngsters are performing quite well," Ichiwu replied, then shifted the conversation, asking, "Old Li, have you discovered any promising talent?" "What good does it do to discover them? Look at the light screen," sighed the president of Pingyun. "In the end, they will all be claimed by other academies. It only saddens me further." "Take your time. The children are all quite capable," Ichiwu reassured him. "Wait, that's not like you, Old he. In previous years, you would have lamented like a child. Why so composed today?" Dean Pingyun cast a skeptical glance at Ichiwu and remarked, "Something seems amiss with that cheerful demeanor. Have you perhaps consumed honeybee excrement? Pray tell, have you discovered a promising talent?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Ichiwu thought, "No, I must feign nonchalance. If I endure this any further, I shall incur emotional turmoil. Not at all, merely a novice in the foundational realm." There are thousands of students across the province at this level, and I have merely caught one. Nothing to boast about. Dean Pingyun leaned in closer, whispering. No wonder you were so elated. It seems you have ensnared a foundational disciple. How much did you spend on this acquisition? Preposterous. When have I ever deceived anyone? This was earned through 2 months of diligent effort, employing both emotional appeal and rational persuasion. Do you understand? Sigh. How wonderful it would be if I could recruit a foundational disciple myself. Dean Pingyun gazed at Hichiwu, his eyes gleaming with envious fervor. My dear brother, you too are capable of such feats. Hichiwu gently patted Dean Pingyun's shoulder and whispered, if we were to merge our efforts. Would not my students also be your students? Dean Pingyun stared at Ichiwu in stunned silence, his eyes glinting with a desire to metaphorically cleave him in two. Congratulations on your fortunate recruitment of a talented student, yet you dare to contemplate devouring my prospects? Chapter 13, The Chief Disciple of Jia Bailey, My Dear Brother. It seems the path has grown narrow for you. Ichiwang extended his arm to embrace Dean Pingyun, saying, Look at us, Jiangbei and Pingyun, united as one. We shall ascend to great heights and vanquish Longqing, overshadowing our rivals with ease. It is not merely a dream. Is it not possible for us to soar to such heights independently? Why must we share even a fraction of our fortune with you? With a swift motion, Dean Pingyun brushed aside Ichiwang's arm, retreating a few steps, choosing to ignore him. Nonetheless, the smile upon his face was unmistakable. Since the establishment of the martial arts system, many orders have long since been perfected. To this day, the human race lacks a true powerhouse. For 9 generations, we have been firmly suppressed by the demon clan. Were it not for some unique skills, we would have been utterly exterminated. The foremost martial academies exist to cultivate supreme warriors, akin to the role of the core prior to the transformation of the demons. The distinction between the wielders of swords and those who do not is monumental. The audacity of the demon clan stems from the absence of genuine sword bearers among the human race. Indeed, the human race requires not only supreme beings but also pillars of strength. Top-tier martial academies must nurture elite warriors. Beneath them are the ordinary martial academies, which serve to cultivate foundational warriors of significant caliber. Institutions like Jiangbei and Pingyun struggle to attract exceptionally talented fighters, not only due to their limited faculty, but also because of the established division of labor. Each year's assessments see the mountain-climbing warriors nearly all absorbed by the top academies, with a small fraction entering first-rate institutions. Most advanced students in the rock-shattering stage are similarly claimed by elite schools. Only a minority from the mid-rock shattering stage, along with those in the early stage, make their way into the ordinary academies or join the martial security army. Boom. In the examination arena, Li Shinji was propelled through the air, and just as he was about to collide with a tree, he executed a kick, using the momentum to cushion his fall. He rolled twice before regaining his footing. Hiss. The fierce roars of wild boars erupted as they charged toward him in unison. The leading boar bore tusks nearly 3 feet long and was as large as a jeep, accompanied by over 100 piglets. As he ran, Li Shinji glanced at his arm and checked the map. He found himself at the junction of the 5th and 6th zones. The safe point in the 6th zone was merely a dozen miles away, and with the assessment concluding at 7 o'clock in the evening, he had less than an hour remaining. At that moment, he ranked 103rd, with a zone division of 150 and a kill score of 131. The amount of demon blood on the bronze coffin had reached 109 drops. As long as he could reach the 6th zone and check in before the assessment ended, he would secure an additional 60 foundational points, undoubtedly placing him within the top 100. Another glance revealed his total score of 341, now placing him in 49th position. Ascending even one rank among the top 100 could yield an extra 10,000. Within an hour, he could potentially earn an additional 500,000. To hesitate for even a moment would be to show disrespect to that sum. While sprinting, Li Shinji covered his mouth with his palm and swallowed a drop of demon blood, instantly feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. The pace slowed, reminiscent of a surge of energy, before rising once more as it directed towards the 6th area. Within the assessment room, Ichiwu took out his phone and sent messages to several individuals. Meanwhile, in a corner of the square outside Julong Mountain, Yang Yiping, the academic affairs and admissions director of Jiangbei, rested his chin on his hand, dozing off. The atmosphere was exceedingly idle. Each time he jolted awake, Yang Yiping cast a glance toward the university, his eyes betraying envy and resentment. Although students had arrived uniformly for the provincial assessment, some parents still drove over to linger outside the examination venue. Unlike Longqing, where parents crowded around the admissions office of Jiangnan Academy, Jianbei was starkly different. After 3 days of napping, the only person to engage with him was a delivery worker. "Why don't you come and inquire? It's free," Yang Yiping grumbled, while the parents strolling past him ignored his presence. Beep. After tiring of propping his chin, he rested his head on the table and squinted at his phone, suddenly sitting upright. "Dean. Oh no, wake up, it's time," Yang Yiping exclaimed, startling the other teachers nearby. "Old Yang, have you developed a sleeping disorder? Sleep? Nonsense. The dean has given instructions to change our banner immediately. He mentioned that a student ranked among the top 100 in the province is coming to our Jiabei Academy." "We've He finally waited long enough," Yang Yiping spoke fervently, only to find that the other teachers remained unmoved, gazing at him with skepticism. "What are you frozen for? Would the dean deceive us? Quickly, think about how to craft the slogan. A well-written slogan might just attract elite talents, which is crucial for our admissions this year." In the 6th area, a safety point was established. Ding. Safety point in the 6th area, base points increased by 60. Ding. Assessment concluded. All students await score verification. Buzzing in the sky, beams of laser light emanated from the Polaris defense satellite, striking down with precision to eliminate the encroaching demonic beasts. Li Xinji, at the first stage of the foundational realm, recorded a base score of 210, kill points of 131, totaling 341, ranking him 50th, with his combat assessment rated as excellent. Upon seeing his score, Li Xinji felt a rush of exhilaration. He had secured the 800,000 he needed. This would enable him to procure a full set of second-hand defensive gear from the old man. The path of cultivation was arduous, requiring both resources and equipment, but fortunately, he could acquire cultivation resources on his own. Following the assessment, a flying vehicle descended to collect the scattered students, transporting them away from the examination site. On board, 100 young individuals congregated, naturally beginning to boast. "This time, my performance was somewhat lacking, landing me in 160th place province-wide. That's impressive, 160th in the province. Alas, my goal was to be within the top 100. Thankfully, my combat evaluation was good. Now I'm in a dilemma, should I head to Longqing or Hongdao? Uncertain if any of my classmates rank higher than I, let us engage in a discussion. Being in 50th place with an excellent combat evaluation. Is it feasible to forego attending Longqing?" At that moment, Li Xinji's voice resonated quietly. The previously animated atmosphere within the aircraft fell into a hushed stillness. Silence enveloped us. It persisted until we disembarked from the aircraft, each of us departing in quiet contemplation. A notification chimed. 1,000,000 credited to my account. Upon exiting the examination hall, free from the restrictions of signal interference, Li Xinji noticed a message appear. 1 million. An increase of 200,000. With an extra 200,000. What could be accomplished in just a few days? Soon after, a message from Hichiwu arrived. As the top student of this cohort, you must recruit a few accomplices. Perhaps gather some juniors. Beep. Before Li Xinji could fully process this, another notification sounded. "Hello, Li Xinji. I am the admissions director of Longqing Academy. In light of your outstanding performance, enrolling in Longqing Academy grants access to the finest instructors. Admission includes instruction in the first 2 levels of Thunder Sound Blade and a scholarship of 50,000. Beep. Admissions Office of Hongdao Academy. Beep. Admissions Office of Jiangnan Academy. Beep. One message after another illuminated the screen, and after reading each, Li Xinji merely shook his head gently. The offers were rather meager. Dean, he was far more generous, providing a complete 100. The highest offer from other academies, notably Jiangnan, was a mere 200,000. As for the quality of faculty, that was not even a consideration for him anymore. However, he felt a flicker of interest in the Thunder Sound Blade. This technique, developed by the second generation of the human race's Thunder Sovereign, had undergone continuous refinement over generations, culminating in 7 distinct strikes. Each strike, accompanied by the resonance of thunder, creates a cascading wave effect, and when mastered, can amplify internal energy 7-fold. His interest lay in the potential for inspiration to enhance his personal swordsmanship. Li Xinji, Yang Yiping approached him with a smile, saying, "I am the Director of Instruction and Admissions at Jianbei Academy. The Dean has informed me that we require your presence for a live enrollment session." "Hello, Teacher Yang," Li Xinji replied with a smile. "Shall we proceed?" With the funds now available, advertising was a trivial matter. With the assessment concluded, one's score largely determined the tier of martial arts academy one could attend. The only remaining question was the choice between various institutions. Outside the plaza at Jiulong Mountain, the recruitment offices of premier and first-rate academies were teeming with individuals. Jianbei Academy was bustling as well, with students gathering at the admissions desk for inquiries. This is your senior brother Li Xinji, ranked 50th in the martial arts assessment, with a total score of 341 and an excellent combat evaluation. 50. A few students gazed at Li Xinji in astonishment. The top 100 on the assessment were all at the foundational realm. So how could one like him come to Jianbei Academy? Observing the figures clustered at the booth, several instructors from Jianbei Academy diligently promoted their institution. If Jianbei Academy were not commendable, how could someone with an excellent combat evaluation and a total score within the top 50 choose to enroll? Yang Yiping gulped down half a bottle of water and took a moment to catch his breath. This time, the objective of Jianbei is distinctly defined. Rather than vying for students at the late stages of the stone-splitting realm with elite academies, they have set their sights on those in the mid-phase of the stone-splitting realm. Let us observe as the chief disciple provides hands-on instruction in practical combat. Beneath the banner, a display descends, showcasing the scene of Li Xinji hunting beasts during the assessment, specifically highlighting the most decisive and effective moments. The swift progress of the train relies heavily on the strength of its engine. With students ranked in the top 50 for overall assessment and receiving exceptional evaluations in practical combat serving as the chief students, a visit to Jianbei is undoubtedly worthwhile. Come here, parent, and learn more. Offer your child an opportunity and grant Jianbei a chance. Li Xinji, seated on a small stool, has already consumed 3 bottles of mineral water. The teachers at Jianbei Academy have certainly clarified their recruitment process. After perusing the recruitment documents from previous years, Li Xinji feels that Ichiwu, the president of the Wudong Academy, is at a disadvantage. Historically, students admitted to an institution of Jianbei's caliber mostly possessed strengths below the 3rd level of the stone-splitting realm, with only a few reaching the 4th or 5th levels. And those at the 6th level were exceedingly rare. Last year, only 2 students at the 6th level were admitted. However, on this first day of recruitment, 9 6th-level students have already enrolled, alongside 27 at the 5th level, 39 at the 4th level, and 337 at the 3rd level. In contrast, the neighboring Pingyun Academy has only admitted 17 students at the 4th level, 2 at the 5th, and none at the 6th. My dear brother, do not sigh. Our merger means that what is yours is mine. Ichiwu leaned closer to the president of Pingyun Academy and did not forget to turn and greet Li Xinji, saying, Xinji, please assist a few of your junior classmates with their enrollment procedures. Chapter 14, Bloodshed. Jianbei Academy, as one of the lesser institutions, is accompanied by 11 other struggling brother academies within Jiangnan province. Additionally, if we include academies from other provinces and various regional military garrisons, the picture becomes clearer. In previous years, all would share the resources of the stone quarry among the initial cohort of students. Now, however, Jianbei Academy has begun to assert itself, vying for the mid-tier resources of the quarry. Old Shi was elated, grinning widely for 3 consecutive days. Li Xinji also remained at the admissions office, sitting on a bench for 3 days, for after all, the respect for 200,000 is paramount. As night fell in Jiulong Mountain City, Li Xinji, clad in a bath towel, reclined comfortably on his bed, finally able to rest after 3 days of examinations and bench sitting. Urgent news reported that as of 6 o'clock this afternoon, the level of the beast tide outside Shanhaiguan had reached a severity of level 7, with the intensity still escalating. Today, a 5th-level demon, the Xuanhua Crow, that had infiltrated Jiangnan province was slain by the military, leaving only 1 5th-level demon, the Golden Winged Bird, still within the province. Any sightings should be reported immediately. Since yesterday, signs of a beast tide have appeared outside Zijing Pass and Shaoheke Pass. Stunned, frequently engaged in such matters, Li Xinji leaned against the headboard, squinting at the news, and sat up to see what the junk advertisement proclaimed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the entire room. He leapt up, rushing to the window. Outside, a crimson glow illuminated the night sky, emanating from the depths of Jiulong Mountain. The base. Casting a glance at the source of the red light, an idea sparked in Li Xinji's mind. The military refers to their garrison as the base. Boom. The entire Jiulong Mountain trembled violently as countless beasts fell lifeless to the ground. At this moment, the city was filled with students undergoing assessments, along with a portion of their parents. What was happening? Tension enveloped everyone. Above the city, a figure wielded a coiled dragon staff, surrounded by a surging aura of blood and smoke that rose 100 meters high. Sun Xing of Jiangnan was present, a harbinger of doom, merciless slaughter. The fervent sound of killing reverberated for miles. The annual examination of the human race is of utmost importance to the cabinet, which has dispatched a 7th-tier powerhouse to oversee the situation. Through the window, Li Shinji beheld the imposing figure in midair, whose overwhelming presence rendered the surroundings silent. The sudden upheaval within Jiolong Mountain called for the highest combat readiness. Teachers from all academies were summoned. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and Ichiwu bellowed a command. No one is to leave their rooms. Moments later, figures leaped atop various buildings in the mountain city. They were teachers from different academies, representing the strongest forces within the city. From this point forward, anyone approaching the city without cause would be met with ruthless extermination. Within the city were students undergoing assessments. Should anything happen, Jiangnan province would face dire consequences this year. The only beings capable of causing such a commotion would be the demon kin. In midair, Sun Xing's expression darkened. The demon clan must have received some intelligence. Otherwise, such a tremendous uproar would not have ensued. Within the subterranean chamber of the central city, the spacious vault was encased in thick alloy casting, with each of its 6 sides measuring an impressive 50 meters in thickness. Curse those wretched vermin of the human race. They deserve to be drowned in filth. The speaker was an elder clad in a flowing robe, the grayish-white fabric adorned with an embroidered range of undulating mountains. Kunlun. As spiritual energy revives and the seas undergo a cataclysmic transformation, the only landmass that remains unscathed is this very Kunlun, the Kunlun Academy, the birthplace of human martial arts. It seems they are indeed targeting us. Beside the elder stood a silver-haired matron, her hair meticulously arranged without a single strand out of place. Ahem, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion. The elder coughed repeatedly as the matron approached and gently patted him on the back. The urgency of the demon race indicates that the breathing techniques are effective. Ahem. Yet efficacy requires practice. We have yet to find suitable candidates, and the demon race has already pursued us. Anger flickered in the elder's eyes as he remarked. There are still tens of thousands of children in the city. The beasts of the demon race are seizing this opportunity. Outside the mountain city, a beam of golden light shot forth like lightning from afar. Tap, tap, tap. In an instant, fiery serpents intertwined in the night sky, forming a dense web of fiery power. Blazing flames erupted in the night, yet they were effortlessly evaded by the golden lightning. The golden-winged bird spread its wings, spanning 100 meters, its golden eyes gleaming with a chilling radiance. Even the explosions from divine fire cannons could scarcely inflict significant harm upon it. Across the expanse of several miles, a dreadful pressure had already descended upon the city. Golden-winged bird, how dare you venture into the heart of humankind without fear of losing your life? Sun Sheng gripped the coiling dragon staff and let out a long howl, positioning himself beyond the mountain city. 1 life or 1,000 lives, choose wisely. The golden-winged bird halted several miles from the city, speaking in human tongue. Kill. As Sun Sheng clashed with the golden-winged bird, the heads and teachers of various academies within the city wore solemn expressions. The 7th-tier golden-winged bird was as swift as lightning. It must be contained. The recruitment teacher from the Horizontal Blade Academy brandished a 2-meter-long horizontal blade. As per tradition, the horizontal blade leads the charge, should death come. Let it be first to me. What a jest! As long as my dragon city stands, when has the horizontal blade ever wielded such authority? A teacher from Dragon City Academy unsheathed a 3-foot sword, taking several leaps to position himself upon the city wall. Dragon City, horizontal blade. Why should all the prestige belong to you? Today, let us compare. My Jiabe Academy is not to be underestimated. Indeed, today, safeguarding the future of the human race is our duty. Any teacher from a top-tier academy possesses at least 6th-tier strength, while many heads of ordinary academies rank merely at 5th tier. Yet, in this moment, no one faltered. A sharp cry pierced the air, and the golden-winged bird, previously engaged with Sun Sheng, flapped its wings lightly, darting toward the city like a flash of lightning. Pay attention. Today the teacher shall impart the first lesson. Kill. Standing at the forefront, the horizontal blade and 2 teachers from Dragon City soared into the air, blades and swords poised. In a flash, blood cascaded from the heavens as the talons of the golden-winged bird danced through the air, shattering 2 figures that plummeted to the ground. The blood hung like mist in the night sky, as if it were raining, a crimson deluge. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, students scattered throughout the city gasped in shock, their faces a canvas of confusion. The teachers, who had been smiling and recruiting just hours earlier, were now lost to the chaos. Fear and rage surged within them, urging them to rush out and fight. They cried out for blood. Another roar echoed as a martial artist from the Wuan army leaped into the fray, wielding a blade that clashed against the golden talons with a resounding clang. The weapon shattered, leaving a bloody mark upon the claws. With a swift motion, the golden wings sliced through the air, cleaving the airborne figure in two. The Wuan army rallied, determined to fight to the death. In a single encounter, 3 6th-tier warriors fell, their blood painting the night sky. Sun Sheng's blood surged with fiery intensity as he swung his pan-long staff at the golden-winged beast. "You wretched creature, I shall shatter you today." Struck by the staff, the golden-winged bird was sent tumbling, only to regain its composure and soar back toward the mountain city. "Beast, how dare you?" Sun Sheng bellowed, knowing full well that the golden-winged bird was the swiftest of all demonic beasts. Even 8th-tier warriors struggled to keep pace. After all, how could such a creature brazenly roam the heart of the human realm if not for its unparalleled speed? "Intercept it," roared the heads of various martial arts academies in the city. If the power of this 7th-tier golden-winged bird were to descend upon the city, it would spell disaster, destruction, and death. The Jiangnan academies united under the banner of Jiangnan, calling for an assault. On a rooftop, an elderly man clad in a trench coat brandished a silver dragon spear. "Damn it, he has managed to evade us again," muttered He Chi Wu, glancing at the old man. In an instant, over 10 figures ascended into the air, including He Chi Wu, all 6th-tier warriors. Their combined attacks surged toward the golden-winged bird, which evaded them, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. After sustaining a hit, the golden-winged bird retreated 100 miles, leaving Sun Sheng chasing shadows once more. At this rate, the 6th-tier warriors could hardly endure many more encounters. The creature's speed was unparalleled, effortlessly eluding its pursuers while targeting those it could defeat. The explosions of fire that erupted around it barely tickled its feathers. In the blink of an eye, golden lightning struck once more from afar. Another blood-curdling cry pierced the air as yet another 6th-tier powerhouse fell from the sky. "Where are the divine arrow troops?" The remaining 6th-tier warriors grew pale but did not retreat, charging valiantly toward the incoming golden-winged bird. If they did not stand firm, its claws would surely devastate the structures of the city. Yet, how many more times could they withstand such onslaughts? With each bloody encounter, many students shrank back in terror, covering their eyes and trembling uncontrollably. Enough. 2 figures emerged atop a central building. The golden-winged bird caught sight of them, and its golden eyes glimmered with surprise. Finally, they have revealed themselves. "Protect Elder Xia." As he gazed upon the emerging figure, Sun Sheng let out a thunderous roar. Today, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It was Elder Xia. How could Elder Xia be here? "Protect Elder Xia." In the next moment, numerous figures soared into the air from within the city, hurtling towards the descending direction of the golden-winged bird. The sharp cry resounded across the expanse as the bird unfurled its wings, igniting brilliant bursts of flame. Yet, this did not hinder its relentless advance. In its golden pupils, only the silhouette atop the building registered, as no others occupied its thoughts. With a swift motion, the airborne figures were swept away by a terrifying force, including He Chi Wu, who crashed into the structures below. Observing Sunshin closing in, the golden-winged bird ascended, deftly evading a strike that could have severely injured him, spiraling gracefully in the air before diving once more. Clang! Before the golden-winged bird could descend, a resounding clang echoed from the depths of the night's embrace. Deep within Julong Mountain, a massive sword, spanning 100 meters, erupted into the sky. Engulfed in fierce flames, the sword traversed the heavens, illuminating the night. Witnessing this spectacle, the diving golden-winged bird halted its descent. Without hesitation, it retreated into the distance, as the sword, like a flash of lightning, pursued relentlessly. Chapter 15. The Dawn-Breathing Technique at the Edge of the World. Flames rent the night sky as a mournful wail echoed. The golden-winged bird was torn asunder, its blood staining the heavens. The fierce flames blossomed in the nocturnal sky, refusing to be extinguished for a prolonged time. A whispered lament lingered in the air. Within the confines of a room, Li Shinji leaped forth, heading towards the spot where He Chi Wu had just fallen. At that moment, numerous students rushed out of their quarters. Amidst the ruins, stones were scattered as He Chi Wu leaned against the debris, gazing at the instructors from Jia Bei Academy. "What is everyone doing? I am not dead yet. Dean, are you unharmed?" As the night unfolded, the flames blazed fiercely, and the city remained bustling until dawn. Outside the central edifice, the warriors of the Wuan army stood solemnly, guarding the meticulously arranged remains. Among them were Lu Yunshan, the camp leader of Jiolong Mountain, Zheng Fang from Hongdao Academy, Li Zui from Longqing, and Lin Yu from Jiangnan Academy, along with Zhao Mengyang from Hanzhong Academy. Each of them was a sixth-tier martial artist, their faces etched with solemnity. An elderly figure, bent and wizened, emerged from the rooftop where he had appeared the previous night. Elder Xia was a title of respect, not indicative of his surname. Within the Kunlun Academy, many referred to him simply as Xia. I have come to Jiolong Mountain to impart a technique of cultivation, Elder Xia announced, surveying the throng gathered in the square. I have named this technique the dawn breathing technique. However, this method possesses significant flaws. During the practice, one may suffer the severance of meridians, reverse blood flow, and even meet a fatal demise. These are merely the known dangers. Countless hidden perils remain undiscovered. Dear friends, do you dare to cultivate this technique? Upon concluding his words, Elder Xia silently turned and made his way back towards the building, his form becoming increasingly stooped. Before his arrival, he had intended to discreetly select a few individuals for a limited trial. However, after the events of the previous night, his perspective had shifted. Since the resurgence of martial arts, 9 generations of humanity had persevered, each stepping forth in succession. The first generation, armed with ancient martial arts passed down from the ruins, combined with techniques from the demon race, ushered in a new era of human martial cultivation. Through the 9 generations, continuous innovations led to the creation of the refinement method. By consuming the flesh and blood of demon beasts, practitioners could enhance their own strength. Yet, this method bore significant limitations. Lower-tier martial artists could obtain sufficient demon beast flesh for their cultivation. However, upon reaching the 7th tier and barely advancing to the 8th, acquiring the flesh of higher-tier demon beasts for training became exceedingly challenging. 8th-tier demon beasts were also regarded as top-tier existences within the demon realm. Without resources, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. Of course, humanity sought alternative paths, extracting essences from lower-tier demon beasts and concocting high-grade potions with the power of inclusiveness. However, the yield was far too low to meet the demand. More crucially, the refinement method, after numerous revisions, began to show signs of deterioration. Once a martial artist reached the 5th tier, the refining rate of a stable demon blood potion decreased by 10%. After the 6th tier, the refining rate decreases by 30%. At the 7th tier, it drops by 50%, and at the 8th tier, it plummets by 70%. In response to this predicament, a faction within the Kunlun Academy has delved deeply into research, merging theories from before the demon transformation regarding internal and external skills, thus pioneering this new method. However, this technique remains in a theoretical stage. The refinement of any method necessitates the gradual validation by numerous individuals. This is also the reason for Elder Xia's appearance at the Jiolong Mountain assessment site. He seeks to select candidates. Pray tell, are you all willing to cultivate this? I will. Me too. In the grand hall, Elder Xia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the throng rushing toward him, nodding in acknowledgement. The reason humanity has thrived despite the peril posed by beasts is due to the emergence of individuals ready to rise when needed. The torch of knowledge is passed down, something the beasts will never comprehend. Have you all made your decisions? As night fell, in a room adorned with a double bed, Li Xinji sat cross-legged on his bed, his energy surging. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and with apeth, he expelled a mouthful of reverse blood. Subsequently, he reclined on the bed, his complexion pale, as if he had been drained of vitality. Are you all right? The room contained another large bed, where he was wrapped like a mummy. Upon witnessing Li Xinji spitting blood, He Chi-Wu exclaimed in a panic, Yang Yiping, where have you gone? Quickly summon a physician, his chest heaving rapidly. It took some time before Li Xinji gradually calmed down. Slowly rising, he grasped his chest, feeling excruciating pain in his abdomen, and let out a sharp intake of breath. I am fine. Leaning against the headboard to ease his discomfort, Li Xinji grimaced. The name dawn breathing technique seemed somewhat misleading. It ought to be dubbed the human race attrition method instead. Not even having entered the threshold, he had already sustained severe injuries. According to Elder Xia's description, the dawn breathing technique was conceived from the internal martial arts principles predating demon transformations, establishing a pathway for the operation of meridians within the body. This operation of meridians was intended to replace the current external martial arts refining methods. By practicing the dawn breathing technique, one would open the 12 primary meridians, forming a complete circulatory system that allows one's cultivated vital energy to flow through the meridians, reaching both the internal organs and the external skin, permeating the entire body. However, the theoretical existence of the 12 meridians and their operational pathways remains merely conceptual. Indeed, following Elder Xia's instruction, Li Xinji practiced for 5 minutes and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Of course, this does not imply that Elder Xia's meridian diagrams were incorrect. After all, experiencing blockages during the initial practice is not uncommon. Brothers, I've spat blood. What about you? I've expelled 3 sheng. Let it out. You'll get used to it. I've already cleared half a meridian. Perhaps I am the legendary genius. Opening his mobile phone, Li Xinji glanced at the Dawn Practitioners group. A community formed around the practice of the breathing technique. It boasted a total of 1,393 members who had engaged in the breathing method. He noticed that dozens of members' avatars had turned black. Do not rush. Take your time. The methods we practice today have been continuously refined over generations. Leaning against the headboard, Ichiwu spoke, "You must exercise caution. Your life is no longer solely your own, but also belongs to Jiangbei Academy." "Are you frightened now?" Li Xinji replied, a smile gracing his lips. "If I were to perish, your million would be in vain." Ichiwu's eyes, wide and piercing, fixed on Li Xinji. "Do you understand why I refuse to stay in the hospital room? As the dean, I have painstakingly established a reputation. I must keep a vigilant eye on you, or I shall be uneasy. If I were to inadvertently practice to my demise, you would lose your esteemed standing." At that moment, the door swung open, and the admissions director, Yang Yiping, entered with takeout in hand. "Dean, Xinji, it's time to eat." "I won't eat, I'm angry," Xinji retorted, his liver aching. Yang Yiping cast a perplexed glance at the mummified dean. "What is wrong with the old man?" "I want 3 boxes, including the dean's," Xinji declared. "You'll make yourself sick." Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Li Xinji envisioned a phantom figure atop a bronze coffin. This figure, also in a meditative pose, was adorned with indistinct points of light. The hue of both the figure and the light was a deep azure, rendering many of the points obscured and indistinct. The blurriness stemmed from an inadequate supply of demon blood. Over 100 drops had been consumed in mere seconds, forcing Li Xinji to halt his actions. This fellow has toiled for 2 days in the assessment arena, only to see all efforts dissipate in an instant. How can it be this swift? What is the matter with you, staying up late? Youth is filled with vigor. Your injuries are not yet healed. Be patient. Don't take your frustrations out on the bed. Casting a sidelong glance at the mummified figure beside him, Li Xinji found himself exasperated with the old man after a day of sharing the same space. Noticing Li Xinji's gaze, Ichiwu, disregarding his injuries, forced himself upright. "Ah. Youth possesses such vitality. The old are of little use now. The dawn breathing technique has potential, yet to fully perceive the intricate networks and points. A considerable amount of demon blood is required for subsequent practice. Hundreds of drops vanish in an instant. The consumption is simply excessive. Old he, are there places in Jiangbei where one can hunt demon beasts? You wish to hone your skills?" Ichiwu regarded Li Xinji thoughtfully. "A few minor demons in Jiangbei would hardly pose a challenge to you." He then scrutinized Li Xinji, questioning, "Do you possess enough courage? Are you afraid of death?" "I am," Li Xinji admitted with a nod. Ichiwu's words faltered at the edge of his tongue. "I observed your battles during the assessment. At your age, you performed commendably, but it is still insufficient. To truly sharpen your abilities, you must endure life and death struggles. There is a place that will test your mettle. If you were to cast me onto the martial arts Great Wall, would you not fear my complaint to the education department?" Li Xinji shot Ichiwu a disdainful glance. "Are you truly unperturbed about the prospect of losing that million? Special individuals deserve special treatment. I call this teaching without discrimination, instructing according to one's aptitude. As for the other students in the academy, I shall not permit their participation. They will suffice by safeguarding the rear after graduation. Some are destined for the front lines." Ichiwu gazed at Li Xinji and inquired, "Do you understand the notion of reserving fine steel for the blade? In a single phrase, will you go or not?" "I will go," Li Xinji replied, nodding. "One who has not reached the Great Wall is not a true hero. It is inevitable that one must venture to the heights of martial arts. The time to embark is opportune. With a month remaining until the semester commences, I shall grant you an additional 5 months of leave, allowing you half a year for your journey." "Very well." Li Xinji turned to see Ichiwu tapping on his phone. Subsequently, a document appeared on his device. "This is a map. Follow it diligently. Check in at each designated point so that I may ascertain your well-being. Do you have anything else to say? Will there be living expenses provided?" Chapter 16. We seek wealth, not death, old bear. I have sent your disciple to Shan Haguin. I have no disciples. Do as you wish. Death is but death. In Jianbei City, in the harbor district, Xiang Daring puffed on a cigarette, the swirling smoke enveloping his head. After a couple of puffs, he covered his mouth, a trickle of crimson seeping through his fingers. Wiping it on his clothes, he grasped the pipe once more and resumed smoking, until the embers in the bowl extinguished. Old Bear tapped his shoes twice against the ground. 5 days later, in a desolate wilderness, Li Xinji traversed a path overgrown with wild grasses. Following the shattered expressway, he would eventually arrive at the Shanhaiguan of the martial arts Great Wall. Shanhaiguan, the first formidable barrier erected by the second generation of humanity, is renowned as the key to the east, thwarting the encroachment of the demonic clan's sacred pulse, the Azure Thunder Elephant. The demonic clan comprises 7 sacred pulses. Had it not been for the internal strife among the 7 factions, humanity's plight would be far graver than it is now. The wild path is fraught with peril, littered with ruins and wilderness where demonic beasts lie in ambush. However, these creatures are not particularly formidable, primarily consisting of snakes, rats, and pigs. On this journey, Li Xinji felt a sense of joy as he could hone his skills while acquiring demonic blood. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ruins of a distant city came into view. Without the presence of human life, the ruins had melded seamlessly with nature. This night, it would serve as his campsite. Upon entering the ruins, he had barely taken 2 steps when a green flash erupted from the thick underbrush, only to be cleaved in half. Over the past 5 days, he had slain hundreds of demonic beasts, though they were all of little merit. Yet, Li Xinji held no disdain, for any creature that could provide him with demonic blood was a valuable one. After all, accumulating enough would aid in refining the dawn-breathing technique. As nightfall approached, he kindled a bonfire amidst the ruins. Without hesitation, he leapt toward a nearby dilapidated building, a cramped room within serving as his chosen resting place. While it is true that demonic beasts fear fire, a mere small fire would not suffice to frighten them away entirely. As darkness enveloped the area, the firelight grew increasingly radiant amid the ruins. In every corner of the ruins, pairs of blood-red eyes flickered to life, fixated on the direction of the bonfire. Li Xinji cautiously raised his head, surveying his surroundings. Should the emerging demonic beasts prove weak, he would venture out to wreak havoc. If formidable beasts were to appear, he would conceal himself. If evasion failed, he would flee. A rustling sound echoed as slender figures materialized before the bonfire, eyeing it from a distance. After observing for over 10 minutes without detecting any powerful demonic beasts, Li Xinji sprang into action. With a swift arc of his blade, cutting through the air, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the serpentine shadows below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon sensing Li Xinji's presence, the surrounding demonic serpents sprang into action. The blade gleamed as it precisely severed the heads of the serpents. Once the ground was littered with their remains, Li Xinji sheathed his sword and leapt back onto the building. The recent commotion has stirred the beasts in the wild beyond the ruins. In contrast to the vermin and serpents lurking in the debris, the wilderness is populated with wild boars. These creatures reproduce prolifically, making them one of the primary resources for the lower-tier martial practitioners of humanity. Shortly thereafter, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed through the ruins as several wild boars emerged, drawn to the campfire, where they began to feast upon the scattered remains of the demon serpents. After a brief wait, noticing that no more wild boars appeared, Li Xinji leapt down, brandishing his blade. As dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings, and a howling sound emanated from the rooftop of a building. The tiger fist unleashed a wind as Li Xinji executed the technique, steam rising from his body like a faint, sanguine mist. Although he had yet to master the dawn-breathing technique, he still relied on the previous tiger fist to temper the demonic blood within him. With the attainment of the 2nd level of the mountain opening realm, newfound strength surged within him. Grasping the horizontal blade beside him, he executed several downward strikes. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the mountain opening realm, his strength soared to 20,000 kilograms, dramatically affecting his power augmentation. At the 1st level, his blade could deliver a force of 20,000 kilograms. Now, at the 2nd level, that force doubled to 40,000 kilograms, rivaling even the 4th level of the mountain opening realm. However, this was a matter for the future. Presently, with the elevation of his strength, the enhancement of his swordsmanship had somewhat diminished. The increase in power had slightly reduced the effectiveness of his techniques. A challenge every martial artist encounters, there was no alternative but to engage in relentless practice. Descending into the ruins, Li Xinji struck down with his blade, effortlessly shattering a nearby humble abode. After experimenting, he gauged his current striking power to be around 27 to 28,000 kilograms, with the total enhancement reduced to 40%. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. Once he fully mastered his newfound strength, it would all return to normal. After leaving the ruins, Li Xinji journeyed northward, continuing his quest for hunting. At the Yinshan ruined city, a sharp slap resounded as a lean, young man was sent flying against the crumbling wall. The assailant, with arched brows, bore the demeanor of a smiling tiger. I warned you not to provoke those in the top 500. Do you wish for death? Observing the crumpled figure on the ground, the smiling tiger remained unsatisfied and swiftly drew his belt, delivering further blows. Think with your feeble minds. Those in the top 500 are untouchable, and those in the top 100 are even more so. We seek wealth, not death. After a couple more lashes with the belt, still craving more, the smiling tiger dipped it into a nearby puddle and resumed his assault. The victim curled up, cradling his head. One arm was already broken, and his body was a gruesome sight. Speak. Who commanded you to act thus? He demanded furiously, and when silence ensued, the belt fell once more, escalating the smiling tiger's rage. You all desire riches but are willing to risk your lives? Truly mad. The elite 100 students of the martial arts assessment are undoubtedly the focus of the human race cabinet. To hunt these students is tantamount to courting death. The promising individuals from various provinces number in the thousands. Any unfortunate mishap that claims 1 or 2 lives might not provoke a significant response from the cabinet. However, the martial peace army would react. Those lofty figures who profit from the chaos may remain untouched, but those who take action will surely suffer the consequences. Damn it. They are the ones doing the dirty work. Ultimately, they will bear the blame. What a wretched world this is. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated the smiling tiger became, his grip tightening with each passing moment. Crack. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, the ground was stained with a gruesome mess. Damn it, toss it out to feed the pigs. Grasping the still dripping belt, the smiling tiger strode towards the inner chamber, where several figures were bound by iron chains on a rack. Speak. Who ordered you to capture the top examinees? Speak up. Speak up. Slap. 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 I'll talk. It was Lord Luoxian. Luoxian. The smiling tiger glared, cursing. After eliminating old Hu from Jiangbei, he dares to come after me. As long as that duckling remains alive, the divine sect will eventually be toppled by him. Observing the restrained figures, the smiling tiger gestured to the shadows outside. Those who betray their own, shatter their bones and toss them out to feed the pigs. Exiting the room, he wiped his hands on the belt, cleansing it of blood and debris before reattaching it to his waist. Damn it, filthy scoundrels, forsaking wealth and courting death. A little over 10 minutes later, in a room within the ruins, the smiling tiger emerged from a bathtub, donning a clean long robe and concealing his head. The blood god above. May divine light shine upon us. He softly spoke to the mirror, rubbed his face to erase the murderous aura, squinting his eyes to assume a most amiable demeanor. He picked up his phone and tapped, causing screens to illuminate one after another. The blood god above, I have encountered the divine envoy. Each screen revealed a fervent figure, humbly kneeling in devotion. Divine light shines upon the world. Heed the will of the divine and seek out his enemies. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the smiling tiger's narrowed eyes. Have the enemies of the divine been captured? We have apprehended 3 individuals. 1 individual has been captured. The divine voice decreed. Not enough. These individuals will obstruct the descent of divine light. Capture them and bring them forth. Shortly after dismissing the figures on the screens, the smiling tiger dialed another number. Soon, a man with furry ears appeared on the screen. Yao Yuan, divine envoy, have you prepared so swiftly? The smiling tiger regarded the figure on the screen, his tone icy. By air, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? By air paused, then shrugged, replying. We both toil at the lowest tier. To speak frankly, if there were higher quality blood offerings, why would my demon god sect refuse? Do you not fear for your life? With a mocking sneer, the white-eared one gazed at the smiling tiger and declared, the demon god truly exists. Not merely a fabricated false deity conjured for your own gain. For the sake of the demon god, everything is worth it. The expression of the smiling tiger darkened as he retorted, do you truly believe the words of a worthless fool? The white-eared one shrugged nonchalantly, why not? For my demon sect, should we succeed, we shall acquire offerings of superior quality. Should we fail, we suffer no loss whatsoever. Observing the distress on the smiling tiger's face, the white-eared one continued, what you speak of is not for me to negotiate. Our dealings remain unchanged. A flicker of light flashed before vanishing entirely. The smiling tiger gripped his phone tightly, the sound of cracking reverberating in the air. You, duck brother, have brought this upon yourself. The divine messenger had concluded all matters. From beyond the room, voices could be heard. The smiling tiger regained his composure, shedding his robe as he strode outward. Clean this place thoroughly. A rumbling echoed. Outside the ruins of Yinshan City, Li Xinji emerged from the thicket, surveying the distant outline of the desolate city. Suddenly, he spotted a plume of dust rising into the air. Chapter 17. The four-star husky in the distance. A cloud of dust was accompanied by a resounding roar. Li Xinji halted his steps, retreating into the shelter of the forest, uncertain of the situation and preferring to remain concealed for the time being. The wilderness was rife with wandering bounty hunters who made a living by hunting various demon beasts and selling them to buyers for profit. As one approached the vicinity of the martial arts Great Wall, the number of bounty hunters increased significantly. Within the mainland, the demon beasts were too feeble to hold much value. The ranks of bounty hunters were a mixed bag, comprising individuals of all kinds. Thus, throughout his journey, Li Xinji chose to travel alone, eschewing partnerships. Teaming up proved to be cumbersome, often entangled in disputes over interests. He preferred to confront foes alone, engaging those he could defeat and fleeing from those he could not. Yinshan Ruined City lay ahead. Remnants of Yinshan City from the time before the demon transformation. Beyond Yinshan City, to the north, was the human realm's Shanhai Pass. Due to its proximity to Shanhai Pass, Yinshan City had suffered numerous assaults from demon beasts over the centuries, rendering it a desolate wasteland. This devastation, however, had led to a plethora of demon beast species and numbers lingering within the ruins, attracting many bounty hunters eager for the hunt. Li Xinji also intended to explore the Yinshan Ruined City. Having journeyed for nearly 10 days without encountering a single mountain-splitting demon beast, his gains had been dismal. After observing the surroundings from the forest for quite some time, he opened the information on his phone. He had been thorough in his preparations, marking various locations along the way. The introduction to Yinshan Ruins highlighted its significance with a 4-star rating. A 4-star danger level indicated that it was one of the most formidable gathering places for demon beasts within human territories, suggesting the presence of 4th grade Wanjun realm beasts. Any demon beasts of 5th grade or higher would be swiftly eradicated upon discovery. The information regarding Yinshan Ruined City was quite detailed, and after thorough investigation, Li Xinji pinpointed an outward target. Tianshan Community, a residential area from the time before the demon transformation, boasted vast expanses capable of housing 1 million residents. Now, situated on the periphery of the ruins, it had become a gathering place for demon beasts, including those at the mountain-splitting realm, making it a suitable target for him. With determined strides, he cautiously made his way towards the ruined city. Walking through the dilapidated streets, he observed numerous remnants of shattered demon beast bones. Yinshan Ruined City was extensive, and Li Xinji deliberately circled around to avoid the recently disturbed areas, knowing that such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of many bounty hunters. At this time, venturing close would increase the likelihood of encountering danger. The distant roars of beasts echoed around him, while he caught glimpses of agile figures leaping away from the buildings in the distance. Quack! Not long into his journey, Li Xinji glanced up to see a flying duck soaring overhead. In this era, even ducks had transformed. Quack! At that moment, the duck, having noticed him, clumsily adjusted its trajectory and dove towards him. Whoosh! Before Li Xinji could draw his blade, the sound of slicing air rang out as an arrow pierced through the sky, striking the duck, which let out a ghastly cry before plummeting to the ground. Don't move. At that instant, a lean figure emerged from the ruins. Bow drawn, an arrow aimed directly at him. Throw my prey over here, Li Xinji said, tilting his head to glance at a gaunt figure with bright eyes. Well, you saved me, so I shall toss the prey to you. Taking a couple of steps forward, Li Xinji seized a 3-foot-long duck and swiftly snapped its neck. The transformed duck, its feathers sharp and glistening, had a beak that was equally pointed. He discarded it 3 meters in front of me. Subsequently, Li Xinji, ever agreeable. Threw the duck away, the slender figure retrieved the quarry and quickly vanished into the ruins. Watching the figure disappear, Li Xinji shook his head. Realizing he had obtained a drop of demon blood without lifting a finger, and he hadn't even said thank you. Continuing towards the Tianshan Cloud community, he found it to be quite expansive, with towering buildings entwined with lush green vines, some as large as pythons. The entire area was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a faint green mist. Within the mist, deep growls of beasts echoed, and a wild boar, 3 meters in size, emerged, snuffling through the decaying earth. Li Xinji approached and swiftly dispatched it, then retreated to the corner of a building. The scent of blood from the dismembered boar soon attracted a cacophony of roars from lurking beasts. His gaze drifted to the distance. Where a wild boar adorned with a single horn appeared, this mutated creature was a first for him. The horned wild boar emitted a fierce cry, its speed accelerating to over 100 meters per second as it charged toward him. Startled, Li Xinji kicked off the wall, leaping to the second floor. With a resounding crash, the horned wild boar collided with the building, creating a gaping hole in the wall. In that fleeting moment, as Li Xinji ascended, he gripped his blade and delivered a downward strike. The blade sank deep into the creature, splattering demon blood across the walls. Yet, the beast remained alive, thrashing violently. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xinji withdrew his blade and retreated, leaving the boar to wreak havoc within the building. He then turned his attention to the other demon beasts, wielding his blade with precision, swiftly severing their necks. After eliminating over a dozen rock-splitting demon beasts, the commotion within the crumbling structure finally subsided. At last, silence reigned. Having dealt with the beasts outside, Li Xinji entered the building, brandishing his knife to sever the horn from the wild boar. Throughout his journey, he had discarded much of his loot due to the lack of containers. This wild boar, possessing strength equivalent to the later stages of the mountain opening realm, would fetch a handsome price for its horn. In recent days, he had discerned certain patterns regarding the demon blood from the bronze coffin. To condense a drop of demon blood from beasts of the body refinement and rock-splitting realms, several creatures might be required, resulting in a singular shimmering halo. In contrast, the demon blood from the mountain opening realm was significantly larger, exhibiting two intertwined halos. The stronger the energy of the demon blood from the same realm, the brighter the halo would shine. Thus, he distinguished the quality of the demon blood by observing its brilliance, light, and darkness. The demon blood produced by this unicorn wild boar emanated two radiant halos, the brightest of all. After completing this task, he leapt onto a nearby building that appeared relatively sturdy. The stench of blood was overwhelming, attracting more demon beasts. He decided to rest for a moment and assess the situation. The number of demon beasts within the clouded district exceeded Li Xinji's expectations. Hundreds of towering buildings, basements, and dark rivers were rife with the lairs of these creatures. Naturally, with an abundance of demon beasts came heightened danger. Venturing alone sometimes necessitated retreat in the face of large-scale encounters. After several days, he had slain 96 beasts of the mountain opening realm and over 1,000 of the stone cracking realm, leaving him somewhat fatigued. In a cramped restroom on the 18th floor, he gazed out the window below. The roars of demon beasts filled the air as several figures worked in harmony, continuously dispatching their foes. This was a well-coordinated hunting team, with distinct roles, the lure and the hunters. He mused that he should form a team as well. Watching their efficient slaughter of demon beasts, envy flickered in his eyes. Two hands could hardly compete with a multitude. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by furious growls. Beast, perish. He shifted to another window, peering towards the center of the ruined city. In the heart of the city, over a dozen beasts of the 10,000 June realm loomed, with the strongest among them reported to be at the pinnacle of that realm. The resounding roar confirmed the identity of this fourth-tier beast, the spectral firewolf. This creature, marked by a flame on its forehead, commanded a tribe where each member bore a similar flame. Who, he wondered, possessed the audacity to provoke such a formidable beast? Downstairs, members of the Silver Moon team also sensed the commotion. Although the alpha wolf among the pack was not the strongest beast in the ruins, it had many brethren. And when they fought, they did so as a united front. Fierce and ruthless, there had been no shortage of large bounty hunter teams seeking the wolf's brain, only to return empty-handed. Once again, which team dared to provoke the spectral firewolves? The sounds of roaring and battle grew increasingly intense, as dust clouds billowed from the toppled structures. Soon, the ground began to tremble, and Li Xinji felt the vibrations even from the 18th floor. This was bad. He needed to ascend. Sensing the earth-esh tremors, the leader of the Silver Moon team turned pale and urged his comrades to head upstairs. High-level demon beasts could easily incite lower-tier beasts to form a tide of chaos, and the spectral firewolf, being a clan leader, was now driving out the lurking beasts. Li Xinji gazed at the distant street, where shadows surged. At the rear, a colossal wolf, over 10 meters tall, roared, its forehead flame appearing almost tangible. Its blue eyes sparkled with an unmistakably intelligent glint. This was the largest wolf he had ever encountered. Surrounding the colossal wolf were 5 figures, with the primary attacker wielding a silver spear. Each strike he delivered punctured the beast's hide, leaving a fresh wound. In the distance, atop a structure, Silhouettes hoisted rocket launchers that emitted azure flames. Whenever the giant wolf retaliated, a fiery blossom erupted upon its form. Further away, even more figures restrained the third-tier direwolves within the pack. This group donned the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army, engaged in a dynamic combat. They swiftly advanced towards the vicinity of the cloud-kissed residential complex. The figures with rocket launchers continuously maneuvered, seeking advantageous positions. Clank. Wang Yuanxin executed a few agile movements. Leaping into the partially collapsed 18th floor, followed closely by two support personnel who adeptly readied the rocket launcher. Come out. In the restroom, Li Xinji's blade pointed downward. His gaze fixed upon the fierce warriors of the Demon Suppression Army. As students of Jiabe Academy, they were dispatched under the orders of their dean to broaden their horizons at the martial arts Great Wall. Chapter 18. The first meridian of breathing technique. The Demon Suppression Army, the frontline warriors of the martial arts Great Wall, were not to be compared with the Wuan army. These were the individuals truly engaged in the fight. Li Xinji promptly introduced himself without a hint of hesitation, presenting his identification with an air of urgency, fearful that those before him might obliterate him. Despite Li Xinji's affirmation of his identity, the expressions of Wang Xingyuan and his companions remained tense. One of the aides scrutinized him while the other assisted Wang Xingyuan. The strength of the spectral firewolf had already reached the 8th level of the 10,000 June realm, commanding over 20 subordinates of the 1,000 June realm. With a resounding boom, Wang Xingyuan aimed at the wolf's vulnerable spot and discharged a rocket launcher, sending the projectile soaring through the air in a graceful arc towards the beast. As the projectile struck, fiery explosions erupted across the wolf's hide, tearing its skin apart. However, these injuries did not inflict any real damage. Instead, they incited its wrath. With a fierce howl, flames erupted from its brow, engulfing the space around it. Observing the wolf's fiery manifestation, Zhao He allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It was indeed a challenge to exploit the creature's weaknesses without provoking its fury. With precision, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his silver spear, detonating the azure flames in bursts. The four warriors, who had been circling around to offer support, simultaneously unleashed their most potent techniques, their blades shimmering as they struck at various parts of the wolf's body. This display of aggression only served to enrage the already furious creature, which turned its attention towards one of the lesser beings, ready to retaliate. In that pivotal moment, as the wolf pivoted, the fur beneath its neck was revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao He thrust his spear forward, piercing through the dissipating violet flames and embedding it deep into the wolf's neck. With a guttural scream, blood gushed forth like a cascading waterfall from the wound, staining the spear. The wolf, in a fit of rage, flung its head violently, sending Zhao He flying, the wound pouring out its life force. At that moment, the spectral firewolf was driven to madness. The azure flames surged, consuming everything in their vicinity, igniting all flora that came into contact with them. Retreat, Zhao He commanded, recognizing the peril of facing a frenzied beast. A creature at the 8th level of the 10,000 June realm could not be subdued in a single blow. The backlash of its power would be too great to withstand, even for the most seasoned warrior. Zhao He, at merely the 5th level, had expended considerable strength to deliver that strike. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Suppression Army warriors found themselves surrounded by the rampaging wolf, which was now bleeding profusely and wreaking havoc. As the creature succumbed to its fury, it began demolishing buildings, its life force ebbing away. With survival at stake, the preservation of its kind became irrelevant. The wolf mercilessly slaughtered two of its own kind that ventured too close. As the enraged wolf drew nearer, Wang Xingyuan gestured for a retreat. Step back and move. With Wang Xingyuan leading the way, Li Xinji understood the necessity of their flight and followed suit, moving away from the impending danger. As he glanced back at Wang Xingyuan, Li Xinji remained unfazed, pondering the practicality of their path. The group navigated through the remnants of several collapsed structures, eventually reaching a rooftop where they beheld the now precariously teetering wolf. After a considerable lapse of nearly half an hour, the celestial wolf finally crashed into the ruins. The demon-hunting warriors scattered around began to converge towards the wolf's position. Li Xinji was no exception, primarily driven by the desire to touch it. The allure of the high-level demon blood from the celestial wolf in the Wanjun realm was simply too captivating. Within a 100-meter radius of the celestial wolf, all the towering buildings had been reduced to rubble, leaving behind a pool of blood. After expending such great effort, we have finally vanquished this beast, Wang Chang remarked as he tapped the wolf's body with his knife, producing a metallic sound. Tonight, we feast on hot pot. Outside the ruins, Numerous bounty hunters peered in, their eyes gleaming with envy. A high-ranking demon wolf of the Wanjun realm, especially one that had comprehended supernatural powers, was immensely valuable. Some individuals clutched beast skin bags, abandoning any thoughts of claiming the demon-hunting military spoils. However, the demon blood scattered on the ground was plentiful. If they could collect some and acquire a few potions from the underground market, they could enhance their strength, even if just a little. Among the crowd, Li Shinji scratched his head and pointed at his arm. What is there to see about a dead beast? Just a glance from a distance is sufficient. Do you harbor some peculiar fascination? He yearned for a closer encounter. I am not acquainted with the demon-hunting military. I can't just present my face, can I? The director has a large enough face. It should suffice. Gazing at the fallen demon wolf, Li Shinji grew increasingly restless. This creature was quite bothersome for not allowing him to touch it. If he hesitated any longer, the demon-hunting military would soon pack up and leave. Are you certain you possess no unsavory inclinations? Hurry up, old man, or I shall make you suffer a loss of 1,000,000. Just then, Ichiwu's video call came through, projecting his image. Brothers of the demon-hunting military, I am Jiao Bei. He allowed his booming voice immediately captured the attention of the demon-hunting warriors. The old face of a 6th-tier warrior still held some sway. After establishing he allowed his connection, Li Shinji quickly approached Zhao He. You came to the martial arts Great Wall alone? Zhao He scrutinized Li Shinji. Wang Chong, nearby, expressed interest, saying, Is the academy so ruthless now? Aren't you afraid of meeting your demise at the martial arts Great Wall? Go and extract the demon core. Zhao He glanced at Wang Chong, then turned to Li Shinji, stating, If you wish to see a demon beast, then go ahead. Thank you, Li Shinji replied gratefully. Step by step approaching the celestial wolf. Even from a distance of several meters, he could sense a potent aura of blood and slaughter. The closer he drew, the more overwhelming this aura became, causing him discomfort. Stay strong, Wang Chang encouraged, patting Li Shinji on the shoulder as he approached the demon wolf. Gradually, Li Shinji arrived near the wolf, beginning to scrutinize the creature adorned with blue flame markings on its forehead. To perform theatrically was essential. He extended his hand to touch the wolf's scaled armor. With a clang, he unsheathed his knife and struck down upon it. The sound of the blade resonated sharply, the recoil forcing Li Shinji to retreat several paces. Yet, upon examining the spot where his blade fell, no trace remained. Observing Li Shinji's actions, Wang Chong chuckled lightly, noting the exuberant curiosity of youth as he too began to wield his knife to excavate the demon core. The wolf demon proved to be quite resilient. With each strike from Wang Chong, his face flushed with exertion. After a theatrical inspection, Li Shinji casually touched the gaping wound at the wolf demon's neck. Success. We shall head to the martial arts Great Wall. I can give you a lift shortly. Wang Chong's peripheral vision assessed Li Shinji as he spoke. Many disciples from Jiangbei Academy are present. The demon suppression army acted swiftly, driving in a large truck with 18 heavy-duty wheels to load the wolf demon and set off. The truck was adorned with numerous hanging seats, and Li Shinji found himself seated, using the familiar visage of Dean He to secure a spot as they journeyed towards the martial arts Great Wall. The truck's speed was impressive, though its loud rumble threatened to burst eardrums. As the vehicle jolted up and down, Li Shinji squinted, his mind drifting to the bronze coffin, where a droplet of pale golden demon blood glimmered, radiating 4 luminous halos akin to a miniature sun. Exiting the ruined city, they traveled northward. At the edge of the earth, a great dragon lay sprawled, meandering towards the horizon. In an inconspicuous corner of Yinshan ruined city, within a room adorned with war-damaged decor, the smiling tiger reclined on a sofa. A light screen projected the earlier scene of Li Shinji releasing Dean He, though the image was somewhat obscured as it was captured from the side. Jiangbei Academy, ranked 50th, foundational realm, first level. Smoking thoughtfully, the smiling tiger pondered, where is he now? Beneath him, a figure remained prostrate, not raising their head. They left with the demon suppression army. With a snap of his fingers, 2 women dressed in revealing attire entered the room. Their crimson-polished toes touched the ground just before the prostrate figure. Well done. The divine rewards those who serve. They are now yours. The figure on the ground sniffed eagerly, glancing up along the legs adorned with pale skin, a spark of eagerness igniting in their eyes. With fervor akin to a ravenous wolf, the man lunged forward, embracing the 4 delicate legs. The smiling tiger squinted, lighting another cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Divine envoy, are you pleased? I shall fetch the person immediately, the man replied, lowering his gaze. Have you forgotten what I said? The smiling tiger's expression darkened. Understood. If this matter is handled well, those 2 will be yours. indulge as you wish. The divine envoy's command leaves no room for hesitation. A flush of excitement crossed the man's face as he spoke eagerly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a colossal checkpoint loomed ahead of the truck, towering like a mountain. From a distance, Li Xinji felt a sense of insignificance. It was overwhelmingly high. Demonic energy, blood energy, malevolent aura, and the stench of decay intertwined in the air. Before even approaching the city wall, Li Xinji disembarked from the carriage. As he was not a member of the demon suppression army, he needed to traverse a specific passage to authenticate his identity in order to enter Shanhaiguan. Fortunately, a gathering area had formed outside the pass, ensuring that accommodations were not a concern. After settling into a place, Li Xinji performed a brief grooming ritual and then sat cross-legged upon the bed, filled with anticipation. The faint golden glow of demon blood overshadowed all other demon blood auras he had accumulated over the past few days. He opened his phone and located the Dawn Practitioners group, noticing that few had been idle in recent days. Upon checking the member list, he observed that the avatars of several individuals had turned dark, including that of the young man who had previously proclaimed himself a genius and had opened half of his meridians. Letting out a soft sigh, Li Xinji suppressed the turbulence within his heart and closed his eyes. An ethereal figure emerged above the bronze coffin, its luminescent points resembling stars. Among these points of light, a single strand of azure silk extended, winding and intertwining with another point of light. Chapter 19. The fourth stage of opening the mountain, a cascade of azure light particles coalesced into a serpentine meridian. In that moment, Li Xinji awoke from his reverie. For the cause was none other than the depletion of a drop of fourth-grade demon blood. Although this occasion did not reach the heights of 1, 2, or 3, it certainly fell short of 7, 8, or 9. The consumption of demon blood through the breathing technique had indeed proven to be quite substantial. He contemplated the paths of the meridians he had envisioned and felt a surge of interest. As Elder Xia had stated, once the meridians were unblocked, they could serve as a conduit for the convergence of blood energy, nourishing the entire body. Previously, the refining methods he had practiced, whether through consuming the flesh of demon beasts or ingesting potions, resulted in the immediate dispersal of power within his body. At such times, if one could not promptly mobilize the sinews, blood, and flesh to refine the power into the body, the potency of the medicine would gradually dissipate outward. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Li Xinji closed his eyes and began to enter a state of ethereal tranquility. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour went by. Dawn broke. His eyes widened in astonishment. Despite having discerned the route of the meridians, he found himself hesitating at the threshold. Shaking his head vigorously, Li Xinji once more fell into a profound silence. At that moment, he summoned the demon blood into his body. As the demon blood coursed within, it instantly dispersed, surging toward his limbs and bones, with wisps of faint blood energy escaping through his pores. He paid no heed to the dissipating energy. He could afford to waste it for now. Gradually, his breathing stabilized, and the rhythm of his abdomen began to find a pattern. In that instant, the chaotic blood energy within him, guided by the meridian map, began to coalesce along the prescribed pathways. Boom! The blood energy surged forth from Li Xinji, coursing through the unblocked meridian and enhancing his strength yet again. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of astonishment, even without consciously attempting to control it. The blood energy within his unblocked meridians continued to wash over his body. Each cycle nourished his being, incrementally augmenting his power. Though each enhancement was modest over the years, such accumulation would yield significant results. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of cultivation resources. Otherwise, forced practice would only serve to exhaust oneself. Having just unblocked the first meridian, if he were to unblock all 12 primary meridians and establish a grand circulation under favorable conditions, then a spark of excitement flickered in Li Xinji's eyes. While this remained a fantastical notion in an ideal scenario, the mere thought sent a thrill through him. In comparison to the refining of the tiger fist, the breathing technique substantially improved the efficiency of resource utilization. The exact extent of this improvement remained uncertain. He would need to experiment further. With this thought in mind, he leapt from the bed, and as his feet touched the ground, a sharp crack resonated beneath him. He had exerted too much force, causing an imbalance. Li Xinji furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. If there were a perfect cultivation method, humanity would not need to toil through generations to innovate. The breathing technique, which refines resources to elevate strength, lacks the holistic coordination of the entire body. This resulted in a greater force being embedded within flesh and blood, leading to an imbalance more pronounced than that achieved through refinement methods. Picking up the telephone by his bedside, Li Xinji dialed a number. Soon, a knock echoed through the room, and upon opening the door, he was presented with a cloth bag. Inside the bag were the precious stones used for measuring the strength of warriors at the mountain opening stage. Clang, clang. Li Xinji poured the stones out, revealing more than 20 pieces, ranging from 1 to 9 golden patterns. Selecting a stone marked with 3 golden patterns, he clenched it in his hand. Crack. He then picked up a stone with 4 patterns. Crack. It shattered, not to the point of becoming powder, but splintered into a dozen pieces. Mountain opening 4th layer. He sat upon the edge of his bed, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To validate his breathing technique, he had deliberately used 2 drops of demonic blood from a mid-stage mountain opening beast. Based on his previous training with the Tiger Fist, he estimated that those 2 drops would elevate his strength to approximately 35,000 kilograms. In finer terms, that would place him in the mid-stage of the mountain opening 3rd layer, yet now he was at the 4th layer. Merely unblocking 1 meridian had significantly surpassed the resource efficiency of the Tiger Fist. As for the issue of strength imbalance, it was of no concern. With an abundance of demonic beasts around, one could simply wield a blade to remedy it. He opened his phone and navigated to the Dawn Practitioners group, scrolling through the chat history. Dawn 1. I have unblocked my first meridian, and my refining efficiency has increased by 25% compared to my previous practice with the bare fist. Here is my perception meridian map for everyone's reference. Winter cotton jacket. Thank you. Why has my efficiency only improved by 15%? Am I a failure? Guardian of the Hearth. My efficiency has risen by 20%. I consulted Elder Xia, and it seems to vary from person to person. Here is my route map. Feel free to download it for reference. Ding, ding. Li Xinji clicked through, downloading several route maps in succession. Upon opening them, he discovered that each map was uniquely different. Naturally, so was he. Heroes perceive things differently, each with their own thoughts. After reviewing all the chat records, he noted that the highest efficiency gain among those who successfully unblocked their first meridian was merely 25%. Yet, his refining efficiency had undoubtedly surpassed 30%. Since the establishment of the group, he had yet to speak. He opened the group settings and changed his name to a small soldier of the martial arts Great Wall. Subsequently, he illustrated his meridian route map and uploaded it to the group. As for the efficiency improvement, he followed the trend and marked it as a 20% increase. He refrained from elaborating further, knowing that his derived route was undoubtedly suited to him, but that might not hold true for others. Besides, who would believe mere words? He couldn't very well dissect himself for a live demonstration. Most importantly, through comparison, he found that the route map with the highest overlap with his own had an efficiency increase of only 18%. Suddenly, a muffled sobbing echoed into the room once more. Such commotion is quite commonplace here. Whenever a beast appears beyond the borders, alarms will inevitably sound. Sensing the latent power within him, Li Xinji rose and collected the scattered stones, refraining from carelessly discarding them. He secured his blade on his back and, carrying a cloth bag, proceeded outward. The exertion of a meridian consumed a drop of 4th-grade beast blood. Next, he would need to confront the skin of the beast. At the martial arts Great Wall at the Yangshan Beacon Fort, Fan Hongjie was uncomfortably wedged into his seat, which creaked beneath his weight. His booted legs were carelessly propped on a dilapidated table, while a brick-like telephone was pinched between his head and shoulder. Director, do you have any insights? What insights? I hardly know you, replied He Chi-Wu's voice from the other end of the line. Why don't you accept my video call? Are you afraid I might see your hypocritical face? Director, we shouldn't speak ill of each other. It's been ages since our last call, at this rate. I'll have to visit you at your memorial service. At this rate, I'll be the one sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one. Director. I'm bald. Enough with the nonsense. I have a matter to discuss. Your junior should have arrived at the martial arts Great Wall. I'm telling you. This is a promising talent I've painstakingly discovered, so you must keep an eye on him. Assign him some tasks for honing his skills. They shouldn't be too perilous, yet should still serve their purpose. Do not let him be ruined, or I'll come and kick your hefty behind. Fan Hongjie twirled a small dagger in his hand, fully understanding each word spoken by the director, yet failing to grasp their collective meaning. What does it mean to hone? What constitutes not too dangerous? How can one hone without risk? Is it not preferable to remain in safer, clerical roles? Moreover, is there any place at the martial arts Great Wall that is devoid of danger? Director, the martial arts Great Wall is exceedingly perilous. with skirmishes erupting every 3 days and significant battles every 5. If something were to befall your junior, all your efforts would be in vain. Contemplating the vengeful visage of the old man, Fan Hongjie realized he could not accept this task. If the junior were indeed ruined, the old man would surely harbor a deep-seated resentment, perhaps even forbidding him from attending the memorial service. Stop with the useless chatter. I've sent you the information. His strength is at the first level of the mountain opening realm, possibly even the second. This is fine steel I've sought for many years. Do you understand? Good steel must be employed on the blade. Only then can it wreak havoc. Director, you used to say the same about me. Director, I'm sorry. If he were to be ruined, trust me, I will ensure he is properly refined this time. On the other end of the line. Ichiwu hesitated before responding. Fine, let us proceed with that. I'll reach out to you if needed. Remember, good steel must be utilized on the blade. Ensure he is forged well. After hanging up, Fan Hongjie rubbed his forehead. The first level of the mountain opening realm seems rather low. How should he arrange this? He must preserve his life while still undergoing refinement. Can good steel truly be forged this way? Is there truly a way to have the best of both worlds? Has the old man turned his brain to mush by eating pickled vegetables and tofu? Little Sunday. Yes. All right, I shall proceed immediately. The Sanhedrin, resembling a colossal beast, sprawls across the earth, its entire city shimmering with an ethereal glow under the sun. The city wall on the inner side rises to a height of 200 meters, towering even higher towards the side facing the monstrous beasts. The wall is exceedingly broad, wide enough for vehicles to race side by side with ease. Li Shinji, a student from Jiangbei Academy, has applied for a visit to the martial arts Great Wall. At the checkpoint, Li Shinji presented his identification to the stationed Demon Suppression Army warrior. The Guardian warrior scrutinized Li Shinji briefly and remarked, "If you wish to tour, proceed through the left gate. Other students from various academies have gone that way." The warrior was not surprised by the presence of academy students at the martial arts Great Wall, for they too had traversed this path. Each institution, in their quest to educate their students, sends instructors to guide them for a baptism at the Great Wall. No, I have come to slay demons. Upon hearing this, the inspecting warrior from the Demon Suppression Army was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture. He regarded Li Shinji once more, his right fist placed solemnly against his chest. A hint of gravity in his demeanor. May you return safely, brother. Chapter 20. May my brothers return safely, may my brothers return safely. With a clenched fist placed upon my left chest, the sudden motion of the warriors from the Demon Suppression Army caused Li Shinji to momentarily pause in surprise. For reasons unknown. Thank you. As he passed through the thick city gates, which extended for 2 miles, a fine layer of white sand appeared beneath Li Shinji's feet. Coming to a halt, he surveyed his surroundings. A dense aura of malevolence and demonic energy pressed in from all sides. To his left, a stone staircase rose undulatingly, where many young individuals congregated, their eyes alight with excitement. Ascending this staircase would lead to the pinnacle of Sanhedrin, offering a sweeping view of the entire inner and outer fortifications. To his right lay the registration area. Any martial artist of the human race, duly registered, could temporarily serve under the command of the Demon Suppression Army, ascend the martial arts Great Wall, and directly engage in battle against the demon race. The registration area was similarly crowded with individuals awaiting their turn to join the fight atop the Great Wall. At this moment, he not only lacked demon blood but also yearned for experience. Name: Li Shinji, a resident of Jiangbei City, 4th layer of the Open Mountain Realm. A plaque embedded with an information chip was handed to Li Shinji. Li Shinji, number 299, 4th layer of the Open Mountain Realm, Mountain Character Camp. Before long, he found his place in line. The martial artists arriving at the martial arts Great Wall could not simply go wherever they wished. The Demon Suppression Army had designated leaders for each group. I am Lu Shan, your temporary camp leader. Lu Shan's bald head gleamed, and the blade of the large knife he wielded bore a dark red hue. At Sanhedrin, there are 3 military regulations. Those who disobey orders shall be executed. Those who flee from battle shall be executed. Those who fail to rescue the dying shall be executed. Lu Shan's fierce gaze swept over the assembled warriors as he gestured toward 4 figures beside him. Currently, 100 individuals form a team. Lined up in order of their numbers, these are your team leaders. Choose your teams now. In no time, the assembly was completed, comprising 800 individuals divided into 8 large teams. Li Shinji found himself in the 3rd team, led by Yang Qing, a 3rd layer of the Thousand June realm. Move out. Not wishing to delay, Lu Shan headed toward the martial arts Great Wall. Unlike the left staircase, The right one they ascended was stained with blood, the stones having long been tainted a deep brown. The higher they climbed, the darker the hue became, and upon reaching the parapet, Li Xinji discovered that every corner was tainted a dark red. In the air, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. Regardless of the direction from which the wind blew, the acrid smell of blood permeated the atmosphere. Their mission lay 600 miles away, at the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress. Before Li Xinji could fully take in his surroundings, Lu Shan's voice rang out. Their task was to proceed to the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress and assist the demon suppression army stationed there in defense. The entire martial arts Great Wall, aside from various demon suppression passes, was dotted with beacon fortresses housing the army. Upon the expansive wall, the group began to sprint. All were at least martial artists of the open mountain realm, moving with remarkable speed. Li Xinji trailed at the end of the third team, running while observing his surroundings. Since ascending the Great Wall, every sight before him had been shrouded in dark red, and in certain areas, the bloodstains appeared freshly spilled. A horn sounded, echoing across the expanse outside the Great Wall, as a dark line stretched from east to west, surging toward the ancient fortifications. Beasts of unfathomable numbers. Accelerate! Upon witnessing this, Lu Shan bellowed with urgency. Such scenes were all too familiar at the martial arts Great Wall, where skirmishes erupted every 3 days and larger conflicts every 5. The monstrous creatures of the demon clan seemed endless, each wave overwhelming in its ferocity. The air crackled with the sound of gunfire, illuminating the battlements. Without modern weaponry, facing such a relentless tide of beasts would render them powerless. Yet, weaponry ultimately requires human hands to wield, while the towering defenses were formidable. The vast expanse of the Great Wall, with its numerous passes, meant that not every area could be adequately protected. At Tiger Tower Beacon Fort, Zhou Xian stood at the highest point of the fortress, gazing into the distance, his brow furrowed. His robust physique belied his name, and a gleaming saber rested in his grip. By heaven, do these beasts scent our flesh? They have been charging for 3 days now. I say, Commander, have you taken a nap with the enemy's spawn? Zhou Xian's exclamation drew laughter from the warriors within the fort. Enough chatter. Prepare yourselves. The next wave of beasts could come at any moment. Zhou Xian glared at the figures around him, his gaze shifting toward the wall's exterior. Slim Monkey, have you concealed the melons outside? From the corner, a figure with a hat shading their face spoke lazily. All set. This time, I've prepared a colossal one. Even if a thunder elephant arrives, it'll be skewered and roasted. Lighting the cigarette held between his lips, the smoke curled around him, causing Zhou Xian to squint as he replied, if you truly manage to fell a thunder elephant, I'll be ready and waiting for you to serve it up. As he drew on his cigarette, he settled atop the fort, eyes fixed on the chaos beyond. The relentless assault of the beasts had been ongoing for 3 days, and his comrades were exhausted. He needed to keep watch. It wasn't that he shunned technology. Any satellite soaring into the sky would be swiftly shot down by the beasts. Aircraft were even more perilous. Deep into the demon territory, they would surely be destroyed. Ultimately, firearms would prove ineffective, and close combat would be their only recourse. As night descended, the ground trembled, and Zhou Xian sprang to his feet. Prepare for battle. Fire the flares. Flares shot into the sky, illuminating the night as roars echoed through the mountains and fields. In the skies above, eagles circled ominously, while on the ground, a writhing mass of serpents and ants surged forth. The majority were wolves, wild boars, and lions, their blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity as they charged toward Tiger Tower Beacon Fort. A roar erupted from the depths of the demon domain, and instantly, countless beasts surged toward the fort. At the same time, other beacon forts near Tiger Tower came under siege. Fight, Zhou Xian commanded, bringing his saber down to cleave a serpent that had climbed up. Within the beacon fort, other members of the martial peace army joined the fray, dispatching the encroaching serpents and insects to protect their comrades wielding firearms. Slim Monkey crouched at the parapet, surveying the tumult outside. Damn it. There isn't a single capable fighter in sight. Observing the swarm of monstrous beasts charging forward, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction. His prized melon awaited a grand feast. With a thunderous roar, a fearsome beast with a green face and tusks emerged from the horde, mounted upon a gray wolf. Upon sighting this creature, the lean monkey's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Damn, I haven't even acquired a mount yet, and this beast has already claimed one. You can have the melon, but come closer, my precious. Boom. From a hill 10 miles away, the group led by Li Xinji arrived at the Great Wall's inner path. Witnessing a brilliant blaze ascend into the sky, At this moment, the area within the Great Wall was teeming with swarming ants. Kill! Lu Shan shouted. And the crowd behind him surged forward to the battlements, supporting the warriors of the demon suppression army engaged in battle. Swish! Li Shenji's blade fell, severing an approaching flower snake. Yet the sheer number of serpents and insects crawling up was overwhelming and deeply unsettling. Swish! 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 With relentless strikes, he cleared a section of the invading creatures at the battlements. A warrior of the martial security army, wielding a machine gun, unleashed a barrage of blue flames. Casting a glance at Li Shenji, he remarked, "Brother, you're quite young." After dispatching the serpents aiming for the machine gunner, Li Shenji remained still, guarding the gunner's side. Before the monstrous beasts fully ascended, the machine gun was indeed a true harvester. "Would you like to take a few shots?" asked the seasoned warrior of the demon suppression army during a brief reload. The veteran's demeanor was notably relaxed. "Brother, so young, where did you come from?" "A student," Li Shenji replied, continuously fending off the encroaching serpents. "A student?" Lin Haoyun, the gunner, paused momentarily, continuing to fire. "Your academy's teachers are confused. How could they allow you to ascend the martial Great Wall, unaware of its dangers?" "Indeed, our dean is rather muddled," Li Shenji conceded without argument. Roar! Outside the Great Wall, the growls intensified, causing the earth to tremble slightly. "Be cautious, a grand feast is approaching." Lin Haoyun glanced at Li Shenji and added, "If it becomes overwhelming, retreat behind me." Caw, caw, caw. In the next moment, a soaring chorus filled the air as a flock of eagles swooped down. Release. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, sparks erupted in midair, accompanied by a rain of metallic arrows. Eagles fell screeching from the sky, yet some managed to reach the battlements. "Brothers, it's time to feast. I shall partake first." With a roar, a warrior leaped into the air, swinging his blade to cleave an eagle in half. Kill! As the eagles charged, other monstrous beasts outside the wall surged forward, leaping toward the battlements with fierce determination, their grotesque heads emerging from beyond, agilely scaling the walls. Lin Haoyun set aside his machine gun and grasped a broadsword, swinging it towards the monsters that emerged from the battlements. With each decisive strike, the heads of the beasts were severed, the sound of flesh parting echoing in the night. Li Shenji, wielding his own broadsword with both hands, relentlessly descended upon the creatures, cleaving through their ranks, and soon, the ground was slick with their blood. The scent of carnage incited the remaining monsters, driving them to recklessly charge forward. The sheer number of beasts rendered precise aim unnecessary. A wild swing was sufficient to draw blood. Before long, Li Shenji was drenched in the crimson ichor of his foes, having sustained several hits himself. "How exhilarating, isn't it?" Lin Haoyun remarked, dispatching a wolf demon with a swift blow. "You will gradually grow accustomed to it." Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the stench of blood like a thick fog. The flowing demon blood began to pool, forming rivulets upon the battlements. Li Shenji tasted a drop, using the dawn breathing technique to replenish his waning strength. He then turned to face the oncoming beasts, which, though lacking in individual strength, with few even reaching the advanced levels of the mountain opening realm, were overwhelming in their numbers. Thus, the slaughter continued until the monstrous tide receded, leaving a heap of carcasses atop the walls, a grim testament to the night's violence, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Chapter 21. A soldier at the martial arts Great Wall amidst the carcasses of monstrous beasts. Li Shenji stood, his robe drenched and somewhat sticky. "Have you sustained any injuries?" Without further ado, he approached for an inspection, feeling around. "I am unharmed." Li Shenji stepped back slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as Fu Yun scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. "Ah, you are but a child. If you are hurt, do let Annie know. I shall administer a thorough treatment for you." "Fu Yun, this is a new student from the academy. Your boisterousness might frighten him," Lin Haoyun interjected as he approached. This remark, however, seemed to ignite Fu Yun's enthusiasm even more. "Come now, I didn't examine you thoroughly before. Let Annie check you again." "Fu Yun, my arm is broken. What are you doing?" Fu Yun glared, rebuking. "I know your arm is broken. Otherwise, I would have thought your legs were the issue. Are you all right?" Lin Haoyun assessed Li Shenji. Once a skirmish breaks out at the martial arts Great Wall, the monstrous beasts do not discern whether you are a student or not. Those who can wield their blades against the beasts atop the wall are all brothers. "I am fine. It is just the first time encountering so many beasts." Li Shenji gently shook his head. "Haha, it is normal for the first time. You will become accustomed to it." Make sure to rest quickly. Who knows what may come with the next wave of beasts? Resting was, of course, not an option. Li Shinji began to gather the remains of the monsters, with numerous beasts above and even more outside the wall. These creatures were regarded as resources for cultivation by the human race. He needed to collect them swiftly before the next wave arrived. After a while of gathering on the wall, Li Shinji headed toward the outskirts. The elusive mountain-opening beasts, rarely seen in the inland regions, were plentiful here. Alongside others, he began tossing the intact carcasses over the wall. This action garnered him favor among the demon suppression army warriors. Those who dared to fight and strive would earn recognition at the martial arts Great Wall. Only gather the beast corpses near the wall. Do not venture too far. Some beasts are cunning and may hide below. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji halted, heeding the advice of experience. He had only been at the martial arts Great Wall for a day, where experience was often earned at the cost of one's life. Returning to the wall, the beasts had been efficiently cleared, and the warriors of the demon suppression army were inspecting their comrades. The scattered metal arrows were collected, cleaned, and prepared for the next encounter with the beasts. It is time to eat. Back at Captain Yangqing's side, Li Shinji surveyed his team, which had suffered a loss of 15 members, 6 deceased, and 9 severely injured. A food container filled with beast meat was handed to him, and the others casually leaned against the wall, feasting heartily. At the martial arts Great Wall, beast meat was plentiful. As long as one could eat, there was no restraint. Remaining at the rear, indulging in such feasting could lead to financial ruin. After a hearty dinner, Li Shinji leaned against the wall, narrowing his eyes. In his mind, the bronze coffin shimmered with 172 droplets of monstrous blood, pulsating with 2 luminous auras. On the first day at the martial arts Great Wall, a myriad of experiences unfolded. In the absence of 4th-grade demon blood, one must rely on sheer numbers to transcend qualitative change. Time is of the essence for rest, as the beasts of the wild are unknown and may arrive at any moment. Yangqing traversed amongst each team member, inquiring briefly with each. As dawn barely broke and the morning mist lingered, the earth reverberated once more. All those resting against the battlements were abruptly awakened, steeling themselves for battle. Li Shinji seized his broadsword and approached the parapet to gaze outward. After the skirmish of the previous night, he now felt a sense of adeptness. Before the demon beasts could ascend the walls, it was imperative to eradicate the snake ants and creeping vermin, thereby safeguarding the machine gunners. How about firing a few rounds? Lin Haoyan suggested to Li Shinji, attempting to entice him. At your young age, you must acquire some skill. Observing Li Shinji's refusal, Lin Haoyan continued. The scale of the demon beasts this time is smaller than last night. Peering beyond the walls, Li Shinji felt a twinge of confusion. Just as Lin Haoyan indicated, the morning's torrent of beasts receded with the rising sun. Outside, a multitude of demon corpses littered the ground. Li Shinji descended as usual to collect the fallen demon bodies. Zhou Xian, deeply engrossed in his cigarette, bore a furrowed brow. Old Zhou, you didn't truly provoke a demon skin swallow, did you? Lu Shan, leaning against the battlement, quipped, while others shared in sly laughter. If I did, I would accept it. After all, they have besieged me 17 times in 3 days. Have these beasts gone mad? Zhou Xian felt a wave of frustration. Although incursions by demon beasts at the Great Wall were commonplace, the frequency in recent days was excessive. The relentless assaults weighed heavily on the spirits of the defending warriors. In a corner, Li Shinji leaned back, squinting. The morning's onslaught had yielded over 30 drops of demon blood, bringing the total to 208. If too much time passed after a demon's demise, he would no longer receive the blood. However, given the frequency of such attacks, he had little cause for concern regarding supplies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The air was thick with the scent of blood as the demon beasts retreated like a tide. Li Shinji stood atop the wall, his bandaged arms soaked in crimson. With his blade resting against the parapet, he gasped for breath. In the distance, Lin Haoyan, who had incessantly urged him to fire, lay lifeless with a gaping wound across his chest. The ground was strewn with the bodies of warriors and demons alike. During today's battle, 2 4th-grade demon beasts had emerged amidst the tide. Shaking his head vigorously, Li Shinji forced himself to move closer to Lin Haoyan, lifting him to carry him back toward the fortress. Life thrived on one side, while death lingered on the other. Before the fortress entrance, Fu Yun conducted preliminary checks on each figure, signaling for assistance for those still alive. Exiting the stronghold, Li Shinji exhaled deeply, only to be silenced by a hand over his mouth, as a lump rolled down his throat. This will sustain you. Do not say that your aunt does not care for you. Fu Yin remarked while continuing to inspect the next individual brought forth. The dumpling possessed a somewhat bitter taste, accompanied by a hint of bloodiness. Upon dissolving in the mouth, the pain in the body eased slightly. This was a pain-relieving pill, also effective in invigorating blood circulation and resolving stagnation. In the midst of continuous high-intensity battles, even those without visible injuries bore internal wounds from their encounters with demonic beasts. For instance, Li Xinji himself felt significant pain in his chest. Had it not been for the inner armor protecting him, he would have been torn apart long ago. As hordes of demonic beasts charged forward, all techniques appeared futile. Wielding a blade proved to be the most suitable approach. In contrast, he had successfully opened a meridian and could absorb demonic blood for cultivation at any moment, while other warriors had to endure the onslaught. After several days of fierce combat, the power imbalance caused by advancing to the fourth tier of the mountain opening realm was gradually coming under control, and the amplification of strength was slowly recovering. The remains of fallen warriors were gathered, followed by the collection of the demonic beasts' corpses, which yielded only a few drops of demonic blood due to the passage of time. In the depths of the northern demonic realm, near Hulu Fort, within a cavern adorned with shimmering crystal stones, light veils cascaded down. Surrounded by various pieces of human furniture and decorations, a fluffy tail playfully emerged from behind the veils, dancing with joy. Beyond the gossamer, several demonic beings, some sporting furry ears and others with long tails, lay prostrate on the ground, revealing just parts of themselves. Within the veil, a white-furred fox with emerald eyes, its gaze crescent-shaped, was engaged in a video call. The figure on the screen was entirely cloaked in a black robe, their face obscured. We are all pitiable beings, unable to compare to the fox sovereign's leisurely existence in the demonic realm. The man in black showed no concern for the mockery. Where's the person I seek? The green-eyed fox narrowed its eyes. Apologies to the fox sovereign. The Wuan army has responded too swiftly. At this moment, escaping their pursuit, let alone crossing the Martial Dao Great Wall, is a significant challenge. The fox tilted its head, its emerald eyes sparkling with a hint of human-like amusement. The figure in black bowed once more, stating, I truly apologize, Fox Sovereign, but if this continues, my followers will be utterly annihilated. Then you may as well perish. Came the curt response, thickening the atmosphere with awkwardness. Subsequently, the fox's nose brushed against the screen, ending the video call, and it languidly stretched on the soft bed. Greedy and insatiable, indeed a pest lurking in the shadows. Ding, ding, ding. Moments later, the video call rang again. The green-eyed fox paused briefly before answering once more. Forgive me, Fox Sovereign. I have just received a report from my subordinate. They have transported the individual to the border, and your engagement is still required. The figure in black revealed itself, saying, I am unaware of the agreed terms. Person to demonic core, the fox declared, having grasped the black-robed man's intentions. With a sharp grin, the green-eyed fox tapped the screen a few times, initiating a new call. When the video connected, a figure wearing a broad-brimmed hat appeared. Your Excellency, how does the sin of the fox maiden strike you? The fox chuckled lightly, replying, we are friends, after all. I have already sent a 6th-tier demonic core your way. It will reach your hands shortly. How could this possibly be appropriate? Luo Xian's eyes brightened. It is said that the brother of the divine envoy has already ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. This demon core must be a token of congratulations for Lord Luo Yang's advancement to the 6th tier. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. A flicker of excitement passed through Luo Xian's eyes. Once his elder brother ascends to the 6th tier, his status within the sect will undoubtedly rise further. And who would dare to gossip behind his back? With his brother's position solidified, he would be able to wield power more effectively. I wonder what great gift the Fox Sovereign requires in return for such a generous offering. Hee. I have always favored talented young humans. I wonder if the Divine Envoy has captured any, as my anticipation has become quite unbearable. Chapter 22. 1,000 drops of demon blood. The azure-eyed fox delicately licked its crimson tongue along the corner of its mouth, revealing a hint of human-like allure in its gaze. My lord, the subordinates I dispatched have proven ineffective. They have yet to capture a suitable candidate. Grant me just half a month more, and I assure you, I shall procure the right individual. Luo Xian gritted his teeth. Engaging in dealings with the demon god sect was a serious affair, involving the actual exchange of demon cores among the human race. Any demon core exceeding the 5th tier was deemed a strategic asset, with each one meticulously tracked. In the underground market, the emergence of a demon core of 5th tier or higher was exceedingly rare. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier, Simply relying on the energy within demon beast flesh was insufficient to meet the demands for advancement to the 5th tier. At this juncture, demon cores became an indispensable resource. Once the video was terminated, the azure-eyed fox stood upright and descended from behind the bed curtains. Outside, figures knelt with their rears elevated high. How far has the beast tide progressed towards the Tiger Tower fortress? Only 37 assaults thus far. The azure-eyed fox nodded lightly and continued. What purpose do so many useless beings serve? They merely waste resources. With a final remark, the azure-eyed fox ventured beyond the cave, traversing the wilderness northward until it arrived at a majestic mountainous region. Within the mountains, the roar of tigers echoed like thunder as the azure-eyed fox entered a cavern. Azure-eyed. Could it be that humans have been captured? Inside the cave lay a massive creature, adorned with glistening ivory horns and covered in snowy fur. Patience, dear Tiger Sovereign. We must bide our time. Those shadowy figures wish to raise their prices, and I have left them in the lurch until they behave. The azure-eyed fox prostrated itself before the unicorn tiger. A mere swarm of ants dares to interfere with my grand designs. Once I breach the Great Wall and penetrate the heartland, I shall crush these foul insects first. That day is not far off. Once the Tiger Sovereign breaks the shackles of bloodline confinement, the Tiger King shall rejoice, and the unification of the 7 sacred veins will no longer be a mere dream. The azure-eyed fox flattered, its slitted eyes gleaming with a restless glint. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Sovereign grinned, revealing its teeth, seemingly lost in visions of the future. The Tiger Sovereign must also ensure the cubs persist in their assaults on the Great Wall, creating opportunities for passage. Half a month later, within the fortress. Damn it, allowing a pack of beasts to treat us like soft persimmons. Zhou Xian clenched the phone, his expression filled with fury. Unless they tread over my body, they shall not pass from my domain. After days of relentless beast tides, certain matters had become clear. Not long ago, a disciple from the Qi Huang Academy went missing, with confirmed reports indicating capture by the beasts of the Blood God sect. Situated in the heart of human territory, the Qi Huang Academy was heavily fortified. Its disciples held no value for the Blood God sect. The audacity of these beasts was incited by the Demon God sect. Such occurrences had become all too frequent. With the Demon God sect providing funding, the Blood God sect would act, willing to betray even their own kin for ample rewards. The Martial Dao Great Wall was constructed against the mountains, and the Tiger Tower fortress nestled behind a range, offering ample concealment. Once confronted with a massive beast tide, it becomes exceedingly easy for the Blood God sect to seize the opportunity to break through the city gates. Zhou Xian seethed with anger. Among the numerous strongholds, they had chosen the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress, a blatant affront to him. A solemn voice resonated through the phone. The Demon Suppression Army's 6 battalions have assembled. Your task is to hold back the demonic beasts from the territory of the Cloud Crystal Tiger. The number of beasts you can eliminate depends on how long you can delay them. Understood. He repeated the command, hold back the demon race, eliminate them. With a toss of the phone, Zhou Xian seized his weapon and strode out towards the fortress exterior. Outside the fortress, as the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light illuminated the blood-stained ramparts. Li Xinji leaned against a machine gun. He had now mastered this craft. After dispatching the demonic beasts, he brought a boxed meal to the parapet and seated himself on the ground, devouring it heartily. Care for a smoke? Lu Gang approached, offering a cigarette. Li Xinji waved his hand dismissively. Lu Gang, undeterred by the rejection, placed the cigarette between his lips, shielding the flame with both hands. You're heading down to the city tomorrow, right? We fought side by side, so I need a favor. At the sight of the item Lu Gang proffered, Li Xinji recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. What's wrong with you? Lu Gang inquired, puzzled by Li Xinji's reaction. Whatever you possess, handle it yourself. I have no time for it. Li Xinji frowned. Could one just entrust their belongings to another? It was not that he was unwilling to assist his comrade. They had indeed fought valiantly together for so many days. In Lu Gang's hand was a demon core, no larger than a grain of rice, shimmering with a faint luminescence. Typically, such cores would only form from 4th-tier beasts, though exceptions did exist. This was given to me by Captain Zhou. Do not underestimate its size. It possesses just the right amount of malice. My child is 13 now. In a few years, it will be useful. Pondering for a moment, Li Xinji conceived an idea. Why not take a leave? I happen to have no desire to descend into the city. I could cover for you for 2 days. That's out of the question. Lu Gang shook his head. How could I abandon my post before a great battle? What would the brothers lying within the fortress think of me? Without further ado, Lu Gang thrust the beast core into Li Xinji's hand. Take it, don't drop it. Remember to send it home. I've sent you the address. As Li Shinji received the forcibly bestowed core, a sense of dread enveloped him. Since his arrival, he had already confirmed 2 immutable laws. The third, damn it, he truly did not wish to deliver it. During their time in the upper city, their hastily assembled martial camp had suffered a staggering loss of 397 out of 800 men, not accounting for other temporary camps. The Demon Suppression Army had lost 291 warriors, with even more severely injured. Prior to his arrival, 3 machine gunners had already fallen. Under the relentless assault of the demonic beasts, the atmosphere was suffocating. In moments of mental fatigue, it became exceedingly difficult to address the overwhelming swarm of beasts. Brother, to speak candidly, it is quite rare to witness such an intense beast tide at Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress. Liu Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette before speaking. Isn't it strange why there are no large numbers of warriors supporting us within the Shanhaiguan? With the vast expanse of city walls stretching endlessly, each member of the Demon Suppression Army has their assigned duty. My post is right here, when the beast tide doesn't recede. How can the Demon Suppression Army act as cowards? Each of you shall have one, filthy as you are, looking like ghosts. I truly ought to scold you. Fuyun approached from a distance, carrying a small wooden basket filled with healing pills. If you find it dirty, we can wash together tonight. Quipped a warrior leaning against the city wall, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. All right then, I fear you not. Last time I stitched you up, I saw everything. A mere toothpick, and I despised the smell while picking my teeth. Next time, I shall just cut you open and we'll be like sisters. A healing pill was pressed into Li Shinji's hand, which he promptly placed in his mouth. In the pursuit of martial arts, various injuries accumulate, leading to internal hidden wounds. This is why many warriors, despite possessing sufficient resources, find themselves trapped at a certain realm, unable to progress further. In contrast, the dawn breathing technique, which opens up the meridians, can effectively dissolve stagnated blood during the cycle of vital energy. This highlights the superiority of the dawn breathing technique over external refinement methods. In his mind, the bronze coffin shimmered with 897 drops of demon blood, scattered across its lid. His clothes were already riddled with holes, revealing the inner armor beneath, while his arms bore a multitude of scars. It was not that the blades lacked sharpness, rather, there were simply too many demon beasts. At that moment, a sobbing sound arose, causing all resting warriors to spring to their feet. In the sky, a flock of demon hawks appeared, screeching as they approached from afar. On the ground, countless insects swarmed across the earth. In the distance, 6 enormous demon beasts, under the command of a one-horned tiger, began their assault on the city walls. Even before they drew near, an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon them. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Discarding his cigarette, but Liu Gang grasped his sword firmly and declared, "You use the gun. I will protect you." Without hesitation, Li Shinji positioned the machine gun with both hands. Zhou Xian stood atop the city wall, inhaling deeply, his expression grave as the blood energy surged around him. Brothers, orders have come from above. Hold back this horde of beasts. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Those who dare to offend my great wall shall be slain." From the heavens, countless eagles descended, and the battle quickly escalated into a fierce struggle. The demon beasts roared incessantly while the warriors' shouts echoed, revealing the fragility of life in that moment. More and more demon beasts surged towards the city walls, extending the battlefront to other checkpoints. Zhou Xian charged forward, continuously harvesting demon beasts, when he suddenly collided with a 4th-tier demon beast. Soon after, Li Shinji had to set aside the machine gun and wield his broadsword. Each strike sent forth sprays of demon blood, not that he intended to collect it, yet the quantity on the bronze coffin kept increasing. Not long after, the number of the ferocious beasts under the blade surged to over 200, with the amount of demonic blood reaching a staggering 1,000. With a ferocious roar, a wolf demon opened its massive maw, tearing apart a warrior and sending him flying, before lunging towards Li Shinji. Along its path, the wolf demon struck down several warriors of the mountain opening realm, exuding an aura of menace. Kill. Without evasion, Li Shinji charged forward a few steps, wielding his blade to meet the oncoming beast with a decisive strike. Though the 4th level of the mountain opening realm was merely a low point, the amplification was indeed doubled. With a single slash, blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall, piercing through the demon. At that moment, a glimmer flashed from his wrist as a phone call came in. Chapter 23. A resounding victory. In the midst of battling the monsters, Li Shinji had no time to attend to Lao Yuan, dismissing him entirely as he swung his blade towards the next beast. Damn it! He's grown a backbone and has ignored my calls, Hichiwu grumbled in Jiangbei City, redialing the number once more. Beep, beep, beep. Subsequently, he called Fan Hongjie. What an audacity! The moment they step out of the academy doors, they unleash their wild spirits. Not a single call in days. And I'm left here to toil as their teacher. Greetings, Dean, came the voice of Fan Hongjie over the line. What greetings? Enough of this nonsense. Lao Yuan's temper flared. Tell me, how is your junior? After sending me a text, he hasn't answered a single call. Junior? Inside the Yangshan Beacon Fortress, Fan Hongjie was taken aback, his expression betraying his surprise. Oh dear, I completely forgot about my junior. Xiao-sun, where is my junior? He called to his aide. He hasn't reported in. I've informed you several times, Xiao-sun replied. When did you ever report this to me? Fan Hongjie exclaimed, his eyes wide. The recent relentless attacks by the beasts had occupied his mind, causing him to forget. Fan, where's my steel? Hichiwu's roar echoed through the phone. Are you purposefully trying to make me lose my steel by misplacing my junior? Calm down, Dean. I will search for him. Fan Hongjie hastily concluded the call. Rubbing his bald head, anxiety creeping in. This is bad. The old man is genuinely angry. Head, I've been inside for 3 days without encountering anyone. No matter. Continue your work. I will search. Oh, my mind. In Jiangbei City, beep. What is it? I'm in the midst of slaying monsters. Speak later. Hichiwu stared at the incoming message, momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed another number, this time for Xiong Dayton. Speak. At the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress, carnage had engulfed the area, blood spilling across the Great Wall, with bodies strewn about. Zhou Xian wielded his blade. Standing firm against 2 4th-grade beasts, a torrent of vitality surging through him as he fought furiously. The blade in his hand unleashed a radiant arc, cleaving a 4th-grade wolf demon in twain. Boom. However, with his guard down, he was struck by another 4th-grade wolf demon, crashing into the city. At this moment, on the battlefield, other 4th-grade beasts were engaged with the warriors. Leave this wolf to us. On the city wall, 5 high-ranking warriors leapt into action. You go and deal with that tiger cub. Zhou Xian, having regained his footing, assessed the situation and declared, hold your ground. I will take care of the tiger cub first. With a resounding shout, a faint black aura surrounded Zhou Xian, intensifying his bloodlust. Tiger cub, today, I shall remove your head. The radiant azure crystal demon tiger roared fiercely, its power surging. The battle between man and beast had commenced. Li Xinji found himself embroiled in battle with the demonic beasts. The sword in his grasp became a natural extension of his being. As he gradually grasped the essence of wielding it with both ease and weightiness, he grew increasingly adept at discerning when to employ technique and when to deliver a decisive strike. With a swift motion, he cleaved a young demon beast in two, saving a fellow warrior in the process. As he moved through the fray, he lent assistance whenever nearby warriors faltered. The prolonged combat had taken its toll, even on the seasoned members of the demon-suppressing army. In contrast, whenever he sensed fatigue creeping in, Li Xinji would refine a drop of demon blood to rejuvenate himself. Through the internal cultivation of his breathing technique, he circulated his vital energy, significantly alleviating his exhaustion. Amidst the intensity of battle, supported by the internal refinement of demon blood, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of the mountain-cutting realm. Thank you. A voice echoed nearby, but Li Xinji had already swept away like the wind, charging toward the next beast. Before long, his actions caught the attention of the demons. With a piercing screech, a blue-eyed fox summoned a horde of demon beasts to pounce upon him. Be careful, a warrior from the demon-suppressing army shouted as the beasts lunged at Li Xinji. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he met them head-on. As his blade descended, crimson blossoms erupted, allowing him to break free from the encirclement of the beasts and pursue the blue-eyed fox. With a hiss, the fox emitted a wail before leaping toward the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, a massive lizard demon, its long tongue flicking menacingly and eyes filled with malice, sprang forth with a roar. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent several nearby warriors and demon beasts flying. It's at the Thousand June realm. Brother, retreat. Lu Gang's voice rang out as he positioned himself before Li Xinji. We are the demon-suppressing army. We cannot be outshined by the youth. Watch us slay this reptilian fiend. Another warrior cursed, charging at the lizard. In an instant, several warriors from the demon-suppressing army engaged the lizard, only to be sent sprawling in all directions. The one who had just been most vociferous in their taunts found himself landing near Li Xinji. Damn, how embarrassing. Grabbing the fallen warrior Li Shinji felt his blood surge as he gripped his sword, ready to confront the incoming lizard. Clang. Boom. Li Shinji too was sent flying. Yet, in that fleeting moment, blood splattered from his blade. The wounded lizard roared in pain, the deep gashes along its tail and abdomen revealing bone. Upon crashing down, Li Shinji surged forth once more, charging at the lizard. This scene left Liu Gang and the others momentarily stunned. What are you waiting for? Attack. Several warriors, now regaining their senses, disregarded their injuries and joined Li Shinji in the assault against the lizard. The demon-suppressing army fought to the last breath. They could not be eclipsed by a mere youth. With a thunderous roar, the injured lizard retaliated, sweeping its tail and transforming the surroundings into a battlefield. As Li Shinji struck down once more, he too was sent sprawling through the air. Old Liu, bring him down. We have never been so humiliated before. To let a young person take the lead, what a joke that would be. A warrior tore off his tattered, blood-stained robe and gripped his great sword, preparing to strike. What are the monstrous beasts in the 1,000-pound realm? We have slain them before. Follow me into battle. In the distance, several senior warriors from the demon suppression army rushed forward. Brother, you'll be able to descend the city tomorrow. The martial arts Great Wall is guarded by the demon suppression army. Do not throw your life away. Liu Gang held back Li Shinji. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped the hilt of his sword with his tattered clothing. Once you descend the city, do not forget to deliver a demon core to my child. Gripping the horizontal sword tightly, Liu Gang charged toward the lizard. With a rip, Li Shinji also tore his garment, binding his weapon to his hand. A thunderous roar erupted as drops of demonic blood filled his mouth, invigorating his breath. Kill. As Liu Gang was thrown back, he saw Li Shinji dashing forward and tried to shout, but blood surged from his mouth, choking his voice. Roar. The lizard swept its tail, crashing into its surroundings. Seeing Li Shinji charge toward it, the creature attempted to swing its tail, but its injuries slowed it down. Thud. Li Shinji's sword descended. And this time he gripped the horizontal sword tightly, using the momentum to leap onto the lizard's back. With a plunge, he drove the blade into the creature's neck, burying it deep into the flesh, leaving only the hilt visible. The injured lizard howled in pain, thrashing violently as Li Shinji held onto the hilt, enduring its frenzied movements. After a piercing scream, the lizard stumbled a few steps before crashing to the ground. A drop of demonic blood from the 1,000-pound realm was now his prize. Huh, good. In the future, if anyone asks, remember to say it was the demon suppression army's doing. At that moment, a horn echoed from the distant mountains. The land trembled, and the Great Wall shook. Demon suppression army, advance. Blade army, advance. From both directions, roars erupted from the Tiger Tower beacon fort. Those who trespass against the martial arts Great Wall shall be slain. Countless warriors from the demon suppression army surged over the city walls, charging into the demon realm. From two directions, like arrows slicing through the air, they encircled the monstrous beasts in front of the Tiger Tower beacon fort. Kill. Witnessing this scene, the warriors on the city walls of the Tiger Tower beacon fort were instantly invigorated, shattering the beasts before them as they prepared to rush outside the city. Seizing the moment, Li Shinji withdrew his sword, and demonic blood splattered onto him. Without hesitation, he stuffed another drop of demonic blood into his mouth and surged toward the city's exit. He had spotted 2 fourth-grade demon blood lying outside, and after such a long time, he wondered if they could still be collected. In the extreme northern demon realm, atop a mountain peak. Where are they? Tuahuzun glared at the encircled demon clan, his tiger eyes wide with disbelief. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. The azure-eyed fox crouched low, squinting as it surveyed the distant battlefield. The demon beasts attacking near the Tiger Tower had nearly been surrounded by the human race. The esteemed Tiger Sovereign. The human race's relentless efforts underscore the significance of our captives, particularly one of the foremost practitioners of the healing arts from the Qi Wang Academy. The emerald-eyed fox, with a glimmer in her gaze, continued, "There is no need for you to be overly concerned, Tiger Sovereign. I have established contact with another faction of the Blood God cult. Let us proceed." The Tiger Sovereign cast a glance at the battlefield before heading northward. The emerald-eyed fox surveyed the scene once more, shadows flickering in her eyes. Let them perish. It is best that the human race annihilates them completely. Outside the Tiger Tower beacon fort, the cries of the beasts echoed, and the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Aside from a few beasts that fled northward, the remainder lay here. This battle was a resounding victory. A warrior raised his broadsword high, roaring in triumph. Victory. In the territory of the Cloud Crystal Demon Tiger. The low-tier beasts suffered devastating losses, and recovery may take 2 to 3 years. The 1,000-mile pass would soon experience a fleeting tranquility. Amidst the roars of victory, Li Xinji leaned against the massive body of a 4th-tier demon beast, spitting in disdain. Damn it, to grow so large and die in vain. Chapter 24, Riches at Home. Bang. Bang. After uttering a few curses, Li Xinji felt far from satisfied and delivered 2 more kicks to the beast. Hissing, he inhaled sharply afterward. The pain was excruciating. Every part of his body ached. To endure the beast's tide, he had consumed nearly 10 drops of demon blood. And now the after-effects were surging. The mournful sound of a horn echoed once more, a tribute to the fallen warriors. Bodies lay scattered both inside and outside the Great Wall. Reports indicated that the Tiger Tower had successfully held off the demon beasts. Zhou Xian's chest was torn open, blood gushing forth as he pushed away Fu Yun, who was attempting to bandage his wounds. Leaning on his sword, he forced himself to remain standing. The Tiger Tower would not retreat. I dare ask the gatekeeper, can the warriors of Tiger Tower be deemed heroes? Our clan's warriors, born as legends, die as heroes. Teacher, I have not brought shame upon you. Zhou Xian managed a grim smile, struggling to extract a soaked cigarette from his pocket, but failed to ignite it even after trying twice. Clear the battlefield. With a final cry, his arms fell limply, eyes closing. A smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. The horn sounded again, this time to bid farewell to the defenders of Tiger Tower. At the age of 22, Zhou Xian had embarked upon the martial path at the Great Wall. At 30, he became a defender of Tiger Tower. At 34, he fought valiantly against 3 4th-grade demon beasts, slaying 3 before succumbing to injuries. Wu Zhenchuan approached and lifted Zhou Xian onto his back, making several leaps toward the inner gate. Another student walked ahead of him. That night, a thunderous roar erupted in the territory of the Cloud Crystal Tigers, reverberating until the latter half of the night. The next day, behind the Tiger Tower, at the foot of a mountain, mounds of graves stood in solemn rows, marking the resting places of those who perished in battle. This was a tradition spanning hundreds of years. Warriors were buried where they fell, without the need for their bodies to be wrapped in horsehide. The land of humanity was their homeland. Li Xinji, wrapped in bandages like a Zongzi, joined others in bidding farewell to their fallen comrades. Soon, news spread that the Tigers of Tiger Mountain were furious over the heavy losses inflicted upon their demon beasts. A top-tier tiger demon had launched an assault, clashing with human warriors the previous night. The outcomes remained unknown, yet the teacher of the Tiger Tower's defender, the deputy gatekeeper of Shanhai Pass, did not attend the farewell. A fierce battle had slaughtered countless demon spawn in the territory of the Cloud Crystal Tigers, promising at least a brief respite for the martial Great Wall and the surrounding 1,000 miles. The anticipated third law had not been entirely realized, yet it manifested to some extent. Lu Gang was severely injured. In a few days, he would descend from the martial Great Wall, retiring from the demon suppression army. Surviving was already a stroke of fortune compared to his fallen brothers. A bittersweet smile graced Lu Gang's lips as he clutched a small beast core with his remaining left hand. Li Xinji gently shook his head. You're not descending? Lu Gang looked surprised, wanting to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he said, take care. When you're tired of the city, come to my home, and I'll cook you pig trotters. Agreed, it's a promise. The tumultuous battles near the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress are drawing to a close. Yet the martial arts Great Wall remains ablaze with signals of conflict, ensuring that there is no lack of opportunity to confront the demons. Ancestor, you are indeed my forebear. Please enlighten me on how you managed to arrive at the Tiger Tower Beacon Fortress. In the video, He Chi-Wu is seen jumping in agitation, spitting as he speaks. Are you intentionally trying to waste 100,000 on me? I intended for your skills to be employed wisely, not for you to leap into the flames. Alas. Do not hang up. Are you not a student of Jiabe Academy? I am the dean, so grant me some courtesy, will you? If you are not planning to visit your senior brother, where else might you go? After enduring Yilao's ramblings for 20 minutes, Li Xinji finally hung up the call. Currently, he is a patient recovering from injuries and requires ample rest. This sentiment is not of his own making, but rather that of Fu Yun. Fu Yun entered the fortress, systematically inspecting the injured martial artists, and soon arrived before Li Xinji. Young one, remove your trousers. Let me take a look. Sister. It is my arm and leg that are injured. What do you mean, sister? Call me Aunt. Fu Yun swiftly examined Li Xinji's arm and leg. The ancestral black jade ointment of my family is quite effective. It can mend even what is broken. Covering himself with a blanket, Li Xinji closed his eyes and remained silent. Each individual on the martial arts Great Wall carries a story. Fu Yun, a disciple of the Qigong Academy, belongs to the 8th generation of human martial artists. Though his medical skills are not transcendent, he excels at treating external injuries. Years prior, a fellow named Sun Digong ascended to Fu Yun's 3rd level, and together they were stationed at the Tiger Tower Fortress. Tragically, Sun Digong perished here, having been the previous guardian of the fortress. From that time onward, Fu Yun never returned to the martial arts Great Wall. After 2 more days of recuperation, Li Xinji grasped the full context of the recent beast tide. A disciple from Qihong Academy had been captured by the blood god cult, and the ferocious beasts instigated the tide to facilitate their passage into the demon realm. Qihong Academy is the only institution of humanity that does not enter the path through martial prowess. Its scholars specialize solely in the medical arts. At every checkpoint along the martial arts Great Wall, there exists a presence from Qihong Academy. Although they may not excel in combat, they are the most crucial individuals at each juncture. After half a month, Li Xinji finally regained his strength. With the aid of breathing techniques, he dissolved the stagnant blood within his body. At this moment, he sensed that with a slight exertion, he could break through to the 6th level of the mountain opening realm. Under the night sky, at the city gate, Li Xinji sat cross-legged atop the walls. In his mind, upon the bronze coffin, a small figure sat enveloped in a faint azure light. A distinct pathway extended within the figure's form, while the remaining light points remained nebulous. Upon the bronze coffin, 2 drops of 4th-tier demon blood rolled, both belonging to the lower echelon of the Wanjun realm. 9 drops of 3rd-tier Qian Jun realm demon blood, and 2,102 drops of 2nd-tier mountain opening realm demon blood were present. At this moment, as the 2 drops of initial 4th-tier demon blood dissolved, several light points within the phantom illuminated. However, the quantity of the 2 drops of demon blood was utterly insufficient, leading to the dissolution of the 3rd-tier demon blood. Still insufficient. One by one, the drops of 2nd-tier demon blood ascended, merging into the apparition. Half an hour later, Li Xinji slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. The situation was far more dire than anticipated. The progression of the 2nd meridian had only opened halfway. Such expenditure greatly exceeded expectations. Although the quantity of demon blood was ample, it paled in comparison to a single drop of high-grade 4th-tier demon blood. The disparity in quality was too vast. It seemed that to induce a qualitative change through mere quantity would require considerable effort. The demon blood was truly insufficient. Ascending in rank and practicing sword techniques both demanded the consumption of demon blood. In the group of practitioners of Dawn, one remarked, "Apologies, everyone. I have already opened 3 meridians. Here is the accompanying map." Another replied, "I am still stuck on the 2nd meridian. How much has your efficiency improved?" The first continued, "I have yet to experiment. My entire body aches and bleeds. I advise everyone to proceed with caution. It truly is painful." In a magnificent villa within Jiangnan province, a large nutrient chamber occupied much of the bedroom, where a young martial artist floated, various tubes attached to his body. Outside the chamber, numerous data instruments displayed physiological metrics. Several figures busied themselves, pouring various powders and liquids into the nutrient chamber. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the medicinal properties of herbs were being restored, and their efficacy was improving. Lying within the nutrient chamber, Wei Yukai had his eyes closed, his thoughts linked to the latest chip-enabled smartphone. One participant remarked, "Brothers, this thing is exorbitantly expensive. My father even sold a mine." Another responded, "Brother, if you don't mind, from now on you shall be my elder brother. Can our father still sell mines?" Yet another chimed in, "Brother, do you mind if I have an additional stepmother?" To which someone quipped, "Does a stepmother have restrictions on gender?" In Kunlun, beneath the fractured cliff, within an underground city, several figures clad in loose robes, both elderly and young, encircled a long wooden table. The fastest practitioners from Jiangnan province had already opened the 3rd meridian, with others from Cayenne province also achieving the same. After a round of reports, the elder at the head of the table nodded and said, "Let us first compile and compare the data, awaiting further information as we progress. It becomes increasingly challenging. We must not be overly optimistic." Having glanced at the chat filled with banter, Li Xinji closed it. The situation of having a mine was truly incomparable. He could only wield his sword. He tapped on his phone and sent a message. "Is there sturdy battle attire available? At the 4th-tier level? Anything usable will suffice. Why not procure something new? Can't the youth have a bit of ambition? Always dealing in second-hand goods won't he do?" Came the response. "There is indeed a 4th-tier Xuanwu series battle attire. Available for a flat price of 2,200,000, Li Xinji countered, offering a price that would shatter expectations. He wasn't entirely devoid of funds. This time participating in the battle at Hulao Fortress had earned him 10,000 merit points, which when converted to currency amounted to over 1 million. However, converting merit points to money was an unwise exchange. It was a one-way transaction, and money could not purchase merit. This is a 4th-tier Xuanwu battle attire. The last piece of inner armor from the black market pales in comparison. This time, it is an officially sanctioned product, only slightly used, and still in pristine condition. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to acquire it for 3,800,000 is all I can offer. If you agree to sell, I will arrange for delivery to Shanhaiguan. Goodness, after all this time. How did you end up in Shanhaiguan? I certainly won't be delivering it myself. I haven't even agreed to sell yet. Old man, I trust you do not wish to be leaping out of windows during the 312 event. After a brief silence, the old man's furious voice erupted through the phone. Li Xinji, you little rascal. I knew it had to be you. You've called on me 6 times in 3 years. Is this amusing to you? 800,000. Delivered to your doorstep, and I promise not to bother you again. Chapter 25, Journeying Alone for 3,000 miles really? The old man inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Before Li Xinji could complete his sentence, the old man interjected, if you press me further, you shall remain solitary for life, with a callous hand a foot thick. Li Xinji lowered his gaze to inspect the callus on his right hand, where he gripped his sword. Fine. When will it be delivered? I am in urgent need. The following day, after leaving a succinct message, the old man hung up the phone. Under the cloak of night, with a gentle breeze wafting through, Li Xinji remained seated, cross-legged atop the castle wall, consuming a drop of the blood of a mountain demon. As the vitality surged within him, he felt strength proliferating throughout his being. The 6th level of the mountain opening realm. When the tumultuous energy subsided, he had successfully achieved a breakthrough. Surveying the silhouette of Hulao Fortress against the night sky, he leaped from the wall and vanished into the darkness along the winding Great Wall. 3 days later, within the gathering area of Shanhaiguan. Boss, 2 servings. Please. At a small eatery, the old man busily ladled noodles, while Li Xinji approached from afar, taking a seat opposite him and ordering a bowl as well. These noodles are splendid. After finishing his meal, the old man raised his bowl and gulped down the broth with gusto. Setting the bowl down, he cast a glance at Li Xinji, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Ah, your prowess has seen considerable improvement lately. Li Xinji remained silent, engrossed in his noodles. I've traveled this far to personally deliver your battle attire. You must treat me to this meal. All right. Upon hearing Li Xinji's agreement, the old man called out, Boss, bring me another half a pound of noodles, 3 pieces of meat, for rolls, 2 eggs, and make it excessively spicy. I intend to stuff you to the brim. After finishing his noodles, Li Xinji reached for the wooden box in front of the old man, prying it open slightly. Whereupon a potent scent of blood wafted forth. Click. He swiftly covered the box again. It was evident that the old man's merchandise was imbued with soul rings. Nothing to worry about. I only brought 2 soul rings, legitimate goods from a reputable venue, crafted from the silk of the water and fire silkworm of the 10,000 June realm, with memory alloy as the framework. Regardless of height or build, it fits perfectly. With grease smeared across his mouth, the old man, devouring meat voraciously, mumbled, This is no inferior merchandise like last time. At this price, I am taking a considerable loss. You must honor your word. Do not press me again. I was terrified last time and ended up consuming several boxes. Li Xinji remained silent, initiating a transfer on his phone, seizing the wooden box, preparing to depart. Wait, why the haste? It has been many days since we last met. Let us sit and converse. The old man looked around, leaned closer to Li Xinji, and said, I have confidential information. Are you interested? I'm broke. Damn it. Have you fallen into a money pit? The old man glared. Consider the cost of the noodles as your information fee. Upon hearing this, Li Xinji settled himself. What news? This information pertains to you. You must exercise caution. The Blood God sect is actively capturing talented young martial artists, and you possess potential. Be wary not to fall into their snares. With a slight furrow of his brow, Li Xinji remarked, What are they capturing the young people for? How would I know? If I did, I wouldn't be in such dire straits. The old man shook his head. Thank you. Li Xinji nodded and then turned to the proprietor, saying, Old man, please add 2 portions of meat and 2 jars of chili. Ah, finally a sensible lad. My trip wasn't in vain. The old man chuckled, watching Li Xinji depart, when suddenly his expression froze. In the gathering district, he casually selected a hotel. Having just eaten noodles, Li Xinji declined the innkeeper's enthusiastic offer of fast food. What pleasure is there in boxed meals? Upon entering his room, he opened the box and began to wash the freshly acquired Xuanwu battle attire. Unlike inner armor, the battle attire resembled clothing, akin to the traditional martial garb of antiquity. The attire was black, albeit stained with considerable blood, after an hour of scrubbing. He managed to clean it to a reasonable extent. When he had the means, he would certainly invest in a superior piece. In fact, with sufficient merit points, one could purchase directly from the cabinet's website. Currently, however, he lacked the requisite funds. Donning the battle attire, he secured himself from head to toe. The black fabric bore dark golden turtle shell patterns, a clear indication that it was not merely decorative but designed for resilience. As for the original inner armor, it had long since been discarded. It was a mere imitation, and after a fierce battle, the tethering beast's sinew had already frayed. The Great Wall, with its mountains and valleys, faced relentless beast tides each day. This time, he was bound for the Yinshan Beacon Fortress. Weeks passed. As night fell and the wind stirred gently, the scent of blood lingered. Li Xinji, armed with a blade, scaled the wall from the desolate plains outside the city. With drops of demon blood staining his attire, below the wall, voices echoed. He turned and hurled a wild boar he'd caught by the ears into the city. Today, he had just repelled a minor beast tide, yielding a meager haul of 121 drops of stone-cracking realm demon blood and 13 drops of mountain-breaking realm demon blood. According to reconnaissance reports, the nearby demon beasts had dispersed, and no further skirmishes were anticipated in the coming days. Typically, the duration of battles on the Great Wall for temporarily assembled warrior camps varied. The minimum was 15 days, while some could stretch into months, or even half a year or longer. Upon returning to the checkpoint, Li Xinji did not leave but joined another new warrior camp, ascending once more to the martial arts Great Wall. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Ordinary warriors were not permitted to roam freely on the Great Wall. Fortunately, as long as a temporary camp was formed, it necessitated deployment to areas experiencing beast tides. The routine was simply a matter of traversing more ground. As days turned into weeks, Li Xinji's presence began to manifest within the beacon fortresses besieged by demon beasts across the Shanhaiguan region. Wherever there were demon beasts, he wielded his blade. Lushan, Jishan, Yanghe. The traces of battle were left in each fortress. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. At the Holuku Beacon Fortress, amidst the howling winds, the air was thick not only with the scent of blood but also with a briny tang, a taste of the sea. Not far from the gate lies a bay that stretches into the depths of the ocean, in stark contrast to the land. The vast sea has become a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Within the tumultuous waters, even clams have evolved, capable of draining the life from a careless passerby, truly a horrifying thought. Leaning against the city wall, the sea breeze ruffles through, as Li Xinji gazes at the frothy waves crashing against the shore. Whenever the tide rises, peculiar entities emerge from the depths. The once azure waters swiftly darken, and as the waves crash, a swarm of shrimp and crabs surges forth. These crustaceans engage in a fierce battle among themselves, relentlessly advancing towards the city walls. Initially, they appear as a mere black line, but soon they unfurl into a vast mass. Beep. His phone vibrated. Li Xinji glanced down momentarily. No time for distractions. He was engaged in slaying monsters. The academy had been in session for nearly half a year now. Outside the gored fire beacon fortress, numerous demon-slaying soldiers had charged out. Li Xinji's blade fell, cleaving through 6 crab monsters, each bisected with a smooth cut. 6 strikes in a single breath. This was the result of relentless combat against fierce beasts over the past days. Typically, upon entering a martial arts academy, students would receive guidance in combat techniques from their instructors. For centuries, various swordsmanship styles have evolved from foundational techniques, each exhibiting a range of enhancements during practical application. Many martial artists, while practicing the basic sword techniques, find that the boost to their combat prowess is minimal, leading them to shift their focus towards more advanced styles. This is the origin of many newly devised techniques. However, regardless of the style, all stem from the foundational methods. The basic sword technique is the root. Through continual battles with the beasts, Li Xinji finds himself gaining new insights. Swordsmanship, the art of killing, need not be adorned with extravagance. The true essence lies in delivering maximum lethality with the most straightforward and efficient approach. For instance, in this moment, one stroke dispatches 6 diminutive foes. Amidst the throng of crab monsters, Li Xinji persistently strikes, undeterred by the lowly strength of these grotesque creatures. As long as they fall before him, They are worthy adversaries. Old Bear's words ring true. Persistent slaughtering and understanding will gradually dawn. Thud, 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 thud. Li Xinji's movements are swift, wherever he treads. The ground is littered with bisected crab monsters. Thus, another day of cleansing the battlefield has come to pass. Many martial artists sheathed their blades. Though only a few days had elapsed, they had come to recognize Li Xinji. After all, he was the singular individual who relentlessly pursued the extermination of crab swarms without pause. The crabs were numerous, yet few were of the mountain-opening realm. The vast majority were ordinary, rendering the hunt somewhat tedious. While others ceased their efforts, Li Xinji pressed on, as long as there were writhing crab monsters. He charged forth to eliminate them. Xinji, don't venture too close to the sea. Each day, countless monstrous crabs and shrimp emerge from the depths. Initially, it's acceptable. But over time, it becomes rather monotonous. Presently, Li Xinji's diligent efforts in clearing the area allowed many demon-slaying soldiers to remain atop the city walls, leisurely enjoying their smoke. This lad shows promise. He far surpasses your lazy lot. On the battlements, casual banter filled the air. Not far away, the sea shimmered with luminous blue bubbles rising to the surface. Suddenly, with a decisive strike, Li Xinji cleaved a formidable beast resembling a conch shell, far more powerful than the crab monstrosity. A second flash of his blade descended, and the bald creature met its fate. Just then, the water erupted violently, and a stout figure emerged, a sea creature adorned with two prominent tusks, leaping several meters toward Li Xinji with fierce intent. Chapter 26. The proud old man. A sudden turn of events compelled Li Xinji, who had just sheathed his blade, to retreat abruptly. However, the seemingly clumsy sea monster displayed remarkable agility. Its elongated body rolled through the air, revealing a mouthful of sharp, dagger-like fangs, with two particularly long tusks that exuded a menacing aura. As the creature descended, Li Xinji swiftly sidestepped, a tearing sound resonating as he did so. Subsequently, he was hurled through the air. The Xuanwu battle armor he wore was torn by the water-fire silk, the memory alloy bursting apart, and blood spattered forth. After being propelled away, he braced himself against the ground to prevent a fall and surged towards the city wall. This was a significant setback. On the walls of Gourd City, a figure rushed forward. It was Jiang Yang, one of the defenders of Gourd Fortress, moving with great speed and swiftly closing the distance to the sea monster. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Xinji turned his gaze toward the shoreline. The sea monster rolled repeatedly on the sand like a ball, making it nearly impossible to strike. Jiang Yang wielded a long spear, but every time he attempted to stab, the creature would roll away just in time. Are you all right? Several warriors approached Li Xinji with expressions of concern. I'm fine, thanks to the Xuanwu armor. Otherwise, I would have been torn apart by that beast, he replied. Another defender, Yunhe, emerged. This is a transformed sea elephant. We can no longer regard them with our previous perceptions. He pointed to his head and continued, their intellect has evolved, and they are quite cunning. Without needing Yunhe to elaborate, Li Xinji observed the round, slippery creature and discerned the cunning heart masked by its clumsy appearance. Many beings of the sea had significantly enhanced their intelligence post-transformation. We no longer understood the nature of the ocean. Yunhe shouted toward the battlefield, eliciting laughter from the other warriors. Old Jiang, how is it going? Struggling against a transformed sea elephant? Did you have your strength drained last night? Jiang Yang brandished his spear, casting a glance at the city wall. Damn it, don't just stand there and criticize. This creature is at least at the 7th level of the Wanjun realm, with tough skin and flesh, its tusks comparable to alloy. Why don't you take a turn? I can't. I haven't had a suitable drink. Yunhe laughed heartily, his gaze continually scanning the sea to thwart any further beastly incursions. Gourd Beacon Fortress was a premier stronghold within the Shan-Haiguan area, boasting 8 defenders, with the strongest among them at the 6th tier. He and Jiang Yang were the weakest of the 8, both only possessing the strength of the Wanjun realm, hence they often took the lead in confrontations. With a piercing scream, the transformed sea elephant was struck through the head by a spear, convulsing on the ground for a time before succumbing to its fate. The air filled with a brutal and bloody scent, drawing numerous warriors to encircle the fallen beast. Lord Fortress Master, may we have an extra meal tonight? The last time we feasted on 4th tier beast meat was 2 months ago. It has been 3 months since I last indulged. A gathering of individuals observed the transformed walrus. And amidst the banter, Li Xinji stood apart, his waist swathed like a rice dumpling, boldly reaching out to touch it. Ah, Xinji, it seems you've become aware of the formidable creatures lurking beneath the waves. Did that gentle nudge feel pleasant? The onlookers found amusement in his actions, teasing him lightly. Jiang Yang stepped forward, withdrawing a dagger to skillfully extract 2 of the beast's tusks, followed by the removal of the demon core. Clang, clang. Li Shinji seized the tusks, tapping them together, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. The tusks bore intricate circular patterns, their deep purple-black hue rendering them non-reflective at first glance. After a moment's appraisal, he returned the tusks to Jiang Yang, recognizing them as the latter's hard-won spoils. The tusks of a 4th-tier high-level demon beast could fetch a fortune of 1 million, not to mention the value of the other components. Out of respect and decency, gratitude was paramount. As night fell, the warriors within the fortress were served steaming bowls of hearty broth. Li Shinji sat upon a bench, raising his hand skyward as a caring older sister deftly removed the blood-soaked bandages from his wounds. With practiced ease, she applied fresh medication and wrapped him anew. A light cough escaped him as he dabbed at the corners of his mouth. What were you thinking, taking such risks at your age? Do you wish to court danger? She chided while tending to his injuries. That was a 4th-tier beast. Had you been slower, there would have been another grave to dig in the city. And I do have to pay my respects. One must first ensure their own safety before offering protection to others. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, a fragrant blend of medicinal herbs, prompting Li Shinji to inhale deeply. He chuckled softly, lamenting his ignorance of the sudden emergence of the sea creature. Despite its clumsy appearance, it moved with surprising agility. Isn't it delightful? Care to come closer and take a whiff? After the dressing was completed, Lu Qi returned to her desk, her demeanor softened by her extensive time spent at the martial arts wall. You cannot undergo any further procedures until the wound has scabbed over, lest it burst open. Change the dressing every 3 days, abstain from alcohol and smoking. Though since you bear no scent of tobacco, that particular admonition can be overlooked. Thank you, doctor. By the way, young man, do you have a girlfriend? How about a sachet? It's a purely herbal concoction, devoid of any preservatives. Wear it for a day, and the fragrance will envelop you. After 2 weeks, the scent will be fully absorbed, and you won't need to sniff around anymore. At that moment, Lu Qi produced 4 sachets as if performing a magic trick. Each one cost merely 10 yuan. I'll take them all. With a swift motion, Li Shinji snatched the 4 sachets and scanned his payment for 40 yuan. Why do you need so many? One should suffice. Youthful exuberance and vitality. Having 4 girlfriends is quite commonplace, isn't it? Although I narrowly escaped being gored by a demon beast today, I also acquired its demon blood. A single drop of 4th-tier demon blood will significantly enhance my cultivation. With this, I may unlock the 2nd level of my breathing technique. In comparison to the affluent and talented individuals in the cultivation circles, my progress cannot be deemed rapid. Brother Jean, just 6 months ago, had already opened his 3rd meridian. The circulation created by 3 meridians doubles the efficiency of cultivation. Upon reflecting on this, Li Shinji opened the group chat. Brothers, the 4th level is exceedingly difficult. My father has sold yet another mine, and I still cannot unlock it. I nearly exhausted myself. Brothers, according to the analysis I paid for, the cost to unlock each meridian in the breathing technique doubles. For instance, the cost to unlock the 1st level is 1, while the 2nd level requires 2. Or even 3 or 4. As for the 3rd level's cost, let us just say my family has sold a mine. For the 4th level, my father is preparing to sell a 3rd mine. I wonder if he can withstand it. I've hung my father up for questioning. Yet he has revealed where our mineral deposits are. Wouldn't that mean I'm stuck at the 2nd level? Hiss. In his mind, a bronze coffin emerged, adorned with glistening demon blood. The blood, shimmering with 2 halos, amounted to 3 for 115 drops. This was the culmination of his 6-month journey across the martial arts Great Wall. Among the demon blood with 2 halos, 1 drop with 4 halos stood out brilliantly. Sitting up from his bed, Li Shinji steadied his breath and took a drop of 1st-grade demon blood, swallowing it. His abdomen rose and fell as the demon blood surged through his meridians, dispersing towards the wound at his waist. Initially, it felt slightly painful, gradually transforming into an itch. Sensing this change, Li Shinji opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. There's a way. Healing is possible. He then swallowed a drop of 2nd-grade demon blood and activated the breathing technique once more, nourishing the injured area with his vital essence repeatedly. Soon, the pain in the wound diminished by 70%. Although not completely healed, it was no longer as debilitating as before. After refining this drop of demon blood, Li Shinji ceased his cultivation, recognizing the need for gradual progression. It was also a good time for a break. A chill brushed against his hand. It was the already damaged Xuanwu battle attire, with dark golden turtle patterns punctured. In any case, regardless of how well one wields a blade, one must also don armor. 800,000 for a life, a bargain indeed. The pressing question now was where to acquire funds for a new outfit. The dean understands you are busy. Aware that you have been slaying demon beasts for over half a year. Could you perhaps take a couple of days off? Your juniors are all waiting for you. At the top of Hulu Pass, Li Shinji tapped his phone, feeling the sea breeze ruffle his long hair. No time. He plans to break through to the 8th level of the open mountain realm in the coming days. After traversing thousands of miles on the Great Wall for 6 months, his strength had already reached the limit of the 7th level of the open mountain realm. Even without this injury, he was prepared to advance to the 8th level. Ding, ding, ding. Shortly after sending the message, a series of chimes rang out, and old He's voice burst forth. What? The 8th level of the open mountain realm? In just half a year, you are already aiming for the 8th level? Haha. I truly envy this old man's foresight. Haha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with great force. 8th level of the mountain opening realm. 9th level of the mountain opening realm. 1000 June realm. Haha. I, Jianbei, shall become invincible. Haha. Chapter 27. The second layer of breathing technique in the family quarters behind the Jianbei Academy, within a quaint courtyard marked by the passage of time. An elderly woman with silvery hair was tending to her flowers, occasionally tilting her head towards the house. What madness is this so early in the morning? Haha. My foresight is impeccable. Haha. My dear. Ingmei. Oh. What is Lu Qingying doing? Haven't you heard me call for you? Coming, coming. What are you yelling about so early? The silver-haired woman stepped inside, holding her watering can aloft. Instantly, Ichiwu fell silent. Getting stingier with age, old the elderly woman murmured as she set down the watering can. Speak. What has got you so worked up? Haha. Guess. Bang. The elderly woman approached, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Do you think I can't guess? Madam, please take a seat. Ichiwu pulled out a chair for her, rubbing his temples as he continued. Let me tell you, dear. One of my students has reached the 8th layer of the opening mountain realm this year. Do you know what realm he was in 6 months ago? Grandma Lu turned her head, casting a sidelong glance. He was only at the 1st layer of opening mountain 6 months ago. Haha, Jianbei is about to flourish. Grandma Lu nodded. An advancement of 7 layers in half a year was indeed impressive. Why is this noteworthy? There are numerous talented students among humanity, and many families with resources. Warriors who possess talent and are willing to exert effort tend to progress swiftly in the early stages of martial arts. Of course, such a rate of advancement is considered exceptional within Jianbei Academy. When comparing with Longqing or Hongdao, or even with Jiangnan Academy, the disparity becomes evident. Typically, martial arts students require at least 3 years of training to graduate. The term shortest is used because graduation timelines are flexible, based on the varying speeds of cultivation. Graduates from Jiangnan Academy generally reach the 1000 June realm, while those from Jianbei Academy are mostly still in the opening mountain realm. It is unavoidable. Jiangnan Academy admits students who are at least at the 6th layer of the cracked stone realm, whereas Jianbei Academy has few students of that caliber. The overall training resources simply cannot compete, and the disparity in overall strength is significant. No, we must offer some incentives. While the training speed is commendable, students from Jiangnan Academy are already advancing to the 1000 June realm. Nevertheless, as the principal, I still hold you in high regard for your dedication to swordsmanship. The academy will reward you with a sword technique. Upon examining it, he thought, no. Immediately, the old man furrowed his brow. I forgot in my excitement. I completely overlooked that Shinji is learning swordsmanship from old Xiong, and his foundational techniques have already doubled in effectiveness. How could he possibly need the Academy's 1000 Mountain Sword technique? Slapping his forehead in frustration, Ichiwu expressed his regret. The 1000 Mountain Sword technique is a basic sword technique that, when mastered, can enhance one's strength by a factor of 2. The rain-covering sword can double one's strength at its peak. Would you like it? No interest. If you don't want the sword technique, what do you desire? Convert it to cash. On the walls of Holobeo City, Li Shinji rubbed his forehead. He was currently in need of funds to purchase equipment. After a full 3 minutes, the message from old he finally arrived. Just 2 words, no money. The moniker of old the miser, truly lives up to its reputation. Staring at the text, Li Shinji was left in a daze. This sheep is no good, having been sheared just once and already bald. The equipment of the 4th tier, even if purchased from the old rabbit, would cost at least several hundred thousand. Contemplating for a moment, Li Shinji sent a message to the old rabbit. Old man, can you extend credit? I can use my fruit as collateral. Get lost. At that moment, within the demon realm, an old man raised his middle finger towards the heavens. After this gesture, he swiftly skinned a crow with a golden mane and disappeared in a flash. I am working hard to earn money to attract girls. Yet here I am, young and asking for credit. Can I rely on myself? I'm still old and cunning. The path of credit was proving to be unfeasible. Old man. I have no money. Could you spare me a meal? Noodles are ample. With a sigh, Li Shinji shook his head. It's truly difficult without money. 3 days later. Within the gourd beacon fortress, Li Shinji sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, as drops of demon blood surged upon the bronze coffin in his mind. Above the coffin, a green phantom sat in meditation, integrating the 4th-tier demon blood obtained from the demonized sea elephant. Within the phantom, faint points of light began to illuminate, particularly noticeable at a partially open meridian. At that moment, the light points fused with the meridian and began to extend further. Soon, the other tiers of demon blood rolling on the bronze coffin also began to soar, merging into the green silhouette. This situation took Li Shinji somewhat by surprise. Buzz. Within the green light, the winding routes of the meridians, upon being cleared, seamlessly connected with the previously established first meridian. The second meridian was opened. However, the consumption was somewhat more than anticipated. The first meridian consumed a drop of 4th-tier high-grade demon blood. The second meridian, considering the overall cost, required an undetermined number of 1st-tier demon blood, while the quantity of 2nd-tier demon blood reached approximately 500 drops. Additionally, there were 2 drops of 4th-tier low-grade demon blood, and around 15 drops of 3rd-tier demon blood. In terms of quality, this roughly equated to 2 drops of 4th-tier high-grade blood, presenting a disparity of about threefold. Gradually opening his eyes, Li Shinji murmured, "The words of the brother with the mine are indeed the truth." Subsequently, he furrowed his brow. Opening the third meridian would mean expending 9 drops of 4th-tier high-grade demon blood. Unreasonable. He had only just reached the mountain opening realm. Even if he were to stumble upon 4th-tier demon blood, it would not make sense to find it 9 times. Even if there was one 4th-tier Xuanwu battle garment. 80. In this 9-fold endeavor, if he were to miss even once, then, of course, it's also possible that he might. After a moment of frustration, Li Shinji composed himself, conjuring a drop of 2nd-tier high-grade demon blood in his hand, pressing it to his lips. As the demon blood was swallowed and entered the meridians, he began to forge the 2nd meridian within, following the deduced path. A wave of pain surged through his body, akin to the sensation of flesh being torn asunder. A faint trickle of blood essence seeped from his pores, quickly enveloping Li Shinji in a shroud of sanguine mist. After an hour, Li Shinji emerged from his meditation, drenched in sweat, his eyes glistening with vitality. As he practiced his breathing technique, he could distinctly feel the flow of qi and blood circulating through the 2 meridians he had connected. After a brief respite, he retrieved the demon blood once more, preparing to ascend to the 8th level of the mountain opening realm, while also eager to observe the effects of the newly unblocked meridians. Having refined 5 drops of demon blood from the mountain opening realm, he seamlessly ascended to the 8th level, a surge of newfound power coursing within him. These 5 drops contained varying energies from the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the mountain opening realm. Lying in bed, Li Shinji pondered the efficiency of his refining process. With 2 connected meridians absorbing the demon blood simultaneously, he was aware that the pace was swifter than utilizing a single meridian. Yet, quantifying this speed proved elusive, as he lacked a point of reference. Moreover, he was not in one of demon blood. Resources for cultivation were abundant, rendering the concept of efficiency somewhat trivial to him. What he valued more in the dawn breathing technique was the ability to cultivate at any moment, perpetually enhancing his strength. How should he compose his report? Practitioners of the dawn breathing technique were required to submit detailed accounts upon unblocking each meridian. After much deliberation, Li Shinji referenced the data of fellow members in the group and completed his report. The speed at which he unblocked the 2nd meridian ranked him in the lower middle tier among his peers, hardly noteworthy. After a brief rest, Li Shinji rose, seized his blade, and stepped outside. His injuries had healed, and he had completed his ascension. It was time to resume wielding his sword. Outside the city, monstrous crabs scuttled about. "Shinji, have your wounds healed?" "Yes," he replied, exchanging pleasantries before vaulting over the wall and charging towards the crabs. On the city walls, several demon-subduing army soldiers chuckled. "Damn it, how do these filthy crabs keep reproducing? We slay them daily, yet their numbers never seem to dwindle. Go ask in the sea, and you'll find out. Forget that. Will I even survive in the sea? I'd prefer to live a few more years." While the warriors atop the city walls engaged in light-hearted banter, Li Xinji had already dispatched over 100 monstrous crabs beneath his blade. After days of recuperation and a minor breakthrough, he needed to reacquaint himself with his former prowess. In the ensuing days, he resumed his clearing activities. Each time the crabs lunged ashore, he would spring into action. The soldiers on the walls refrained from competing with him. After several days of relentless slashing, he finally regained the sensations he had experienced before his injuries. Naturally, having learned from past encounters, he maintained a respectful distance from the shoreline while engaging with the smaller crabs. This time, without his protective battle attire, it was prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, he had developed a new habit of glancing towards the sea after each bout of combat. As he moved along the bay into the depths of the ocean, the waters transformed from deep blue to an inky blackness. Beneath the surface, a colossal shadow flickered and vanished. With a resounding splash, a massive silhouette drifted at the edge of the sea. It was a rust-covered battleship, stretching over 300 meters in length, now aimlessly floating on the water without a trace of propulsion. The once towering gun barrels at both the bow and stern were twisted together like a tangle of dough, some having melted and solidified into grotesque masses. As one gazed across the scene, numerous gaping holes resembled voracious black holes, devouring the light. Gradually, the battered vessel began to drift towards the bay. Chapter 28. The power comparable to 1,000 June outside Gourd Fortress. Li Xinji dispatched the diminutive crab before him with ease. Invincibility can often be a solitary existence, with no worthy opponent in sight. At the 8th level of the mountain opening realm, weighing 80,000 kilograms, if his strength were to double, he would undoubtedly enter the realm of 1,000 June. Through the activities of the past 2 days, he had already begun to master his enhanced power. Instinctively, Li Xinji turned his gaze toward the sea. He found himself 2 miles from the bay, the expansive flatland before him offering a broad vista. In the distance, at the mouth of the bay, a massive silhouette was swaying toward the shore. After squinting for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed a ship. Since the emergence of the demons, the vast ocean had become a forbidden zone for humanity. When the second generation of humans established the martial wall, subsequent generations organized several exploratory fleets to obtain resources from the sea. However, each expedition met with an untimely end. Eventually, an 8th-tier expert attempted to delve into the ocean to investigate the whereabouts of the human fleets, only to vanish amidst the boundless waters. Consequently, from the 5th generation onward, exploration of the ocean ceased. At this moment, figures began to materialize within Gourd Fortress, including Lin Ji, the Grand Fortress Master, who had seldom been seen. Besides those absent from the fortress, the remaining 6 guardians appeared at the seaside. It had been several centuries, yet the warship still existed, a true marvel. Considering the myriad dangers of the ocean, and that the vessel remained largely intact, it appeared to lack power, propelled solely by the currents. The guardians exchanged thoughts, and Lin Ji spoke, instructing, "Send word to Shan Haigwen and prepare all warriors within the fortress for battle." Understood. As soon as the Grand Fortress Master issued his command, the guardians sprang into action. "Let us hope for the best," murmured Huang Linglong, a peak 5th-tier expert, his brow furrowed. With no propulsion, the seemingly aimless vessel drifted into the bay, slowly approaching the shore. In an hour, Lin Ji declared, having focused intently on the sea, "It will run aground." Huang Linglong replied solemnly, "You will hold the line on shore while I investigate." After a brief glance at Huang Linglong, Lin Ji nodded in agreement. "Be cautious." Before long, the martial warriors of the Demon Suppression Army gathered atop Gourd Fortress, their eyes fixed upon the sea. They all understood the precarious nature of the ocean. A ship that had vanished for centuries had somehow escaped destruction by the sea beasts, which was entirely unnatural. At present, humanity had become blind and deaf to the ocean's mysteries. Clang! A sound echoed across the surface of the sea as the battered warship collided with the rocks, producing a jarring noise as it ran aground near the beach. The toppled mast, the melted and shattered gun emplacements, the hull riddled with dark holes, and the murky aquatic vegetation all bore witness to its decay. A pungent stench of rot and decay wafted ashore. "I will go," came the voice of one of the warriors. "Be careful." Huang Linglong nodded at Lin Ji and stepped lightly towards the dilapidated battleship. The vessel, long weathered and aged, bore the scars of seawater erosion. Upon boarding, he first surveyed the control room, now ensnared by thick layers of seaweed, inhabited by numerous mutated crabs, snails, and shrimps. Old Huang moved with remarkable speed, inspecting the upper structures of the battleship before making his way towards the interior. On the shore, everyone awaited anxiously, Lin Ji's brow furrowing and relaxing in a restless rhythm. as if time itself stretched infinitely. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the battleship, jolting Lin Ji into alertness. Huang Linglong burst forth from the ship, clutching his chest, blood streaming forth. "Prepare for battle." A piercing cry resonated across the land for miles. Lin Ji ascended into the air, catching the fleeing Huang Linglong, intending to retreat. In that instant, the battleship trembled violently, seawater erupted from the side, and a streak of dark light swept through the air like lightning. In response to the incoming luminous attack, Lin Ji wielded his blade with a swift motion, leveraging the backlash to propel both men deeper onto the shore. The black streak exploded into a thick spray of mist, revealing a colossal serpent-like beast with two prominent obsidian-like protrusions on its head. "Old Huang, are you all right?" Lin Ji inquired. Noticing Huang Linglong's chest was concaved and his face appeared charred, blackened with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Be careful," Huang Linglong managed to utter before succumbing to unconsciousness. The monstrous serpent that had just emerged reclaimed its position atop the battleship. Its serpentine body, now coiled tightly, still towered over 100 meters, its tongue flickering as it emitted a wild roar. The sea surface churned violently, revealing countless shadowy figures amidst the frothy waves. These were innumerable serpent-like monsters, surfacing from the depths of the water, sixth-tier beasts. With a cacophony of hisses, the water serpents surged onto the shore, advancing towards the city walls. Li Shunji swung his blade, severing the heads of several serpents with each breath. His strikes were precise, harvesting swiftly. No serpent survived beneath his blade. Whether they were at the stone-splitting realm or the mountain-opening realm, even those at the 9th level of the mountain-opening realm. Amid the throng of serpents, other marine beasts also joined the fray, including a 1,000-gene beast that lunged towards the city walls like a dog. Upon witnessing this, Li Shunji swiftly charged forward, weapon drawn. The creature bared its fangs, attempting to leap and pounce, but Li Shunji was quicker. With a decisive strike, he cleaved a gash across the beast's neck, its head drooping, revealing its jagged teeth. Having dispatched the dog-like sea beast, Li Shunji resumed his search for new targets. He had no interest in the beasts of the mountain-opening realm. He sought to eliminate those of the 1,000-gene realm. Moving agilely along the city walls, he dispatched any beast that blocked his path, relentlessly hunting for his next quarry. With a swift whoosh, the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Li Shunji pivoted, gripping his weapon tightly, and delivered a powerful downward strike. A serpent, adorned with vivid azure patterns and crowned with a prominent, sinister crest, was cleaved in twain, oozing ethereal golden-hued blood. Yet, the severed serpent did not succumb to its injuries. The front half of its body continued to thrash in midair, lunging toward him with fierce intent. Li Shunji raised his blade defensively, but the serpent collided with the weapon, sending him staggering backward for several paces. The strength of a creature at the 1,000-gene realm was undeniably formidable. With a swift motion, he unleashed a counterattack, his blade cutting through the air as he engaged the advancing serpent. The weapon sliced through the creature's head, bifurcating its form and causing a spray of pale golden blood to erupt. Stunned by the sight, Li Shunji paused momentarily. The pale gold indicated a lineage of exceptional quality. Since the onset of his transformation, he had encountered a myriad of beast types, yet those with superior bloodlines were scarce. At that moment, he set aside his contemplations and pressed on to confront the next serpent. The presence of golden threads within its blood signified a higher bloodline tier. In the early days, he had procured a drop of extraordinarily diluted beast blood to activate the bronze coffin, which contained threads so fine they were scarcely visible. It had been over half a year since he had encountered any blood with such golden strands. Initially believing he had refined his way to this discovery, it now seemed he had merely stumbled upon a rare specimen. Now, faced with a serpent of higher bloodline, he would not let the opportunity slip by. By the seaside, Lin Ji was embroiled in a thunderous clash with a colossal python. The beast's body was as resilient as iron, and each strike of his blade merely sparked against its tough exterior. Clang! After narrowly evading the python's sweeping tail, Lin Ji gripped his warblade firmly, a resonance building around him. Like the sound of rolling thunder, it reverberated 36 times, surging with vibrant vitality that infused his weapon. Thunderous slash. The warblade unleashed a blade aura stretching several meters, descending from the sky. The python roared in response, its head adorned with a glossy, obsidian crest that glimmered ominously. Crack! As the blade struck, it met the luminous crest, causing a spray of beast blood to erupt. The crest's radiance faded, a few scales scattering as the python let out a ferocious roar, its tail striking the air with explosive force. Lin Ji deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the python's assault. In that moment, the creature's eyes, as large as grinding wheels, glinted coldly at Lin Ji before it disappeared beneath the waves. It was only when most of the beasts had retreated that Lin Ji gradually descended from the air. Gasped. He expelled blood laced with dark threads from his mouth. Lord. Witnessing this, the other guardians rushed forth without hesitation. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Ji spoke with urgency. Do not alert others. Immediately contact the Shanghai Pass. There appears to be a new holy bloodline of beasts emerging. A new holy bloodline of beasts? Instantly, the expressions of the guardians tightened. Presently, the beast-kin were divided into 7 major holy bloodline factions, each commanding a multitude of beasts capable of unleashing waves of chaos. Over the years, while numerous beasts had emerged from the sea, none had formed a large-scale, organized surge. If, amidst the vast ocean, the sacred lineage of the demon race truly emerges, what consequences might ensue? The depths of the sea are unlike the terrestrial realm, shrouded in mysteries unknown to humanity. At this moment, a somber cloud envelopes the thoughts of all. Why must the human race endure such tribulations? Beneath the cloak of night, in the fortress training ground, Li Xinji stands before an advanced alloy apparatus, striving to steady his breath. This machine operates independently of any network, crafted from superior materials, and is designed to withstand considerable punishment, as the demon suppression army comprises individuals at least at the mid-stage of the mountain opening realm. With a measured exhalation, a resounding crack reverberates through his bones, channeling his strength into his fist, which he then drives forcefully against the alloy target. Chapter 29. Resources delivered by the sea, 82, 256 kilograms. As the alloy target trembled violently, a number materialized. Just a few days had passed since Li Xinji ascended to the 8th layer of the mountain opening realm, and he had already stabilized his power at this level, witnessing a daily increase of several dozen kilograms. After taking a few gentle breaths, Li Xinji gripped his broadsword and struck at the alloy target. Simultaneously, within him, his vital essence surged like tumultuous waves, converging into his second tide that channeled into the broadsword. Clang. 162, 150 kilograms. With a sigh, Li Xinji slowly sheathed his blade. The combat power at the 1000-gene realm. This increment, when calculated, did not quite reach the standard of a doubling effect. However, given the inherent instability in power output, the data before him could indeed be interpreted as a doubling increase. Exiting the training ground, Li Xinji made his way towards the city wall. Since his power had doubled, he encountered yet another bottleneck, the multiplier of his increase being stymied. In the span of over half a year at the martial arts Great Wall, he had slain countless exotic beasts. Could it be that he had not killed enough? Boom. The light screen illuminated with a gentle glow. A figure stood amidst the mountains, their blade radiating brilliant energy, cleaving the air to unleash 5 arcs of blade energy. Due to the speed of the strikes, without deliberate slow motion, onlookers could perceive only a single arc accompanied by the thunderous sound waves. The blade energy descended, shattering a mountain before him into 2 halves. Subsequently, the cleaved mountain collapsed entirely, billowing clouds of smoke. The scene displayed on the light screen showcased the inaugural creator of the Thunder Sound Blade, Lei Zun, as he executed the Thunder Sound Blade technique. In his dormitory, Li Xinji watched the spectacle on the light screen, replaying it multiple times. Such martial arts videos were abundant on the martial arts internet, though most were simplified versions. Stuck at a doubling increase, he contemplated drawing inspiration, though regrettably, 1,000 merit points vanished in the process. Human martial artists, from the moment of their birth, were bound to a singular identity account. Participating in the Battle of Tiger Tower and Beacon Fort granted him 10,000 merit points. As an extraneous martial artist, spending a day at the martial arts Great Wall earned him 10 merit points, with additional points awarded for engaging in combat. Thus, he accumulated a total of 18,000 merit points, albeit these points were quickly spent, as they constituted the sole currency within the martial artists' inner network. This was also why many martial artists sought to ascend the martial arts Great Wall. One could earn a living working or become a bounty hunter. However, currency could not be used to purchase items within the inner network. Moreover, many martial arts techniques and methods had to be acquired through the inner network. For instance, Li Xinji spent 1,000 to view the 4th rank of the Thunder Sound Blade technique, left behind by Lei Zun. Alas, this video was merely the most simplified version. To access the detailed version, he tapped on the light screen, which displayed various categories: martial techniques, equipment, potions, cultivation experiences, and more, each with further subdivisions. Soon, the light screen glimmered anew. The Thunderblade, created by the 2nd generation of the human race's Thunder Sovereign, comprises 7 levels, merging into one. Capable of amplifying combat power up to 7-fold. Simplified version, 1,000 merit points, no restrictions. Complete version of the 7 levels, 0 merit points, requires cabinet evaluation. Fragment of the Pan Mountain Staff Technique, established by the first-generation human ancestor, Pan Mountain. As Li Shinji gazed at the manifestations displayed on the luminous screen, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He had spent 1,000 merit points merely to view a video revealing the existence of humanity. He recalled, just half a year prior, receiving a message from someone who had offered to impart the first 2 levels of the Thunder Blade to him. Yet, the messenger had since perished in battle. With a gentle sigh, Li Shinji nodded at the screen and opened his equipment interface. Mid-tier Xuanwu Battle Garb of the 4th rank, 60,000 merit points, level 2 hunter. Initial tier Jinwu Battle Garb of the 4th rank, 60,000 merit points, level 2. After coveting the luminous screen for some time, he reluctantly closed it. Viewing was futile. He lacked the funds and sufficient merit points. The second-hand gear bestowed upon him by the old rabbit had been merely an initial tier battle garb of the 4th rank, which had worn out after merely 6 months of use. Of course, the fault did not lie solely with the battle garb, even if it was second-hand. The primary reason was his own recklessness in perilous situations. Having gleaned little from the Thunder Sovereign's video, Li Shinji was naturally disinclined to squander merit points on purchasing simplified videos of other formidable warriors. With inadequate strength, his perspective remained limited. Viewing would be in vain. Finding ways to earn merit points was the only viable path, lest he be unable to afford even a battle garb. Grasping his sword, he ventured outside, recognizing that ultimately, the resolution lay in the blade. In the corridor outside his dormitory, footsteps echoed chaotically as 2 battalions of the demon-slaying army were deployed. Upon reaching the city ramparts, he gazed toward the bay. The previously stranded, battered warship had been towed 5 miles from the surface of the sea. Surrounding the warship, temporary defensive fortifications had been established, with 4th-rank warriors stationed at the outermost perimeter. From a distance, one could see numerous figures clad in white lab coats bustling about on the deck of the warship. "How is it, old Hu?" On the forefront deck of the warship, Luo Xianyang inquired as a peculiar bespectacled middle-aged man emerged. The middle-aged man removed his glasses, revealing blood-red, deeply sunken eyes. "Old Hu, are you all right?" This sight startled Luo Xianyang. Hu rubbed his eyes, his palm faintly stained with blood. "I'm fine, still holding on. There remains residual energy from the energy stones." At this point, Hu turned to Luo Xianyang and added, "Moreover, there are many locations where they can be found." "Really?" Luo Xianyang's expression brightened for a moment, only to shift through various emotions, ultimately settling into a rather grim demeanor. Energy stones, which emerged after the great transformation of the world, are crystalline entities of energy that can be utilized for cultivation by warriors. However, their scarcity is profound. Even within the territories of the demon race, few can be found. The existence of energy stones within the vast ocean is a bittersweet revelation for the human race. The ocean remains a forbidden zone for humanity, at least for the time being. The presence of energy stones signifies that the beastly creatures have acquired them ahead of the human race. Even if these creatures do not utilize the stones efficiently, an abundance of such stones could still give rise to numerous formidable beasts. I must promptly report this matter to the cabinet. Additionally, the sea creatures slain in battle a few days ago should be securely preserved. I need to extract the energy values from the beasts' bodies to estimate the approximate quantity of energy stones. Outside the city, Li Shinji dispatched the sparse and scattered monstrous crabs with his blade. In recent days, the number of these crabs emerging from the sea has significantly diminished. The area near the bay is now guarded by the demon suppression army. "Shinji, it appears you did not find sufficient thrill in today's hunt," jested a martial artist from the lookout tower established at the bay. "Do you still dare approach the shoreline? Have you forgotten the last incident? You devoured all the flesh, leaving nothing but the remnants. Are you still afraid of them?" Li Shinji ascended the lookout tower and greeted the martial artist stationed there. Under the looming threat of the beasts, conflicts between the demon suppression army on the martial wall and the martial artists in the temporary camp are rare. Everyone understands that should a large-scale beast tide occur, it would spell doom for them all. "Just look at the ocean. It is vast and tranquil," Li Shinji remarked casually as he took the telescope to gaze at the surface of the sea, where waves rolled and white spray danced, painting a picture of calmness. As he observed, Li Shinji idly inquired, "Why was the sentry established here? Is there movement in the sea?" Yang Yu nodded towards the direction of a battered warship and replied, "Let me tell you, Kunlun has arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Xinji turned his gaze towards the damaged vessel. Kunlun, the birthplace of human martial arts, is pivotal. Without it, humanity might have long perished. Yet, whether this arrival is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. Do not be deceived by the calmness of the sea, I assure you. There is much stirring beneath the surface, Yang Yu continued. Just wait until nightfall. A gentle sea breeze wafted from the ocean, imparting a refreshing sensation. Li Xinji, gripping the telescope, continued to survey the waters. With the multifunctional telescope combining infrared and night vision, the sea remained lively with frothy waves. As the night wore on, the group enjoyed the late-night snacks sent from the city while the vigilant martial artists continuously scanned the ocean. It's coming. Upon hearing this, Li Xinji set down his meal, seized a telescope, and peered towards the sea. The vast expanse of water revealed only a foot-high froth, but suddenly, a section of the sea surged apart, revealing the head of a colossal serpent, resembling a small mountain, slowly rising above the surface. The serpent's eyes glowed like two blood-red moons, positioned at the horizon, indistinguishable to the naked eye from the shore. This monstrous beast has been watching us nightly. It seems it bears a grudge after being wounded by the fortress lord, commented a martial artist stationed at the lookout. Unperturbed by the sight of the giant serpent appearing at the edge of the sea. Do you think this creature truly harbors resentment? Or is it pursuing some other purpose? Thus, the colossal python lurking in the depths of the sea gazed upon the shore for half an hour before gradually submerging into the waters. Well then, let us continue our meal. This creature emerges only once each night, and I suspect it seeks to entice us into action. This notion is not without merit, as advanced demon beasts possess considerable intelligence. Though this scheme of enticement appears rather rudimentary, it may very well be a deliberate ploy. Li Xinji also set down his binoculars, crouched against the wooden wall, and lifted his boxed meal. Ah, truly delightful. Chapter 30. Grant me the title of captain? Beneath the vast and tumultuous sea surface, the depths are shrouded in darkness, where elongated serpentine creatures surge swiftly, repeatedly battering against the ocean floor. At a depth exceeding 500 meters, the seabed is adorned with undulating hills, teeming with corals and various marine life. In the profound abyss, a fissure stretches over 10 miles in length, from which these serpents tumble in a relentless cascade. Fragments of rock are continuously expelled from the crevice by their force. Nearby, a giant python, previously wounded by Lin Ji, coils languidly beside the crack. Two protruding black obsidian-like formations on its head mark the place where a scale has been lost, revealing fresh, tender flesh beneath. Its blood-red eyes remain fixated on the fissure, devouring any daring little serpents that attempt to flee. A faint luminescence begins to glow within the crevice, emanating from a small serpent flicking its tail, the source of the glow being a tiny, unclosed mouth. Inside its maw lies a grain-sized luminescent stone, radiating a soft halo. The tiny serpent exhales, sending the luminescent stone gliding toward the giant python. Instantly, the python raises its head and opens its gaping jaws, swallowing a surge of seawater along with its meal. 3 days later, the monstrous crabs emerging from the ocean have dwindled, and the presence of other marine beasts is virtually non-existent. Contrarily, reports from the internal network indicate that other locations are experiencing surges of monstrous beasts. Having been stationed at the gourd beacon for nearly 2 months, it is customary for temporary camp warriors to depart. Li Xinji, having grown weary, yearns to seek out a new locale to hunt suitable prey. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. An edict from Shan Haiguan has been issued, forbidding all warriors at the gourd beacon from leaving. Moreover, 5 battalions of demon-slaying troops have arrived, and whispers within the fortress suggest that a formidable 7th-tier expert has also arrived. Whether this 7th-tier expert has truly come remains uncertain to Li Xinji, for he has yet to lay eyes upon them. As he gazes toward the ocean surface, a towering metallic edifice, reaching a height of 100 meters, is under construction, with numerous warriors clad in ceremonial garb bustling about both inside and out. The defensive capabilities near the shoreline have also been augmented, with 2 6th-tier warriors now present. Xinji, I was just looking for you. From this moment onward, you are prohibited from acting independently to hunt beasts on the beach. All must adhere to a unified command. Understood. Li Xinji nodded, acutely aware that the sudden influx of warriors signals a significant event on the horizon. Now, follow me. The commander seeks you. The commander mentioned by Wang Jianfeng is Lu Mingshan, the camp leader and a practitioner of the 3rd layer of the Wanjin realm. What are you waiting for? Move. Seeing Li Xinji hesitate, Wang Jianfeng grasped his arm and led him toward the inner camp. The small chambers embedded within the city walls resemble miniature caves. Lu Mingshan sits within one such cramped room, where the air is thick with the odor of smoke and an overwhelmingly pungent stench of unwashed feet. Lu, indulging in a cigarette, presents an air of casual enjoyment, which leaves Li Xinji somewhat speechless upon entering. Li Xinji, present. Silence enveloped the air as Li Xinji straightened his posture. The temporary camp had recently welcomed a new influx of warriors, expanding its ranks from 800 to 1,000. However, the number of warriors at the Thousand June realm was insufficient, thus the command, for the time being, lead a team. This directive momentarily startled Li Xinji, as he was not a regular member of the Demon Suppression Army. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed inconsequential. Over the past 2 months at Gourdfire Fortress, he had become somewhat of a local celebrity, diligently toiling in the fields each day. Moreover, possessing combat prowess on par with the Thousand June realm bestowed upon him the eligibility to assume the role of captain. Being a captain was far superior to merely being an ordinary warrior, as it granted a daily reward of 50 merit points, an increase of 5-fold. Stop dawdling. The order takes effect immediately, Lu Mingshan declared as he rose from his seat. Jianfeng will guide you to meet your team. You have half a day to see if you can manage them. I can, Li Xinji responded confidently. In the smoke-filled room, Lu Mingshan took a deep drag from his cigarette before exhaling. Amidst the swirling haze, he activated his phone, revealing a live feed. The screen displayed a small square, bustling with warriors standing and conversing. Moments later, Li Xinji's figure appeared in the frame. In the square, Li Xinji observed the newly assigned warriors. Their temporary camp had initially housed 800 individuals. After nearly 2 months, over 200 had either perished or suffered severe injuries. The ranks had now swelled to 1,000, not including the regular army. Presently, Gourdfire Fortress hosted over 10,000 regular troops, with 8 temporary camps established, bringing the total personnel, including logistics, to nearly 20,000. If no significant events were forthcoming, Li Xinji would gladly gnaw on his own toes. You're all here. Your captain has arrived. Upon entering the square, Wang Jianfeng called out to the assembly, directing them toward Li Xinji, the newly appointed captain. As the crowd turned their gazes upon him, Wang Jianfeng stepped aside, allowing Li Xinji to step forward, instantly engulfed by a sea of scrutinizing eyes. Li Xinji, he introduced himself. If any of you harbor objections, now is the time to voice them. After this moment, anyone who disobeys will face the consequences. Thus, among warriors, there was no need for pretense. Straightforward confrontation was the simplest solution. With a metallic clang, Li Xinji raised his sword high. Those who dare to contest, now is your chance. I might still show restraint, but after this moment, it will be too late. Observing Li Xinji's assertiveness, Wang Jianfeng gradually retreated. The camp leader, Lu Mingshan, had no qualms about appointing a non-regular warrior as captain. In truth, the identity of the captain held little significance for him. What mattered was that Li Xinji emerged from his ranks, a young man still under 20, bravely navigating the martial world, boasting strength rivaling the Thousand June realm. Such talent would undoubtedly secure a place among the elite in any prestigious academy. At this moment, Li Xinji was eager to engage with the newly assigned warriors, willingly offering his support while intentionally refraining from further commentary. Hurry up, don't dawdle. With the sword raised high, Li Xinji observed the stillness of those around him and spoke. Damn it, I've got a foul taste in my mouth, a robust warrior, brimming with anger, cursed under his breath. Before he could finish his words, Li Xinji had already swung his blade downwards. Damn! Upon witnessing Li Xinji's attack, Wu Yihai erupted in fury, brandishing his heavy sword to counter the strike. Boom! The clash of the sword and the heavy blade reverberated through the air. In an instant, Wu Yihai felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck. His hand trembled around the sword, the force distorting his features. Wailing, Wu Yihai was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Who else? Li Xinji raised his sword once more, surveying the others. Wu Yihai was among the strongest, boasting the prowess of a 9th-level warrior. Yet he had been effortlessly dispatched. The remaining warriors exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Silence does not equate to submission, for several figures in the crowd bore expressions of defiance. Without hesitation, Li Xinji swung his blade down again. Brothers, are we really going to let a mere boy intimidate us? Let us band together as some began to act. A dozen figures surged forward, charging at Li Xinji. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the air was filled with the shimmer of blades. The first few attackers felt as if struck by lightning, their weapons almost slipping from their grasp. Such speed in his strikes 6 or 7 in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, the voyeuristic Lu Mingshan smoked a cigarette, grinning as he watched the skirmish unfold in the small square. My eye for talent is impeccable. I'll recruit him for the demon suppression army when the opportunity arises. In the small square, Li Shinji sheathed his sword. Surrounding him, numerous figures lay prostrate or sprawled on the ground, groaning in discomfort. Haha, what were you thinking? Provoking him. Li Shinji has slain demons of the 1,000 Jin realm atop the city walls. Just because he is young doesn't mean he is inexperienced. A squad leader, lounging with his legs crossed and cigarette in hand, chuckled. Slain 1,000 Jin demon. This remark left the fallen warriors and those standing nearby momentarily stunned. I knew it. The demon suppression army wouldn't casually assign just anyone as a leader. Each captain possesses formidable strength in the 1,000 Jin realm. Ugh, this beating wasn't in vain. Wu Yihai grumbled, rubbing his sore backside. Upon noticing Li Shinji's gaze, he promptly fell silent. After surveying the group, Li Shinji declared, those injured, proceed to the infirmary for treatment. I will cover the expenses. From this point on, let us fight together to preserve our lives. Should anyone dare to falter, I will ensure their demise. All right, disperse now. Those needing healing should seek it. Wang Jianfeng approached. Remarking, Shinji, I didn't realize you were such a seasoned veteran. You've left these folks utterly speechless. Indeed, as the captain, one must relish the experience. For none of my ancestors held such esteemed positions. Chapter 31. The force of destruction within the infirmary, a loud cry echoed. Ouch, be gentle. Am I splitting apart? Wu Yihai sprawled across the hospital bed, while Lu Qi firmly pressed a freshly baked medicinal plaster onto his lower back. The sizzling sound accompanied by a plume of steam ensued. Wu Yihai's cry of agony pierced the air. What are you yelling about? You're a grown man. Lu Qi admonished as he applied the plaster to Wu Yihai, stating, just come to the martial arts Great Wall and follow the arrangements to slay the demon beasts. This is purely self-inflicted suffering. Wu Yihai grimaced, feeling as though the flesh on his back might be half-cooked. Although the healers at the martial arts Great Wall possessed commendable skills, their methods were rather crude. Say, doctor, is that little captain quite renowned around here? Wu Yihai inquired. At that moment, the other injured individuals lying on adjacent beds perked up their ears, intrigued, while Lu Qi was busy heating another plaster. He set it down and grinned. Oh, you wish to know? How about a fragrant pouch for $10? Your captain previously bought 4 in one go. I want one. Wu Yihai exclaimed, his mind racing to grasp the opportunity. Me too. Watching as his fragrant pouches swiftly sold out, Lu Qi beamed with delight. Doctor, do tell us more. Just then, Li Shinji entered the room. Let me enlighten you, he proclaimed. Instantly, the dozen or so figures on the beds bowed their heads, resembling quails in submission. Captain, how are their injuries faring? Li Shinji approached Lu Qi and inquired, having dealt a thorough beating to the group. He understood that if they were unable to battle the demon beasts, it would significantly diminish their combat capacity. It's merely superficial wounds. A couple of plasters and some bruise-removing pills will suffice, Li Shinji assured, casting a glance at the bedridden warriors, who had once exhibited defiance in the plaza but now appeared remarkably obedient, their heads bowed low in compliance. Rest well, the upcoming battles may prove to be exceedingly brutal. After confirming that none of his charges were gravely injured, Li Shinji departed the infirmary. By the seaside, a gleaming metallic structure had emerged, crowned by a large, rounded orb at its apex. The surface of the metallic sphere was composed of irregular, small rhombuses, each adorned with intricate, winding patterns. Inside the sphere, 3 warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, observing an elderly figure diligently tinkering in the central area. Almost there, just a bit longer. This super invincible detector has been deployed a total of 81 times, equivalent to the number of times the monkey sought wisdom, the disheveled old man exclaimed. Luo Xianyang found himself at a loss for words. Though the device had been activated 81 times, it had only succeeded 4 times. He hoped this would mark the 5th. Energy stones, crystalline embodiments of power, were predominantly buried deep within the earth, and without external force, their energy was exceedingly difficult to dissipate. Not to mention, this time, the search was for energy beneath the vast ocean, at a considerable distance. If there were no monstrous beasts in the sea, they could still dive into the depths, however. Standing on the shore, their precision would once again diminish. Moa, my dear, the moment is yours. The deranged elder, clutching a small orb of light before him, planted a fervent kiss upon it. Buzz. In the next instant, accompanied by a humming sound, the orb unleashed countless beams of crimson light. As these rays struck the large, diamond-shaped sphere outside, they refracted and cascaded toward the ocean's surface. The red beams penetrated the depths unimpeded by the weight of the water, illuminating the seabed below. The crazed elder maneuvered the orb inch by inch, causing the crimson lines on the water's surface to shift, sweeping across every area. Advancing forward, they reached the spot where the colossal python had emerged, at the edge of the sea. Who speaks? Silence. The deranged elder bellowed, then redirected his focus to the orb. At this moment, as the red light descended upon the sea, the aquatic beasts erupted from the depths, roaring in a frenzy, attempting to shatter the crimson lines. Some sea monsters leapt as high as 100 meters, causing the surface to erupt in chaos. Woo-woo. All hands, eliminate the sea beasts. No creature shall approach within 30 meters of the metallic structures. On the nearby beach, Li Shinji had already positioned his team. A few are still resting and have yet to regroup. The formation of their squad was triangular, with Li Shinji at the apex, flanked by 2 comrades. As the team extended back, they formed the third echelon, with 2 lines of demon-restraining troops ahead. The defenders had created a layered formation, encircling the alloy structures in a formidable protective barrier. As the red lines illuminated the water's surface, the sea beasts, driven mad, relentlessly assaulted the crimson beams. Amidst this upheaval, many aquatic creatures began to surge toward the shore, with waves crashing one after another. With each wave that broke, a beast lunged toward the land. Li Shinji gripped his blade, scanning his surroundings. The warriors from other teams were already on high alert. The order was clear. No demon shall approach within 30 meters of the metallic structures. There was no room for negotiation. The foremost line of demon-restraining troops would first deal with the high-tier beasts, relegating the lesser creatures to the second line, while the weakest would be pushed to the third line of defense. Despite being positioned at the third line, Li Shinji encountered beasts that still boasted formidable strength, reaching the 1000 June level. Kill. As the first sea demon charged, he struck down with his blade. As the captain, earning 50 merits a day was no trivial matter. He was determined to slay these 1000 June beasts. In that moment, countless sea monsters surged forth, battering against the guardian formation formed by the warriors. The defenders fought valiantly, wielding their swords as they clashed head-on with the beasts. At this juncture, clever tactics were out of the question. The monsters surged like a torrential flood, and they had to withstand the onslaught. Blood surged within him, the roar of vitality resonating in Li Shinji's body as he struck down a serpent demon with a single blow. As the chaos intensified, a multitude of monstrous beasts surged towards them, their numbers overwhelming. Behind, anguished cries echoed, and upon glancing back, it became apparent that a dozen team members had been overrun, threatening to dismantle their defensive formation. Steady yourself, Li Shinji shouted to the 2 warriors behind him, then swung his blade to intercept the approaching beasts. The 2 warriors, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that Li Shinji had halted the onslaught upon their ranks. With the precision of a dragon, he unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes in the blink of an eye, cleaving the 7 mountain-opening beasts before him in twain. In that fleeting moment, his speed surged, revealing latent potential amid the crisis. The splatter of beast blood invigorated him, igniting a thrill within. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike of his blade resonated with a fierce howl, as he absorbed the essence of several drops of beast blood, amplifying his vigor. Li Shinji charged at a formidable beast, his hands firmly gripping the broad blade, his feet sinking into the bloodied sand, the blade's radiance flickering as he struck head-on. Roar! The tusked sea elephant lunged, attempting to lift him, but its underbelly was brutally sliced open, its entrails spilling forth. With a single stroke, Li Shinji had eviscerated this mighty beast, a surge of malevolence emanating from him. As more beasts charged forth, the scent of blood awakened a primal urge to kill. At that moment, he harbored no other thoughts, save for one: to slay. Fear would only hinder his strikes. The unyielding advance of the war was his mantra. Only through the willingness to face death could one hope to survive. Immersed in this frenzy of slaughter, Li Shinji felt his internal power boil forth, an unending torrent of strength. The previously constricted increments of his power seemed to loosen at this moment. Goodness, the captain is formidable. Behind him, the other team members watched in awe as Li Shinji felled beast after beast. How extraordinarily powerful. One man standing at the front, claiming to fend off all the beasts, seemed far-fetched. Gaps were everywhere, with beasts emerging from all directions. Yet, astonishingly, 7 out of 10 beasts surrounding their formation were held at bay by Li Shinji alone. With such a fierce captain, Their lives felt secure. Thud, thud, thud. In a single breath, 7 strikes severed beast heads, filling the battlefield with their mournful cries. Brothers, we're letting Shinji take the lead. The captains on either side, witnessing Li Shinji's prowess, felt their own blood surge and spirits rise. Kill. In an instant. Several small teams surged with fervor, successfully repelling the nearby tide of beasts. On the ocean's surface, a crimson beam pierced the horizon, suddenly transforming into a pale blue light that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the red lines began to converge towards the blue line. An increasing number of blue lines emerging, growing ever more radiant. I've found it, the energy stone. On the alloy structure, the ecstatic old man danced with fervor. We've succeeded. Perhaps the trials and tribulations have finally borne fruit this time. Behind him, Luo Xianyang and the others gazed at the rising blue light from the sea, unable to suppress their excitement. Although the success rate of this instrument is rather low, data analysis from the few successful instances suggests that the intensity of the blue glow correlates positively with the likelihood of the presence of energy stones. I shall promptly report this to the cabinet. A thunderous roar erupted across the surface of the sea as a colossal python surged forth from the depths where the blue light congregated, emitting a sound that resonated like thunder. Lao Luo, this beast, shall we test it? Luo Xianying gently shook his head, glancing at Wang Mingqiao beside him. Let us first report this and await directives from above. If there truly exists a substantial quantity of energy stones, we must brave even the most perilous waters. I hope there is only this one 6th-tier monster. Wang Mingqiao sighed softly. In the ocean, the giant python continued its roars, only calming down after more than half an hour following the dissipation of the blue light. As the beast tide receded, the shoreline was littered with countless carcasses. Heng Dao withdrew his blade from the head of a sea dog of the Thousand June realm, and Li Shinji felt an overwhelming emptiness within him, as if his entire being had been hollowed out. Chapter 32. The Death Squad. A profound emptiness enveloped his body, an experience unparalleled in this lifetime, reminiscent only of a prior existence. In a frenzied state of combat, his blood surged with relentless vigor, compelling him to consume a considerable quantity of demon blood merely to stabilize the outflow of his internal energy. Were it not for the foundational strength provided by the demon blood, he would likely have collapsed rather than merely feeling hollow. Following this manic slaughter of demons, he gained some insights into the momentum of the Broken Army. It is no wonder that it is called the Broken Army Blade. In the face of death and battle, charging forward without hesitation, one ultimately exhausts oneself in the throes of madness. This is akin to a relentless charge to the very end. Captain, are you all right? A team member approached, inquiring with concern. After witnessing Li Shinji's true combat prowess, they felt a blend of admiration and delight, akin to obedient cats. The captain was formidable and led from the front, never treating his comrades' lives lightly. Who would not wish to follow such a leader? I am fine. Focus on treating the wounded, Li Shinji replied, discreetly taking a sip of demon blood to rejuvenate himself while urging his team to remain busy. He also strolled towards a nearby squad to casually inspect the slain demon beasts. What is the situation? After all, he was the captain, a figure of authority. 27 injured. 3 severely. The rest are minor injuries. With 2 days of rest, they will be back on their feet, came the response. The injured should head to the medical room. The rest can clean up the battlefield. After assigning a few individuals to escort the wounded, Li Shinji began directing the ongoing efforts. Shinji, you are quite the natural leader of the demon suppression army, the nearby squad captain remarked, lighting a cigarette despite the blood staining his clothes. When you become the battalion commander, don't forget us, your old comrades who fought by your side. Get lost. When I become the pit commander, I won't let you off easily. I'll make you suffer, Li Shinji retorted playfully. At least let me have a turn as pit commander. How ungrateful can you be? We're different. When it comes to squatting, I'll make you squat hard. If you can't manage, I'll lend you a mop to help clear the way. Haha. After a night of recovery, Li Shinji reappeared in the training ground, once again standing before the alloy target. 84,012 kilograms. A resounding thud echoed as the display revealed the figures. The value had increased by nearly 2,000 kilograms since a few days ago. Taking advantage of the recent defensive battle and in a state of frenzy, a portion of the continuously consumed demon blood had been absorbed by his body. After a day of rest, this enhancement had become part of his overall strength. With a deep breath, Li Shinji raised his sword once more and struck at the alloy target. 184,299 kilograms. Observing the emerging figure, he swiftly lowered his sword and activated the calculator. A smile spread across his face as he noted the figures. The bottleneck in his growth had been shattered, and he was not far from reaching the second tier of the Thousand June realm. The only concern remained that cultivating the momentum of the broken army demanded a heavy toll on one's life force. In an unguarded moment, within the grandest chamber of the gourd beacon, the door was firmly shut, and a haze of smoke lingered in the air. Shadows exhaled clouds of vapor, and the atmosphere was notably somber. Orders had been issued from above. Every fragment of energy stone was to be fiercely contested. At the helm, Wu Zhenchuan expelled the smoke from his mouth and extinguished it forcefully with the tip of his boot. This was not merely a matter of gain or loss, nor could it be evaluated in terms of profit and loss. Should a vein of energy stone be unearthed, we would at the very least be able to support an 8th-tier warrior. The significance of an 8th-tier warrior is self-evident. Even if we were to expend our entire population of over 20,000, it would be worth the sacrifice. There was no room for choices this time. We must extract the energy stones, even at the cost of our lives. All present in the chamber bowed their heads in silence. The martial arts of humanity had emerged from the ruins, and currently, the strongest among us was merely at the 8th tier. As for the 9th tier, alas, no human had yet breached that threshold. The 9th realm of martial arts remains, for humanity, more of a concept than a reality. Although 8th tier warriors are striving to conquer the 9th realm, the dawn of success remains elusive. Each 8th tier warrior is a guardian for humanity, and only such formidable beings possess the capacity to resist the 9th tier monstrosities. The depths of the sea teem with monstrous beasts, and the locations where energy stones have been detected lie no less than several dozen miles from the shore. Should we simply charge in? A voice raised a question. After all, the ocean is not akin to the land. Human warriors face monsters without issue on land, but once submerged, the vast expanse of the sea makes it impossible to send enough people. The simplest solution is to create land from the sea. There are mountains behind the fortress. We shall fill the ocean, Wu Zhenchuan proclaimed, his eyes filled with determination. What is a mere few dozen miles? Even if the seabed conceals a chasm of immeasurable depth, we shall level it. In essence, our directive is clear. Wherever the energy stones lie, we shall excavate. The assembly fell silent. It was indeed a rather simplistic plan. However, upon reflection, it appeared to be a prudent approach. By creating land in the sea, human warriors would stand on solid ground, providing them with stability to exert their strength. After all, the ocean is fraught with perilous beasts, and without a solid foundation, one cannot predict how many lives would be sacrificed. Are there any further inquiries? Wu Zhenchuan's gaze swept across the room, scrutinizing each individual. If there are no questions, I shall continue. As we create land, we will inevitably face a tide of beasts, necessitating individuals to stand at the forefront, protecting those tasked with transporting earth and stone. Lin Ji took a deep drag from his cigarette, the ember flaring up to his lips. Smoke billowed from his nostrils, and his head felt as if it were blooming with thoughts. This is Gourd Beacon, and I am its guardian. Since we are to risk our lives, it is only fitting that I lead the charge. With that declaration, Lin Ji leaned back in his chair, a sense of ease washing over him. If you do not go, and I do not go, how can humanity hope for a future? It is our turn. We must rise to the occasion. Hey, old Lin, is one enough? Count me in. Another warrior declared from within the room. A resonant horn sounded, causing the warriors to momentarily pause before rushing towards the small square behind the fortress. This was the assembly call. Li Shinji emerged from the training ground and, upon hearing the signal, hastened towards the square. Upon arrival, he noticed that Lu Mingshan and others had already gathered. Captain, do you know what is happening? A warrior behind him greeted. Unclear, Li Shinji replied, waving his hand as he positioned himself at the forefront of the assembly. The square, built against the city walls, showcased several figures already stationed atop the battlements. The guardians of Hulu Fortress were present, with the exception of the severely injured Huang Linglong. The remaining sentinels stood beside the fortress lord, Lin Ji. What has transpired that has summoned the guardians? A voice remarked, identifying Yang Song, the sentinel from the nearby Fenghua Fortress, who, like the others, was a 6-tiered powerhouse also stationed upon the city walls. It seemed that a momentous announcement was imminent. Could there be treasures hidden within the sea? The crowd formed orderly ranks in the square, with their multitude spilling beyond its confines. Lin Ji surveyed the densely packed figures below, shook his head slightly, and took a few steps forward. Brothers, I have summoned you all for a singular purpose. An energy stone has been discovered in the ocean. I need not elaborate on the significance of the energy stone, as you are all aware. His voice resonated across the assembly, reaching every warrior's ears. Energy stone. Instantly. The crowd's expressions varied. While many had yet to see one, they had certainly heard tales. As for the conditions of the sea, I am equally uninformed. But that does not serve as a reason for trepidation. Our human race requires the energy stone, and that alone suffices. In short, it is time to risk our lives. Our singular objective is to seize the energy stone. I shall lead the charge. Those unafraid of death, step forward. For the warriors of the Demon Suppression Army. Forming a death squad was not an unusual endeavor. In times of crisis, such as the outbreak of demon beast tides, the Shanghai Pass would assemble a daring unit to confront the beasts and alleviate the pressure on the walls. What is the reward? Someone inquired. Generous compensation. Survive to receive merit points. Should you perish, your families will receive compensation. Is it true that there are energy stones in the sea? Indeed. Individuals from Kunlun have personally verified it. The blue light in the sea yesterday was a reflection of the energy stone's energy. If the Kunlun representatives have confirmed it, then count me in. Ding, ding, ding. A colossal light screen descended from the battlements, revealing the first name, Lin Ji. Following this, names such as Jiang Yang, Yun He, and Wu Yang appeared. Those are the guardians of Hulu Finghua Fortress and various squad leaders. Soon, a plethora of names filled the display. In the ranks, Li Shinji opened his phone and tapped the screen. Buzz. A red cross appeared. He tapped again, only to see the same result. ISNT, it better to be young and alive? Lu Mingshan moved closer to Li Shinji. You will have plenty of opportunities to earn merit in the future. Let us old bones take this one. Exactly. This is the work of the Demon Suppression Army. You've only been here for 2 months. How much have you already claimed? I didn't mention it before, but this time, you must refrain from taking more. Li Shinji lifted his gaze and beheld the names of Lu Mingshan, Wang Jianfeng, and others displayed on the luminous screen. Glancing at the glaring red cross on his phone, he refrained from pressing it again, a sudden wave of irritation washing over him. Can we take a look at the energy stones once they are excavated? I have yet to see a genuine energy stone, he remarked. I too have never encountered one. This time, we will personally unearth them and reap substantial rewards. If we manage to secure enough energy stones, could it be that our human race might finally give rise to 9th-tier powerhouses? Sparing ourselves from the peril of confronting 9th-tier beasts with our lives on the line? The meat has been stewed to perfection. It is delectable. Tomorrow, we shall seize the day. Moments later, atop the city walls, Lin Ji spoke, slightly turning his head and squinting his eyes. After a brief pause, he cast his gaze upon the crowd once more. Serve the wine. Chapter 33. The 8th Sacred Vein of the Demon Clan on the beach. A multitude of figures stood in formation, their silhouettes dark against the horizon. The sea breeze carried the sound of a grand flag flapping vigorously, emblazoned with the words, "Subduing Demons." This banner was held aloft by Jiang Yang. Beside him, Yun He cast a resentful glance at Jiang Yang. Wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand, Lin Ji stood at the forefront, grasping his blade and raising it high. The battle flag pointed the way, signifying direction. Those who falter shall be slain. Should I retreat? Let my life be forfeit. Kill. The blade's aura surged forth, transforming into a radiant slash that cleaved through the tumultuous waters, parting the waves by 100 meters. Jiang Yang bore the Subduing Demons flag and charged toward the ocean. Countless warriors from the Subduing Demons army surged into the sea behind him. From the rear, a series of thunderous roars echoed. The mountains within the fortress trembled as massive boulders rolled down. Warriors hefted stones as large as small mountains, rushing towards the water's edge. Among the throng, Li Shinji carried a boulder immensely larger than himself, advancing toward the shoreline. Now, as a member of the Gourd Beacon Fortress, everyone had assumed their designated roles. The Suicide Squad plunged into the sea, while a portion of defensive warriors remained at the shore. The rest busied themselves with moving mountains and carrying stones. Each person performed their duty under a singular command. Fill the sea. Fill the sea. The ocean resembled a boiling cauldron. The commotion created by the human race stirred the aquatic beasts into a frenzy. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the sea teemed with monstrous creatures, their numbers beyond reckoning. The warriors of the Suicide Squad did not merely rush into the water. Their mission was to protect the Fill the Sea warriors behind them. Soon, a 200-square-meter patch of land was reclaimed from the sea, and the Suicide Squad began to advance slowly into the depths. With each slash of their blades, the waves were stained crimson, and numerous sea demons found themselves vanquished, floating belly up. A roar erupted from the depths of the ocean, as a colossal serpent bellowed at the horizon. Roar! Roar! Following this, the cacophony of roars resonated through the waters, revealing the massive forms of formidable aquatic beasts. Their fin-like appendages, sharp as blades, extended several meters above the surface. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of these gigantic demon fish surged forth, creating tumultuous waves as they raced toward the shore. Each of these enormous creatures boasted a formidable strength, with many possessing the power of third or fourth tier. The vast ocean, teeming with a rich variety of aquatic life, harbored a greater number and might of beasts than those on land. Not to mention the even more numerous first and second tier monsters, which, leveraging their aquatic advantage, placed the human warriors in a precarious position. As the sea beasts charged forth, Linji boldly stepped forward to confront them. Jiang Yang, brandishing the battle flag, followed closely behind, flanked by a multitude of warriors at the Wanjun and Qianjun realms. Behind them, massive boulders tumbled into the sea. Li Xinji navigated the treacherous terrain of shifting stones, carrying his burden. With the subduing demon's army's suicide squad holding the front line, the stone pathway gradually extended into the ocean. Upon casting a stone into the water, he drew the saber from his back and leaped onto a nearby, precarious rock at the water's edge. The blade descended, cleaving a spiny sea monster in two. As the relentless tide of aquatic beasts surged forth, Li Xinji stood resolutely upon the stone, ready to defend. A roar erupted from the depths. A sixth-tier giant python bellowed, its tail crashing against the water, generating titanic waves. Confronted by the land crafted by humanity, it could not fail to comprehend the reason behind it. Yet, the multitude of sea creatures remained thwarted by the valiant defenders standing in their way. With a series of furious roars, the crimson eyes of the giant python glinted with ferocity as serpentine sea monsters emerged from the adjacent waters. Beasts, perish! Lin Jilling soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of energy that detonated the monstrous entities on the surface of the sea, charging toward the colossal python. On the shore, Wu Jinchuan stood atop a metallic structure, gazing out over the ocean, witnessing the fierce clash between Linji and the python. Within the building, a crystalline column pulsated with the glow of flickering instruments. "What is the status?" A white-coated warrior, busy at the column, replied without lifting his gaze. "We have yet to detect any energy signatures surpassing the sixth tier." Pausing, the warrior cast a sympathetic glance toward the sea. "There are far too many energy entities at the third and fourth tiers." After a prolonged silence, he instructed, "Maintain vigilance. Kill, kill, kill." Countless corpses littered the surface of the sea, warriors of the demon suppression army among them, but the majority were of the monstrous variety. The valiant warriors of the suicide squad, akin to a piercing dagger, remained steadfast at the forefront of the monstrous onslaught. The demon suppression flag served as their guiding beacon. Beneath it, Jiang Yang was marred with wounds, his weapon now broken. He wielded the remaining half of the blade, cleaving through the advancing beasts, and then, with a swift motion, struck again. A sound echoed as he dispatched a grotesque fish, its arrow-like mouth puncturing his chest. Damn it! His body swayed, but he steadied the flagpole. "Yunhe, where the hell have you gone?" Yunhe, engaged in battle with the monsters, turned upon hearing his voice. "Old Jiang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I've grown weary of carrying the flag. Did you not wish to bear it? Here, I grant you the chance." With a flurry of strikes, Yunhe dashed closer to Jiang Yang. "Old Jiang, hold steady. We'll take the flag." He thrust the pole toward Yunhe, while Jiang Yang tightened his grip on the remaining blade. "Now, I shall carve a path for you." Jiang Yang charged boldly into the sea, colliding with 4 oncoming beasts, sending forth a spray of blood and foam. Kill! The 4th, 3rd, and 4th tier sea creatures exploded, their remains scattering. The crimson water surged around, painting the scene with a vivid hue as Jiang Yang wielded his half-blade. The blood-drenched sea extended like a sanguine stone pathway for dozens of miles into the depths. The battle raged on. The sheer number of aquatic monsters was overwhelming, the stench of blood wafting over great distances, enticing even more beasts to join the fray. The demon suppression battle flag lay tattered, its remnants flapping at the horizon where sea meets sky. Beneath the depths of bloodied waters, a series of thunderous roars resounded, as surging energy manifested into colossal waves. An hour later, a canister-like submersible ascended to the surface. Without opening, it was effortlessly lifted by Wu Jinchuan, soaring through the air towards the shore. Shortly thereafter, 3 crimson signal flares ignited in the sky, a signal for retreat, indicating that the mission had reached its conclusion. On the stone path, Li Xinji hurriedly carried the unconscious Lu Mingshan towards the shore. Compared to the gravely injured Lu, his own wounds were relatively minor. In the chaos of such a large-scale battle, a person's martial prowess must possess the capacity to alter the tide of combat, Otherwise, the risks remained perilously high. Upon returning to the shore, figures clad in blood-stained battle attire surrounded them, each rendered speechless. The sight of those grievously wounded, their injuries laid bare to the bone, caused the young medics summoned from various locations to avert their gaze, eyes closed in distress. What are you standing there for? Save them. Leave the injured to us. Where are you hurt? A medic approached Li Xinji, inquiring earnestly. Tend to him first, Li Xinji gestured, relinquishing Lu Mingshan to the doctor while signaling that he was unscathed. I am simply exhausted. 3 days later, at the rear of the gourd fire fort, where the mountains had been leveled, a series of new graves emerged. Beneath the mounds of earth and stone, many remained empty. Unlike the land, the sea claimed its dead without leaving corpses, allowing only garments to be buried. At the forefront of all the graves, a metallic box opened, radiating a blue fluorescence as brilliant as the heavens above. Energy stones. The box, cubic in size, was filled to over half its capacity. Wu Zhengchuan's lips moved, yet he found no words to continue. Not far away, a stone tablet bore the name Zhang Yang. Before it, a figure swathed in bandages sat on a stretcher, weeping uncontrollably while clutching the monument. Jiang Yang, a disciple of Longqing Academy, had been a protege of Wu Zhengchuan. In the 4th month of the year 932 in the Long Wall era, the gourd fire fort raised the demon suppression flag, gathering 3,000 valiant warriors to battle for energy stones in the oceanic domain. Of these, 2,893 perished, with merely 76 bodies interred. In this conflict, an additional 6,392 warriors from other human tribes fell, with countless others wounded. Among the crowd, Li Xinji beheld the energy stones, their blue luminescence reminiscent of the azure sky, an exquisite beauty, purchased with the lives of thousands. Moreover, countless others, crippled by this maritime battle, would never again wield a sword. Within the depths of the gourd fort, the air was thick with the scent of blood in the vast underground chamber, where numerous figures labored diligently. The operation table was laden with various serpent-like beasts, many of which bore small protrusions on their heads. At the very center of the room lay a 6-tiered giant python, now disassembled into several parts. A light panel flickered to life, revealing a rectangular wooden table surrounded by 3 figures. A martial artist clad in a white robe stands before a luminous screen, clutching a data report. Considering the transformative manifestation of this colossal python, its golden blood, and the ancient texts left by previous generations of humanity, it can be classified as a new lineage of the demonic race, a lineage born from the vast ocean. This further implies that deep within the ocean's depths, countless other aberrant pythons await discovery. Unlike ordinary demonic beasts, these lineages possess heightened intelligence and organizational capabilities. The ocean is boundless, and the threat posed by a sentient and organized demonic bloodline to humanity is evident. Within the confines of the illuminated chamber, 3 figures linger in contemplative silence. Each generation faces its own trials. The lineage of demonic beasts did not initially consist of 7, and with the emergence of this new entity, we can endure as our ancestors did. Among them, a middle-aged man turned to the 2 elder figures with graying hair and spoke. In the past, did you not also claim that our 8th generation was inadequate? Yet now, we 8th generation have indeed become the backbone of humanity. I have faith that the 9th generation will rise similarly. They are still youthful, filled with promise. Our duty is to create a stable environment for them to thrive before they come of age. We shall await the growth of the 9th generation, a legacy passed down through the ages, a flame that never extinguishes, for one day, a generation will usher in the dawn. Chapter 34. The 9 layers of the mountain the Shanhaiguan Pass serves as a formidable barrier against the formidable Tsang Lei elephant and the cloud crystal tiger, 2 titanic beasts of the sacred bloodline. Should a new sacred bloodline of beasts emerge, it is imperative to fortify the defenses of Shanhaiguan. I propose the establishment of a new divine arrow army base behind Shanhaiguan to counteract threats from the sea. Agreed. Furthermore, we must resume reconnaissance of the maritime territories to ascertain the number of such extraordinary serpent-like creatures lurking within the ocean, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Agreed. Who shall be entrusted with the energy stones excavated from the sea? I nominate Sun Zhenghai of Shanhaiguan, who has reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier for many years and has overseen Shanhaiguan for decades. Upon his promotion, he shall spearhead the establishment of the new divine arrow army base. Within Shanhaiguan, the undulating graves resemble a miniature mountain range. Surrounded by verdant trees, an elderly man, clad in cloth shoes and rolled-up trousers, his body dusted with earth, trudges along the narrow path between the tombs, occasionally clearing the weeds. He eventually approaches a wooden cabin, where a group of individuals stands guard over a central alloy box. Wu Jinchuan watches as Sun Zhenghai approaches, and for a moment, silence envelopes the gathering. Soon, a jug of wine is cradled in Sun Zhenghai's arms, and porcelain bowls are set before the alloy box. With a flourish, the fragrant aroma of the wine rises, sweet and crystalline. As the jug of aged wine is placed on the ground, Sun Zhenghai solemnly extends his hand and rests it upon the alloy box. The box slowly creaks open, revealing the embedded fire god medicinal crystal, while the inner compartment holds the energy stones. This precaution is meant to mitigate any accidents during transport, should any beast attempt to intervene. With the inner box now extracted, Sun Zhenghai strides towards the wooden cabin. I shall enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I ascend. Wu Jinchuan gazes at the cabin for a moment, then instructs the others to secure the box before turning to leave. In the maritime conflict, 30,000 merit points have been credited. Given the loss of so many warriors, Li Xinji feels little enthusiasm for this reward. Indeed, a sense of oppression lingers. Thud, thud. Footsteps echo, and several figures appear outside the door. Captain, we wish to accompany you. Li Xinji furrows his brow. What do you mean? Captain, we mean to ask which beacon fortress you will be heading to next. We want to go with you. The figures stand at the door, not entering, their faces alight with hope. Li Xinji gestures for them to come in and speaks. School. Li Xinji raises his eyelids, then lets them fall again. School. Within the room. The others are taken aback. What nonsense is this? Captain, did you say school? Are we certain we didn't mishear? They exchange glances, bewildered. Oh, right, Captain. You're from Launching Academy or Hongdao Academy, specifically here for training, right? No wonder you possess the combat strength of 1,000 June at the mountain opening realm. At first glance, the captain exudes an imposing presence, undoubtedly a figure of distinction at a top-tier academy. From Jiangbei Academy. I just entered last August. Silence. What on earth is Jiangbei Academy? Flattery has gone awry. Where even is Jiangbei Academy? Jiangnan Academy is indeed familiar. However, in the end, a few individuals found themselves at a loss for words. Those who had fought side by side with Li Xinji naturally would not be turned away, and he promptly exchanged contact information with them. Meanwhile, the dozen or so individuals lying in the infirmary, who had endured a beating without participating in the battle, felt somewhat aggrieved. After bidding farewell to a few, Li Xinji tidied himself up and made his way to the infirmary. Inside the sick room, Lu Mingshan lay on the bed, his body marred by several gaping wounds, which, despite being wrapped in bandages, appeared uneven and grotesque. He extended a finger and gently prodded the small indentations in the gauze. A pained grimace suddenly crossed Lu Mingshan's face. Xiao Wang, he gasped, inhaling sharply as the pungent aroma in his mouth caught him off guard. I am preparing to head down to the city. Scram. This is not a place for you right now, Lu Mingshan retorted through gritted teeth, glaring at Li Xinji. Fully aware of his own suffering yet still wanting to poke around, such behavior was unbecoming. After exchanging a few words with Lu Mingshan, Li Xinji returned once more to the cemetery within the fortress. Wang Jianfeng, Jiang Yang, gazing at the names etched on the gravestones. He brought forth a flask of liquor, offering a toast, and then consuming half the bottle himself. Under the cover of night, atop the martial arts great wall, Li Xinji sat cross-legged on the parapet, his blood surging, resonating with a deep rumble within. The battle at the sea had heightened his power once more, leaving him just a breath away from the 9th level of the mountain opening realm. As the night breeze caressed him, the demonic blood coursed through his veins, intertwining with his flesh. After half an hour, Li Xinji slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and leaped down from the wall. He hoisted the broadsword resting on the battlements onto his shoulder and cast a glance at the gored beacon fortress before traversing the winding great wall towards the horizon. At Shanhaiguan, as he approached the city gate, Li Xinji presented his identification to the sentinel warrior. Upon seeing his information, the guard straightened his posture and clenched his fist to his chest. Welcome back. Stepping out of Shanhaiguan, Li Xinji paused for a moment before heading toward the nearby residential area. Boss, half a gene of noodles, with meat. He found a corner at the noodle stall, called out to the owner for his order, and while waiting, he opened his phone. There were a total of 132 messages. At any hour of the day, even in the dead of night, director he would send him the same message. What is the purpose of cultivating martial arts? The message was punctuated with 3 exclamation marks, followed by a video call request. Ding. As the video connected, the figure of the old man sprang into view. Have you been soaking your feet? His voice boomed across the noodle stall, instantly making Li Xinji the center of attention. Has this old man lost his mind? What on earth is he talking about? With a bemused frown, he quickly adjusted the volume and image to the lowest setting, lowering his head in embarrassment. How humiliating! Have you really been soaking your feet? In those years, after washing his feet, he would ponder the intricacies of life. Noticing Li Xinji gazing at him in silence, Hichiwu realized that he had misjudged the situation. It appeared that this student, raised in a distant land, must have encountered something that stirred his emotions. With this thought, Hichiwu adjusted his collar, cleared his throat gently, and remarked, as a martial artist, "It is only natural to resist the demon race and safeguard the light in every household. I have just descended from the martial arts Great Wall, and it is not the same." He waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Your current position at the martial arts Great Wall allows you only to play a peripheral role. Upon graduating from the academy, you would at least be a captain, commanding 100 individuals. Just think about it. How impressive would that be? Graduate and become a captain?" Li Xinji was taken aback. "Perhaps it's better not to attend the academy." "What expression is that? Am I wrong?" Hichiwu frowned at Li Xinji's changing demeanor. As the academy head, he would never deceive his students. Then, he noticed the message that Li Xinji had transmitted to him. Identity experience. Ascended to the martial arts Great Wall in August of 931, enduring in April of 932, at the Hulu Beacon Fortress. Served as the temporary captain of the martial artist camp, leading the team to participate. At that moment, Hichiwu fell silent. Experiences cannot be fabricated, especially when officially certified, sufficiently demonstrating Li Xinji's endeavors over the past 6 months. Li Xinji remained quiet, simply observing the elder. "Don't look at me like that. It frightens me." Hearing this, Li Xinji nearly choked on the noodles he had just been served. "Wait a moment. Captain, you have ascended to the Thousand Gene realm." Moments later, Hichiwu suddenly erupted like an agitated old monkey. "Haraha! Haraha! Haraha! Do not speak. Allow me to revel in this laughter for a while." "Not at all." Hichiwu's laughter abruptly ceased. "It is impossible. One cannot become a squad leader without being in the Thousand Gene realm, unless—" He furrowed his brow, then relaxed. "The mountain opening realm. Possessing the combat strength of the Thousand Gene realm." In an instant, the smile on Hichiwu's face blossomed, his goatee perked up, giving him an air of triumph. "With such insight, I am absolutely certain. Little ancestor." Swiftly finishing his meal, Li Xinji departed from the noodle stall, resolving never to return. He could not endure the embarrassment here. After satisfying his hunger, he planned to find a place to bathe and rest for the night before embarking on his journey home. Within a small room in the neighborhood, the glow illuminated a small screen. I have seen the divine envoy. A figure prostrated on the ground, their rear elevated high. What is it? The smile on the face of the smiling tiger faded. Soon, a photograph appeared in the corner of the light screen, capturing Li Xinji as he left the noodle stall, distinctly recognizable. "Where is he?" The servant observed him entering the wanda and without exiting thereafter. "You have done well. Follow closely and report any unusual movements to me at once." Chapter 35. The infuriating beggar. A day later, outside the ruins of Yanshan. Gazing at the imposing silhouette of the distant city, Li Xinji paused momentarily. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had elapsed. He had arrived at the realm of the opening mountain, and yet here he was, still at the same stage. What a waste of a journey. Turning his gaze behind him, he observed a winding road where sporadic martial artists traversed. Occasionally, wild off-road vehicles sped past. His eyes finally settled on a beggar. Li Junwei clutched a stick in his hand, his attire disheveled, almost in need of a bowl. Upon noticing Li Xinji's sudden glance, he instinctively lowered his head, attempting to turn away, only to quickly catch himself. Why should he feel apprehensive? The road was wide open. They could simply go their separate ways. To appear flustered only revealed his guilt, as though he had committed some unspeakable deed. Other than a touch of weakness, he felt no shame. With this thought, Li Junwei tightened his grip on the wooden stick and stepped forward, soon surpassing Li Xinji. Li Xinji wrinkled his nose. The stench was unbearable. Indeed, he was a member of the beggar gang. He held no disdain for their kind, for some members, despite their tattered bowls, might possess grand estates. Was he merely being overly suspicious? Watching the beggar retreat into the distance, Li Xinji resumed his pace. This individual had crossed his path since his departure from the gathering area's inn. A beggar heading to the ruins to hunt a beast, logically, it wasn't entirely implausible. Besides, there was but one route to take. Thus, Li Xinji hastened towards the ruins of Yanshan, intending to find lodging for the night, and set off early the next morning. As he entered the ruins, he walked along the rubble-strewn streets, continuously surveying his surroundings in search of a suitable place to rest. In a narrow alley, Li Junwei cautiously peered out, fixating on the figure of Li Xinji as he walked by. Suddenly, he ducked his head. Had he been spotted? After a few seconds, he lay flat on the ground, cautiously peeking from behind the wall. Observing Li Xinji's silhouette in the distance, he exhaled softly in relief. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. Carefully, he emerged from the alley, trailing behind at a distance. After some time, Li Xinji arrived before a tall building, still standing a dozen stories high. He glanced around. The area was not desolate, with several structures nearby. This would suffice. Tonight, he would settle for a battle-damaged standard room. Approaching the intricately vine-covered lobby, he paused at the entrance and inhaled deeply. This scent had lingered throughout his journey. His suspicions deepened. How could one be so oblivious to their own foul odor yet attempt to follow someone? Concealing himself at the corner of the staircase, Li Xinji watched the entrance. Before long, the odorous individual appeared, sneaky and glancing around. He did not enter but lingered outside, surveying the chaotic layout. After a brief inspection, Li Junwei quickly retreated into the ruins across the street. Beep beep. The great deity has granted that the servant has arrived at the ruins of Yanshan. In a room marked by battle scars, the smiling tiger reclined on a sofa, his hands moving in slow motion as he endeavored to master the art of massage. Perhaps it was due to his lack of finesse that the two alluring ladies leaning against him writhed like water serpents, their legs tightening around him. Losing interest in the massage techniques, the smiling tiger abruptly pushed the two female patrons away. Have we arrived at the ruins of Yanshan? Is this what they call the phenomenon of receiving fortune while at home? A scholar ranked among the top 100 in the province, delivered to the hands of the demon god sect, was worth far more than an ordinary two-legged sheep. As an esteemed envoy of the blood god sect, he had diligently served the sect for years, capturing no less than 1,000 two-legged sheep annually. After accounting for the offerings to the sect's higher-ups, he had barely earned 30 million. To ascend to a modest position, he still required an additional 20 million. Such a talented scholar possessed a value equivalent to a fourth-grade demon corps within the demon god sect. Of course, the worth of previously gifted two-legged sheep had not reached such heights until 6 months ago when the demon god sect abruptly raised their prices. They now offered a fourth-grade demon corps for each capture, an exorbitant sum indeed. With such a tempting prospect at hand, should he take the risk? No. The danger was too great. The Wuhan army was currently conducting purges. It would be wise to secure a scapegoat. Come in. Shortly, a lanky figure entered the room. Envoy. Yao Lin, do you still have the nail left by Duck Brother? Good. The smiling tiger beckoned the tall figure closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Go now, ensure the message is delivered without Duck Brother noticing. Understood. Once the instructions were conveyed, the smiling tiger turned his attention back to the luminous screen. What is the current location of the individual? Right here. Li Junwei captured the scene before him in a photograph and sent it over. He hasn't detected your presence, has he? The smiling tiger's smile faded into a frosty expression. The servant is a high-level mountain opening realm warrior. This human genius, at most, has reached the 3rd or 4th level of the mountain opening realm in 6 months. How could he possibly detect my servant? 3rd or 4th level of the mountain opening realm. The smiling tiger scoffed. An ant remains an ant, blissfully unaware of its own insignificance. If, after 6 months, he has only managed to ascend to the 3rd or 4th level of the mountain opening realm, he cannot be regarded as a genius. At the very least, he should have entered the 5th or 6th level, or even reached a higher stage. The servant was, after all, a beggar. Why would such a genius concern himself with a beggar? Noticing the change in the smiling tiger's demeanor, Li Junwei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, Envoy, I have been watching closely. The individual has not exited the building since entering. Upon hearing this, the smiling tiger nodded. The filthy beggar does speak some truth. Who would bother with such insignificant ants? Blood god above. Hearing the envoy's praise, Li Junwei was overwhelmed with excitement. Raising his hands high and then bringing them down with fervor. The ground bore the imprints of his head, yet he continued to strike it repeatedly. In the corner, Li Xinji had already captured the scene before him on his phone. There could be no better evidence. Initially, he had never doubted the beggar. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for the foul stench emanating from this individual, which was grotesquely overpowering yet inescapably close. Driven by a sense of skepticism, he had quietly ventured out to observe, only to find himself embroiled in the very drama he sought to witness. Previously, the old man with the white rabbit had mentioned that the blood god sect was targeting gifted students. Now, over half a year later, it seemed they were still up to their nefarious deeds. He was not even a disciple of the Qihuang Academy. What could possibly draw their attention? Was it the allure of flesh? As the curtain fell, Li Junwei remained prostrate on the ground for quite some time, his excitement still palpable upon his face. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as he felt a sharp impact at the back of his head. His body lurched backward, and through the haze of his fading consciousness, he discerned a familiar figure approaching. Li Xinji cast aside the half-brick he had been holding. With such subordinates, it was no wonder the deity was anxious. Swiftly dismantling his phone, he tapped frantically, relieved that he had acted quickly enough to prevent it from locking. Within the device, he discovered 2 photographs, one depicting the location of a food stall, and the other, a revelation that he had long been under surveillance. This group had managed to capture his image during his previous passage through the ruined city of Yanshan. As he fiddled with the beggar's phone, Li Xinji also activated his own. What was his intent? Naturally, he meant to report to the Wuhan army. The cabinet had explicit regulations stating that any clues related to the Blood God sect must be reported immediately. The thought of an attack from the Blood God sect was terrifying. He was still merely a student, having turned 18 just last year. Based on their recent conversation, it was evident that the leader of these cultists was likely hiding within the ruined city of Yanshan. How could he possibly take down a few members of the Blood God sect on his own? He risked ensnarement. Reporting to the Wuhan army would allow for a decisive strike, ensuring glory and merit points would be his reward. Beep. The Ministry of Internal Affairs. The call quickly connected, and without wasting words, Li Xinji relayed his location and transmitted the recent footage. May I ask who this is? Came a melodious voice from the other end. This is Li Xinji, requesting identity verification. The Blood God sect is after me. It's terrifying. I'm still a student. Your information has been forwarded to the Wuhan army. Please ensure your safety. The nearest Wuhan troops will arrive shortly. Wait. May I inquire about the merit points and rewards? There was a brief silence on the line before the response came. The merit points will be assessed based on the scale of the eradicated Blood God sect members after the battle. After hanging up, Li Xinji held his breath, searching through the beggar's belongings but finding nothing of use. Ding. Soon, his phone rang again, revealing the figure of a warrior clad in Wuhan army attire. This is Captain Lu Xiang of the Wuhan army. I will arrive at your location in 3 minutes. The speed and execution of the Wuhan army surpassed Li Xinji's expectations. At that moment, several members of the Wuhan army received orders to converge towards Li Xinji's location amidst the ruins of Yanshan. In the distant streets and alleys, Lu Xiang swiftly vaulted over walls and leapt across stones, entering the dilapidated building. Witnessing his arrival in a mere 2 minutes, Li Xinji was truly astonished by the efficiency of the Wuhan army. Was this the same group that others referred to as mere brutes? Lu Xiang of the Wuhan army stated, I have received orders to ensure your safety for the time being. Jianbei Academy, Li Xinji. After the two exchanged greetings, Lu Xiang gestured towards the figure lying on the ground. How did you capture him? He inquired. This fellow followed me from the gathering area at Shanhaiguan all the way to Ruined City, Li Xinji replied candidly, briefly recounting the events. I initially thought the beggar sought money, only to realize he intended my life. Chapter 36. Hurry, the heads must be delivered. Li Xinji raised his hands in exasperation. If it were merely a matter of money, he might have succumbed to a pang of compassion and truly offered assistance. Alas, this was not an issue of benevolence. He was utterly incapable of providing any aid. Moments later, over 40 martial artists from the Wuhan army congregated. Among them, 3 were at the Qianjun realm, including Lu Xiang. The jamming equipment had yet to arrive, leaving them vulnerable to immediate reports of their situation. Through the window, Lu Xiang surveyed the surroundings, wary of a potential appearance by the Blood God cult. The Wuhan Army's deployment would require an additional 15 minutes. While the Blood God cult might arrive at any moment, should they catch wind of the situation, the multitude of buildings in Ruined City, along with the intricate underground tunnels, would allow them to vanish in mere minutes. Without the support of a larger force, pinpointing the cult's lair was beyond their capabilities. I can serve as bait, Li Xinji proposed, drawing upon his experience in such matters. He had reported to the Wuhan army not merely to escalate the situation, but to create a larger spectacle. Eliminating a single cultist yielded a meager reward, while dispatching a group would be deemed a significant breakthrough. Expanding the endeavor would benefit all involved. Everyone could partake in the spoils. Suddenly, the group noticed through the window that over 20 figures were sprinting down the nearby street. These assailants emerged from several avenues, converging upon the dilapidated building. They prepared for combat, ready to strike down their foes at the first opportunity. As the cultists charged forward, Li Xinji gazed further afield. Can you guarantee that they have not observed our signals from afar? This question caused Lu Xiang to frown, responding with a hint of defiance. One of my tasks is to ensure your safety. Beep, beep. At that moment, a beggar's phone rang, drawing the attention of everyone to the illuminated device. Whether to answer or ignore it would signify a breach of their concealment. After a moment of hesitation, Li Shunji seized the phone, leaning against the wall as he activated the call. "Hey, come and get me," he declared before abruptly hanging up. Outside, as Yao Lin sprinted, he caught a glimpse of the phone's light flickering and cursed under his breath. What a useless fool, unable to handle such a trivial matter. And discovered by a mere youth. The phone rang again, the screen illuminating with Li Xinji's image. "Grandson, I'm leaving first. No need to see me off. Curse you, I'll have your head." Yao Lin shouted in fury. In the presence of the divine envoy, he was as a right-hand man. Which cultist had not shown him respect? Now, he found himself insulted. Within the building, Li Xinji leapt forth, making his way into the distance. "That's him. Capture him." Yao Lin bellowed, prompting figures from nearby streets to react and pursue the direction in which Li Xinji had fled. Most of the Blood God cult's members were at the Kaishan realm, with only Yao Lin at the Qianjin realm. "Engage." As the cultists dashed past, Lu Xiang and the others quietly emerged, trailing them into several side streets. "Kid, don't run." A group of individuals swiftly scaled walls and leaped from heights. A sight frequently witnessed within the ruins of the city. Numerous bounty hunters hastily distanced themselves, wary of being caught in the fray. As he ran, Li Xinji halted at the end of an alley. "Time's up. The Wuan army has made its preparations." "Why the hesitation?" Yao Lin glared at Li Xinji, his voice dripping with malice. "The scum of the Blood God cult should kneel and call me grandfather. I assure you, you will receive a comfortable treatment." Li Xinji, with a dismissive gesture, retorted, "Is stupidity a hallmark of your Blood God cult? You are the one courting death," came the voice of Lu Xiang, who emerged from the debris beside them. Yao Lin, startled, attempted to react, but Lu Xiang was swifter, landing with a force that resonated through Yao Lin's bones. Crack, crack. Lu Xiang pinned Yao Lin down, immediately shattering his limbs and swiftly searching him, discarding his possessions aside. Finally, he seized Yao Lin's mobile phone. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly within mere seconds. "Now you may call your deity and inform him that the Wuan army is seeking him." Yao Lin, incapacitated, was rendered speechless, fully aware of the dire consequences of being captured by the Wuan army. How could this happen? A trap. This is a trap. Not far away, an armored vehicle, equipped with a large shovel, rumbled towards them. Several martial artists disembarked, seizing the phones from Lu Xiang and Li Xinji. "This number should be it." Li Xinji pointed to one of the digits on the device. The beggar from earlier had attempted to call this so-called deity before abruptly hanging up. The reason for the silence was to avoid alarming the enemy. Who was behind this treachery? In the northeastern region of the Yanshan ruined city, a figure known as the Smiling Tiger, clad like other bounty hunters, strolled leisurely down the street. Upon witnessing Wuan army vehicles approaching from outside the city, he received an alert from a prearranged lookout. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his stronghold, uncertain of how his location had been compromised. He neglected to inform the dozens of followers within. He held little trust in them. Within the Blood God cult, even a father could betray his son, let alone the agents embroiled in internal strife. As for his subordinates, the Blood God cult was never short of devotees. The world is rife with greed, and with a touch of indoctrination, one can easily exploit the lazy and avaricious. This explains why the Blood God cult, despite numerous crackdowns, has yet to be eradicated. By intertwining their desires and interests with a phantom deity, everything becomes justified. As he ran, the Smiling Tiger activated his phone and composed a message directed at Yao Lin, his only trusted confidant. Just as he was finishing the message, an incoming call disrupted him. "Yao Lin." Ding. The call connected. In an instant, the Smiling Tiger yanked the phone from his arm, crushed it, and hurled the remnants into the distance, gazing at the dim screen of Yao Lin's phone. In the northeastern direction, within the former Longling area, the moment the phone flickered to life, their location was pinpointed. Instantly, the Wuan army sprang into action. The Blood God sect proved to be a formidable opponent, adept at concealing its presence. However, once exposed, the situation could be managed. Inside an armored vehicle, Li Xinji sat on a small stool, observing the Wuan warriors bustling about. This was a command vehicle, equipped with various instruments and monitoring screens. The imagery from the northeastern district was transmitted in real time. Shortly thereafter, the visuals from the unmanned aerial vehicles were linked. Li Xinji remained silent, for now. He merely needed to await the moment of his recognition for merit. The remaining tasks fell squarely upon the shoulders of the Wuan army. Such a grand mobilization was not merely the result of a single report made by him, but rather a consequence of the Wuhan army's prior preparations within the ruined city. Over the past 6 months, the Blood God sect had covertly captured over 1,000 young human scholars, among whom 13 ranked within the top 100 from various provinces. Within the ruins of Yinshan City, a hidden branch of the Blood God sect served as a transit point. To eradicate this hub, the Wuhan army exerted considerable effort, even deploying numerous warriors disguised as bounty hunters to infiltrate the ruined city. However, these adversaries proved exceedingly cunning, rarely interacting with other bounty hunters, and when capturing individuals, they seldom did so within the confines of the ruined city. This was the reason for the Wuhan army's swift action. Many of the Wuhan warriors were already present in the ruined city. With newfound intelligence regarding the branch's divine envoy, a continuous influx of Wuhan troops surged forth, determined to ensnare these subterranean rodents in one fell swoop. Li Xinji scrutinized the various monitoring screens, aware that capturing the envoy of the Blood God sect would not be an easy task. The ruined city was unlike the outside world. Its labyrinthine underground rivers made concealment a daunting challenge. A report emerged. A discovery had been made at Jiangyan community in the northeastern sector. Shortly thereafter, someone in the command vehicle relayed the information. Outside Jiangyan community, a throng of dark-coated rural dogs charged in, barking incessantly. A dense mass of over 500 dogs surged forward, and in the distance, vehicles appeared, transporting even more trained rural dogs. As Li Xinji disembarked from the armored command vehicle, the cacophony of barking nearly rendered him momentarily speechless. Goodness, the barking sect. Nowadays, the rural dog had transformed into the sole remaining docile companion among the beasts. With such a multitude of dogs unleashed, not even the depths of a sewer or the confines of a grave could conceal anything from their keen senses. The Wuhan army had made abundant preparations. With so many canines at their disposal, confidence in apprehending the envoy of the Blood God sect soared. Outside Yinshan ruined city, a heavy truck belching black smoke lumbered along the dirt road, akin to an old ox laboring under its load. The vehicle was packed to the brim with individuals. Inside the driver's cabin, a phone rang. Yuan Shiyuan answered it, revealing a figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat. Where are you? Useless. What are you all doing? Are you deliberately dawdling? By the time you arrive, the person has already been seized by Yao Yuan. Yuan Shiyuan lowered his head and replied, We have done our utmost. Damn it, it seems you are courting death, still having the audacity to ponder whether the vehicle is functioning. If the car has exploded, do you not possess legs? It appears you are deliberately sabotaging my grand plans, dawdling for no reason. Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Speak. What benefits has that treacherous Yao Yuan bestowed upon you? I have already made a pact with the Demon God sect to send another group over. If we fail to capture anyone, I will ensure your demise, dispatching you to them in pieces. I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell, and your families will find no refuge. Chapter 37. Singing songs while enjoying hot pot in Jiangyan community. The area within a 10-mile radius was completely encircled by the Wuhan army. Thousands of followers of the Wang sect scurried about among the ruins and subterranean passages. Outside the encirclement, the Wuhan army had excavated a series of trench fortifications. Sewers and underground rivers had all been severed. After digging several dozen meters down, they installed sturdy steel barriers in the underground river, preventing even the tiniest tadpole from escaping. Fleeing? Unless one could burrow underground. Not far away, in a room, melodious singing resonated. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, dear friends. On a table made of stone slabs, a hot pot simmered with steam. I, Wei, have traveled far and wide, not merely indulging in food and drink, but also forging numerous friendships. Wei Yanqing, holding a large tea mug, beckoned to Li Xinji, saying, Come, brother Xinji, let us continue eating. The freshly hunted beast is absolutely delightful, still sizzling with blood. Li Xinji, unreserved, generously sprinkled seasonings and added a handful of cilantro. Savoring the freshly sliced beast meat in hot pot while listening to the songs, what a delightful experience. The commanding officer of the Wuhan army before him was undoubtedly a remarkable person. Remarkably, he brought utensils and a sound system with him while on the battlefield, introducing himself with the dream of becoming a chef. Report. We have confirmed the whereabouts of the Blood God sect's envoy. Understood. Search inch by inch. Wei Yanqing instructed, then turned his attention back. Come, brother Xinji, let us continue. I toast to you. You have truly aided me greatly. Li Xinji did not boast, lowering the tea mug slightly. Coming down from the martial wall and encountering such an eccentric character, he found it somewhat disconcerting. The Wuan army, besides establishing garrison camps in various cities, also had military districts in provincial capitals and other significant locations. This Wei commander belonged to the Wuan army's Yinshan garrison. The Yinshan garrison had a vast jurisdiction, encompassing a large area within the Shanhai Pass, responsible for internal purging tasks. For half a year, the youth of the human race had been continuously targeted by the Blood God sect. This Yinshan area, adjacent to the martial wall, had repeatedly been breached by the Blood God sect, earning scorn from above. This time, having finally tracked down the envoy of the Yinshan branch of the Blood God sect, Wei Yanqing decided to go all in. In his words, even if the ground had to be leveled, he would unearth the Blood God sect. Then, presenting the head of this individual, he would deliver a resounding slap to those in power. For this reason, Li Xinji was accorded considerable respect. Brother Xinji, since we hit it off so well during our first meeting, being a few years older than you, how about we pledge brotherhood? From now on, you shall call me Big Brother. Wei Yanqing raised his cup, his gaze intense, and continued, to be honest, I am quite taken with your talent. TSK, TSK. Daring to ascend the martial wall at just 18, and even becoming a captain. After descending, you managed to locate the envoy of the Blood God sect whom we have sought for years. Brother, I wish to cling to your leg in advance. Now you call me Big Brother, and in a couple of years, I'll call you Big Brother. How does that sound? Li Xinji, holding the large tea mug, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening? Was it not a delightful moment, enjoying hot pot, listening to music, and waiting for the divine envoy? The shift in atmosphere seems rather abrupt, does it not? If you find it unappealing, consider yourself my elder brother for the moment. Wei Yanqing remains unfazed, after all. The youth cherish their pride. By enhancing the ambience, everything shall naturally fall into place. After all these years, it is a rare opportunity to encounter a genius untainted by arrogance. Forging a genuine friendship is indeed the way to go. There is no better method than to burn yellow paper, sever a chicken's head, and pledge brotherhood together. The fervor of youth ignites brotherly bonds, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Li Xinji set down his teacup and remarked with a hint of concern, Commander Wei, you startled me. Perhaps I was a bit too hasty. Observing Li Xinji's bewilderment, the situation was truly surreal. A pinnacle warrior of the 4th rank acknowledging him as an elder brother? How peculiar within the ranks of the Wuan army. Report, we've traced the lead, a warrior entered to announce. With a crash, Wei Yanqing slammed the teacup onto the table and leapt to his feet. Brother, you continue your meal. I shall retrieve the individual. Li Xinji followed swiftly. Eager to witness the divine envoy he had been preoccupied with for months. The divine envoy of Jiangbei City had transformed. He wondered if this individual would undergo a metamorphosis as well. Before Li Xinji could approach, a roar echoed, accompanied by a cloud of dust and the splintering of stones. Wei Yanqing, like a cannonball, propelled himself forward and delivered a kick to a creature soaring into the air, adorned with a furry tail. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xinji quickened his pace. The divine envoy of Yinshan City was significantly more formidable than that of Jiangbei, possessing the strength of a Wanjun realm after transformation. This time, the report had truly borne fruit. Wei Yanqing, at the pinnacle of the Wanjun realm, found dealing with the divine envoy to be a trivial task. As the thunderous sound subsided, Wei Yanqing emerged, grasping a plump, half-demon fox. Li Xinji hastened over. Seizing the moment, he had acquired a drop of mid-level 4th rank demon blood. A whimper arose as a chubby little dog appeared at his feet, baring its teeth and barking at the transformed divine envoy. Where did this little dog come from? Glancing around, he noticed several rural dogs scattered about, uncertain of their origin. Brother, we have successfully captured the divine envoy of the Blood God sect. What a significant achievement. Let us await our rewards. Wei Yanqing laughed heartily, unconcerned by the presence of other warriors in the Wuan army. Observing his aide's eagerness to hide among the stones, Wei Yanqing quietly remarked, with such keen insight, now you understand why I am the commander, while you remain merely an aide. Report. We've discovered Blood God sect followers outside the city, suspected to be individuals listed on the internal wanted list. Is it confirmed? Wei Yanqing inquired, momentarily taken aback. Capture them. A double blessing. Who cares about their identities? We shall apprehend them first. Li Xinji was also taken aback. Could it be that the Blood God sect has gathered here? Brother, shall we go and take a look? Wei Yanqing dragged Li Xinji onto the armored vehicle. Outside the ruins, Yuan Shiyuan stood in a daze, contemplating their dire situation as the Wuan army closed in. What was he supposed to do? Upon arriving at the ruins, they had been cornered by the enemy. He could hardly believe there was no traitor among them. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Where are you?" he shouted furiously. "You've led us into this mess." Cursing Luo Xian, he lamented how he had brazenly placed them in the path of the Wen army. "I swear, I'll haunt you even in death." With a violent motion, he shattered his phone and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack. We're all doomed anyway." In Jiangbei province, Luo Xian was bewildered and fuming. Ever since his brother had refined the demon core and ascended to the 6th tier, ranking among the top 3. No one had dared to insult him so brazenly. Outside the city, the battle had concluded. Yuan Shiyuan and his companions lay on the ground, their bodies broken, whimpering like dogs. "What have we uncovered?" queried one of the Wuan army warriors, pointing at Li Xinji. "Big brother, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. Your arrival signaled the blood god cult's presence, and we received not one, but 2 waves of reinforcements. What a double blessing." "Thanks for the compliment," Li Xinji replied dryly. They had dealt a significant blow to the blood god cult's Yanshan branch and captured a mobile unit, yielding substantial gains. They also discovered many valuable items at the branch's location, providing opportunities for further investigation. As a key contributor to this intelligence, Li Xinji needed to prepare a summary for his personal records. 3 days later, within the Yanshan garrison, Li Xinji reclined on his bed. Beneath it, a small, plump dog gnawed at the bedpost, already exhibiting signs of mischief at such a young age. His future promised to be extraordinary. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up, revealing a notification: merit value credited, 8,000. The merit value was as anticipated. The accolades from the internal purge paled in comparison to those earned at the martial arts Great Wall, especially since he hadn't engaged directly. The door swung open, and Wei Yanqing's adjutant entered. "Brother Xinji, the commander has gone to a meeting. He asked me to deliver this. It's a bounty related to the blood god cult's followers." As the adjutant, now more cordial with Li Xinji following his promotion, he handed over the information. "Come in, Lu," Li Xinji invited. "No, I have matters to attend to. The commander will be cooking tonight. I'll come fetch you then," Lu replied before departing. Li Xinji scanned the card he held near his phone. A notification chimed. Account credited. 2,300,000. 2,300,000. Li Xinji felt a surge of satisfaction as he gazed at the figure on his account. The contrast with Jiangbei was stark. During his previous visit, he had received no bounty at all. The bounty for the blood god cult leader was 3 million, with a detailed price list for the other cultists. However, he merely provided the information without taking any action, believing that sending these rewards would suffice. The funds for purchasing battle attire would thus be secured. Of course, it might not be enough to acquire entirely new gear. Subsequently, Li Xinji opened his phone and sent a message to the old rabbit. "Old man, send me a set of 5th-tier battle attire. I'm busy." After a while, the old rabbit replied with a voice message, accompanied by heavy breathing. After listening to the message once more, Li Xinji called back directly. "Beep, beep, beep. Disconnected. Beep, 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 beep. Disconnected again. Disconnected a total of 5 times. You little rascal, get lost." Chapter 38 Dean. This is rather inappropriate. Be gone. The phone call ended with a beep, and Li Xinji hung up. It was quite a challenge, even when wishing to spend money. He found himself unable to do so. Fortunately, having already descended from the martial arts Great Wall, there was no immediate rush to acquire battle attire. He could afford to wait until the old man by 2 had completed his business. Speaking of which, how could that old man's waist be so resilient? Day in and day out, he seemed unaware of the need to promote positive energy. Damn, what envy. As the sun set, Li Xinji, accompanied by his little dog, arrived at Wei Yanqing's residence. Old Wei was exceptionally warm-hearted, personally preparing over a dozen dishes for a grand feast. "Brother, if you ever need assistance, just say the word. I may not guarantee much, but I shall always be ready for a brawl." The cups were raised and exchanged as they drank well into the night. The following morning, as Li Xinji departed from the garrison, he felt a throbbing headache. He declined Wei Yanqing's kind offer of a ride, hoisting his little dog onto his shoulder and sprinting towards Jiangbei City. By the banks of the Linen River, gazing at the nearby port area, Li Xinji exhaled softly. "I'm back." Outside old Xiong's abode, he surveyed his surroundings. The wooden boards nailed to the door had fresh breakages. Tap, tap. The door swung open on its own. A thick, musty odor invaded his nostrils, accompanied by the clattering of objects. Soon, he spotted old Xiong, who had a pipe tucked at his waist and was sweeping the moldy walls. "I'll take over." Li Shinji handed his little dog to old Xiong and seized the broom to start cleaning. The little dog whimpered, licking old Xiong's hand. That teacher. Is the residual effect of the broken army blade quite severe? Once unleashed, does it not consume a great deal of energy? Old Xiong grunted in acknowledgement. Is it that understanding the so-called momentum results in a doubling of combat power? Indeed. Li Shinji, while tidying up the room, posed questions regarding the confusions he had encountered during over half a year of cultivation. After finishing the cleanup, he promptly ordered takeout, several dishes along with wine, and the old man and the youth squatted on the floor to drink. Oh, and the little dog was given a cup as well, now blowing bubbles from its nostrils. As soon as he stepped through the door, his phone rang. Dean He's face lit up with a smile, filling the screen entirely. It's quite normal for Dean He to call. You haven't visited the academy in 6 months. Have you forgotten about me, your dean? Observing Dean He's sudden transformation from a beaming smile to an angry glare, Li Shinji remained unfazed. It was evident that there was a matter at hand. Seeing his anger fail to elicit a response from Li Shinji, Hichiwu dropped the pretense. All right, I do have something to discuss with you. Your current prowess exceeds that of the third-year students at the academy. It would be unsuitable for you to remain in the first year. I've arranged for you to skip a grade. Henceforth, you will be part of the Jiabe Academy class of 930. Understood. Li Shinji repositioned the portrait of his parents, lit incense, and listened as the old man continued to ramble. How do you plan to come to the academy tomorrow? I'll walk. Ichiwu furrowed his brow and remarked. What I mean to say is, since this is your first time at the academy, how do you plan to foster good relationships with your fellow students? I do not engage in frivolous connections. He then added, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? With a piercing gaze, Hichiwu continued. I invested $1 million to recruit you, so do not test my patience. Listen well, tomorrow you must follow my instructions, otherwise. After hearing Hichiwu's directive, Li Shinji responded, Dean, that seems rather inappropriate. Old He's command was straightforward. Tomorrow, he was to confront the students of the 930 cohort. Ichiwu, the esteemed dean of Jiangbei Academy, believed that the students were devoid of pressure, languishing in complacency, and risking their potential. If they continued this way, they would ultimately falter and suffer greatly once they left the academy. As the dean, he could not personally strike the students. Hence, he sought someone else to do so. After all, they were all students of the academy. If one could not hold their own, seeking a teacher would be a sign of disgrace. What's good or bad is my prerogative as the dean, he proclaimed, his frustration evident. These young individuals have not endured the hardships faced by humanity. Living in such a secure environment, their progress is lamentably slow. I am incensed on their behalf. You must strike them vigorously, but do not cause any fatalities. As he spoke, Li Shinji pinched his fingers together, implying that money could make any situation negotiable. Li Shinji, what are you implying? Asked the dean. Is my meaning not clear? Li Shinji replied with a smile. Though I am currently unfamiliar with the students of the 930 cohort, they will soon be my peers. If you expect me to strike them, compensation is essential. How about this? 10,000 for the entire affair, and for each student I bring down, an additional 100. With a monthly discount of 10%. At this, Hichiwu glared at Li Shinji. The academy lacks funds. Then I am at a loss as well. I cannot simply assault my fellow students without reason, Li Shinji stated, reclining on the sofa with a shrug. 10 for each strike. After a moment, Hichiwu began to negotiate, stating, 1 for 1, but do not strike too hard. The academy must cover medical expenses. Only 10 each, Li Shinji countered. He then inquired, how many students do we have at the academy, and what is the highest level of ability among them? There are a total of 4,600 students, with 968 registered in the 930 cohort. Some are currently training externally, and the strongest among them has reached the 8th level of the mountain opening realm. To confront all of them would hardly amount to 10,000. Moreover, one must avoid being overwhelmed by a group attack. This deal was hardly advantageous. Dean, I believe as a member of the academy, we should unite with our classmates. Fighting is not the answer. Perhaps you could increase the budget. Hichiwu's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, stating, no money. You shall have my personal internal network access for a day. Dean, as an accelerated student of Jiabe Academy, I feel an obligation to assist my fellow students in diligently pursuing martial arts. Jiabe Academy is situated in the southeast of Jiabe City, with 4 robust characters elegantly inscribed on a grand archway. The entrance is marked by a wide stone pathway, leading into a straight avenue 30 meters wide, flanked by dense ancient trees. Early in the morning, Li Shinji ambled along, cradling a cup of soy milk and nibbling on a steamed bun. The sword strapped to his back was sheathed in animal hide, rendering its blade harmless. As he approached the grand archway of the academy, he surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye. There she was. He made his way toward a rather appealing young lady and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the third-year dormitory?" Caught off guard by his sudden question, the young lady blushed and pointed towards the northeast corner of the academy, indicating the building there. "Thank you," he replied, glancing in the direction she indicated before proceeding into the academy, which was quite expansive, adorned with numerous edifices. During his journey, he paused at a martial arts arena and stepped inside. "Are you a third-year student?" he asked. "Yes," came the reply. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the sword at his back struck downward, sending the figure before him flying over 10 meters. The struck student was momentarily stunned, as were the onlookers. Li Xinji himself was taken aback. Had he miscalculated his strength? He had been restraining himself. Rushing over to inspect, he found the individual merely unconscious, not dead. "What are you doing? How could you harm someone? Who are you?" Before long, a crowd encircled him, demanding answers. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, sending the surrounding figures sprawling, their cries echoing through the arena. Observing this scene, Li Xinji frowned slightly. The opposition seemed rather feeble. If his combat prowess were 1,000, these individuals barely reached 600, perhaps even 200. It was no wonder the esteemed dean he was anxious. As he noticed someone attempting to rise, he swiftly delivered another blow, admonishing, "Stay down if you wish to avoid further injury." He continued his advance through the arena, showing no mercy, striking down anyone who stood before him, regardless of gender, categorizing them simply as either standing or lying down. By the early morning, the martial arts arena, which had only a handful of participants, was quickly subdued by Li Xinji. He paid no heed to those groaning on the ground, who were desperately calling for help. "Boss, I've been attacked by a lunatic wielding a sword. I think my bones are broken. Brother, I've been beaten. Come avenge me." Laughter erupted amidst the chaos. "Is this for real? Call for Daddy. He will come to your rescue." Meanwhile, in the dormitory, many students received alarming messages from their comrades. However, when Li Xinji arrived at the dormitory of the 930th cohort, he found the atmosphere remarkably tranquil, devoid of any commotion. Approaching the dormitory entrance, he mused, this is the male dorm." Just then, a few students emerged, still processing the situation, only to find themselves unceremoniously thrown to the floor. "What the hell? Are you looking for death?" After being knocked down, one individual attempted to retaliate but was swiftly dispatched once more, becoming considerably more subdued. The dean, along with the department head Qi Yuxuan, listened to the cacophony of clattering sounds and anguished cries emanating from the dormitory building, feeling a twinge of compassion. Ichiwu shot him a glare and remarked, "Why don't you go teach this unruly bunch a lesson? What time is it?" They're all still in bed. Oblivious to the fact that the early bird catches the worm, this is the prime time for cultivation. Instantly, Qi Yuxuan fell silent, peering through the window of the dormitory. Ichiwu glanced at his phone and noted that was quite swift. They've already reached the second floor in just 3 minutes. One would think that if I were to raise a herd of pigs, I could at least keep them at bay for 5 minutes. Dean, they are still young and untested. In the future, as Ichiwu's expression darkened, the department head found himself at a loss for words. Contact the medical department. Bring all the remedies for bruises and blood circulation, and head directly to the third-year dormitory for on-site intervention. Chapter 39, Vast Room for Improvement in College Rankings. Alas. Early in the morning, an unusual clamor echoed within Jianbei College. Shouts of indignation filled the air, curses and threats reverberated as students exchanged barbs. "Come here, female students. That particular classmate, kindly adjust your attire, the sight is quite overwhelming. Hey, you've dropped your bitter tea." Outside the third-year female warriors' dormitory, Li Xinji deftly caught a thermos that was hurled his way. Before him lay a scene of chaos, reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with the fallen. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the disdainful remarks flew as rapidly as the projectiles. He found himself stationed at the dormitory entrance, resolute in his commitment to uphold his agreement with Old He. After dealing with the male students, he believed fairness dictated that the female students should also face the consequences. Setting down the thermos, Li Xinji maneuvered to avoid the various containers and furniture raining down from above. With a resounding crash, a broken figurine landed. Its vibrant colors splattered across the ground. Li Xinji sighed in resignation. The satisfaction of confronting the male dormitory residents was far greater, as they obediently succumbed from the first to the 5th floors. The female students, however, posed a different challenge, as he could not simply charge into their domain without risk of ambush. Nearby, Hichiwu observed the barrage of objects cascading from the windows, his face darkening with dismay. Behind him, the dean of the college, the heads of departments, and various martial arts instructors bowed their heads like quails, utterly embarrassed. What a disgrace! One individual had managed to bring chaos to an entire department. If word of this spread, the reputation of Jiangbei would surely suffer. Though perhaps there was little to lose in terms of reputation, with ample room for improvement. Upon hearing Oldie's call, Li Xinji quickly retreated. This was far more exhausting than battling beasts on the martial arts Great Wall. Students, please gather the black, white, red, and green objects. This disarray is unacceptable. Do you not see how displeased the dean is? At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. In the male dormitory, figures supported one another as they limped out, groaning and cursing. It was him. If you have the guts, don't run. The injured students, faces swollen and limbs aching, ignited with fury upon spotting Li Xinji. Standing beside Dean He, Li Xinji, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the irate classmates. Do you have a grievance, students? The dean is here and can arbitrate your concerns. The clamorous students, regardless of gender, fell silent, intimidated by the dean's grim countenance. Ah, dean, our students are so obedient, responding to violence with restraint and insults with silence. Li Xinji remarked, further darkening Old He's expression. What are you saying? Bang. I reckon we should expel these useless individuals. Not a single one can hold their own. You've gone too far, and I shall not relent. I'll have you for this. Ouch, easy now. That hurts. I think my arm is broken. My legs. Li Xinji, wielding a broadsword, stood amidst the crowd, gently patting the individual who had just spoken. Indeed. Every bone in his body had been shattered, yet his spirit remained unyielding. You, cough. The martial artist who had spoken coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, followed closely by a doctor rushing over. Who are you? At last, a woman's voice rang out, and all eyes turned to Li Xinji. The crowd was not naive. After enduring a beating, they realized that Li Xinji had only inflicted minor injuries upon them. Moreover, he stood beside the principal, making it evident that this matter was inextricably linked to him. After being pummeled, someone finally posed a pertinent question. Principal, this is unfair. We were still in our dormitories, unprepared. If you had given us a chance to get ready, we would have surely knocked him to the ground. Enough. Hichiwu scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the fallen figures. Once you graduate and head to the martial arts Great Wall, will the beasts allow you to prepare in advance? When you encounter the Blood God sect, will they grant you time to ready yourselves? In a life and death duel, will your enemy wait for you to be prepared? Even if I were to raise a herd of pigs, it would be impossible for them to be beaten from the first floor to the fifth in 10 minutes. You incessantly boast about safeguarding the homes of countless families. What nonsense. The reason you can sleep soundly now is that there are those at the martial arts Great Wall who are tirelessly fighting day and night. Being beaten is a trivial matter. When you are confronted by a beast, you won't even have the opportunity to lament your fate. At that moment, Hichiwu unleashed his full fury, soaring into the air, his spittle flying like a high-pitched trumpet. And you, don't think that just because you've recently entered the martial academy, you are exempt. Soon, Hichiwu's reprimands began to encompass first and second-year students, as well as teachers from various departments. With fervor and intensity, he addressed every academy, the sunlight casting a glorious aura around him, akin to a legendary speaker. Li Xinji scratched his ear, observing that despite his fiery temper, he likely reveled in the opportunity to reprimand them. Finally, Principal, he had seized the moment. Tend to your injuries properly. In a week's time, we shall have another match in the training arena. If you lose, you shall all leave. I will personally go to the education department to have your records removed from Jiangbei. This humble establishment cannot afford to nurture such a group of lords. After his tirade concluded, he soared away, leaving a scene of silence in his wake. Don't leave just yet. Leave a name behind. Li Xinji shouldered his broadsword once more and strode in the direction where Hichiwu had departed. The task was complete. It was time to collect his due. How delightful. Inside the family quarters, Hichiwu hummed a tune as Grandma Lu brought him a cup of tea. It was utterly delightful. Hichiwu nodded, his expression one of pure bliss. Dear wife, how do you think I performed? You played your part quite well. Hichiwu, feeling indignant, waved his hand and remarked, You simply do not understand. Go buy some vegetables. We will have guests for lunch. All right, I shall do so at once. Soon, Lu Qingying, carrying a small bamboo basket, made her way outside, pausing at the door to instruct Hichiwu, by the way, please give Xiaolu a call and invite him over for lunch. Understood. As He Chi-Wu acknowledged her, he opened a drawer and retrieved a small, bound notebook. The lettering on its cover had faded, indicating its age. Not long after, Li Xinji, having inquired for directions, arrived at He Chi-Wu's courtyard. Upon entering, before uttering a word, he was presented with the small notebook by Old He. What is this? Just take a look. Accepting the booklet, Li Xinji examined the blurred title on the cover, History of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy. Gently flipping through the pages, he noted that there were 3 in total, with the last page left blank. Let us see. Director, our academy is indeed quite young. We are merely 28 years shy of becoming a century-old institution. Li Xinji refrained from vocalizing the text within the notebook, lest it provoke Old He. The Jiangbei Academy, located in Jiangbei City of Jiangnan Province, is currently led by Director He Chi-Wu. It ranks 402nd among the Martial Arts Academy Alliance. That is all. It was a quintessential example of an institution with negligible local influence. Director, although our academy's rank is low, there is ample room for improvement, Li Xinji remarked, placing the notebook down with a compliment, for it was indeed a truthful observation. Since the inception of martial arts in Kunlun and the establishment of martial arts academies across various regions, there are currently 499 academies within the Martial Arts Alliance, with the exception of the Qiwang Academy, which does not participate in rankings. Jiangbei ranks 402nd, which is acceptable. The Jiangnan Academy holds the 19th position. Among these 499 martial arts academies, the most fluctuating ranks are held by the top 2, namely Longqing and Hangdao. These 2 have dominated the leaderboard for years, fiercely contending for the top spots. The 3rd place is occupied by Bowu Academy, famously known as the perennial 3rd. It is said that Bowu once stood shoulder to shoulder with Longqing and Hangdao, but as time passed, they were overshadowed by the rivalry between the latter 2. The rankings of all martial arts academies are determined based on overall strength and competitive achievements. The latter is a tangible ranking, where each academy selects its most formidable students to form combat teams for practical rankings. This practical competition is not a grand tournament among the martial arts teams, but rather actual battles against formidable foes such as the demon clans and the blood god sect. The Martial Arts Academy Alliance website features practical missions, where each academy's martial arts teams accumulate scores based on completed tasks, determining their rankings. The cabinet grants each academy's combat teams a 30 mortality exemption rate annually. Those who perish in battle receive compensation equivalent to that of the demon subduing army. In simple terms, if a combat team comprises 10 members and 3 die within a year, it is not considered excessive. And there are even instances where the mortality rate may be adjusted. In such a ruthless competitive environment, ordinary academies find it exceedingly difficult to compete. In a year, recruiting such a few students can be considered commendable, yet, with 3 to 5 casualties annually, the attrition simply cannot match the pace of recruitment. In stark contrast, the premier academies operate differently. They have the capacity to form numerous teams, fostering internal competition, whereby only the most formidable teams are designated to represent the academy in battle. At this moment, before Li Xinji, He Chi-Wu accessed the internal network of the Martial Arts Alliance. Subsequently, he scrolled vigorously down the screen until he located Jiangbei Academy. Alas, there were no teams. Jiangbei's ranking of 402 was solely attributed to its intrinsic strength and the support of its peers. Jiangbei Academy, ranked 402, with a team score of 1300. The reason for having a team score is that he had previously established a team for the academy, but due to significant casualties, it was regrettably disbanded. Now, he displayed all this information, and the implication was unmistakable. Respected Dean, you wouldn't leave me to fight alone, would you? Li Xinji gently poured a glass of water for Dean He and spoke softly. At this moment, Dean He exhibited great magnanimity, waving his hand with a flourish. You may choose any student from the academy. Chapter 40. The dual enhancement technique of cultivation, choosing teammates from classmates whom I have just physically reprimanded. Is this truly advisable? After all, considering the harsh words left by the dean, I am still required to administer another beating. Could it be that my intent in striking you is for your own good, aiming to awaken your ambition? Indeed, the reality is as such. My actions, though seemingly harsh, are ultimately in their best interest. Just as Li Xinji pondered what to say, a voice emerged from outside the courtyard, and Wu Guangtou made his entrance. Xiaolu, what happened to your arm? Upon seeing Wu Guangtou's appearance, He Chi-Wu inquired. At that moment, Wu Guangtou's arm and head were wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood still visible. It's nothing serious, just a couple of bites from a beast in the river, Wu Guangtou replied nonchalantly, entering and pouring himself a couple of cups of tea from Hichiwu's teacup. Have fourth-tier beasts appeared in the Linen River? Hichiwu's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed a troubling sign. In the past, the strongest beasts in the river were merely at the Thousand June realm, and such occurrences were rare. Perhaps only once every month or so. The preliminary deduction indicated that these beasts had likely migrated upstream from the sea. The Linen River serves as a vital artery for transportation in Jiangnan province, with numerous vessels traversing its waters. This great river spans east to west, emptying into the sea in the east. It seems the issue originates from the ocean. Hichiwu continued to inquire. What is the next course of action for your Wuan army? What else can we do but eliminate them? Whatever appears, we shall destroy. Wu Guangtou shook his head and added, if I weren't injured, I wouldn't have had the time to come here for a meal. Shinji, how did your visit to the martial arts Great Wall go? Wu Guangtou did not continue discussing the river beasts. There were certain matters he could not divulge. My teacher specifically called me to say that you are nearing the Thousand June realm. Your cultivation speed is impressive, almost comparable to my youth. Graduation and only at the 6th level of the mountain opening realm? Suddenly, Wu Guangtou fell silent. Teacher, I am currently at the Wanjun realm. I had already advanced to the 5th tier at your age. Li Xinji remained quiet, casting a glance at Hichiwu. Senior brother, to what extent has the number of beasts in the Linen River increased? Li Xinji was intrigued by the sudden surge of beasts in the river. There are now at least 700 to 800, even reaching 1,000, each day, and the numbers continue to rise. Wu Guangtou scratched his head. This statistic was merely for the section of the river near Jiangbei City. Downstream from Jiangbei, there are several other cities, and the situation there is even more dire. Before finishing his meal, Wu Guangtou was summoned away by a phone call. After Li Xinji completed his meal, he made his way to the martial arts training grounds at Jiangbei Academy. It was an enormous structure made of alloy, towering over 100 meters and spanning over 1,000 square meters. With a rumble, as the great iron door slowly opened, Li Xinji beheld the various probing instruments embedded on the racks. This is the culmination of my efforts over the past decade. Now, all that remains is the final core landing module, Hichiwu proclaimed with a sense of pride, gesturing towards the objects within the spacious room. Nevertheless, it is still functional for now. You may give it a try. As Li Xinji stepped into the expansive chamber, the probing instruments sprang to life. A series of crimson lasers illuminated the space, weaving an intricate three-dimensional web throughout the room. The density of the laser grid fluctuated continuously, with some strands as delicate as gossamer, while others loomed large like grinding wheels, all in a state of constant motion. You currently possess the combat prowess of the Thousand June realm. Let us reduce the testing area to 10 square meters and observe your reflexes. As Li Xinji found himself ensnared by the laser network, Hichiwu added, by the way, these lasers emit heat. A mere brush against them won't cause severe harm. Just a minor burn at worst. Hiss. No sooner had Hichiwu finished speaking than Li Xinji experienced the sting of the laser. A small black mark appearing on his arm, searing with pain. Buzz. The laser blade swiftly sliced towards him once more, prompting him to swiftly sidestep, only to be met with 3 additional laser blades approaching. I shall increase the difficulty for you. With Hichiwu's words. For rotating multi-barreled testing guns emerged from the surrounding machines, their rapid fire echoing through the room. Damn, old man, your cunning surpasses that of a needle. In an instant, Li Xinji drew his horizontal blade, successfully deflecting the barrage of rubber bullets. Observing Li Xinji deftly maneuvering amidst the onslaught of lasers and bullets, Hichiwu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and casually raised the difficulty level once more. Bang! Suddenly, several rubber bullets struck Li Xinji, leaving another mark from the laser on his arm. 10 minutes elapsed, and as the lasers and bullets ceased, he rubbed his body where the rubber projectiles had hit and approached Hichiwu. Glancing at the data displayed on the monitor, Li Xinji found himself at a loss for words. Neural response: struck by lasers 9 times, hit by rubber bullets 11 times, a passing grade. As the future captain of the Jiangbei Academy battle team, merely achieving a satisfactory score was insufficient. He needed to strive for more. Li Xinji shot a disgruntled glare at the old man, questioning the intention behind adjusting the difficulty to the mid-level of the Thousand June realm. After all, he was only at the 9th level of the mountain opening realm. However, the machinery here proved quite impressive, capable of enhancing one's reflexes. And he even discovered it could train his blade speed. Back at the martial arts Great Wall, he had already managed to execute 7 strikes in a single breath. After a brief trial, he found that he could only intercept 3 rubber bullets with his blade. This indicated that the machinery here would greatly aid in his development. With this thought in mind, Li Xinji extended his hand towards Hiqiwu. "What are you doing? Hand me the key. I intend to practice here for a couple of days." Li Xinji was unabashed. Having clearly observed that the door to the grand room was secured not by an electronic lock, but by a robust alloy padlock. "I'll give you half a year to assemble the battle team." Hiqiwu tossed the key to Li Xinji and added, "Take care of it." Although it's all second-hand equipment discarded by other academies, it required considerable effort on my part to procure. Rest assured, should anything go awry, compensation shall be provided. Li Xinji took the key and gestured for Lao He to leave. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron door slammed shut, leaving Hiqiwu outside momentarily stunned. "Damn it. I am the dean." After ushering the dean outside, Li Xinji reopened the apparatus, adjusting the setting to the initial stage of the Thousand June realm. A few minutes later, he halted. The initial stage of the Thousand June realm posed little challenge to him. The efficacy of this instrument, he noted, was somewhat inferior to the life-and-death battles he had faced against beasts on the martial arts Great Wall. He escalated the setting to the intermediate stage of the Thousand June realm and re-entered the laser grid. While evading the laser beams, he wielded his blade to slice through the incoming rubber bullets. For the next several days, Li Xinji immersed himself in this training, his speed of striking once again enhanced. By the 3rd day, he achieved 8 strikes in a single breath. By the 7th day, he reached 9 strikes, and by the 15th day, he accomplished 10 strikes. In the spacious room, Li Xinji sat with his sword in hand. He extracted Hiqiwu's phone from his pocket and accessed the martial artist's internal network. As the head of the 1st Academy and a 6th-tier martial artist, Hiqiwu's privileges far exceeded his own, granting him access to a wealth of martial arts videos, including detailed versions of the first 3 levels of the Thunder Sound Blade. Li Xinji eagerly opened the videos. As a second-generation powerhouse of the human race who had pioneered and propagated this swordplay to its current form, it was undeniably worthy of his study. This time, while watching the detailed demonstrations of the blade techniques, he discreetly absorbed their essence. In his mind, the ethereal blue figure atop the bronze coffin simulated the first 2 levels of the Thunder Sound Blade as executed by Thunder Sovereign. The first level of the Thunder Sound Blade doubled the explosive force. Li Xinji was currently at this stage. He had reached the 9th level of the Mountain Opening realm, and upon doubling his strength, he stepped into the Thousand June realm. Previously, at the martial arts Great Wall, he had witnessed Lin Ji, the guardian of Hulu Fortress, execute the Thunder Sound Blade, producing 3 thunderous strikes that tripled the force, culminating in a total of 4 times the strength when combined with his own. He could only access the internal network for a day, so he made it a point not to squander this opportunity, perusing videos on the sword technique while discreetly absorbing knowledge. After careful observation, Li Xinji discerned that all techniques derived from fundamental swordplay that involved strength accumulation employed an internal energy stacking method. In simple terms, this meant forming internal energy within the body akin to crashing waves. The more levels released, the greater the accumulation. Not only in swordplay, but also in the amplification of other weaponry, the maximum stacking multiplier was limited to 7 times. The absence of an 8-fold increase stemmed from the current human martial artist's inability to withstand it. In contrast to martial artists practicing other techniques, who required 1 internal energy stack to achieve a certain force amplification, he had directly attained it through his inherent strength. However, this did not imply his method was superior. After all, the internal energy stacking technique had been gradually refined by human martial artists over centuries. The advantage of this approach was its capacity to mitigate the explosive force within the body, minimizing personal impact and injury. Let us give it a try. Li Xinji closed his eyes, envisioning the blue figure atop the bronze coffin, which began to demonstrate the method for accumulating internal energy. 3 days later, in the spacious room, before the metallic target, Li Xinji slowly raised the horizontal blade in his hand and brought it crashing down upon the alloy surface. The sound echoed, crackling and popping. At the moment he unleashed a strike, a resounding crack reverberated through his bones, and his internal energy surged forth, coalescing into a powerful current. Before this force could fully converge upon the blade, another wave of energy surged forth from behind, rapidly colliding with the first, and fusing the weapon with its might. Boom! The metallic target resounded with a thunderous roar. 234, 117 kilograms. Second level of the Thousand June realm. Chapter 41. The mid-level battle garment of the 6th rank boom. Li Xinji's fist struck the alloy target, causing the display to flicker momentarily. 92, 147 kilograms. This represented the strength of his normal state. However, when he wielded the blade, the two streams of hidden energy within him merged, each exceeding 117,000 kg in power. Bang, bang, bang. Li Shinji then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the alloy target, delivering over 30 consecutive blows, each infused with the combined force of dual inner energies. 204, 565 kilograms. As the final sound echoed, the number on the display stabilized, and he nodded in approval. In the span of a breath, delivering 10 strikes, each possessing nearly the power of a second-tier strength. If all were to land upon the same spot, even a fourth-tier beast would struggle to withstand such force. His realm, the amplification of inner energy, and the 10 strikes within a single breath, all positioned him alongside the fourth-tier strength. This martial path was finally becoming intriguing. At this moment, his cessation of movement was not due to exhaustion. In fact, the expenditure was significantly less than anticipated. In other words, he had become more enduring. It seemed to be a matter of his blade technique. The points of force application in his foundational strikes had transformed from what they once were. The techniques remained simple: chop, slash, lift, hang, cut, thrust, intercept, but the movements of his skeletal structure, particularly the spine, exhibited marked differences compared to his previous training. Now, his strikes flowed more smoothly, with a swifter transmission of power. Could it be said that I have created my own blade technique? Sheathing his sword, Li Shinji gently shook his head. While pride was acceptable, complacency was not. He was merely at the beginning of his journey. First, he needed to refine the true essence of the breaking army technique. Mastering the breaking army was no simple feat. It required life-risking attempts. Clang, clang. The heavy iron door resonated as Li Shinji pulled it open, his gaze falling upon a notice affixed to the door. Do not misunderstand. It was not a challenge. Rather, it was a reminder for the payment of the electricity bill. What a miserly old man Hichiwu was. How could he let such a sum, 30,000, go unpaid? Upon seeing the figures on the notice, he deemed it necessary to seek reimbursement from the esteemed Dane. After all, he toiled for half a month. Not merely for himself, but to enhance his combat prowess prior to assembling the Academy's battle team. Soon, Li Shinji arrived at Hichiwu's residence, respectfully presenting the electricity bill to the esteemed Dean. Dean, it's time to settle the electricity bill. It is quite embarrassing for a dignified head of the Academy to be in arrears. Hichiwu raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Li Shinji interrupted him. Dean, I believe we should discuss the formation of the battle team. Upon hearing this, Hichiwu pressed the bill firmly in his hand. Oh, do you have a plan? Indeed. Li Shinji replied, taking a seat across from Hichiwu. The foundation in Jianbei is weak, even with utmost effort. It would take 3 to 5 years to gather a sufficient number of individuals. Dean, have you thought this through? What do you intend to do? First, grant me an office, accompanied by 2 secretaries. Hichiwu poured a cup of tea down his collar and inquired, is there more? Initially, a startup fund of 50 million would suffice. Li Shinji had already devised a plan, should the old man dare to provide it. He would treat himself to a set of 5th-grade high-level battle attire. This would leave him with 38 million to distribute among the team members. A flawless plan. The law does not penalize the multitude. I shall clear the way. Hichiwu abruptly stood up, exclaiming, if I had money, would I still be lurking around the education department like a turtle? No money? Li Shinji softly remarked. Then it can only be at the cost of one's life. Can you bear that, Director? The cabinet mandates that 30 perish. Hichiwu paused, casting a glance at Li Shinji, and said, what are you up to? Don't act recklessly. Hichiwu was genuinely taken aback. Li Shinji had been to the martial arts wall and had participated in several battles. Others were unaware. But he had meticulously researched the casualties at Tiger Tower, the 2 great beacon forts. For an elder like him, having experienced much, it was inconsequential. However, for the students of the Academy, it was a different matter altogether. Let me ponder this first. Returning to his seat, Hichiwu fell into a contemplative silence. He had devoted decades to leading the Jianbei Academy, striving to elevate its stature. Yet, lacking renown, he could not attract quality students, resulting in insufficient support from the cabinet, a vicious cycle. He had already endured one setback and truly could not face the parents of those young individuals. Observing the furrowed brow of the old man, Li Shinji quietly departed. Not far from the family quarters, he was soon confronted by a throng of people. There he is. Li Shinji, you finally emerged. Among the crowd, Bai Duo, with her ponytail and loose martial attire, brandished a long sword adorned with glistening jewels. You scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end. Everyone, charge. As dozens rushed toward him, Li Xinji's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his 10 blades in one breath. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, the figure at the forefront was sent flying with a howl, taking several others along with him. Are you not a man? Even women are attacking. Strike him. Do not spare. His face, his mouth is all bruised. Witnessing the sprawled figures, Li Xinji gently shook his head. A severe illness necessitates potent medicine. Moreover, Jiang Bei had already reached such a state that further decline would only culminate in closure. A group of individuals helped one another to their feet, watching as Li Xinji's silhouette faded into the distance. This cannot be left unresolved. I have discovered that he only entered the academy last year. He seems to be heading towards the dormitory. How audacious. A beating is not enough. We must retaliate. Hurry, call. When Li Xinji arrived outside the third-year dormitory, a swarm of informed individuals had already surged out. Brothers, let us go and crush him. Charge. Truly believing oneself to have risen to the challenge, capable of confronting us all. Half an hour later, outside the dormitory building, Li Xinji stood apart from the crowd, his knife slowly sheathing itself. To fell another opponent posed no challenge whatsoever. The academy intended to establish the Jiangbei battle team. During this period, life and death would be left to fate. Those unafraid of death could seek the dean for a death warrant. He had preemptively aided the dean in making this decision, realizing that after 6 months of battles at the martial arts Great Wall, the academy indeed lacked any formidable adversaries. Forming a battle team? Madness. What was there to boast about? A brick soared through the air, striking the instigator squarely in the face. Li Xinji departed the academy, calling Wu Guangtou to inquire about the situation in Linnanjiang. This was to be his next destination for acquiring demon blood. While he could not halt the great tide of events, he could certainly hunt some demon beasts. As for the earlier discussion at the academy, it would depend on the number of participants who signed up. If no one were to enlist, then what would it matter to him? It would be all too convenient. These strange fish had gone mad. Once confined to the waters, they now began to assault the shores. Wu Guangtou's voice was urgent, interspersed with the sound of splashing waves. Upon returning home, Li Xinji cast aside the earlier matters and, taking up his phone, called the old man by Tuesday ding ding. Outside Shanhaiguan. In the gathering area, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut, plunging the small room into darkness. The old man leaned against his bed, lighting a cigarette for himself. Then cautiously lifting his right arm, which was heavily bandaged at the shoulder. Ding ding. What do you want? Speak quickly. I'm busy. Old man. You truly are not afraid of death, are you? Gazing at the injured old man on the screen, Li Xinji paused. The dim red light casting a fittingly somber ambience. If you would refrain from provoking me so often, I guarantee I could live a few more days. The old man retorted, his tone lacking any courtesy. He felt that ever since Li Xinji had become a true warrior, he had somehow become a demon's longevity. Enough. Speak quickly. Did I not say I require a full set of 5th-grade battle attire? Upon hearing this, Li Xinji noticed the old man's look of disdain. TCH, little miser. Observing Li Xinji, the old man hesitated, saying, You've really come into money. Haven tea you? Surely you Haven tea found a wealthy patron? I have a secret recipe for kidney nourishment. I've used it myself. Personal experience. 200,000. What do you say? 5th-grade battle attire. Do you even know how much 5th-grade battle attire costs? Moreover, where do you expect me to procure it for you in such a short time? The old man, without a moment's thought, declared, Forget about 5th-grade attire. How about a mid-tier 4th-grade set? Brand new, with a bloodstain rate below 5. I can give you a familial discount of 2 million. Li Xinji inquired again, Is there a high-tier 4th-grade set available? Presently, he possessed approximately 57,000 merit points. On the Martial Artists Online Forum, mid-tier 4th-grade Xuanwu battle attire was priced at 60,000, while high-tier was 120,000. Other series, such as Jinwu and Baihu, were even more expensive. If purchased with money, the cost would be significantly higher. 60,000 merit points equated to 6 million. It seems you have amassed quite a sum this time, daring enough to seek a 4th-grade high-tier battle garment. The old man's eyes flickered with contemplation. It appeared that there were no incriminating elements in Li Shun's possession. At last, he could engage in a profitable venture. He possessed several pieces of 4th-grade high-tier attire, one of which was an exquisite original, priced at a firm 998. 998? What a far-fetched notion. 1 million. The old man's gaze was intense. Having hoarded his merchandise for several years, he was finally ready to unveil it. Li Xin, as per his usual custom, began to negotiate aggressively. He had no desire for the exquisite version. A few soul rings were of little consequence to him. Do you truly wish to proceed? Upon hearing Li Xin's bid, the old man's expression turned incredulous. Each time he offered a discounted rate, he was reminded that it was a no-cost transaction. If he could earn more, why settle for less? Just inform me if you have any higher-tier options at a lower price. The style being outdated is of no concern. Upon hearing Li Xin's words, a glimmer of realization sparked in the old man's eyes. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, he declared, now that you mention it, I indeed recall having a 6th-grade mid-tier battle garment. Would you be interested? Chapter 42. The shipwreck incident at Huilong Bay. Li Xinji gazed at the expression on the old man's face, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Such a remarkable treasure. Yet it had been concealed until now. A 6th-grade battle attire would demand no less than 400,000 merit points. Moreover, this piece of equipment is strategic in nature and cannot simply be acquired with wealth or merit within the martial artist network. Are you attempting to deceive me? Li Xinji inquired. What nonsense are you spouting? The old man retorted, his eyes narrowing. When have I ever deceived you? I have only shared life lessons, otherwise. At your tender age, you would have long been taken advantage of. The old man insisted with utmost sincerity, I assure you. This 6th-grade mid-tier battle attire is from the Xuanwu series, crafted from the shell of an exceedingly rare ancient tortoise, woven with ivory strands. I cannot afford it. Li Xinji promptly declined, convinced that the old man harbored ulterior motives, akin to painting a grand vision that was unattainable. Had it been a 5th-grade battle attire? Perhaps he might have entertained the thought. Truly, I am not jesting, the old man asserted. Observing Li Xinji's skepticism, he continued, you need not spend any money. Free of charge? Li Xinji was taken aback, then shook his head. Nothing comes without a price. For instance, in my presence, the cost is merely 388. But without payment, allow me to finish, the old man interjected. Noticing Li Xinji's continued reluctance, he pressed on, over 30 years ago, there existed a sect in Jiangnan province known as the Longevity Path, which taught the art of eternal life. The sect's leader was a 6th-tier martial artist, who fled from the pursuers sent by the cabinet and ultimately vanished into the waters of Linen. The 6th-grade battle attire once belonged to the leader of the Longevity Path. Li Xinji nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is his. Pleased with the response, the old man remarked, you claim disinterest, yet you have already begun to answer eagerly. Continue your fabrication, Li Xinji retorted. What fabrication? The old man glared, then asserted, what I speak is the truth. Others may not know where this fellow perished, but I do. At that moment, Li Xinji observed the old man gesturing with his fingers, clearly indicating that to learn more, a certain monetary contribution was required. Ding. Thus, Li Xinji initiated a transfer. 20. Given the old man's age, he thought it only fair to offer a token sum as a courtesy. 20 is sufficient for your dinner. Perhaps add 5 more so I may indulge in a cup of light wine. Upon seeing the transfer, the old man beamed with delight. Although it was a meager sum, it was nonetheless free of charge. Encountering such an unabashed elder left Li Xinji speechless, prompting him to end the call. Moments later, the old man's phone rang again. It was not surprising that the leader of the Longevity Path met his demise. After all, he was merely a 6th-tier martial artist with such a notorious name. Who else could have met a different fate? Considering the numerous inconsistencies in the tale, Li Xinji deemed it a source of amusement. Do you not believe me? The old man queried, frowning. Venture to my lair, within the confines of my room. There lies a small wooden box containing all relevant information. Out of curiosity, I conducted a discreet investigation years ago. Later, interest waned, and the gathered information was left to gather dust on the shelf. The truth and falsehood intertwined. A mere glance would reveal all. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand, Li Xinji began. Isn't this indeed the matter at hand? What else do you wish to discuss? The old man paused, displaying a hint of displeasure. 200,000 for a 4th-tier advanced battle garb. Are you not interested in the 6th-tier attire? We shall address that later. Li Xinji still found the old man unreliable. 200,000 for a 4th-tier advanced battle garb. Li Xinji remained silent. This price is unacceptable. I would lose my trousers. Add another 100,000, and I shall provide you with a battle damage version. I have no money. Can I settle it on credit? Use my. Get lost. No money. No deal. You may exchange goods instead. At that moment, Li Xinji sensed an ulterior motive. The old man was indeed up to something. If he openly presented a weakness, he could not blame Li Xinji for being ruthless. He tapped on his phone, searching for information. Casting a glance at the old man, Li Xinji calmly remarked, You must understand, I do not seek your battle garb. Rather, I intend to don it to acquire what you desire. Many have attempted to threaten me. You shall have to wait in line. My dealings have never involved such charity. Then I shall forego it. I have accumulated several thousand merit points, and in Jiabe, the risks are not substantial. I shall settle for a lower-tier battle garb. It will suffice. For a new one fits well. With that, he ended the call. At this moment, he could not afford to reveal a single flaw, lest he fall prey to the old man's schemes. The next day, in the office of the Academy's president, the room, spanning 200 square meters, contained only a solitary desk and 2 chairs. The door lock was broken. Shinji, what did you discuss with them yesterday? I said nothing of consequence. I simply dealt them a sound thrashing. Li Shinji gently shook his head, reviewing the materials transmitted by Hichiwu. The words he spoke yesterday bore fruit. For indeed many had signed up. The strongest among them was at the 6th level of the opening mountain realm, while the weakest was at the 2nd. Sitting upon his presidential throne, Hichiwu rubbed his brow and said, "Can we not lower the mortality rate?" In Longqing at Hangdao Academy, the Team S mortality rate stands at 50%. There have been times of total annihilation in the face of danger. One cannot even say that staying at home is safe, for calamity may strike unexpectedly. How do you plan to lead the team? Since the president wishes for me to elevate the Academy's team, I shall manage the logistics accordingly. Li Shinji replied, arrange for more doctors and stockpile various healing and life-saving medicines. The more prepared we are, the better. By the way, President, have the electricity bills been paid? Yes, they have. Watching Li Shinji depart, the old man's face was filled with a forced smile as he opened his phone and dialed a number. My old brother, could you lend me a few skilled medical students? In the spacious room, Li Shinji activated the apparatus. While I shall not comment on old He's teaching abilities, his prowess in accumulating resources is commendable. Currently, he utilized only the testing system and a comprehensive simulation system, though he lacked the core module. In the realm of academia, only a handful of institutions possess such equipment. Naturally, when activated, the electric meter spins like a sprinter dashing forth. Lasers and rubber projectiles descend like a torrential downpour, enveloping him entirely. As the sun sets over the Linen River, the surface of the water undulates, with waves crashing against the towering cliffs on either side. The rolling mountains, abundantly adorned with verdant trees, present a formidable and awe-inspiring landscape. On the river, the mournful sound of a foghorn resounds, signaling the passage of the passenger vessel, the Chioshan, as it acknowledges a patrol boat. Below the surface, a multitude of grotesque fish with blood-red eyes and fearsome fangs congregate, their sheer numbers coalescing into a serpentine shadow. In the depths, dark caverns extend toward the riverbed, each filled with a multitude of bloodthirsty eyes. Moments later, the river is suddenly teeming with these monstrous fish, crashing toward the Chioshan. The massive vessel emits a sound akin to metal colliding, splitting apart at its center. In an instant, countless figures plunge into the water, swiftly devoured by the ravenous fish, with blossoms of blood erupting on the surface. The fractured ship slowly sinks, its passengers' desperate cries echoing in vain as they witness their descent into the depths. With a roar, a creature adorned with blood-red markings and a protruding, claw-like belly surges from the river, howling toward the heavens. This blood serpent ascends, shrouded in mist, and collides with the still-sinking Chioshan. The steel hull, under the impact of the blood serpent, crumples into a twisted mass of metal. The creature, in a frenzied dance, opens its maw wide, consuming both the fallen individuals and the grotesque fish in a single gulp. Beneath the tumultuous water, treacherous reefs abound, leading to dark, gaping chasms. The blood serpent plunges into one of these voids, its 100-meter-long body colliding with the stone walls as it navigates the labyrinthine caverns. It ventures deep into an enormous underground chamber, where it ascends and perches upon a colossal rock. Its immense form arches, the brutality in its gaze diminished, replaced by a sense of inexplicable reverence, fear, and yearning. The creature's massive head rests upon the stone, its eyes reflecting an intensified longing as it gazes upward toward the cavern's ceiling. Above, the surface is riddled with fissures, from which glistening droplets of golden-hued water descend, landing just above the creature's head. With a swift flick of its tongue, the blood serpent catches a falling droplet, and in that moment, a faint golden glow envelopes its body, shimmering briefly from head to tail. Chapter 43, Man-Made Calamity at Jiabe Academy as twilight descended. Li Shinji made his way home after enjoying a sumptuous dinner at the dean's residence, 2 hefty meat buns in hand, ensuring his breakfast for the morrow was also secured. Dear sister, have you followed me all this way for some service? A melodious, somewhat seductive laugh rang out as a figure clad in a knitted long dress emerged. Such a silver-tongued individual, following Old Bai and not learning any better. Old Bai. Li Shinji paused momentarily before realizing that this referred to the old man, Bai Tu, the notorious figure. The woman held 2 wooden boxes in her arms. This was his first encounter with her, and her poise far surpassed that of Bai's previous clandestine acquaintances at Lingsue Hotel. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes did not betray age. Rather, they lent her an air of sophistication. It was infuriating to think that such a graceful woman would be entangled with an old scoundrel like him. "This is what Old Bai asked me to deliver to you," she said, presenting the 2 wooden boxes to Li Shinji. "He mentioned you would understand. I never indicated any desire for this." Upon opening the first box, a faint metallic scent wafted forth, an article of battle attire stained with dried blood. Judging by the darkness of the bloodstains, it had clearly seen years of wear. A 4th-grade high-tier battle garment, obtained without spending a single coin. However, rather than feeling pleased about this unexpected windfall, Li Shinji furrowed his brow. Such inexplicable gains often came with significant repercussions. He then opened the second box, revealing a considerable stack of handwritten documents. A cursory glance revealed a hasty script, yet the content was remarkably detailed. It meticulously chronicled the emergence of the Chongqing Dao and its subsequent sweep across the mainland. Unlike the blood god cult, the followers of Chongqing Dao revered the dragon, with their leader claiming to be the reincarnation of the true dragon, sent by heaven to assist mortals in achieving longevity. Yet, astonishingly, many chose to believe this narrative. Since the onset of the demon transformation, humanity had faced countless crises, leading many to lose their resolve and undergo profound psychological shifts. In such tumultuous times, enterprising individuals emerged, fabricating a deity and employing relentless indoctrination to seize control over human thoughts, magnifying their desires for personal gain. The petrified Dragon Dan. This was the source of the Chongqing Dao leader's audacity to mislead the masses, having acquired this legendary artifact to rapidly amass power. At this realization, Li Shinji understood Old Bai's true intention. He coveted the Dragon Dan. No wonder the miser had promptly bestowed a 4th-grade high-tier battle garment upon him. He was expected to risk his life in pursuit of it. Furthermore, the former leader of the Chongqing Dao, while empowered by the petrified Dragon Dan, had succumbed to madness. Rather than being slain, he had effectively orchestrated his own demise. After organizing the materials, Li Shinji freshened up and lay down, ready to embrace slumber. He had spent an exhausting day cultivating at the academy. Regarding the matter of the Longqing Dao master, let us observe and deliberate further, given his diminutive stature. This issue proved somewhat challenging. In the dead of night, the sound of a phone ringing abruptly roused Li Shinji from his slumber. The gravity in Hichiwu's voice was palpable. Li Shinji swiftly arose, splashed water on his face, hastily wiped the battle attire sent by the old man by, donned it, and made his way toward the academy with great urgency. At Jiangbei Academy, the faculty residing in the staff quarters had all been summoned. Many third-year students were already converging on the training grounds. By the time Li Shinji arrived, the arena was shrouded in darkness and densely populated. "Enough. Listen to me." Old E's voice resonated, quelling the clamor. "We have just received news from the Wuan army. A multitude of monstrous beasts has emerged along the Linen River. Dozens of vessels have lost contact tonight. Our mission is to assist the Wuan army. The vehicles are waiting outside. Everyone, follow Teacher Wushu into the port area." As the crowd began to mobilize, Li Shinji remained rooted to the spot, feeling a sense of helplessness without a teacher to rely upon, clinging instead to the principal's support. Since yesterday, monstrous beasts have gathered around the cities along the Linen River, including Dongting, Yuyang, Jiangbei, and Xiangshui. Yuyang City was besieged last night by a 5th-tier beast. Over the course of one night, 76 vessels lost contact, and 103 patrol boats from the Wuan army were destroyed. Inside the bus, the display screens incessantly broadcasted updates as rain began to pour outside. Just as they were nearing the port area, Hichiwu received a phone call. "Turn around. We are heading to Yuyang." In a flash, a dozen vehicles began to pivot. "Principal, what has happened?" "Half an hour ago, Yuyang City was breached by monstrous beasts." "What?" An immediate hush fell over the bus. How could this be possible? Although the human race has faced numerous assaults from beasts over the years, major conflicts had largely remained confined to the martial arts Great Wall. It had been a long time since a city had been overtaken by beasts within human territory. Yuyang, a small city located beneath Jiangbei, boasted a modest population of just over 20,000. It had only been established 60 years ago upon the discovery of mineral veins. Outside the bus, torrential rain poured as they approached Yuyang, where flames could be seen raging. The crimson fire blazed fiercely, undeterred by the downpour, while massive furnaces toppled, spewing molten material like dragons. Everyone disembarked. With the path ahead blocked, Hichiwu called for all to exit. Listen, while we rescue others, ensure your own safety. As the burning city loomed closer, Hichiwu's lips moved, but many words remained unspoken. As the principal, he hoped for the safety of his students. He also yearned for them to rise to the occasion, embodying strength and resilience. In the rain-soaked night, many academy students felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, their chests swelling with determination. Even before entering Yuyang City, they had already mentally embraced the mantle of guardianship over the populace. Beneath the shroud of night in the city of Yuyang, the architecture lay in ruins, suffused with a potent aroma of blood and the briny scent of monstrous beasts. Amidst the toppled structures, grotesque creatures resembling fish, yet equipped with limbs, scoured the debris in search of human corpses to feast upon. Beasts, perish, slay, cried a group of students, now in protective mode, charging forward. Within the desolation, Li Shinji chose not to heed the bizarre fish scattered across the ground, but instead pursued the distant echoes of roars. His objective was the formidable beasts of the Qianjun realm. The onslaught threatening Yuyang was predominantly composed of numerous second- and third-tier beasts. With a sudden leap, a frog sprang forth, only to meet its demise at the hands of Li Shinji, its guttural croaks reverberating through the air. A multitude of scaly frogs, their numbers vast, extended their tongues in unison. With swift precision, he severed the appendages of these creatures, realizing that among them were 3 formidable beasts of the Qianjun realm. This revelation piqued Li Shinji's interest. A gigantic frog, the size of a grinding stone, leapt towards him, prompting Li Shinji to grasp his sword. Eager to test his accumulated prowess in delivering 10 strikes in a single breath, the clash resounded as the colossal frog descended with a powerful paw. In an instant, the sound of flesh being rent apart echoed, as Li Shinji struck 10 decisive blows in that very moment. The frog's massive claw was sent flying. Resolute, Li Shinji did not retreat. Instead, he leapt towards the creature's head, delivering a fierce blow. The blade cleaved through, splitting the frog's head, yet it remained alive, shaking its head violently and sending Li Shinji sprawling to the side. In retaliation, a lengthy tongue shot forth, aiming to ensnare him. He deftly sidestepped onto the adjacent structure, evading the tongue, and leapt once more to deliver another strike. This time, his sword aligned with the previous incision, cleaving through much of the frog's body. A drop of luminescent beast blood, shimmering with 3 distinct halos, appeared upon the bronze coffin, a mark of mid-tier third-grade beast blood. After dispatching the frog, he turned his attention to another direction, targeting a Qianjun realm fish. Resembling an axolotl yet imbued with a ferocious demeanor, it scuttled across the rubble with 4 legs, devouring a hapless individual in one swift gulp. Upon spotting Li Shinji, the creature emitted a chilling cry and lunged at him. In a deft maneuver, he sidestepped the fish's assault, grasped his sword firmly, and struck at its neck. Once more, he secured another drop of third-grade beast blood. Though the aquatic beasts were hampered by the rain-soaked terrain, their movements became cumbersome once they ventured ashore. After vanquishing 6 Qianjun realm beasts, Li Shinji discerned that the number of monsters within the city's ruins far exceeded his initial expectations. Having slain a crab adorned with 4 pincers, he paused momentarily, inhaling deeply. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, faint yet distinct, not that of the beasts, but something altogether different. The scent does not permeate uniformly throughout the surroundings. Rather, it is pronounced in certain areas while nearly imperceptible in others. In the regions where the aroma is most intense, the presence of monstrous beasts is also heightened. After surveying the vicinity, he made haste towards a gathering place teeming with these creatures. With a swift motion, he dispatched a swarm of leech-like entities, cleaving them asunder. Li Shinji forcefully pushed aside the collapsed wall and stepped into the interior of the building. It was a residential structure where lifeless figures were ensnared by leech-like creatures. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he opened a door to find several figures kneeling in the living room, their bodies drained to the point of resembling desiccated corpses. Before them lay a porcelain dish containing smoldering ash, surrounded by scattered, blood-red crystalline particles. Gently pinching one of the crimson crystals, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Shinji's eyes. This substance could attract the beasts. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as someone ascended the staircase. In an instant, Li Shinji deftly concealed himself behind the door. Chapter 44, The thousand-gene realm. The door creaked open, revealing a figure clad in miner's garb, hands and nails coated in a deep, dark grime. The figure swiftly entered, shutting the door behind. In an instant, Tian Xingji sensed a shadow out of the corner of his eye, followed by the swift descent of a blade. With a swift motion, a dagger appeared in his grasp, parrying the incoming strike as he staggered backward. Blood got above, just as he prepared to counterattack. A voice resonated in his ear, causing him to momentarily halt. Divine light. In that brief pause, Li Xinji's knife plunged forward. Regaining his composure, Tian Xingji slashed the dagger toward Li Xinji's neck. Li Xinji deftly evaded the blade, yet his sword remained unsheathed, his grip tightening violently. Instantly, Tian Xingji emitted a muffled groan, blood frothing from his mouth, and he forcefully shoved Li Xinji away. Crash! Li Xinji, still gripping his sword, collided with the wall behind him. The man before him possessed strength at least at the 5th or 6th level of the thousand-gene realm. Coughing up blood once more, Tian Xingji glared fiercely at Li Xinji, demanding, "Who are you? What have you concealed from above?" Li Xinji replied without hesitation, "Are you sent by Luo Xian?" Tian Xingji, clutching his wound, cursed, "Damn that brat. I should never have trusted him. I will kill you first." As he lunged forward, Li Xinji nimbly dodged. This man, despite being stabbed, still exhibited formidable strength, creating a series of holes in the wall with his blows. "Brother, I am merely following orders. The deaths of the innocent must be addressed by their rightful owners. You have made quite the ruckus this time. How will this end?" As he maneuvered within the cramped room, Li Xinji contemplated a counterattack. That treacherous bastard had promised to escalate the commotion, ensuring the Wuan army was preoccupied, thus facilitating his actions elsewhere. What a despicable betrayal! Luo Xian was even lower than the harlots in the dark alleys. While cursing, Tian Xingji felt his blood incessantly pouring forth, his pursuit of Li Xinji becoming increasingly unsteady. Clang! Seizing an opportunity, Li Xinji thrust his sword forward. In that moment, Tian Xingji's vitality surged, allowing the blade to pierce through his body as he thrust his dagger toward Li Xinji's chest. "Together we die." Thud! Li Xinji emitted a muffled grunt, hurtling backward, the pain in his chest nearly overwhelming him. Tian Xingji, with the blade embedded in him, gradually slid down the wall, his wide eyes reflecting a lingering unwillingness. "Damn, it didn't pierce. Does your blood god sect not provide battle garments?" With a final spurt of blood, Tian Xingji's head tilted and his life extinguished. With a sigh, Li Xinji, channeling his vitality to alleviate the agony within, reflected on how close he had come to death. This man had been quite ruthless, even intending to drag him down with him. Surveying his surroundings, he grasped the lifeless body before him and leaped to the adjacent floor. With a thud, he landed on the ground and swiftly seated himself in a meditative posture, consuming a vial of demon blood from the thousand-June realm. Although his battle attire remained intact, the force coursed through him. It was only half an hour later that the pain in his chest subsided, and the surging blood energy began to circulate throughout his body. In that moment, he ingested another vial of demon blood from the thousand-June realm, allowing the blood power to fill his meridians, rapidly flowing into every part of his being and transforming into his own strength. As he stood at the 9th level of the mountain opening realm, the efficacy of demon blood from this realm had diminished, necessitating the blood from the thousand-June realm for further advancement. Once he ascended to the initial 3 levels of the thousand-June realm, he would require demon blood from the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels for even greater efficacy. Boom! The blood energy within him roared, and the meridians, filled to capacity with blood power, operated beyond their limits. With each breath, his internal strength surged. After a while, sensing a decrease in the blood power within his meridians, Li Xinji consumed yet another vial of thousand-June demon blood. With a resounding crash, the blood power surged anew through his meridians, causing his pores to exude energy. A loud boom echoed, and his body trembled slightly, breaking through the limitations of the mountain opening realm. Thousand-June realm. This breakthrough felt almost effortless, presenting no significant challenges. Following the breakthrough, the injuries inflicted by the blood god cult members healed almost completely. Subsequently, Li Xinji turned his gaze toward the individual he had wounded. Extending his hand to rummage through their belongings, he retrieved a small leather pouch from their waist. Upon opening the pouch, an unusual odor wafted forth, revealing it contained red crystals and ashes from burnt remnants. It appeared that this individual was responsible for the aftermath, using these items to lure the beast tide to assault Yuyang City. These individuals were truly deranged. No matter how small, Yuyang was still a city. The destruction of a city would inevitably compel the cabinet to take action. What circumstances warranted the annihilation of a small city as a cover? Contemplating this, he promptly called Hichiwu. Where have you gone? How is it that I can't find you after you got off the car? I killed a member of the blood god cult. He had something that can attract demon beasts. I am aware. The Wuhan army has already made some discoveries. Someone is using lifeblood essence to lure demon beasts. Nodding at Hichiwu's words, Li Shinji considered it absurd if the Wuhan army had not detected the issue. They were reckless, not foolish. This blood god cult member mentioned a name, Luo Xian, indicating he was acting under orders from this person to create chaos in Yuyang City. Claiming it was to cover up other matters. Li Shinji added, I extracted this information from the deceased blood god cult member. The truth remains uncertain. I understand. Bring the body over here. I will. Grasping the lifeless form lying on the ground, Li Shinji rose and exited the room. Heading in the direction of Hichiwu. What have you been doing? Are you not concerned about your team? As Li Shinji approached, Hichiwu spoke. Seemingly influenced by the ambience, his tone somewhat impatient. The vigor emanating from you has broken through? To the Thousand June realm? The previously agitated Hichiwu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly advanced toward Li Shinji, neglecting even the corpse in his hands. Indeed, the Thousand June realm. I am greatly reassured. In response, Li Shinji rolled his eyes, discerning that Hichiwu sought to showcase his superiority, yet found no one nearby to indulge him. Ultimately, the pivotal protagonist of the story remained himself. At this moment, the remnants of the human race within Yuyang City had mostly been rescued and temporarily relocated to the northwestern area of the city. The Wuhan army had established a defensive line against the demons, preparing to commence the extermination of the beastly foes. This is what I found. Placing the corpse in the beastskin pouch before Hichiwu, Li Shinji surveyed his surroundings. Where are the academy members? I instructed the teachers of each class to assist in treating the wounded. Hichiwu examined the blood essence within the beastskin pouch and then inquired. Do you wish to rendezvous with them? Have those who previously signed up for the battle team come over? Hichiwu glanced at Li Shinji, remarking. They are still recovering from the injuries you inflicted upon them. No one had anticipated the beast tide in Yuyang City. It had only been 2 days since the academy students had faced their second bout of punishment. Although the injuries were not severe, they still bore the lingering aches of sore legs and weak arms. I am the captain, and you are the captain. Indeed. Hichiwu's brows knitted in concern. Good heavens. He is the dean. Li Shinji leaped onto a nearby ruin, sitting down while cradling his sword. The compensation funds are prepared. Today may witness a reduction in personnel. Soon. At Hichiwu's beckoning, numerous students gathered, surpassing 300 in number. Li Shinji, still holding his sword, observed the assembly. Every individual bore stains of blood, some from demons, others from their own injuries during treatment. Dean, what orders do you have? We are ready. Youthful vigor surged within them, a sporadic fervor that could ignite unexpectedly. Come, everyone, look here. Li Shinji tapped his sword. I am now your captain. Rising to his feet, he declared, at present, our singular task is to slay the demon beasts. From this moment until the beasts retreat, those who slay the fewest demons, 100, will be eliminated. By what right? Bang. The one who spoke was abruptly hurled into the crowd by Li Shinji's kick. This individual is eliminated. Dean, observing Li Shinji's actions. An academy teacher spoke beside Hichiwu. To their eyes, this seemed sheer folly. Silence. Moreover, during the slaying of the demon beasts, death is a possibility. Fear not. For the dean has prepared compensation for you. Should one perish, the funds will be dispatched to your families. How does that sound? Money for your demise. The timer starts now, 30 seconds. With that, Li Shinji turned his gaze away from the crowd. Are you intent on forming the broken army camp? At that moment, Hichiwu suddenly approached and whispered beside Li Shinji, the breaking army camp? This left Li Shinji momentarily taken aback. What does this have to do with anything? Has the old man Xiong imparted the exclusive techniques of the breaking army camp to you? Sort of, came the reply. If we consider the breaking army momentum that teacher Xiong spoke of as the exclusive technique, then indeed, who would have thought? The old man Xiong, despite claiming he would never pass it on in this lifetime, has proven to be quite stubborn in his old age. It seems the dean possesses a considerable amount of knowledge. Li Shinji tilted his head and spoke softly. Chapter 45. The strategy of old. The words of Hichiwu prompted Li Shinji to ponder deeply. 3,000 broken armies, slaying at the 8th tier. Initially, agreeing to old He's proposal to form an academy battalion was merely an act of going through the motions. students were to engage in their designated studies. And after a year or two of graduation, they would naturally proceed to the martial arts Great Wall. However, upon hearing old He's words, Li Shinji contemplated. Once this matter is settled, I shall bring some fine wine to visit teacher Xiong. In the span of 30 seconds, time slipped away. Among the 300 students before him, several dozen stepped forward. Before Li Shinji could utter a word, Hichiwu directed his gaze toward his students. Is there anyone else willing to withdraw? It is still permissible to back out now, but once we commence, retreating will become arduous, perhaps even fraught with life and death peril. Hichiwu's remarks stirred uncertainty in some of the previously composed students. Dean, I have a question, spoke Jiang Xiao from the crowd. Dean. In forming a battalion to fight for the academy, we are willing, but why must he lead? He pointed accusingly at Li Shinji. Is it merely because his strength surpasses ours? I contest this. Bai Duo brandished her diamond-encrusted sword, glaring at Li Shinji in indignation. He struck me, and I still feel the sting. Indeed, does strength grant one the liberty to act as they please? At this, Li Shinji's gaze sharpened, landing on the speaker. The figure was robust, towering, with a broad blade nearly 2 meters in length clasped in hand. By what right? Hichiwu began to speak, but Li Shinji stepped forth, resolutely addressing the assembly. There is no alternative. This old man has given me 100,000. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Unless you wish for old he to select another. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Hichiwu. What are you staring at? If you possess the capability, I shall grant each of you 100,000 as well. Hichiwu retorted, his goat-like beard twitching. Enough. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? Li Shinji regarded the assembled figures. I will count to 3. After that, if anyone chooses to leave, do not blame me for being ruthless. I assure you, those who withdraw will find themselves bettered in for 6 months. How brazen. Someone muttered. Who do you think you are? 3. It appears that everyone is quite enthusiastic about fighting for the academy. The dean is greatly pleased. Now, commence your hunt for the demon beasts. And remember to record your exploits. Observing the hesitation of the group, Li Shinji approached and struck down with the back of his blade. Boom, boom, boom. The first few individuals, caught unawares, were sent flying. These few are eliminated. Witnessing Li Shinji's actions, Hichiwu's expression darkened, and he bellowed, What are you dawdling for? Do you require me to demonstrate how to slay demon beasts? The remaining students exchanged glances and charged toward the ruins. Dean, this is unjust. Dean, I contest. Why must he be the leader? Several who had just been knocked down rose, their faces ablaze with fury. Observing the students before him, Hichiwu slightly shook his head and waved his hand. Teacher Yang, take them to tend to their injuries. And then you all shall assist the Wuan army at the back. Follow Teacher Yang. The dean nodded. For a moment, dozens of students appeared somewhat bewildered, casting pleading glances towards Teacher Yang. Teacher, please follow me. Teacher Yang beckoned, leading several students away. Have we done something wrong? One asked. No. Teacher Yang replied softly. Everyone has their own choices. As long as one acts with integrity, there is no wrongdoing. Then why does the dean heed that Li Shinji? Who is he? Merely a new arrival at the academy last year. Even if he is a genius, the dean spent 1 million. Is he truly at the Thousand June realm? Upon hearing this, the students were momentarily taken aback. In the history of Zhongbei Academy, the number of martial artists graduating at the Thousand June realm could be counted on one hand. And this was a student who had only entered the academy last year. They had been training for 3 years before achieving any significant progress. Are you suggesting that you too could reach the Thousand June realm in the future? Teacher Yang gently shook his head, saying, Do you know why he took over half a year to arrive at the academy? It is because he was at the Martial Path Great Wall. The Martial Path Great Wall. The students were momentarily stunned. This was a place they too aspired to visit, albeit not at this moment. They were astonished to learn that Li Shinji had already been there. What did he do at the Martial Path Great Wall? One began to inquire, only to realize how foolish the question sounded and instinctively closed his mouth. Li Shinji ascended the Martial Path Great Wall last August and participated in numerous battles, Teacher Yang continued. One was at Tiger Tower Pass, which was reported in the news. Surely some of you have seen it. Li Shinji served as the temporary captain leading his team in that battle. Upon his return, he assisted the Wuan army in eradicating the Blood God sect's branch at Yinshan. Now, do you understand why the dean wanted him to form the academy's battle team? A temporary captain implies he has already possessed the strength of the Thousand June realm. One student noted, Teacher, if he is so formidable, why does he not speak of it and instead resorts to bullying us? Strength is not proclaimed through words. once you venture to the martial path Great Wall. You will comprehend this. Teacher Yang gently shook his head and smiled. It is vastly different from life in the academy. Now off you go. As he watched the students run towards the distance, Teacher Yang's smile had yet to fade when a figure appeared beside him. Dean. Young Teacher Yang felt somewhat speechless. The words he had just spoken were all prompted by the dean. Indeed. Watching the students' retreating figures, Chi-Wu nodded and remarked, "Ah. Do you think being the dean is easy? I must employ both coaxing and deception. It is quite arduous for me. I have turned gray." He then glanced at Teacher Yang, shifting the subject. "Did you think my earlier display of disappointment was convincing?" "Indeed, Dean, you portray everything exceptionally well." Young Teacher Yang sighed. Everyone in Jianbei knew of Lao's infamous reputation for frugality. Inviting someone for a meal, one serves pickled vegetables and braised tofu. Dean, why not disclose Shinji's qualifications? This would certainly save a multitude of complications. They are all young. How long can they truly be convinced by merely published credentials? Allowing them to gradually uncover the truth themselves would undoubtedly leave a more profound impression. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of wisdom. "Xiaoyang, what expression is that? The illustrious dean personally cooks for you, and you are not pleased?" "Of course, I am pleased," replied Teacher Xiaoyang, whose longest journey had been navigating the dean's schemes. Once one enters Jianbei, they may find their lifetime ruined, and he remains ensnared to this day. Well, do your best. When I pass on, strive to become the dean then. In the ruins of Yuyang City, blood of monsters surged as a formidable crocodile of the Thousand June realm had its head severed by Li Shinji's blade. Surrounding him were his fellow students from the academy. Engaged in battle against the beasts, there was no choice. Having been instructed to prepare compensation, he felt compelled to witness the battle. Should there be significant casualties? He would surely weep inconsolably. Li Shinji cast a glance, disinterested, and charged towards another beast of the same realm in the distance. "What should we do?" The others exchanged glances. "Shall we kill the beasts?" After a moment's hesitation, they drew their weapons and advanced towards the monsters. "What business is it of yours? The beasts are not yours. If you can kill them, why can't we?" Not far away, atop a tall building, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing the unfolding battle. Given Li Shinji's reckless approach, one misstep could lead to devastating losses. At this moment, it was not just the dean concerned. Teachers from the academy were scattered throughout, vigilant against impending danger. He too felt apprehensive. To the northwest of Yuyang, the temporary camp of the Wuan army. Report to the two commanders. Students from Jiabei Academy are currently battling the monsters in the Yuyang ruins. Upon hearing the report, Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Lu and beside him, "Isn't Jiangbei Academy here to assist with treating the wounded and managing logistics? Quickly, contact Dean He." "Commander Zhang, is there an issue?" "Understood. I will arrange for the students to retreat to the vicinity of the defensive line." From a high vantage point, Chi-Wu observed the tumultuous waves of the river, where dark figures emerged from the depths. Soon, all students received the order and began to withdraw gradually towards the northwest. On the river's surface, a horde of monstrous creatures surged forth from the waters, advancing over the ruins towards the northwest. At this moment, the warriors of the Wuan army stood ready to defend. Due to limited resources, many of the Wuan warriors were merely at the stone-shattering realm. Yet, they stood resolutely on the front line, gripping their weapons tightly. Their faces solemn but displaying little fear. Behind them were the remnants of their fellow citizens from Yuyang, a small town that once boasted over 200,000 inhabitants, now reduced to less than 50,000. Zhang Yang, wielding a broadsword, stood at the forefront of the formation. "Brothers, others may call us brash. When the demon suppression army is mentioned, people readily commend it. However, when it comes to our Wuan army, they merely refer to us as mere logistical support. Yet, we are all equally capable, bearing the weight of our responsibilities upon our shoulders. Let it be known that the Wuan army is by no means inferior. Without further ado, we have over 40,000 kin behind us who require time to withdraw. The battle is far from over. It is high time for us to establish our rightful name." Chapter 46. The battle begins at the forefront of the defense. The warriors of the Wuan army stood resolute, their presence imbued with a palpable tension. A multitude of monstrous beasts surged forth from the undulating ruins like a relentless tide. "Kill!" Zhang Yang bellowed as he swung his sword, cleaving through the oncoming horde of beasts with ferocity. Boom! The clash between the beastly onslaught and the warriors of the Wuan army erupted, sending blood and bones scattering through the air. Fear flickered in some eyes, while others brimmed with eagerness, and a few were overtaken by shame. among the Wuan warriors. Some were merely at the stone-shattering realm, whereas their adversaries possessed the strength of the mountain-opening realm. The latter hid behind the former, a stinging sensation of inadequacy enveloping them. Was it merely because they were students of the academy? The inability to slay the beasts and defend their kin rendered their martial pursuits meaningless. Dean, we too wish to slay the beasts. The gruesome tableau of slaughter stirred a rebellion within the disciples of Jiaobei Academy. They had all proclaimed their intent to safeguard the lives of countless families. Yet now they cowered at the rear. This sensation was unbearable. For centuries, humanity has upheld a singular creed. When the beasts ravage our kin, we fight to the death. Hichiwu soared into the air, his gaze piercing as he stared towards the eastern riverbank, where a colossal shadow loomed over the water's surface. Today, the teacher leads the way for a practical combat lesson. Below, the instructor from Jiaobei Academy shook his head lightly, observing the wild-haired Hichiwu with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. Damn it, he has outshone me again. Surely you haven't forgotten the battle formations we taught you? Quickly, the instructor positioned himself at the forefront, with his students arrayed behind him. Witnessing this, Hichiwu nodded approvingly. But when he caught sight of a figure at the back of the line, his lips twitched in disbelief. Li Shinji stepped forward to lead the way. At the rear, Li Shinji had been watching Hichiwu's impassioned display, only to be unexpectedly called out. Does this old man harbor a grudge against me? While it was permissible for him to lead, his strength was indeed sufficient. The ordinary instructors of Jiaobei Academy were merely at the Thousand June realm. As Li Shinji moved to the front, Hichiwu finally nodded with satisfaction, a sense of grandeur swelling within him. To safeguard countless homes, let us begin now. Jiaobei, slay the beasts. Hichiwu's voice thundered, his long blade radiating a crimson glow as he sliced through the air, obliterating the advancing beasts with a single sweep. Kill. Seeing the path of blood carved by the old man, Li Shinji wasted no time and charged forward. The other instructors followed closely behind, joining the fray as they began to cut down the beasts. Behind them, hundreds of academy students seized the opportunity to wield their blades, striking down the creatures through the path forged in blood. Roar. A massive toad leaped from several dozen meters away, landing directly in front of the formation. Shinji, I shall take this. Sensing the ferocious aura emanating from the toad, the instructors within the ranks prepared to push forward. As the team leader, Li Shinji naturally could not allow this formidable frog of the mid-level Qianjun realm to undermine his authority. He comprehended Lao Hie's intentions very well. This was indeed a prime opportunity to establish his prowess. One must feign strength when leading, for the role of a leader is no easy task. With a thunderous roar, he consumed 2 drops of demon blood from the Qianjun realm, causing a reverberation to echo through his veins. In an instant, he tightened his grip on the horizontal blade and charged towards the frog with lethal intent. With a swift motion, a blade of light, a meter long, flared up from the edge of his sword, descending upon the center of the frog's head. In a blink, the blade cleaved through the creature, splitting it in 2, and his form surged to the remnants, demon blood splattering in his wake. Be careful. At least a 4th-tier Qianjun realm frog had been effortlessly severed. The instructor who had intended to offer a warning swallowed his words in disbelief. This was rather impressive. No wonder the dean. This spectacle was not lost on the students trailing behind. Wow, how ferocious. He couldn't have used only a fraction of his strength when he dealt with us, could he? No wonder he is worth 1,000,000. In midair, witnessing Li Shinji's decisive strike against a 5th-tier Qianjun realm frog, Hichiwu nodded appreciatively. Clearly, Shinji had grasped the essence of his unspoken concerns. Subsequently, Hichiwu directed his focus towards the river, where a creature as massive as a python awaited his attention. The blade glistened with demon blood, trickling down its surface. This time, Li Shinji did not stray, but maintained his position at the forefront. Much like the formation at Gourd Fire Fortress, the Academy's instructors aligned themselves behind him. With each swing of his blade, the advancing demon beasts were cleaved asunder. Supported by the Academy's teachers, the Qianjun realm beasts were effectively held at bay. Yet, despite this, the formation among the students began to falter. The sheer number of demon beasts charging forward was overwhelming, and for many, it was their first encounter in such a battle, causing both anxiety and disarray in their actions. Fortunately, no Qianjun realm beasts breached their lines. Otherwise, Lao Hie's compensation fund would surely face ruin. In the rear of the defensive line, Luan observed the encroaching situation, urgency etched across his face as he hastily dialed a number. Hushuan, have you completed the transfer? How much longer will it take? With so many individuals, most of whom are injured, we need time. Damn it, you need time? My men are on the brink of annihilation. Frustrated, he cast his phone aside, gripping his blade tightly, yearning to charge forward, yet he remained restrained. Presently, he had only 500 men left, needing to manage various fronts. Should the line collapse, these individuals would be essential for containment. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, erratic footsteps echoed from the rear. Figures clad in diverse garments appeared, some bearing wounds, their heads and bodies wrapped in bandages. Reservists from Yuyang City and Jiang'an Province sought to join the fray. A throng surged forward. All survivors of the beast tied in Yuyang City. Commander, we request permission to assault the demon formation. Without waiting for Luan to speak, the wounded warriors directly demanded to fight to the death. Their homes were lost, their wives and children gone. What else was there to fear? They sought vengeance. Captain Wang Xiaolu of the Wuan army, I was once one of your soldiers. My family has perished, and I crave retribution. The Wuan army has come to rescue. We cannot stand idly by while you bear the brunt of the battle. That would be dishonorable. And what of the youth from Jiangbei Academy? If we let the children take the front lines while we retreat, how could we ever hold our heads high? When facing demons, we must fight to the death. Kill. Hundreds of injured warriors from Yuyang City charged directly into the heart of the beast-infested area. Their strengths may have varied, yet their ferocity was unmatched. They swiftly slaughtered hundreds of beasts, disrupting the onslaught of the monsters. Figures surged forward. Even if struck by the beasts, they would fight with every ounce of strength, dragging the demons down with them. The brutal melee was marked by torrents of blood. Old brothers, over here. After breaking the beast's advance, the remaining 100 warriors surged towards the students of Jiangbei Academy. With a swift motion, Bai Duoduo's sword had already lost many gems. She cleaved a monstrous fish away and immediately swung at another beast. Be careful. A warrior from Yuyang City lunged forward, intercepting the creature, only to be pierced through by its fangs. This sight startled Bai Duoduo into a cry. At that moment, the remaining warriors from Yuyang City rushed forward to assist the students of Jiangbei in dispatching the beasts. Ahead, Li Xinji sidestepped, evading a slender water serpent that flew past him and then cleaved it in two with a single stroke. A faint golden blood, almost ethereal, stained his blade. Capturing his attention, the pale golden blood belonged to a serpent. He swept his gaze forward, locking onto a serpent beast not far ahead. With swift strikes, he dispatched over 20 beasts before him. Among them were 6 serpent beasts, and after their demise, 2 of them leaked the faint golden blood. Roaring, the giant python battling Hichiwu let out a bellow, summoning torrents of water to shield itself as it retreated, dragging its battered body into the depths of the river. Disappearing from sight. With the 6th-tier beasts gone, the remaining monsters began to flee. A short while later, in the midst of ruins, Li Xinji crouched down, dipping his fingers into the droplets of demon blood on the fractured stones. There was indeed a considerable amount of the faint golden blood, rich with strands of golden essence. He scoured the ruins, discovering no less than 200 serpent beasts. What are you doing squatting here? Hichiwu suddenly appeared behind him, watching Li Xinji's actions with curiosity. What is there to study about a small snake? Are you aspiring to become an old scholar in Kunlun? Li Xinji remained silent, lifting up the severed serpent to show Hichiwu. What is so interesting? The pale golden blood could very well be the lineage of the giant python that just birthed. It's too diluted, barely useful to aspiring warriors. As he spoke, Hichiwu murmured, it is indeed peculiar. How could such a bloodline beast be found in the Linen River? It does not appear to have come from the sea. He added, enough of this. I believe you ought to check on your team. Do not forget, you are. Observing the incessant rambling of the old man, Li Xinji understood that if he did not depart, the elder would undoubtedly continue to drone in his ear. Do you wish to bring about your own demise? Creating such a commotion, Luo Xian bowed his head, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Before him stood a tall, handsome youth, whose face was now marred with anger. Brother, I merely intended to. Bang. The young man delivered a kick, sending Luo Xian sprawling into the dirt. Alarmed, Luo Xian exclaimed, but, brother, outside. With another resounding kick, he was propelled away once more. If we cannot pass this challenge, both of us shall perish. Casting a resentful glance behind him, Luo Yang strode out, his eyes glinting with a cold light. How dare you plot against my brother? Shortly thereafter, Luo Yang, clad in a white robe, appeared in a corridor, making his way to the door at its end. With a gentle exhalation, he removed his robe, revealing his robust physique. Great deity. A humble servant seeks an audience. Enter, came a deep, rugged voice after a brief pause. Chapter 47, The Cause and Effect in a Spacious Chamber. Adorned with white jade walls and exquisite murals, stood 2 lamps in the corners, each modeled after the silhouette of a man, casting a phosphorescent glow. In the center, a grand canopy bed draped with colorful curtains witnessed 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle. After a considerable time, Luo Yang tumbled from the bed and lay prostrate on the ground. "My lord, there are those who wish to harm us brothers. Please discern the truth, my lord. Everything my brother possesses was bestowed by you, and like 2 loyal hounds raised by their master, how could we ever betray you? This time, we inadvertently uncovered the trail of the Longxing Dao from years past and intended to stealthily seize its sacred relic to present it to you, my lord, as a delightful surprise. Please acknowledge this, my lord." Upon finishing, Luo Yang knelt on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. "Is it true?" After a long silence, a voice finally resonated, causing Luo Yang to exhale in relief. This hurdle seemed to have been surmounted. "Indeed, my brother is a dog raised by you. My lord, all glory belongs to you. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may I suffer the wrath of the blood god." A voice, laced with a chilling aura, interrupted him. Instantly, Luo Yang realized and hurriedly proclaimed, "Should there be any deceit, let me be pierced by 1,000 arrows." Upon hearing this assurance, the figure on the bed nodded slightly. "That is more acceptable." The curtains were drawn back, revealing an arm covered in coarse hair, followed by the full form of the figure. He was robust, resembling a large, hairy gorilla. The gorilla inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. He had only arrived in Jiangnan province 20 years prior to become its divine ruler and was not well versed in the chaos wrought by the Longxing Dao. "Yes," Luo Yang affirmed, eager to elaborate. "My lord, it is rumored that the master of the Longxing Dao once obtained a sacred artifact imbued with extraordinary powers. Upon learning of this, my brother sought to locate this item and present it to you. Have you found it?" queried the gorilla. "We have located the site where the Longxing Dao master perished. To facilitate our actions, we orchestrated minor disturbances in Yuyang City to draw the attention of the Wuan army." But unexpectedly as he spoke, Luo Yang cautiously raised his gaze to gauge the gorilla's reaction. "My lord, we merely intended to incite small-scale turmoil to capture the Wuan army's attention. We did not anticipate provoking a beast tide that would slaughter an entire city." What was the sacred object of the Longxing Dao? The specifics are unclear. It appears to be a pearl. After acquiring this pearl, the master of the Longxing Dao ascended to the pinnacle of a 6th-tier warrior in a mere decade. Luo Yang hesitated, casting another wary glance at the gorilla. Should my lord obtain this sacred relic, rising to a 7th-tier warrior, or even achieving the 8th tier, would no longer be a mere dream. At that point, the entire blood god sect would find itself groveling at your feet. The gorilla's eyes sparkled at these words. An 8th-tier warrior. If such a martial realm were attained, who could possibly constrain him? The blood god sect has been in disarray ever since the demise of its first founder. Those who have seized a portion of power have directly divided the territory, proclaiming themselves as deities and indulging in their own pursuits. How splendid it is, free from the oppression of above, to be a minor deity in one's own domain. But where is this domain? At this point, Luo Yang prudently ceased his speech. The blood god sect in Jiangnan province possesses a total of 27 envoys, who are factionalized into numerous groups. Each envoy occupies either a city or several cities. Beyond these envoys, there are many who aspire to ascend to their ranks. With no vacancies available, they resort to underhanded schemes to eliminate those in their positions. Thus, the internal strife within the blood god sect is a daily spectacle of intrigue, treachery, and bloodshed. The power wielded by an envoy is simply immense. Wealth, women, life, and death. Many foolish individuals would eagerly grovel at their feet. They would consume excrement if commanded, and offer their wives and daughters without hesitation. More importantly, they can seize a wealth of cultivation resources. The reason the blood god sect has not been eradicated is precisely due to the multitude of insatiable desires that exist within. Brother, what is the situation? From now on, remember that your quest for the sacred artifact of the eternal life path master is for the benefit of the deity. To aid him in ascending to the 7th tier of martial prowess, understood? Understood, Luo Xin nodded. He might be a bit arrogant, but he was not foolish. Who conveyed the news of the eternal life path master to you? Before Luo Yang, Luo Xin appeared earnest. His audacity within the blood god sect stemmed from having a powerful brother. With such formidable strength, he felt no fear. I was thinking, if it is indeed true, I shall retrieve this sacred artifact and present it to you, brother, so you need not suffer silence. Luo Yang chided, gently patting Luo Xian's head. What about you, Bai Gang? Dead, Luo Xian replied cautiously, casting a glance at Luo Yang. Brother, I only just learned of that scoundrel's demise. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Luo Xian asked warily. Just moments ago, Envoy Mu Yuan had met with the deity and was dragged out half an hour later. A voice called from outside, followed by receding footsteps. Mu Yuan. Was that scoundrel the one who harmed me? Luo Xian was taken aback, his temper flaring. He deserved to die. Brother, did you know he was plotting against me all along? Luo Yang remained silent. Mu Yuan, like him, was merely a pawn in the deity's hand. Their statuses had been comparable until he recently ascended to the 6th tier, while Mu Yuan lingered at the pinnacle of the 5th. Brother, are you all right? This time upon regaining his composure, Luo Xian felt a twinge of fear. The triggering of the beast tide that obliterated a city was a grave matter. On the surface, it appeared to be the work of demon beasts, but the Wuan army was not to be trifled with. Certain actions leave indelible traces. One could envision that soon. A sweeping campaign to eradicate the Blood God sect would unfold across Jiangnan province. It matters not. A swarm of ants perishes, so be it. Luo Yang patted his brother reassuringly, saying, We shall overcome this hurdle together. Having spent years alongside the deity, he was well acquainted with its temperament. The sacred relic left behind by the path of eternal life would undoubtedly pique the deity's interest. As for the impending purge by the Wuan army, the casualties would be mere ants. At worst, a few more divine envoys would be dispatched to the Wuan forces. After all, the Blood God cult has never lacked followers. There will always be clever individuals willing to march forth as cannon fodder for the cult. If the relic could be obtained, it was likely that the deity would not care if every member of the Blood God cult in the Jiangnan region were to be eliminated. In Yuyang City, the bodies of martial artists were being retrieved from the ruins, covered with white cloth. The students of Jiangbei were assisting, carefully lifting the fallen Wuan warriors, teachers, classmates, tenderly cleansing their remains. The normally non-smoking old he, his figure somewhat stooped, squatted nearby, smoking heavily. Not far away, teacher Xiaoyang lay quietly beneath a white cloth, a crimson gash marking her neck. Nearby, several young figures were also peacefully asleep. Despite Li Xinji and the academy's teachers having held back the monstrous beasts of the Thousand June realm, some students still met their demise at the jaws of these creatures. Now, the students of Jiabei Academy were enveloped in somber silence, stifled sobs echoing in the stillness. Casting aside his cigarette, Hichiwu rose, crushing it beneath his foot as he approached the students. What is this? Just a few deaths, and you wail as if the world is ending? Hichiwu's expression was stern as he scrutinized each student, save for Li Xinji. Weren't you all clamoring to safeguard the lanterns of countless families and to ascend the great wall of martial arts? Now, you cower in fear. What was needed now was not sorrow but the resolve to continue fighting for protection. The beasts are upon us. Kill. Slay those audacious creatures that dare to conspire behind our backs. Now, everyone, heed my command and escort the injured to safety. Yes. Why are you still here? After a long while, old he turned to Li Xinji, questioning him. You are not leaving? Li Xinji countered. I intend to wait for that beast. This time, I will surely bring it down. Observing old he's resolute demeanor, Li Xinji found it rather dubious. The beasts in the water were not to be underestimated. A mere shift could unleash towering waves. Do you doubt my strength? Hichiwu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. In the past, I fought valiantly upon the great wall of martial arts, entering and exiting 7 times. Ado, what do you mean by that? Li Xinji shook his head, replying, Nothing. You truly are formidable, director. Indeed. Then how will you lure it out? The smile on old he's face suddenly froze as he noticed Li Xinji holding a leather pouch. Where did you find this? I discovered it amidst the ruins. Li Xinji continued. Once everyone has evacuated, ignite this item. Even if a beast tide emerges, it will pose no significant threat. As long as we can draw that beast out and slay it, the beast tide here will be of little concern. That makes sense. Stroking his goatee, old he nodded and said, I shall consult with the commander of the Wuan army regarding this matter. Yes, let it be known that this idea originated from me. Is that acceptable? Chapter 48. Riding the coattails of 6th grade demon blood. Casting a glance at Hichiwu, Li Xinji nodded and remarked, No problem. Even if it was conceived by your toes, it is of no concern to me. He was wholly unconcerned. His sole desire was to acquire the 6th grade blended demon blood. What are you still doing here? Hichiwu exclaimed, his eyes narrowing at Li Xinji. As the captain, shouldn't you be joining your team? This is a rare opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot and assert your authority as captain. having just ascended to the Qianjun realm. He struggled slightly with his newfound strength and needed to slay more demon beasts. Li Shinji spoke the truth. He indeed required further honing of his skills. However, the more pressing matter was the demon blood. Once the life essence was ignited, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of demon beasts. Soon, they would encounter not only third grade but also fourth and fifth grade beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, He-Chi-Wu flatly refused. No, it's far too dangerous. Just look at the bag. Aware that he was dealing with an old fox, Li Shinji had prepared a backup plan. Upon opening the beast skin bag, He-Chi-Wu discovered it was filled with stones beneath a layer of life essence. Goodness, he even left a backup for the old man. I'll just deal with a few minor beasts. If it gets perilous, I can make a quick escape. Where's the life essence? Soon, Li Shinji retrieved a beast skin bag from a nearby pile of stones, containing a substantial amount, over 10 pounds. Upon seeing such a considerable quantity, even old He's expression changed. The amount was enough to incite a beast tide that would overwhelm Jiangbei City. Where did you find all this? Li Shinji pointed to several locations among the ruins, crediting his keen sense of smell, for otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to uncover. The blood god cult has truly lost their minds. How dare these creatures? Oldie grasped the bag tightly and made his way toward the military tent of the Wuan army. Director He. Inside the tent, military leaders Luan and Zhang Yang were preoccupied when they noticed Old He entering with the beast skin bag. Clanging. Look at this. The blood god cult has gone insane, utilizing so much life essence and still managing to summon several beast tides. The two leaders opened the beast skin bag, and their expressions immediately darkened. The olfactory senses of demon beasts far surpassed those of humans, making them acutely aware of the scent of blood. The life essence was distilled from human blood, and demon kin were particularly fond of human flesh. Have the injured been evacuated? Ignite this life essence to lure the demon beast from the river onto land. Together we can eliminate them, and the beast tide will swiftly subside. Old He wasted no time, continuing, have all ordinary warriors withdraw, leaving only those above the Qianjun realm to combat the beast tide. Zhang Yang and Luan exchanged glances before coming to a resolute decision. Without the burden of the injured, they could fight without restraint, no longer held back by the demon beasts. Naturally, both were 5th grade warriors, and while they aimed to defeat the 6th grade demon beasts in the river, it was He-Chi-Wu who would take the lead, with them merely providing support. All right, I will report right away. Grasping the phone, Luan made the call. After a brief exchange, the Wuan army's garrison agreed to the plan. Director He, we VE received instructions from above. We need to wait a bit longer. A contingent of warriors at the captain level and above will be arriving to eliminate as many mid to high-tier demon beasts as possible and thwart this wave of beasts. Good, He-Chi-Wu nodded. The more people that arrive, the more demon beasts can be slain. He then casually inquired, how is the situation regarding this beast tide being handled? Hearing this, Luan smiled wryly and replied, you can see for yourself, Director. In the video, a dense throng of figures appeared, a motley assortment clad in various attires. Some stood upright, while others lay lifeless. Not long ago, a report concerning the internal members of the blood god cult had been delivered to the provincial garrison. Zhang Yang spoke up, shaking his head. This dossier implicates 6 envoys of the blood god cult and countless adherents. Along with the documents, several corpses were sent, among which were identified the envoys Mu Yuan and Heya. Those scoundrels think this will suffice, He-Chi-Wu cursed in anger. At this moment, Li Shinji, who had been sitting silently nearby, was also taken aback. The blood god cult truly knew how to play their games. They had not yet been eradicated, yet they sent their people forward. What was this? Surrender? A show of sincerity? This bunch was indeed despicable. The number was considerable. Sending out so many at once would likely force the blood god cult into hiding for the next few years. Glancing at the names on the documents, He-Chi-Wu pondered. These rascals must be up to something. Are there no other discoveries? Recently, there have been activities of blood god cult members in the northwest direction of Jiangbei City. Zhang Yang continued. More detailed information is still under investigation, but it is certain that the blood god cult is planning something significant. This group, driven by self-interest, has stirred up such a commotion and sent a number of followers as scapegoats. It is evidently a serious concern. Following Zhang Yang's words, Luan immediately remarked, it is highly likely that they are seeking greater gains, even at the cost of sacrificing their long-accumulated followers to temporarily placate our Wuan army. It's absurd. We cannot rest until this group is thoroughly crushed. The northwest direction. Could it be mere coincidence? Warriors of the captain level from the Wuan army arrived swiftly. At dawn the next day, atop a high building in the ruins of Yuyang, Ichiwu ignited the essence of lifeblood, releasing a peculiar scent that began to permeate the air. Initially faint, the aroma soon spread rapidly. As it wafted over the river, the once tranquil surface began to churn violently. Boom! The waters erupted as demon beasts surged forth, charging toward the ruins. Roar! The roars of the demon beasts grew ever louder, revealing massive figures emerging from the depths. 3 5th-tier demon beasts, 17 4th-tier demon beasts. The warriors of the Wuan army. On high alert, meticulously accounted for the emerging demon beasts before commencing the allocation of tasks. Wang Liang, Zhang Xiaoqing, Yang Kai, you three shall intercept that 5th-tier sword-toothed crocodile. Luan instructed, casting a glance before assigning the weakest 5th-tier demon beast to the trio of 4th-tier high-level warriors. The remaining 2 5th-tier beasts, a blood-red giant python and a monstrous serpent with 3 heads, he would tackle alongside Zhang Yang. Upon the building, Ichiwu stood resolutely, his hair and beard billowing in the wind, wielding a long knife as he gazed at the 6th-tier giant python slithering onto the shore. Beast, perish. Upon uttering these words, he soared into the air, for if he could not vanquish a 7th-tier golden-winged bird, he certainly would not allow a long serpent to escape. The flash of his blade illuminated the scene, whereupon beast after beast erupted in a shower of blood. The warriors of the Wuan army, including the temporarily enlisted Li Xinji, also took aim and began their assault on the demons. With his knife in hand, Li Xinji felled the demon beast before him, only to witness dozens more charging towards him. This time, the onslaught of demon beasts was overwhelming. He refrained from acting alone and formed a triangular formation with the warriors of the Wuan army to withstand the ferocious assault. Boom! The giant python roared, its massive body crashing against the ground and creating deep craters. The long knife struck the python, sending sparks flying, while the rebounding force sent Oldie tumbling. He then landed on an adjacent building, once more leaping into the air to swing his knife down. With a roar, the python opened its gaping maw, releasing a foul-smelling green liquid that filled the air. Oldie unleashed a wave of blade energy to cleave through the toxic spray, dodging to the side. Damn it. Let that beast underestimate me. A blade of light, stretching several meters, illuminated the space as he sliced through the noxious mist, darting closer to the giant python. Roar! Beast! Behold my ultimate technique, a disembowelment strike. In an instant, Oldie darted beneath the python. A hissing sound echoed as a gash several meters long was carved into the creature's underbelly, its pale golden blood spilling forth. The injured python bellowed, its elongated form sweeping through the air. After enduring my strike, you will bloom like a flower. The creature's foolishness was evident. In that moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from Oldie's body as he charged towards the python's head for a lethal strike. Thrusting his long knife, he drove it deep into the creature's skull, embedding it to the bone. In the process, he too was struck, sent flying by the python's head before colliding with its massive body, leaving his knife lodged in its skull. With a quick motion, Oldie extended his hand, releasing a fine thread into the air. The thread connected with the hilt of his long knife. Crack! The demon blood sprayed forth as a gaping fissure over a meter long appeared on the python's head, with its brain matter oozing out. In the next moment, Ichiwu was violently hurled away by the thrashing giant python, crashing to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the python too fell from the heights, convulsing momentarily before ceasing to move. Beast, are you stunned? My knife is tethered. With the absence of the 6th-tier demon beasts, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Oldie, with a single stroke of his blade, felled a 5th-tier demon beast. The remaining fiends began to retreat. Kill! Zhang Yang brandished his broadsword and charged towards the 4th-tier demon beast, while the rest of the Wuan army surged forward with fervor. Seizing this moment, Li Xinji broke away from the formation and made his way towards the giant python. Along the way, he deliberately brushed past the 5th-tier demon beast that had been slain by Ichiwu, before darting towards the colossal serpent, the golden demon blood swaying enticingly before him. Chapter 49. The mysterious oracle bone. The enormous serpent, cleaved by Ichiwu, lay with its head split open, its brain fluid oozing forth, accompanied by visible convulsions. In a fleeting moment, the colossal creature continued to spasm. Upon approaching, Li Xinji swiftly seized the demon blood. The pale golden blood, glimmering with 6 halos, occupied the center of the bronze coffin. Under the radiance of this golden blood, the other demon bloods lost their vibrancy. Even the one with 5 halos appeared exceedingly dull in comparison. This was the demon blood of a mid-tier 6th-grade beast. Sensing the precious blood in his grasp, Li Xinji suppressed his excitement, feeling that his persistence in remaining here had not been in vain. To slay a 6th-tier demon beast, He realized it would be quite some time before he possessed such strength. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. At this moment, Li Shinji took the opportunity to scrutinize the immense demon beast before him. It bore some differences from the serpent he had observed outside the Gourdfire fortress. The creature from the sea was adorned with blood-red patterns, while this one exhibited gilded edges. Furthermore, both beasts possessed prominent horn-like structures atop their heads and undeveloped limbs beneath their bellies. Should the horns on their heads and the limbs beneath develop fully, they would indeed be classified as dragon serpents. Dragon serpents were not unfamiliar to the modern human race. Since the onset of the demon transformation, such extraordinary beings had made their appearances. Long before the establishment of the human martial wall, dragon serpents had unleashed torrents of bloodshed, claiming countless human lives. Regrettably, during his previous encounter by the sea, he could only watch from a distance as the giant serpent was slain, failing to obtain its blood or discern its true form. How impressive, isn't it? This formidable serpent was cleaved asunder by me with a single stroke. Glancing at the old man beside him, Li Shinji chose silence. This old fellow, lacking in modesty, had just been tossed about by the serpent and now sought to embellish his reputation. However, he was intrigued by the old man's ability to manipulate the long knife with threads. Such an unexpected tactic could serve as an excellent ambush tool. Do you covet my thread-drawing knife? Li Shinji turned away, heading into the distance, leaving He-Chi-Wu bewildered. Why not take the bait? Oldie shook his head, anticipating Li Shinji's words to seize the opportunity to propose a few conditions. Footsteps echoed as Luan and Zhang Yang approached. Director He, have you made any discoveries? Reining in his emotions, He-Chi-Wu pointed to the serpent, saying, do you remember the recent internal report from the cabinet about a beast resembling a dragon appearing in the sea? It is highly likely to be the 8th lineage of the demon race. Take a good look at this giant serpent. It possesses both dragon-like features and limbs. After inspecting, the two leaders' expressions shifted. While the dragon horns and limbs were not overtly distinct, they could be identified, especially with the presence of the golden blood. This demon beast. Luan leaped onto the serpent's body, examining it meticulously. The scales, tinged with darkness and devoid of any discernible blood patterns, resembled those of a mystical beast from the river. Subsequently, his expression grew increasingly grim. The discovery of a serpentine creature in the sea mirrored the troubling findings in the river, indicating a far more significant issue at hand. It was unwise to make hasty conclusions. Should this colossal python ascend the current, having lingered in the river for an extended period, its exterior would undoubtedly undergo transformations. He-Chi-Wu gestured towards the giant python, proposing, I suggest we dissect it on the spot. Luan and Zhang Yang exchanged glances, refraining from further comment. Ordinarily, in both the Wuan army and the Demon Suppression Corps, slain beasts are uniformly surrendered, with the slayer retaining 70% of the resources. However, as He-Chi-Wu did not belong to the Wuan military structure and had single-handedly vanquished this giant python, he had the authority to dictate the proceedings. The trio wasted no time. They promptly instructed others to gather various instruments and commenced the dissection of the colossal python. Since this operation was aimed at eliminating formidable beasts, the Wuan army had equipped their martial artists with numerous storage devices to collect the high-tier monster's blood and flesh. Meanwhile, after inspecting the slain creature, Li Shinji noticed He-Chi-Wu and the others busily surrounding the giant python, piquing his curiosity. Following the battle, what could they possibly be doing instead of clearing the battlefield? As he approached, he beheld the enormous python, measuring over 100 meters, being systematically dismantled, its golden blood collected in specially designed bags. Upon examining the thick hide and ample fat, He-Chi-Wu unearthed a vividly colored seashell, seemingly concealed within the creature's body. It was highly likely that it originated from the sea. He had not anticipated that these beasts had already infiltrated the inland regions. Li Shinji, oblivious to He-Chi-Wu's words, exhibited a look of astonished uncertainty. In his mind, the bronze coffin stirred slightly. Such an occurrence had never manifested before. What could have caused the coffin to move? Surveying the ruins and the martial artists of the Wuan army, he took a few steps back, then advanced a few steps forward. No response. What are you doing? Pacing back and forth? Is this entertaining? He-Chi-Wu, having placed the python's flesh into a bag, observed Li Shinji's erratic movements. Is he experiencing a fit? Suddenly, the coffin trembled again. As he circled the giant python, the bronze coffin quivered once more. It was the python. Confirming his target, Li Shinji approached the python's remains. What are you up to? He-Chi-Wu asked, stepping closer and gently patting Li Shinji. Nothing much, just lending a hand. even in death, this creature exudes considerable pressure. Your strength is insufficient to cut through. Allow me to handle the slicing. Ichiwu drew his blade, leaning closer to Li Shinji's ear, whispering, watch closely. I am the one who killed this beast, and it belongs to us. Do not let anyone else take it. Ichiwu's somewhat stingy sentiments were not overly problematic, save for the issue of his excessively loud voice. The sheer magnitude of the situation prompted Zhang Yang and Luan, still in the midst of their task, to roll their eyes in exasperation. It was well known in the vicinity of Jianbei City who the notorious Hilao was. Indeed, we humble folk, during the busy farming season, would take on short-term labor at affluent households, receiving our wages on a daily basis, never a moment of delay. As Li Shinji accepted a portion of the butchered beast meat, he swiftly reached for another piece. He, moving with remarkable efficiency, carved the flesh of the gigantic python with precision, reducing it to a mere fraction of its original form. What are you waiting for? Keep going, he urged, noticing Li Shinji's scrutiny of the remaining python meat. At that moment, the piece being handed to him still bore a section of dark, scaly hide. Upon receiving it, the bronze coffin trembled once more, prompting Li Shinji to inspect the meat carefully. On the scaly part of the python flesh, he discovered a grayish-white object, roughly the size of a palm, embedded within the crevices of the flesh. Grasping this peculiar item, he endeavored to discern its nature. Yet, in an instant, the grayish object vanished from his grasp. Come on. Hurry up. We need to move faster, he chided, noticing Li Shinji's distraction. Regaining his focus, Li Shinji efficiently packaged the beast meat. Once everything was organized, Wu Anjuan left a portion of his warriors behind to continue clearing the remaining monsters. On the truck, stacked high with neatly packaged meat, Li Shinji settled himself in the cargo area. Beneath him lay the flesh of a 6th-tier beast. At that moment, he wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Keep a close watch. Do not let anyone steal it, were Hilao's exact words. That old rascal. As he lay among the packaged contents, swaying with the vehicle, Li Shinji toyed with the recently acquired grayish object. To be precise, it appeared to be a piece of turtle shell, its surface inscribed with ancient characters, albeit marred and partially illegible. The inscriptions on the shell indicated that this object was also known as Oracle Bone Script. This artifact was the second object responsible for causing the bronze coffin to stir. After fiddling with it for a moment, Li Shinji felt a surge of thought, and the turtle shell vanished from his hand. In his mind's eye, the shell was now embedded in the surface of the bronze coffin, enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. What does this signify? An epitaph? It spoke of an initiation into martial arts, followed by a transition into medicine, composing a remedy to be taken, and finally, passing away. Gazing upward at the bronze coffin, Li Shinji reflected on the substantial gains from this expedition to Yuyang. 1 vial of 6th-tier beast blood, 1 vial of 5th-tier lower beast blood, 7 vials of 4th-tier low beast blood, 3 vials of mid-tier beast blood, and 1 vial of high-tier beast blood. Additionally, he had collected 73 vials of 3rd-tier beast blood. Such a bounty was more than sufficient for him to comprehend the 3rd level of the meridian breathing technique. Naturally, the 6th-tier beast blood was not within his current usage range. Employing it now would be an extravagant waste. Just as Li Shinji swayed with the truck, Q approached from a distance and leapt into the cargo area, his expression as sagging as a wilting flower. A glance from squinting eyes confirmed to Li Shinji that he was likely in a foul mood. Alas, after enduring a beating, my spoils have been confiscated. I truly feel. Before Li Shinji could utter a word, he began to lament. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji understood. No wonder Oldie's visage was as wrinkled as a chrysanthemum. The confiscation of the demon beast meat was akin to carving away a piece of Oldie's flesh. Chapter 50. Gathering at the back Dragon Bay, observing Li Shinji's agreement, Ichiwu reclined on the collection bag. It was indeed a tumultuous season, with the emergence of aquatic beasts in the river a troubling sign. Why the lack of reaction? Ichiwu tilted his head and glanced at Li Shinji. What can I do? Li Shinji did not even open his eyes. Indeed, what can be done? Oldie closed his eyes, murmuring, when the time comes, kill, 1 for the cost, 2 for profit. Li Shinji opened his eyes slightly and inquired. And then? It appeared that the internal hierarchy of the Blood God sect in Jiangnan might also mobilize. This presented an excellent opportunity to eradicate them entirely. May I observe the battle? Your task is to lead your classmates in assisting the Wuan army in eliminating the minor members of the Blood God sect, while the eradication of their higher-ups is reserved for stronger individuals like myself. A strong individual who was battered by a giant python? As he spoke, Li Shinji raised his arm, illuminating with a glow, showcasing the scene where Hichiwu was sent flying into the ruins by the giant python. By heavens! Upon witnessing the footage, Hichiwu sprang upright. This combat simulation video could be sold to classmates for $10, wouldn't you agree? Hichiwu's eyes brightened. At the very least, it could fetch 100. We'll split the profits 50-50. Agreed. A pleasant collaboration. In Jiangbei City, the streets bore an air of solemnity, more pronounced than usual. The wounded from Yuyang City had been temporarily relocated to Jiangbei. Occasionally, jeeps from the Wuhan camp roared past, speeding towards the dense forests outside the city. As vehicles whizzed by, Li Xinji edged closer to the roadside to avoid the dust soiling the roast chicken in his hand. Pig ears, roast chicken, homemade liquor, and a small piece of flesh from a 6th-tier giant python. Suddenly, a small black dog leaped out from the front door, baring its teeth, prompting Li Xinji to give it a kick. The puppy yelped and scurried back inside. Old Bear descended the stairs, puffing on his pipe, casting a glance at Li Xinji before his gaze landed on the items he was carrying. Old Bear remained silent, and Li Xinji paid it no mind. The old man, having seen battle, was entitled to his quirks. He entered the house like an obedient servant, placing down his goods and beginning to tidy up. Moments later, several small dishes were plated, and the liquor was poured. Old man, it's time to eat. Old Bear approached the dining table, seized a pig ear, and tossed it to the puppy. Li Xinji watched the little dog wagging its tail with glee, almost tempted to kick it again. Old Bear sat at the table, downing 3 cups of liquor in quick succession, while Li Xinji continuously refilled the cups. What is the occasion today? Indeed, there is something. After filling the cups, Li Xinji took a seat across from Old Bear. The academy is forming a battle team, and I am the leader. I came to seek your wisdom. How is your sword training progressing? Old Man Xiong casually inquired while holding some vegetables. He had just reached the level of 10 strikes per breath. Li Xinji did not conceal anything, sharing his recent experiences and training. Not long ago, he had watched numerous videos of esteemed predecessors in swordsmanship, gaining insights that had significantly enhanced his combat abilities, allowing him to cultivate a second layer of hidden strength. Listening to Li Xinji, Old Man Xiong nodded, downing his drink in one gulp. He reflected that the path was not mistaken. The former commander had trained in this very manner. It seemed the commander had mentioned that transforming one's inner strength could alleviate the impact on the body, though the specifics had faded from the old man's memory. After finishing 3 cups, Old Man Xiong turned to Li Xinji and asked, "Do you wish to establish a battle team for the academy in the manner of the breaking army camp? Is that not feasible, master?" Li Xinji's expression grew serious. The 3,000 warriors of the breaking army could undoubtedly match the former camp's might, and even partial power would greatly benefit him. Should he possess a formidable team? With proper planning, he could hunt formidable beasts beyond his current capabilities. After several more drinks, Old Man Xiong stated, "One must not fear death. Only the fearless can enter the breaking army." The original camp was composed of elite veterans from Shanhaiguan, each having survived countless battles, their fierce spirits allowing them to defy even the supernatural. It is challenging to forge such a force from students. Understood, Li Xinji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Master, please enjoy the vegetables. I have also brought a piece of 6th-tier beast meat, slain by Dian He and Yuyang. Let us savor it in small portions." A small pup scuttled around under the table, eventually finding its way to Li Xinji's feet, wagging its tail and eyeing the food on the chopsticks. He dropped a piece of meat on the ground, and the pup eagerly pounced on it. Observing this little creature, an idea suddenly struck Li Xinji. Could the beast's blood be given to it? Disregarding the pup's whimpering, he produced a drop of faintly colored beast's blood and poured it directly into the pup's belly. This drop was of a quality far below even the 1st tier and held no value for Li Xinji anymore. After swallowing the blood, the pup's fur bristled, and with a swift leap, it began to dart around the room erratically. Eventually, it ended up bruised and panting on the floor, with only its abdomen heaving in breath. "Wow, perhaps that was too much," he muttered, checking to find the pup unharmed, its aura slightly enhanced. "Next time, I shall offer you something even more potent." The drowsy pup, with drooping eyelids, bared its teeth. The following morning, while still nestled in bed, Li Xinji received a call from Hichiwu. "Get up and get to work. The blood god cult is seeking trouble." Hearing the furious tone of Hichiwu snapped Li Xinji to attention. "Head directly to Wangshan town in the northwest of Jiangbei City. I am almost there with my students," he replied, sitting up and noticing the message Hichiwu had sent. Wangshan, a quaint town located in the northwestern direction of Jiangbei City, initially began as an expansive agricultural estate before a multitude of inhabitants congregated there. After a brief tidying up, he hastened towards Wangshan town. Upon entering the town, the source of Lao He's fury became painfully clear. The entire settlement had been drenched in blood, its denizens utterly drained of life. Disciples from Jiangbei Academy had gathered in the thresher yard at the town center. The captain had arrived. As someone spotted Li Xinji, they called out to him. This time, no one lost their composure. Slaying a mid-tier monster of the Thousand June realm with a single strike marks one as an undeniable powerhouse, even among the elite academies. Captain, what is our mission? They inquired. The accursed blood god sect has wreaked havoc, and we have yet to eradicate them, yet they dare commit such heinous acts. This band of brutes has always prioritized their interests. Their audacity to act so ruthlessly must be driven by motives unknown to us. Li Xinji gestured to the numerous figures around him and scanned the vicinity, noticing the absence of He Chuwu and even the academy's instructors. He was well aware of the blood god sect's grand designs. The treasures of the path of eternal life were of such magnitude that even the blood god sect was willing to risk everything. One could only surmise that the impending crackdown from the cabinet would be severe, akin to digging up graves and uprooting the very foundations. Their willingness to act despite the imminent threat of extermination indicated the allure of substantial gain. Before long, a martial artist from the Wuan army appeared. Someone Li Xinji recognized, Li Heng, the deputy of the bald Wu. Xinji, I was just looking for you. Li Heng approached swiftly upon spotting him. This is the latest order from above. The Wuan army is currently understaffed, and you are to be dispatched to guard the Yanshan mine to prevent any destruction by the blood god sect. Li Heng pointed toward a distant peak. Its slopes adorned with white stones. With the Wuan army's orders in place, there was no room for dissent. Very well, Li Xinji nodded. Orders were orders. The directive had been issued. Safeguard the Yanshan mine. Inside a large house within the town, a gathering of individuals convened, with Yiqiwu's presence scarcely noticeable among them. Report, all units are in position. Shall we commence tightening the encirclement of the blood god sect? In the center of the room stood a towering figure. Nearly 2 meters tall, possessing only one arm, with 2 fingers missing from his right hand and one eye lost to darkness. Hold all units in place for now. Allow the arriving blood god sect members to enter. Today we shall eradicate both the brutes and the beasts together. Lord God. The envoys from Yunyang City and Shangling City have yet to arrive, came a voice from the shadows. Near the water's edge, a group of individuals crouched, seeking refuge in a damp, vermin-infested cave. The god, resembling a colossal gorilla, harbored a flicker of brutality in his eyes. Once I obtain the sacred relic of the path of eternal life and break through to the 7th tier, their demise will be assured. My lord, the Wuan army has already surrounded this area. Should we tighten the encirclement, we will undoubtedly be discovered, Luo Yang whispered. We have truly provoked the human cabinet this time. What we are experiencing now is merely the calm before the storm. How much life essence has been prepared? It is still insufficient, and there are no nearby individuals. Luo Yang lowered his head. The surrounding mountains were steep and the forest dense, making human presence scarce, leaving no one to be found. Upon hearing this, the gorilla's temper grew increasingly fierce. Only with an ample supply of life essence can the beast lurking within the river be lured out, allowing for a safer infiltration into its depths. Divine Lord, there is still a mine nearby. Chapter 51 Encounter in the Mine Salt Mountain Mine. When Li Xinji and his companions arrived, the personnel at the mine had already hastily formed a defensive line. Outside the mine, numerous bloodstains remained, indicating that a battle had recently transpired here. Having endured the conflict in Yunyang City, the students from Jiangbei Academy exhibited little panic and swiftly regained their composure. Li Xinji meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Although it was referred to as a mine, it consisted solely of 3 adjacent tunnels at the base of the mountain. In contrast, the area outside the tunnels, though uneven, was sufficiently spacious. This posed a challenge for defense. Hundreds of disciples, led by their instructor, entered the makeshift defensive walls established by the staff, some lost in thought, while others engaged in hushed conversations. On this occasion, there was only one leading instructor. The blood god cult had exerted all its resources for this operation, summoning followers from various cities across Jiangnan province. Typically ordinary individuals, their identities served as the best concealment, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the cities. The other martial arts instructors from Jiangbei Academy were in the city, assisting the 1st and 2nd year students in joint defense within Jiangbei City. There was no need for excessive concern. The Wuan army had established an extensive net within a 100-mile radius, encircling the blood god cult, ensuring that the beasts within the province would be thoroughly eradicated. Instructor Zhao Lin surveyed the students around him and remarked, "Our task is to defend this location alongside the warriors of the mine. The issue is not significant." However, before Zhao Lin could finish his sentence, he faltered. From the undulating forest nearby, figures emerged, illuminated by divine light. The blood god reigns above, cleansing the filth of the world. The blood god shall eradicate all suffering. In the mountains, figures shouted fervently, their eyes ablaze with zeal. Li Xinji glanced at Instructor Zhao, uncertain how effective his teaching was, but his rhetoric was undeniably fervent. Prepare for battle. The zealously charging followers of the blood god cult surged towards the mine like malevolent beasts. Boom. In that instant, a figure burst forth from the forest, blood energy surging. Roaring loudly, the blood god reigns above, cleansing the mortal realm. Simultaneously, a blood-red long knife soared towards the forest from the direction of the mine. Die. Upon witnessing the emergence of a formidable warrior, both sides exhibited no surprise. Warriors of the same caliber engaged one another, each focused on their own battles, indifferent to the others. A group of beasts, hiding among the masses, can create mischief, but now they shall meet their fate. Below, facing the oncoming followers of the blood god cult, Li Xinji manifested a shimmering blade in his hand. With each swing, a trail of blood blossoms erupted beneath the blade's shadow. His pace was measured, yet none could pass him. Each strike was precise, reaping the vitality of the followers of the blood god cult. The blade pierced with deadly precision, blood invigorating the senses far more than the sterile practice against machines at the academy. With a slight tremor of the wrist, the blade sliced horizontally, cleaving through several figures before him, their upper bodies propelled forward as if defying gravity. The visceral imagery of this slaughter was far more shocking than the hunts against demonic beasts. The other students from the academy quickly rallied behind Li Xinji, forming a defensive formation to thwart the initial frenzied assault from the blood god sect. Block the divine light's descent. Strike. As the onslaught of the blood god sect began to wane, a figure among the chaos let out a piercing cry. Fight for the divine. When the divine light shines, one shall receive divine favor. With his proclamation, the previously subdued members of the blood god sect surged forward once more towards Li Xinji, reinvigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. The Salt Mountain mine was under heavy attack from numerous followers of the blood god sect, which nearby Wuan army could be dispatched to quell this unrest. The one-armed, one-eyed warrior spoke, casting his gaze toward the figure in the room. By my word, he continued, and soon after, a warrior rose to accept the command, stepping out to rally his comrades, preparing to head to the mine for reinforcements. Tiger Dazuan nodded, his eye patch accentuating the scar on his face, giving him the imposing aura of a mountain bandit. Seated nearby, Hichiwu exhaled deeply, pondering to himself, Xinji, you must uphold my reputation. Opportunities for such practical combat are scarce. You must elevate the team. Combat experience is accumulated bit by bit. The blood god sect serves as an excellent honing stone. After this, we can declare the sect within the province effectively eradicated. Such chances will be rare henceforth. A resounding roar echoed from the riverside, where tumultuous sounds erupted, sending waves crashing and whirlpools swirling. Divine light envelopes. You shall attain eternal life. By the riverbank, the black gorilla donned a pristine white robe, grasping a scepter. From the water's edge, fervent figures emerged from the neighboring caves, rushing into the river. On the surface, demonic beasts materialized, baring their fangs as they confronted the oncoming figures. Blood splattering in chaotic torrents. Not far away, a cluster of crimson crystals ignited, an eerie scent wafting across the river. A thunderous roar erupted as a 100-meter-long blood-red dragon burst forth from the water, howling towards the heavens. Divine Lord. It bore horns atop its head and limbs beneath its belly. It was a true dragon. Luo Yang pointed at the emerging blood dragon and declared, "The Wuan army has mobilized. I shall lead the dragon to strike against them, buying time for the Divine Lord." Upon finishing his words, Luo Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Xian before soaring into the air, charging towards the blood dragon. Who shall distract the remaining demonic beasts for our Divine Lord? Observing the perilous glint in the black gorilla's eyes, the nearby divine envoys eagerly volunteered to intercept the beasts. Behind the throng of divine envoys, a gaunt youth joined their ranks, moving in unison with them. However, after he burst forth from the watery cave, he seized the opportunity to blend in among the throngs of devotees, then surged towards the direction away from the shore. Damn it, why seek death when there is no need? I was but a step away from ascending to the position of the divine envoy, and now it all teeters on the brink of ruin. Cursing under his breath while mingling with the faithful, Liu Yang glanced about, sensing danger lurking everywhere. Behind him were demonic beasts. Ahead stood the Wuan army. And on either side were fools, the most foolish of all being himself, for he was indeed one of them. Damn it. Why not cleverly deceive the wise into offering tributes and clandestinely engage in morally reprehensible dealings to amass wealth, instead of provoking the wrath of heaven? The blood god sect shows no mercy. The formidable tiger Dazuan soared into the air, his one-armed hand gripping a long blade bound by 3 fingers. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, kill. In an instant, figures leapt into the sky, all 5th and 6th tier warriors, including Hichiwu. Together, they charged towards the river's edge. Block them. Observing the advancing Wuan army, the black gorilla leapt directly into the river. As for the blood god devotees on the shore, well, what devotees? They were merely fodder for the beasts, deceiving devotees for 1,000 days, only to use them once. On the river's surface, drawn by the allure of life's blood essence and countless devotees sacrificing themselves to feed the beasts, a multitude of demonic creatures surged forth. This resulted in a diminishing number of beasts lurking beneath the river. The black gorilla dove into the waters, burrowing towards an underwater cave. Let the slaughter commence. Once the Wuan army clears away the useless devotees and beasts, he might very well have discovered the sacred relic of eternal life. At that point, devotees would flock to him, each one kneeling before him, licking his heels. Tens of thousands engaged in fierce combat within this region. For this operation, the leader of the blood god sect had nearly mobilized 2 decades worth of resources. To die with purpose. The blood god will bless them. Outside the mine, bodies lay strewn about. Blood pooled in droplets from Li Xinji's blade, even as he deftly dispatched foes at the forefront. Casualties among his fellow students were mounting behind him. Before long, figures stumbled and fell, unable to rise again. Witnessing the devastation around him, Teacher Zhao Lin rushed towards the head warrior among the mine's guards, shouting, "Mine Manager Lin, can we retreat into the cave for defense?" Manager Lin was a portly man, currently battered and bruised. If the students suffered significant losses on his watch, he would truly be in dire straits. Compared to the students' casualties, the equipment outside the mine seemed trivial. Damn it, why hasn't T reinforcements arrived? Everyone, fall back into the mine. Upon hearing the command, the students began dragging their wounded companions towards the mine, retreating while still fighting. Confronted by the frenzied devotees of the blood god sect, they were filled with fervor but found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault. Seeing his comrades retreat behind him, Li Xinji did not attempt to be heroic. His orders were clear: defend the mine from destruction. Guarding outside the mine and within held little difference. He is merely at the Thousand June realm. One cannot expect him to wield significant influence or strength beyond his capabilities. Observing the casualties, it is certain that he will be infuriated. The narrow entrance simplifies the defense considerably. No matter how fiercely the blood god sect fights, the limited size of the opening restricts their offensive range. The 3 mine shafts are interconnected, boasting well-equipped facilities and a good supply of medical provisions. Leaning against the rock wall, Li Xinji surveyed the mine shaft that extended into the depths. The air within the mine was thick with humidity, and droplets of water clung to the rocky surfaces. What a coincidence. You were here too. At that moment, a bright light flashed on his arm, revealing a message. Upon reading it, Li Xinji was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darting around. At this juncture, the warriors at the mine were temporarily stationed at the entrance, allowing the students from Zhongbei Academy a brief respite to tend to their wounds. As his eyes roamed, they quickly settled on a particular figure. A woman of graceful stature, clad in mining attire, was assisting the injured students with their bandaging. It was this very woman who had provided him with the information and battle attire. Chapter 52. The arrival of the 6th-rank battle garment in the mine in the depths of the mine. Shunku had just finished bandaging a few students from the academy and appeared before Li Xinji, medical kit in hand. "Brother, what a coincidence," she remarked, her demeanor exuding grace. Li Xinji chuckled lightly. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Old by his side, Chinka indicated towards the depths of the mine. She then raised her medical kit, gesturing toward him. "Do you require any bandaging? I have studied medicine at Chihuang Academy and am quite proficient." "Thank you, but no need," Li Xinji replied, glancing at the cave entrance where the mine provided sufficient cover. The front line had been effectively maintained. After a moment's contemplation, he strode deeper into the mine. Old Bai has ventured into the mine, he mused. "What are you up to, Xinji?" Zhao Lin inquired. "Just taking a leak," Li Xinji answered nonchalantly. Zhao Lin did not press further and began to assess the casualties among the students, sending a message to He Chi-Wu. Dean, there are 67 fatalities and 92 severe injuries. In midair, He Chi-Wu was engaged in combat with a high-ranking emissary of the blood god cult, his aura surging with malevolence. Beast, I shall make you pay with your life. His bloodlust erupted, doubling his speed as he collided with the emissary. In a swift motion, his long blade pierced the emissary's chest. The emissary's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden surge in the old man's combat prowess. Grasping the lifeless body of the high-ranking emissary, He Chi-Wu soared out of the Salt Mountain mine. Upon seeing the countless corpses strewn about, his figure faltered momentarily. But he swiftly regained composure, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that sent waves of blood mist erupting from the followers of the blood god cult. Within the mine, Li Xinji traversed the sloping path, occasionally inhaling deeply. This place felt hauntingly familiar to him. After descending for some time, he halted, quietly pressing his ear against the rock wall to listen. Do not listen too closely. This mine connects to the caverns beneath the Linen River. From a nearby cave entrance, Old Bai emerged. Surprised to see me here? He inquired, noticing Li Xinji's silence. Shall we procure the 6th-rank battle garment that is so close at hand? Old Bai continued, attempting to entice him. Seeing Li Xinji remain unresponsive, Old Bai took a step back and added, You do not suspect that I lured the blood god cult here, do you? Li Xinji nodded in agreement. Though I may engage in unsavory deeds, I still have my principles. The appearance of the blood god cult here is purely coincidental. A pack of beasts does not deserve to compete with me for treasures. Old Bai's eyes widened. So, are we going or not? Give me a clear answer. Let us go. Instantly, Old Bai's expression brightened as he beckoned. Follow me. I know these paths well. At times, Old Bai would clear away piles of stones or navigate through fissured rock walls. However, amidst the twists and turns, he soon found himself lost. Why have you stopped? We have collaborated for so many years. Rest assured, I would never take the opportunity to eliminate you here. As Li Xinji's footsteps slowed, the old man turned and remarked, Moreover, you should consider just how much profit you possess. Is it truly worth my deception to lure you in for slaughter? No worries. I just left a real-time data receiver outside. Instantly, the old man pivoted sharply, staring at Li Xinji for quite some time. Damn it, what about trust? He exclaimed before continuing on his way. What a waste of my 4th-grade battle attire. Before long, the two entered a natural cavern after traversing a carved stone tunnel. The water now rising to their ankles. Put on your diving suit, the old man instructed. He moved to a corner, rummaging through the water before tossing a bulging waterproof bag to Li Xinji. Once he donned the diving suit and tank, Li Xinji noticed how perfectly it fit him. Was the old man truly prescient, or simply, I am but a mortal, do not mythologize me. I'm merely prepared in advance. Even without this occasion, I would have sought an opportunity to bring you here. The old man, now clad in his diving suit, added, I have remained in Jiangbei for so many years in pursuit of the long life path's dragon elixir, preparing for over a decade. Let us proceed. Soon, the two submerged, and the water deepened as they advanced. Ahead, a vast subterranean fissure emerged, with creatures resembling insects rushing forth. Hurry, do not engage with those pests. Just then, Li Xinji felt the bronze coffin in his mind tremble once more. Peering through his goggles, he surveyed his surroundings, but the visibility underwater was limited, everything appearing hazy. Where is everyone? He wondered. Moments later, he saw the old man swimming up from below, exclaiming irritably, What are you dawdling about? Come on, move. After acknowledging the old man's urgency, Li Xinji followed suit. Just beneath the surface, he spotted a piece of turtle shell. They navigated through a long rock fissure, emerging into a water pool within a cavern. Before Li Xinji could fully take in his surroundings, the old man's voice echoed softly, You are still a virgin, aren't you? What do you mean by that? Li Xinji was momentarily taken aback by the old man's inquiry. What does that have to do with our current situation? Quit dawdling. Come up. The treasure lies before us. They climbed out of the pool, reaching a narrow opening in the corner of the cavern. This aperture was so constricted that only one person could crawl through at a time. This time, the old man did not move, merely pointing at the opening, stating, The item is within. You go in and retrieve it. The petrified dragon elixir belongs to me, and the rest is yours. Simple enough, right? Li Xinji hesitated, casting a glance at the old man. Remember, suppress your desires. Also, there are a few of your predecessors inside. Do not be afraid. Understood, Li Xinji nodded. At that moment, he sensed a hint of danger from the old man but felt he had no choice. To refuse would be amusing. As he watched Li Shinji crawl into the opening, the old man's brow furrowed, and he pounded his fist against the stone wall twice with great force. By Zhantong, this is your final chance. Within the confines of a small stone cavern, the walls were as smooth as jade, devoid of any chill or dampness. After traversing several meters, Li Shinji found the cavern expanding, allowing him to stand upright. Suddenly, he stumbled, and his phone illuminated the surroundings, revealing a lifeless body. After a brief glance, Li Shinji pressed onward, recognizing this as the predecessor spoken of by the old man. Along his path, he encountered 3 more corpses, each devoid of any visible wounds. At the journey's end, he spotted a figure leaning against the rock face, with droplets of water cascading from above, forming a small puddle below. Something felt amiss. He inhaled sharply, realizing he needed to tear open his clothing to cover his mouth and nose. Yet, it was too late. Dizziness enveloped him, and the scene before him began to blur. In a daze, he perceived the presence of women, not just one but several, all rushing towards him. How exquisite! Just as he neared the brink of surrender, he bit his tongue sharply to regain lucidity. The multitude of women vanished, but it wasn't long before his vision blurred again, and an array of beautiful maidens reappeared. They were slender and voluptuous, a sight to behold. It would be a feat of great restraint for anyone to resist such a lure. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his mind. As if awakening from a trance, Li Shinji bit his tongue once more. He glanced back at the 3 corpses on the ground, realizing they were all predecessors with whom Zhou Yu had a profound enmity. Gathering his wits, he approached the figure at the end and kicked it, causing it to topple over. A stone egg, roughly the size of a fist, rolled away, accompanied by a piece of turtle shell. Disregarding the fallen items, he reached down and began to undress the figure, tearing off the battle garments. He then peeled away the still intact clothing inside, wrapping the stone egg within. While the turtle shell was secured to the bronze coffin, the remaining small trinkets scattered on the ground were hastily stuffed into his pockets. The effect of the dragon elixir was overwhelmingly potent. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Did you find it? Outside the cave, the old man inquired anxiously as Li Shinji emerged. He handed over the stone egg wrapped in tattered clothing. Take it away. In an instant, recoiled. His face flushed as if he had consumed a potent tonic. Casting a glance at the old man, Li Shinji remarked, Old Bai, your spirit remains youthful. Should I assist you in vanquishing the source of all evil? You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? From a distance, Bai was sweating profusely, his face aglow. You have a metallic box behind you. Place the petrified dragon elixir inside to contain its aura, or I may not endure much longer. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji felt a tightening in his back and wasted no time in swiftly securing the petrified dragon elixir within the box. Are you all right, old man? He asked, observing Bai gasping for breath. No matter, after years of scheming, the petrochemical dragon pill has finally been acquired. Now, it remains to be seen if. Shaking his head gently, the old man remarked, Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. The 2 swiftly donned their diving suits and plunged into the pool. Over an hour later, splashes erupted once more from the water, as the bloodthirsty leader of the blood god sect leaped forth like a gorilla. Ha! I found it. Where have you been? In the mine, Hichiwu glared furiously at Li Shinji, who emerged from the depths of the cavern. Chapter 53. Unraveling the 3rd meridian upon the surface of the river, a trap was laid. The lord of the blood god sect roared, his disheveled hair a testament to the turmoil within, his lifeblood surging violently. All efforts rendered futile. The cavern held nothing but bones. 2 decades of labor had been squandered away. Vile creature, perish. With a sweeping strike, the mighty tiger Zun ascended into the air, directing his lethal blade towards the river. The black gorilla, sensing the impending danger, dared not confront the oncoming force and fled into the distance. There is a traitor among us. In that moment, he was engulfed by doubt, suspecting he had been ensnared in a cunning plot. 2 decades of toil, obliterated in an instant. It was time to retreat and rise anew. In the dense forest, chaos reigned as the Wuan army clashed with the followers of the Blood God sect. Some of the sect's acolytes, upon realizing they were surrounded, awoke from their fervor. Yet, staunch loyalists remained, though such individuals typically met a swift demise. No mercy. There existed no alternative. The imperative was to eradicate this scourge wreaking havoc in Jiangnan province. Failure to do so would ensure their own downfall. Liu Yang concealed himself amidst the foliage, glancing around until a familiar figure caught his eye. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air pierced the silence as a long knife pierced through. catching Luo Xian unawares and penetrating deeply. Lord Luo Xian is in peril, hasten to his aid. The wounded Luo Xian, transfixed by pain, glimpsed Lu Yong waving a farewell from afar. He yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, yet blood surged forth from his mouth. And the Wuan soldiers closed in around him. Casting a final glance at Luo Xian, whom he had inadvertently wounded, Lu Yong veered in another direction. Divine Envoy Wu Guang, where shall we flee? After plunging into another thicket, he called out once more. The Divine Envoy Wu Guang, lurking within the woods, seethed with the desire to throttle Lu Yong. However, Lu Yong moved swiftly, leaving behind a fleeting remark before vanishing into another grove. The Lord of the Blood God sect lay slain. The Wuan army, receiving orders, showed no mercy. The body, impaled by the long knife, swayed midair, leaving the remaining followers of the Blood God sect in a daze. The Lord is dead. In stark contrast, the morale of the Wuan army surged, and with swift strikes, they dispatched the hesitant and terrified disciples of the Blood God sect. Good heavens, they perished so quickly. A so-called lord, nothing but a worthless wretch. In the forest, Lu Yong beheld the corpse of the lord, an expression of terror washing over his features. He donned the attire of the Wuan army he had previously collected and affixed a fresh disguise upon his face. Finding a concealed spot, he rolled into it, feigning severe injury and unconsciousness. There was no room for recklessness. Survival was paramount. In the wilderness, the encirclement of the Wuan army tightened, compressing the followers of the Blood God sect until they were utterly annihilated. 3 days later, Li Xinji lay bloodied and battered upon his bed, resembling a wretched creature, unable to muster even a single finger's movement. The pain was excruciating. The third meridian of the dawn breathing technique has been opened. During the process, I utilized a 5th-grade demon's blood and 4 4th-grade demon's blood, resulting in a consumption far greater than I had initially anticipated. Not only was the expenditure significant, but it also left me in a rather depleted state. Within the dawn breathing technique training group, a record was noted. Brothers, do not blame me, the Forerunner, for failing to warn you. Without the strength of the Wanjin realm, do not even think about opening the 4th meridian. This is a guide from the pioneers to the successors. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I am the rogue rabbit, dear brother. The money you lent me last time has been spent again. Can you ask our godfather for another sum? I am on the verge of opening the 3rd meridian. Home truly has a mind. Get lost. I am the rogue rabbit. All right, dear brother, the same account will suffice. Same question. 1. Home truly has a mind. What is all the fuss about? Once the 3rd meridian is opened, one will receive a notification from Kunlun, signifying qualification for the gaze of Kunlun. I have received it long ago. I am the rogue rabbit. Dear brother, mighty indeed. Home truly has a mind. Let us be frank. Only those who have opened the 3rd meridian are considered qualified. Not only in our Jiangnan province, but Kunlun has also arranged for the practice of the dawn breathing technique in other provinces. Initially, I thought I was the first to open the 3rd meridian, only to find myself in 7th place, with others possessing even greater wealth. By the way, I'll let you in on a secret. After opening the 3rd meridian, some individuals may experience different effects. What exactly is confidential. Home truly has a mind. I just consumed a 10 complete nourishing pill and am now at the 8th level of the Wanjin realm. My family is arranging for me to undergo practical training. In the entire group chat, only a few individuals frequently engage in conversation, while the majority remain quietly lurking. Perusing through the chat records, Li Xinji couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable prowess of Home truly has a mind. With squinted eyes, he felt the 3 interconnected meridians within him, and the circulation of blood energy throughout his body accelerated. As the blood energy surged, Li Xinji waved his hand, noticing the energy manifesting at his fingertips, forming a force akin to Gang. Grasping a broadsword, he infused the blood energy into it, generating a blade aura extending approximately 1 meter in length. Ordinarily, only when the blood energy within reaches its pinnacle can it break free from the body. This realm is typically attainable only at the high levels of the Wanjin realm. However, some practitioners of special martial techniques or those naturally endowed with robust blood energy may manifest the breaking energy prematurely. Presently, having only recently ascended to the Wanjin realm, the emergence of blood energy into a force can largely be attributed to the dawn breathing technique. Should it be the case that in the future, all practitioners of the dawn breathing technique among humanity attain the breaking energy realm at the Wanjin stage, it would confer a significant advantage in battles against demon beasts. I am Liu Hui from Kunlun, the connector for the continued practice of the dawn breathing technique. Upon uploading the data of my third meridian opening, Li Xinji received a video call. In the future, any inquiries, assistance, or needs regarding cultivation can be directed to me, Lu Hui stated with a serious demeanor, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. You are the 297th practitioner among all participants to have opened the third meridian. Now, let us compile the various data regarding your personal enhancement subsequent to this achievement. How extensive is the blade aura generated by your blood energy? How many consecutive strikes can you deliver? Lu Hui inquired about Li Xinji's data with meticulous attention, her expression unwavering, and the figures required precision down to the decimal point. Thank you for your contributions to the evolution of martial arts for humanity. Until we meet again. Li Xinji dutifully reported the data following the opening of his meridians and noticed a symbol of rolling mountains appearing on his identity account. This mountain represents Kunlun. After resting for a while, he refreshed himself and settled on the sofa in the living room. The 6th-tier battle attire was undoubtedly a remarkable find. In addition, there were 3 small items, a tiny blue tortoise shell and a metallic block resembling the shape and size of a die. The Master of Longevity, a 6th-tier warrior, must have clung to these items in his erratic state before death. They should be of great value. As for the petrified dragon elixir taken by the old man, Li Xinji felt indifferent. That object was indeed a trap, having been petrified yet still capable of igniting the primal desires of a warrior. One could surmise that the Master of Longevity was likely in a state of madness near his end. No wonder, at the last moment. The old man inquired if he was a virgin. Had he not been, he might have succumbed to the allure of the dragon elixir. Some temptations, once tasted, unleash a torrent that cannot be contained. The essence of the dragon persists, regardless of the passage of time. It remains unclear what the old man intends to do with the dragon elixir. Does he still require reinforcement? After inspecting the 3 small items, he found nothing unusual, and his mind remained silent concerning the bronze coffin. He brought each item to his nose, inhaling deeply. The metallic block emitted a faint medicinal aroma, while the other 2 bore no distinct scents. Leaning back against the sofa, he closed his eyes. On the bronze coffin, 3 tortoise shells were embedded, shrouded in a soft glow, though the inscriptions remained indistinct. It seems there must be a considerable number of these shells. If the inscriptions could be fully gathered, they might form an unparalleled divine technique that could shake the heavens and move the spirits. At last, Li Xinji's gaze fell upon the 6th-tier battle attire, which represented his greatest acquisition. Suddenly, a notification interrupted his thoughts. Hurry, old Bai cannot hold on much longer. A woman's anxious voice emanated from his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was the old man's number. After attempting to return the call, he realized he could not get through. Rising, he tucked the small items into his pocket and made his way outside. Surely, old Bai hasn't consumed the petrified dragon elixir at the old man's residence. Li Xinji forcefully pushed open the door, and an icy chill rushed towards him, instantly turning his hair white. Inside the room, everything was encased in a layer of ice. Suppressed roars echoed within, interspersed with the terrified cries of a woman. Shivering slightly, he ventured further inside, where a staircase descended into the depths, reaching the 3rd underground level. The sight before him startled Li Xinji. The ice crystals extended several meters, with cold air continuously surging forth. In the central area of the basement, an elderly man, completely bald and glistening, was bound by alloy chains that ensnared his entire body. Alarmingly, his skin had sprouted bizarre scales, and numerous pus-filled abscesses swelled upon him. Straining against the chains, the elderly man let out a howl, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Li Xinji. Kill me, please. In my suffering, I can no longer contain it. Chapter 54. A cry, a tantrum, and act swiftly. The skin of the old man was festooned with festering sores, and scales began to emerge from the flesh. As he writhed in agony, Zhang Tang, Chun Ku shouted, a dagger materializing in her hand as she lunged towards the old man's chest. However, before she could reach him, a severed chain lashed out, striking her and sending her crashing into a thick block of ice, leaving her incapacitated. Quick, quick, act. Blood spewed from her mouth as she called out to Li Xinji. In that moment, disregarding any hesitation, Li Xinji unsheathed his saber. The old man had already transformed into a monstrous being. Should he break free from his chains, the consequences could be dire. Not to mention his escape would be nearly impossible. Evading the sweeping chain, he unleashed a forceful strike with his saber, tearing open the old man's chest, blood gushing forth. It was futile, aimed at the heart. Struggling to sit up, Chen tossed her dagger to Li Xinji. This dagger is laced with potent poison. It seals wounds upon contact with blood. Grasping the flying dagger with care, Li Xinji held onto the hilt. What in the world is happening? The old man let out a horrific scream as another chain was freed, his right arm gaining mobility, reaching out towards Li Xinji. In that instant, as the dagger clashed with the old man's arm, Li Xinji was sent hurtling away by an overwhelming force, crashing against the ice. You must flee. At that moment, someone descended from the upper floor, clutching a bundle of thunderous fire, a grim smile plastered across their face. There was once a man named Bai Zhantong. He was once a hero. I do not wish for him to die nameless. Damn it. Li Xinji was now enraged, exclaiming, what the hell is going on? Can the dragon pill be consumed so recklessly? Dragon pill. Wait, let me give it a try. He discarded the dagger and retrieved 3 small objects he had previously taken from the Longxing Dao master. You draw his attention. Seeing Li Xinji speak, Chunke hesitated but nodded, moving towards the frenzied old man. The deranged old man, having lost all reason, with scaled arms, plunged his hand into Chunke's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xinji swiftly shoved the 3 objects into the old man's mouth. With a roar akin to a beast, the old man swallowed them whole. Damn it. Crazy woman. In an instant, Li Xinji darted forward, rescuing Chunke, his gaze drawn to the gaping wound in her abdomen, cursing under his breath. Blood froth gushed from Chunke's mouth as she stared intently at the old man. Please, let us be buried together. To hell with that. It was clear that madmen were indeed drawn to one another. Taking a glance at the now subdued old man, Li Xinji scooped up Chunke and dashed out of the basement. Instantly, he felt the tension mount, gripping his blade tightly. It appears you did not report to the Wuan army. A haunting voice echoed behind him. The old man, drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments, stood in the corner of the room. All right, I have regained my senses. Do you truly believe that, even with a blade in hand, you can overpower me? Upon hearing such a fundamental challenge, Li Xinji nodded and sheathed his sword. Is she, all right? She is dead. Li Xinji rolled his eyes. You have literally eviscerated her. Do you really believe she is fine? As long as she is unharmed, the old man said, somewhat relieved, discarding the poisoned dagger at his feet. This was a sacrifice of love, not an attempt on your life. Observing Li Xinji's gaze fixed on the dagger, he continued. Would you care to hear my tale? No need for stories. I am not one for sentimentality, especially when it comes at a cost. Li Xinji glanced at the old man and stated matter-of-factly, my expenses for running errands, hospital fees, my own medical bills, and the cost of the elixirs I provided you sum up to 10 million. Please transfer the amount directly. Have you lost your mind? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you have any idea how much a private room at Lingsue Grand Hotel costs? Haven't I treated you well over the years? Thus, I have offered you a preferential rate. Li Xinji replied coolly, rescuing you is complimentary. And so were the elixirs I provided. However, saving your legitimate wife costs 10 million. Do you not find that reasonable? At that moment, Li Xinji's phone illuminated, recording in real time. The old man was rendered speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. Aku, is she truly unharmed? Timely assistance has preserved her life. Subsequently, Li Xinji nodded and transmitted the relevant data to the old man. Upon reviewing the information, the old man exhaled deeply. Thank you for this. 10 million for your wife's rescue. How can you? 10 million. Thank you. Old man. 10 million. Thank you. Li Xinji remained unfazed, saying, Sir, I presume you wouldn't want your wife to experience emotional distress in the hospital. Fine, I shall pay. The value of the 4th grade battle attire I previously gave you. Without hesitation, Li Xinji removed the battle attire from his person and tossed it to him. Thank you, but I shall decline. Do you even know my true identity? Even a cabinet elder cannot default on debts. All right, since you possess 6th grade battle attire, I shall provide you with a pair of boots. The old man shifted the conversation. Aren't you even the slightest bit curious about who I truly am? Confidentiality comes at a price. Today, I have witnessed nothing. What exactly did you give me earlier? A few minutes later, Li Xinji emerged from the narrow alley, donning a brand new pair of 6th grade golden wing boots. The golden wing boots, unlike the Xuanwu series, were defensive equipment that, when worn, enhanced speed by 50% while maintaining equivalent defensive capabilities. Not long after, the elderly gentleman, having tidied himself up, hurried out the door, making his way towards the hospital. Meanwhile, outside room 311 on the 3rd floor of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the heart of Jiangbei City, another elderly man was blocking the entrance. Jianjin, if you do not pay today, this matter will remain unresolved. They are all children, sacrificed in the crusade against the Blood God sect, safeguarding the flickering lights of countless homes. I, as the dean, am truly unworthy. Inside the room, the director of the education department, Qianjin, covered his ears with his hands, his face hanging long with despair. Qianjin, you lack conscience. Without the children charging forward, could you sit comfortably in your office sipping tea? In the corridor, everyone was engrossed in their own tasks. They had long grown accustomed to the antics of Dean He Chi-Wu. Generally, Dean He would visit 3 times a month, more frequently than a woman's monthly cycle. I cannot face the parents of those children. I have lived 100 years in vain. Today, I shall hang myself right here. With that, he pulled out his belt and prepared to hang it from the corridor chandelier. Crack. The door to the adjacent office swung open, and a head poked out. Dean He. The chandelier cannot support your weight. Perhaps you should use a knife instead. The cleaning department has not been busy lately. Qianjin, come out. If you do not step out today, I shall not leave. Pay me another 20 million, and I will go. Bang. The door opened, and Qianjin's plump figure filled the doorway as he glared at He Chi-Wu. Here is a knife for you. Take me to the market and sell me for meat. Upon seeing Qianjin open the door, He Chi-Wu's expression changed, and he forcefully pushed Qianjin inside, shutting the door behind them. Director, you must also consider the plight of our local martial arts academy, mustn't you? 1 million must be deposited into the academy's account in 1 hour. And then you may leave. After speaking, Qianjin attempted to shove He Chi-Wu out. Wait, why is it only 1 million? That is insufficient. He Chi-Wu remained as immovable as a nail driven into the ground, despite Qianjin's efforts to push him. 1 million is not enough. I have nothing left. My Dean He, my father He, may I call you father? Qianjin wore a pained expression. He was at a loss. For the academy's funding was based on its performance, and Jianbei had no achievements to speak of. As He Chi-Wu lamented and threatened to hang himself, Qianjin, the director of the education department, found himself in a similar predicament if he were to venture to the provincial capital. Without a high-performing academy, he lacked the confidence to request funds there. This 1 million was something he had shamelessly begged from the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Jiabei. It is worth noting that the ministry would also provide compensation for students who had perished in battle. Combined with this, it amounted to double compensation. Calling you father is fine, but we must settle the accounts clearly. Oldie pushed Qianjin into his seat, pouring water and serving tea. The education department received 1 share, the academy another, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs a third. 3 compensations were the utmost he could achieve as dean. I understand that in this bureaucratic establishment, even a rat would weep. Let us not discuss money any further. Let us address the matter at hand. This is of great significance. As he observed He Chi-Wu, who suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, Qianjin found himself increasingly restless. Truly lacking in funds, he was acutely aware of the allocation of grants for the Martial Arts Academy. His sense of pride seemed inconsequential. Yet, even if it meant sacrificing his dignity, the prospect of obtaining such funds appeared bleak. Goodness, this time it was supposed to elevate your standing. Upon hearing those words, Qianjin grew even more anxious. He recalled a few years prior when He Chi-Wu had spoken to him in a similar manner. Do not panic just yet, given our familiarity. How could I possibly deceive you? Take a moment to review the materials. With a heavy heart filled with doubt, Qianjin opened the documents that He Chi-Wu had sent. The martial arts battle team. No, this cannot be. In an instant, Qianjin was beside himself with fury. He had originally qualified for promotion to the provincial city, but after the unexpected loss of over 30 members from the Jiangbei Academy's battle team, he had remained in Jiangbei for nearly 2 decades. Was he perceived as easy to manipulate, destined to remain for another 20 years? How could this be acceptable? He forcefully pressed Qianjin back into his seat, insisting that it must happen. Why should Jiangbei not become a top-tier academy? Every prestigious institution has risen from humble beginnings. Moreover, only the martial arts battle team could gain access to that designated place in Kunlun. Chapter 55, The Change in the East Sea. What a jest. Anyone who ventures there meets their doom. Qianjin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to rise, only to discover his shoulders firmly pinned down. Lao He, it seems you are driven mad by your aspirations to develop the academy. Kunlun Chuan has always been the realm of the top 100 academies. What significance does Jianbei Academy hold? You ought to abandon such fanciful notions. Jianbei cannot afford this. Nor can you. Qianjin's words caused He Chi-Wu to falter. There were indeed uncertainties he could not surmount. Lao Xiong, I have come to see you. Dog, bite him. I seek your counsel. Following closely behind the old bear, He Chi-Wu wasted no time, stating, Lao Xiong, I am at a loss. Why is it so challenging to develop the academy? The beast tied in linen, coupled with the eradication of the Blood God sect, has already claimed nearly 100 lives within the academy. 100? The old bear turned his head to glance at Ichiwu. Are they counted as dead? Observing the indifference in the old bear's gaze, Ichiwu replied, I intend for your disciple to take the lead. I have no disciple. The old bear paused, turning his head once more, and continued, You wish to leverage Shunji's abilities to enhance Jiangbei Academy's overall strength. I advise you against burdening such a promising talent. The individuals cultivated by your academy, as it stands, would only serve as a hindrance to him. The most suitable environment for him lies within the martial arts Great Wall, amidst the rampant beasts. To achieve greatness while hesitating, fearful of significant sacrifices, is futile. In such a case, it would be prudent to remain true to Jiangbei Academy, rather than engaging in misguided endeavors with an academy battle team. At this point, the old bear cast a disdainful glance at Ichiwu. Everyone must face death. If sacrificing 10,000 lives could yield one valiant warrior, I believe it would be worth it. Without the necessary grit, it is better to refrain from reckless pursuits. Simply focus on amassing your resources, preparing for the future head of Jiangbei Academy. Perhaps the next head will be a decisive individual. Why not pursue this? I am determined to elevate the name of Jiangbei to stand alongside Longqing. Until this aspiration is fulfilled, I shall not rest. Upon hearing the old bear's words, Ichiwu's eyes widened, his temper flaring. If you have no solutions, then leave. I have no dinner for you here. The old bear promptly pushed Ichiwu out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. At home, Li Shinji carefully arranged the 6th grade battle attire he had acquired, donning it upon his form. The black garment, adorned with golden patterns, complemented the boots embellished with golden winged birds. This complete set of 6th-tier equipment could withstand even the mightiest blow from Lao He. Of course, against the strike of a 6th-tier master, even with such armor, the force could still obliterate a martial artist below that tier. It remained uncertain how much of a martial artist's attack he could withstand while clad in this battle attire, enhanced by the blood of beasts. Touching the cool texture of the garment, Li Shinji revealed a contemplative expression. With the equipment at his disposal, he was now fully prepared to embark on an adventure at the martial arts Great Wall. He wanted him to take the lead of the academy, which seemed to be somewhat burdensome. He had not anticipated such a rapid enhancement in equipment and strength within such a short span of time. Tomorrow, he planned to speak with He to see if he could resign. Removing his battle attire, Li Shinji leapt onto the bed, after being provoked by today. He felt a bit weary in both body and mind. As night descended, the East Sea stretched endlessly, its vastness cloaked beneath thick, overlapping dark clouds. A flash of purple lightning suddenly rent the heavens asunder. With a thunderous roar, a colossal blood-red dragon, 1,000 meters in length, soared into the sky, basking in the tempestuous lightning. Amidst the boundless waters, enormous beasts emerged, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding spectacle. Strikes of lightning cascaded down, repeatedly plunging the blood-red dragon into the depths of the water. As several bolts of lightning vanished, the surface of the sea resounded with the roars of myriad beasts. An even more resonant dragon's cry echoed across the expanse, as the blood-red dragon, now charred and imposing, emanated an unparalleled majesty that commanded the beasts to cower. The East Sea Pass, standing 300 meters high and stretching 20 miles, was built upon the mountains, overlooking the crashing waves that now engulfed it. The mighty surges of the sea slammed against the fortress walls, causing the earth to tremble. In the wake of the initial wave, the fortress was inundated, with the defending demon suppression army being swept away in droves. Even warriors of the highest caliber found themselves unable to control their bodies amidst the tumultuous waters. And by the time they regained their senses, they were already at the mercy of the monstrous beasts. The sudden upheaval caused the entire East Sea Pass to sink into chaos. In mere moments, the towering waves flooded inland, the seawater advancing at an alarming speed, submerging 100 miles of territory within the pass and continuing to sweep further inland. Within the deluge, aquatic demons surged into the interior. Everything transpired too swiftly. The facilities within the pass were utterly devastated during the flood, severing all communication. There was no time to send messages or light warning beacons. It was not until several minutes later that a beacon was finally ignited atop a watchtower 100 miles away, casting a crimson glow against the night sky. In Jiangbei, before dawn, Li Shinji awoke, startled by the piercing sound of alarms. Through the window, the still dark sky was painted in shades of red. This scenario was unfamiliar yet eerily reminiscent. The crimson beacon signified a large-scale assault by the monstrous beasts. At this moment, the entire city of Jiangbei was roused by the shrill alarm. It had been over 20 years since such beacons had signaled danger from beastly attacks. Li Shinji sprang from his bed, swiftly donning his battle attire and grasping his blade. At that moment, his phone illuminated with two messages, one from Hichiwu and the other from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, instructing him to hurry to the academy and prepare for battle. Esteemed Li Shinji, in light of your commendable performance at the martial arts Great Wall, the Wuan Army has temporarily summoned you to assume the position of captain of the warrior battalion under the command of camp leader Wan Changming. The land is shattered, yet the flames of hope persist. Once the demonic beast retreat, we shall welcome you with wine, celebrating your triumphant return. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jianbei City, the sounds of children wailing and women in disarray intertwine. The men hastily retrieve their weapons from beneath their beds. My wife, bring forth my military uniform. Where have you placed my sword? You take the children and heed the arrangements of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I must depart. Voices resonate throughout the households, some muffled sobs, others the innocent cries of children. As Li Shinji stepped out of his home, he encountered neighbors. Each donned in either the attire of the Wuan Army or the Demon Suppression Army. They exchanged glances, but words were scarce as they hurried towards the Wuan Army's encampment. Upon arriving at the academy, the training grounds were already teeming with students. Hichiwu had also changed into the garb of the Demon Suppression Army, and all the academy's instructors had gathered. 3 hours prior, the East Sea Demon Suppression Pass had fallen to the assault of sea-dwelling beasts. The pass leader, a pinnacle 7th-tier warrior, Ji Leijian, perished in battle, alongside Deputy Leader Xuerenla and 103 5th-tier warriors. The East Sea Pass, along with 69 nearby beacon fortresses, saw the Demon Suppression Army suffer an 80% casualty rate. Following the East Sea Pass, the cities of Anding, Yongping, and Fuyun were reported as uncontactable. Forecasts indicate that at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the waters along the banks of Linan River will surge into Jianbei City. Per wartime regulations, all faculty and students of Jianbei Academy shall be reorganized into a temporary warrior battalion, subject to the commands of the Wuan Army. Hichiwu observed the excitement flickering in the eyes of the students before him, yet a hint of melancholy crossed his own. Have we received orders? Indeed, Li Shinji nodded. As Li Shinji departed, a student inquired, Dean, where is the captain going? Will he not join us? Shinji has been appointed as the captain of the temporary warrior battalion, tasked with leading a team to the front lines to halt the onslaught of the demonic beasts. Ah, Dean, we too can go? Teacher, we are capable of fighting on the front lines. Ichiwu inhaled deeply, surveying the fervent students. You are not yet prepared. Previously, I intended for Shinji to form a combat team to lead you in bringing glory to Jianbei, but regrettably, your training has been insufficient. Entrusting him to lead you would only render him a caretaker without any tangible effect. Old He's words cast a sudden hush over the students. Some appeared disgruntled, yearning to argue but at a loss for words. As fellow students of Jianbei Academy, Li Shinji was directly summoned by the cabinet, becoming one of the first to be dispatched to the front lines, while they remained assembled in the rear to maintain order. Such is the disparity. The path is traversed step by step. With the looming threat of demonic beasts, Jianbei City shall soon find itself in peril. For what purpose do we cultivate martial prowess? Now, it is time to validate your dedication to the path of martial arts. Though Jianbei may not possess the same renown as Hangdao or Longqing, I hold no belief that my students are inferior to those from these esteemed locales. With a fervent spirit, they are capable of safeguarding the peace of countless families. After departing from Jianbei Academy, Li Shinji hastened towards the Wuan Army. He had anticipated that Old He would assign him personnel from the academy, yet, to his surprise, that was not the case. Without dwelling on this matter, Li Shinji swiftly located the camp commander, Wan Changming. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has summoned personnel. Li Shinji from Jianbei Academy, at the first level of the Qianjun realm, reporting for duty. Chapter 56, Cabinet summons once again, Captain Wan Changming. A retired warrior of the Demon Suppression Army stood before the assembly, a formidable figure at the third level of the Wanjun realm. He did not afford any contempt towards Li Shinji, despite his youth. With a fist pressed against his chest, he addressed the assembly, revealing that he possessed but one hand, having lost his left arm at the forearm. From this moment forth, I shall serve as the temporary commander of the warrior camp. Our unit, codenamed the Ming Battalion, comprises 800 personnel, a blend of retired warriors and those summoned by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You are now appointed as the captain of the 8th Squad of the Ming Battalion. Understood, Li Shinji responded solemnly. The time for idle chatter was past. The cabinet mobilization underscored the gravity of the situation at hand. Every warrior summoned, regardless of their location or endeavors, was obliged to heed the call. Your squad is over there. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with your comrades. We shall depart in 3 minutes. Wan Changming gestured towards a nearby gathering of individuals clad in various military uniforms, the Wuan Army, the Demon Suppression Army, and the Divine Arrow Army. Each face, whether middle-aged or older, bore an expression of grim determination. Li Xinji, first level of the Wanjun realm, captain of the 8th Squad of the Ming Battalion. Let us commence introductions, he proclaimed, stepping forward without delay. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and as transport vehicles arrived, the assembly swiftly boarded the armored troop carriers. Each vehicle accommodated 100 individuals, with a total of 8 vehicles in the Ming Battalion, progressing eastward beyond Jiangbei City, along the winding roads towards the horizon. Captains, gather close. I shall outline our forthcoming mission. Utilizing personal communication devices, Wan Changming summoned the squad leaders to the first troop carrier. The other captains regarded Li Xinji with curious glances, though no further words were exchanged. The incursions of the demonic beasts demand that every human warrior uphold their duty of protection, irrespective of gender or station. The upheaval in the East China Sea is well known to all, thus I shall refrain from elaborating further. Within the cramped confines of the troop carrier, it transformed into a makeshift command center. Wan Changming unfurled a map and began, last night, a vast expanse behind the East Sea Pass was inundated, with several cities now unaccounted for. Our mission is to assess the current situation in Anding City and prepare for subsequent arrangements. Understood, came the unified response. As they departed Jiangbei City, the caravan journeyed eastward, witnessing vast migrations across the wilderness. To the north of Jiangnan Province lay the Shanhai Pass, and to the east, the East Sea Pass, particularly the eastern regions, where expansive low-lying plains prevailed. Anding City represented the easternmost bastion of Jiangnan Province. The migrating figures belonged to those from the cities west of Anding, fleeing in anticipation of potential tsunamis that could further ravage the interior. The cabinet's directive to relocate eastern cities westward met with little contention. While warriors could engage in battle with demonic beasts, the cities housed the elderly, the weak, and women who could scarcely withstand such assaults. As the convoy approached Anding City, merely 50 li away, the wilderness had transformed into a vast expanse of water. Rising above their knees, everyone disembarked. The warriors of Mingzi camp leaped from the transport vehicles, treading into the muddy waters, leaving the vehicles for the rear guard of the Wuan army, and all proceeded at a brisk pace towards Anding City. After disembarking, Li Xinji rallied the 8th team, directing them to align their positions. Once their bearings were confirmed, they commenced their mission, with the messenger keeping pace. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for acclimatization. Fortunately, most were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the nuances of such operations, requiring no further adjustment. In the northwest of Anding City, the buildings lay in ruins, with factory smokestacks toppled and various communication towers uprooted. Debris floated upon the water's surface, while numerous disfigured corpses bobbed in the waves. Scattered throughout were aquatic creatures feasting upon the remnants of the deceased. As they approached Anding City, Li Xinji ordered a halt. Messengers, follow me, the rest wait here. With a brief command, he dashed towards the dilapidated district, his objective clear, the tallest structure within the area. Deploy the drones. Upon reaching the rooftop, he opened the container he had carried, releasing 3 drones to begin low-altitude reconnaissance. One of the drones, barely skimming the surface, was suddenly ensnared by a dark silhouette in the water, plummeting and exploding upon impact. Li Xinji merely twitched the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. The remaining 2 drones ascended to greater heights, surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, he took up the thermal imaging binoculars, scanning the vicinity. To the northwest of Anding City, there were 9 residential districts, 1 steel mill, and 6 other factories, along with 13 blocks. Following the established protocol, they formed teams of 10, initiating reconnaissance from designated areas 1 through 5, while a few regrouped around him. After a thorough observation, Li Xinji pinpointed the area with the most significant energy fluctuations. The 100 personnel were divided into 10 teams, one of which was assigned to communications and medical support, equipped with devices for establishing a temporary network and various instruments. The remaining 9 teams of warriors commenced their exploration according to the predetermined plan, assessing the number of survivors, their distribution, and the presence and classification of any monstrous beasts within each sector. The cabinet required detailed data to orchestrate subsequent rescue and counteroffensive operations. Report, in Sector 3. The first street, over 300 individuals have gathered in the central building of Hong Kong Tower, with 33 warriors present. Report, in Sector 1, the residential area. Most individuals are situated within their respective buildings. Out of 63 structures, 3 have collapsed, and the population is scattered. Report, in Sector 2, the distribution of individuals is erratic, unable to be quantified in the short term. Report, in Sector 5, a beach giant shark has been discovered, surrounded by 20 to 30 third-tier shark monsters. Report, in Sector 9, 2 factory buildings have collapsed, with a modest population of approximately 350, including 37 warriors. Fortunately, the creatures of the water rely on it for their movement. Otherwise, this mission would have been exceedingly arduous. Li Xinji lowered his telescope and issued a command to Zhou Yang. At this moment, the military camp in Anding City had already been reduced to ruins. The remaining warriors of the Wuhan army bore the marks of battle. Out of 1,000, fewer than 100 remained, and even the camp commander had perished in combat. The data from within the city has been compiled, he said. Currently, the population of Anding City is between 230,000 and 270,000 residents. There are 9,670 registered retired warriors, but fewer than 1,000 can be reached. In the Northwest Steelworks and the Southeast Information Bureau, as well as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we have discovered a total of 17 fourth-grade beasts and over 300 third-grade beasts. So far, no fifth-grade beasts have been found. According to water level measurements, the water has risen by 26 centimeters within the last hour, and it is expected to reach around 4 meters. Once it does, fifth-grade beasts will be able to surge into the city, posing a grave threat to the residents scattered throughout the buildings. What is the current water level? It is approaching 1 meter. With the water rising at a meter every 4 hours, it will reach a depth of 4 meters in merely 12 hours. Once the water level increases, more aquatic beasts will emerge, making escape increasingly difficult. Transmit the message immediately and await further orders. Soon, green smoke columns ascended into the sky over Anding City, 23 in total. Each green plume represented the vitality of 10,000 souls, with a population of 300,000. The fortunate timing of the aquatic beast attack occurring at night and the presence of tall buildings offered some protection to the majority. However, this favorable situation would be short-lived. Once the water surged into the city and more formidable beasts invaded, true peril would ensue. The green smoke was merely one method of communication. Wan Changming, adhering to protocol, proceeded to relay detailed messages through both the network and messengers. Real-time communication was established, dispatching different batches of messengers and igniting beacon fires. These 3 methods of conveying information were hard-won through the blood and sacrifice of humanity over the years. Since the onset of the beast transformations, data transmission had occasionally been interrupted, a phenomenon not unheard of in the past. He relayed instructions to several captains to prepare for mobilization. Once the order was given, they would gather the reserve warriors in the city to escort the elderly and vulnerable out of Anding City. While awaiting orders, Wan Changming began making arrangements. As long as the water level permitted, evacuation was possible, but once it rose to 2 meters, escape would become impossible. He examined a map of the vicinity. 30 miles northwest of Anding City lay a modest mountain range. Not particularly high, at a mere 200 meters, even the highest water would not submerge it. Remaining in the city, it was needless to say that, in the event of a swarm of third-grade beasts, even the buildings could not withstand the onslaught. If the structures collapsed, all would be lost, and in depths of 4 or 5 meters, everyone would become fodder for the beasts. Accompanied by his companions, they set forth towards the distant Dinging Mountain, 30 miles to the northwest, with the intent to meticulously survey the route within half an hour, paving the way for the migration of the human clan to the stable city. Before long, Li Xinji received the command from Wan Changming. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his dispersed team of warriors and directed them towards the mountain range beyond the city. Under normal circumstances, traversing 30 miles would merely require a brisk walk. However, in the present inundation, the terrain was fraught with treacherous depressions, where one could easily be swallowed whole, not to mention the lurking beasts of the waters. As they waded through the 30 miles of waterway within the half-hour time frame, Li Xinji felt the weight of the task bearing down upon him. Nevertheless, a command is a command, and there could be no negotiations. Chapter 57, On the Migration Path. Confronting the Fifth Order outside of Anding City lies a vast expanse of marshland, with a mountain range faintly visible to the northwest. Ordinarily, A path leads directly to the small hill, as indicated on the map. However, at present, the route marked on the map has been entirely submerged beneath the waters. As far as the eye can see, ripples emerge from the depths, revealing the lurking malevolent creatures concealed within. The distance from here to the mountain is approximately 30 miles, with 3 individuals assigned to guard each mile, extending all the way to the base of the hill. After casting a glance at the surging waters, Li Xinji promptly issued commands. This is the advantage of seasoned veterans. With a directive in place, even if doubts linger, they will dutifully execute the orders. It is not a matter of willingness but an obligation to obey. Having given his instructions, Li Xinji set off towards the distance. With an abundance of aquatic beasts in the waters, it was imperative to swiftly ascertain whether the submerged path had undergone any alterations. The most effective strategy seemed to be luring the surrounding creatures away, allowing the remaining individuals to investigate the route with greater expediency. Time was of the essence, and this was the only solution that came to his mind. With a resounding splash, Li Xinji wielded his blade from 4 miles away from the small team of warriors, striking downwards into the water. The blade's energy cleaved to the surface, tearing apart the aquatic beasts that swam beneath, their blood staining the water's expanse. Yet, this was insufficient. Observing the blood now swirling in the water, he furrowed his brow, realizing that in order to attract the surrounding beasts in a short span, more would be needed. Opening his palm, he revealed over 10 droplets of pure beast blood, remnants from the earlier collection of mountain-opening beasts. While they held little value to him now, they were irresistibly enticing to the creatures lurking in the depths. Once the droplets were cast into the water, it did not take long for a great splash to erupt hundreds of meters away. A monstrous fish, several meters in size, leapt out of the water and surged forward. Alongside this creature, countless others emerged, the ripples transforming into waves, all drawn by the allure of the pure beast blood. Suddenly, the once tranquil waters outside Anding City swelled with fervent waves. Dark fins broke the surface, all racing towards the same direction, the very spot where the captain had ventured. The 8th team of warriors, who had been diligently investigating the changes in the water as marked on the map, quickly took note of this development. The aquatic beasts that had previously roamed around them and occasionally attacked were now all heading northward. The captain was successfully diverting the attention of the beasts. Why were they still hesitating? They needed to expedite their exploration of the submerged path. Regaining their composure, the warriors called out, designating 3 individuals to remain every 4 to 500 meters, diligently scouting the surrounding area. With a sudden splash, at the 18-mile mark, 3 figures had just spread out when one of them fell into the water. Old Lu, grab hold. The remaining 2, quick-witted, rushed over and tore their garments to fashion a makeshift rope. Stay back. There's a culvert here. Lu Shan, mired in the muddy waters, shouted as he grasped the rope tightly. As the 2 individuals endeavored to pull someone up, the surrounding area suddenly caved in, transforming the muddy waters into a swirling vortex. Lao Yang and Lao Lu, along with several other warriors, rushed towards the scene, but upon witnessing the immense suction created by the 30-meter-wide pit, they were compelled to retreat. They circumvented the area, maintaining a distance of 100 meters to forge a new path. To the north, a plethora of monstrous beasts had amassed before Li Xinji, their blood staining the ground in a gruesome display. This spectacle, however, attracted even more beasts. He soon realized that the carnage stemming from mere beast slaying could only lure lower-tier creatures. Yet, the blood of a mountain-splitting beast he presented drew in 2 formidable beasts of the Thousand June realm, with most nearby mountain-splitting beasts irresistibly drawn to the scene. Captain, the route has been explored. Li Xinji received a message from Zhou Yang 18 minutes later. Lu Hang, Yang Li Wu, and He Xiaomin had plunged into an underwater tunnel, leaving no trace of life or death. Zhang Qian, Lu Feng, and others were besieged by monstrous beasts, sustaining severe injuries that necessitated immediate medical attention. Relay a message to the camp commander. The path to the small mountain outside the city has been confirmed. We must transport the injured there for treatment. And everyone should create clear markers at their location, he instructed. Soon, the towering tree trunks, standing erect like sentinels in the water, were secured in place. With these guides, the migrating warriors could swiftly maneuver between the trees. Ding! Shortly thereafter, Li Xinji glanced at his phone, receiving new orders. He had been promoted, albeit temporarily, to a team-level command. His unit expanded from 100 to 500, as Camp Commander 1 directly assigned him 400 reserve warriors from Anding City. The sole task was to safeguard the route leading to the small mountain 30 miles away, ensuring the safe passage of women and children from the city. Jiang Xianjing, Su Mao, Zhao Yin, Lin Feng, take your people and bring 500 reserves from the city. Head eastward to divert the attention of the beasts, ensuring they remain occupied. He commanded. Figures at a distance, positioned atop various buildings, raised their fists and pounded their chests in solidarity. Once the inhabitants of the city emerged from their shelters, they would inevitably provoke the wrath of the beasts lurking within. To mitigate this danger, it was imperative to draw the beasts away from the city. This mission was fraught with peril. Camp Commander 1, we will lure the beast out of the city. The remaining members of the Anding City Wuan army stepped forward. Boom. Just minutes later, an uproar erupted to the east of Anding City, with fireworks erupting skyward. Simultaneously, resounding roars echoed throughout the city streets. Shadows dashed through the city, dragging the torn remnants of beasts, their blood dripping down their bodies. Armed with blades, they relentlessly struck at the beasts while charging towards the eastern direction. That is my father. Roar. Soon, the beasts within the city were stirred, particularly the formidable fourth-rank beasts, unleashing earth-shattering roars. Fortunately, these creatures, being massive in stature, were momentarily immobilized. Once the water level rises, these creatures will reveal their fangs. Under deliberate guidance, throngs of fish-like beasts surged towards the blood-soaked outskirts of the city. Several captains of the temporary warrior camp occupied sturdy buildings, forming a defensive perimeter as they relentlessly dismembered captured monsters, casting vast quantities of blood and entrails into the water. Within the depths, the beasts furiously rammed against the structures, some leaping high with their fangs bared like arrows. Beasts perish. On the buildings, figures leapt down, clutching fire and thunder, detonating below with explosive sounds. A resounding roar echoed through the air as a colossal golden crocodile, measuring over 10 meters, appeared in the water, its tail sweeping through the area and striking the building. Boom, boom, boom. With just 3 lashes of its tail, the structure collapsed. The warriors atop the buildings were caught off guard, some attempting to leap to adjacent structures. Yet before they could descend, the golden tail swept through the air, unleashing a mist of blood. Splatter. Over 200 warriors fell into the water, swiftly surrounded by countless beasts, igniting a bloody battle beneath the surface. Just as the cries of slaughter erupted, the golden crocodile lunged forth, overshadowing the chaos. A deafening blast of flames erupted, accompanied by the golden tail soaring into the sky. How high is the water now? It had reached nearly 3 meters. We cannot delay any longer. How many more brothers must sacrifice their lives? Wan Changming was enveloped in a palpable aura of menace. He then bellowed. All residents of Anding City, heed my words. The majority of the beasts are drawn to the eastern part of the city. Immediately leave your homes and head to the small hill in the northwest for safety. The water level is at 3 meters. You can still wade through it. The path to the small hill in the northwest has been thoroughly scouted. No one shall linger. Depart at once. Warriors stationed throughout the city were tasked with protection along the route, and all were commanded to comply with this order. Wan Changming leapt from building to building, repeatedly shouting his commands. Although he was not a natural leader, years of experience at the Demon Suppression Pass had taught him a vital truth. Relocating the city's inhabitants was akin to battling the beasts. It required swift and decisive action. As the water level continued to rise, the danger intensified. Hesitation was a grave mistake at this moment. As his voice faded, figures emerged from the buildings throughout the city. Some individuals hoisted their wives and children, jumping onto various structures as they rushed toward the northwest. Others flooded into the streets, gathering together for mutual support. Outside in the northwest, Li Xinji had assembled his 500 men, dispersing them on either side, calling out to the people of the city. As captain, he had organized his team and now patrolled the perimeter, vigilant against potential surprises. Gradually, more and more residents surged from the city, with an increasing number of warriors providing protection along the route. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted from the north, and in the distance, a dark figure emerged. Damn it! Upon witnessing the dark spot, Li Xinji's expression turned grim. Why did this beast have to appear while he was guarding the road? Being the captain of a 500-man regiment was no easy task. Faced with such a situation, should he flee? What was there to look at? It was better to remain and face his fate. Observing the dazed figures on the road, Li Xinji lost his temper. Hurry up, he barked. Captain, called the messenger Zhou Yang. I need to relay a message to the battalion commander. Inform him that we have encountered at least a 4th-tier demon beast. I will temporarily divert its attention to allow the others to organize a defense. With this instruction, Li Xinji advanced towards the dark spot. As he journeyed northward, The ominous figure grew increasingly distinct in his vision. It was a creature over 20 meters in size, with robust limbs and a tail reminiscent of a dragon, appearing far from resembling a mere lizard. A roar akin to a dragon's echo reverberated through the air, sending Li Shinji, who had yet to approach, reeling. Damn, a fifth-tier beast. Chapter 58. The Struggle of Beasts and the Fisherman Escane. Standing upon a sturdy branch of a grand tree, Li Shinji gazed upon the formidable creature before him. Initially, he had presumed it to be a fourth-tier beast, yet it had revealed itself to be of a higher rank. This elevation in tier signified a monumental shift in its power. The thought of enduring a single blow from such a beast sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, Li Shinji had no intention of confronting it directly. His sole objective was to lure the creature away from the migrating crowd without causing any delay. With a resounding roar, the bizarre beast, upon detecting Li Shinji, unleashed a torrent of scorching, crimson breath towards him. To his astonishment, rather than charging forward to deliver a fatal blow, it had cast a spell from afar. Reacting swiftly, Li Shinji leapt aside, landing on a nearby tree. The intense heat from behind surged past him, incinerating the very branch he had just vacated into a cloud of ash. The crimson substance that fell upon the water resembled molten lava, exuding a foul odor and utterly disregarding the liquid's presence, continuing to burn fiercely. Witnessing this scene, Li Shinji felt a chill of dread. Had he been struck by that searing force, he would have surely been reduced to ashes, sinking into the depths like a mere soup. With a thunderous sound, streams of molten rock erupted from the beast's maw, raining down upon the water's surface as shadows surged toward him. In stark contrast, the colossal creature's dark golden eyes glimmered with derision. With a fierce determination, Li Shinji propelled himself into the air, skimming across the water's surface as he sprinted away. Thanks to his sixth-tier boots, he achieved a remarkable speed nearing 100 meters per second, even against the resistance of the turbulent waters. Before his flight, he spread his palm to reveal a droplet of pure, vibrant beast blood, shimmering with 5 hues. In an instant, the previously mocking creature let out a thunderous roar. It stomped forward with its powerful legs, sending lesser beasts flying as it began to lumber towards Li Shinji. As it charged, the earth trembled beneath its weight, crashing through the underbrush in pursuit. Meanwhile, streams of fiery magma continued to rain down upon him. Outside the city, Wan Changming, having arrived, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where's the beast?" "The captain has drawn it away," Zhou Yang replied, gesturing towards the direction Li Shinji had taken, where no signs of activity remained. "How long has it been?" Wan Changming asked, glancing at his timepiece. "Approximately 40 minutes, Zhou Yang responded. "We should contact Captain Li for an update." "Understood." Wan Changming exhaled deeply, observing the migrating figures. "Instruct the following groups to hasten their pace." He then turned to his messenger and asked, "When will reinforcements arrive?" After a brief pause, the messenger, Lu He, appeared despondent as he replied, "Captain, the Temporary Operations Command has stated that the breach at Donghai Pass requires immediate attention, and the reinforcements intended for U.S. have diverted towards Donghai Pass. Rescue teams from other provinces are set to arrive in a day, granting you full command over the relief efforts in Anding City. According to the transmitted data, a new wave of monstrous beasts will reach Anding City in 5 hours. Thus, we must expedite the evacuation to the mountains." Upon hearing this, Wan Changming's expression soured. One day, how high would the waters rise? They would be left trapped on the solitary mountain. The reinforcements from the Wuan army were heading towards the Eastern Sea Pass, which did not surprise him. As long as the Eastern Sea Pass remained open, a relentless tide of beasts would surge forth. Tens of thousands of elite demon-slaying troops, along with many temporary warriors, had already fallen, and the Wuan army could only sacrifice their lives to fill the gaps. "Captain, what about our leader?" After Wan Changming had assigned the tasks, Zhou Yang inquired. After casting a glance northward, Wan Changming replied, "Your team will follow at the rear of the migration group up the mountain." The Eastern Sea Pass had fallen, 3 7th-tier warriors had perished, and nearly 100 above 5th tier had met their end. As for the 3rd-tier warriors, the day was not yet over, and 2 of the 8 captains under his command had already died. More would surely follow. Even he, as the battalion commander, could meet the same fate at any moment. Currently, in Anding City, he was the only 4th-tier warrior left, and the earliest reinforcements would not arrive for another day. He had no time to search for the missing 3rd-tier warriors. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall to those cursed beasts when the tide of monsters surged. No one could remain unscathed. "Yes, Captain, is gone." Boom, boom. The crimson magma crackled in the air as Li Shinji shifted his body. narrowly avoiding the red light that zipped past him and exploded into a spray of water ahead. Behind him, a fifth-tier beast moved with the speed of a mountain in motion. Were it not for the enhancement of his sixth-grade boots, he might have been roasted alive by the creature. The allure of purified demon blood was immense for these beasts. Roar. A distant roar echoed, prompting Li Shinji to redirect his course towards the source of the sound. Against a fifth-tier beast, he had no choice but to employ cunning tactics. Only a fifth-tier creature could defeat another of its kind. Yuhai Lake, located to the north of Anding City, was a body of water several dozen, even hundreds of meters deep. With the sea water surging in, some sea monsters leaped inland, propelled by the tumultuous waves. In the lake, a nearly 100-meter-long black demon whale floated partially on the surface. There was no other place in the lake where it could find comfort. As Li Shinji drew near, leading a beast towards him, the whale let out a roar that reverberated through the area. Splash. Beneath the surface, Li Shinji was unaware of the lake's depth until he plunged into the water. Damn, this is deep. With blood surging, he leaped out of the water and charged towards the massive whale. The beast pursuing him also fell into the water with a splash. But soon its powerful legs propelled it back up. Big baby, keep going. Observing the creature behind him that could swim, Li Shinji produced a fifth-grade demon blood and flicked it towards the front of the demon whale. The crystalline demon blood shimmered with 5 radiant halos, exuding a pure aura. The demon whale, which had been squinting its large eyes in the water, suddenly stirred its massive body. Meanwhile, the pursuing demon beast roared and lunged forward. Splash. In that instant, Li Shinji plunged into the water, swimming towards the distance. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the previously tranquil surface of the lake was disturbed by a terrifying force, causing the demon blood to spray out several meters in the water. Submerged at the bottom, Li Shinji was enveloped in the searing blood, while above, 2 colossal figures clashed violently. In the domain of the demon whale, there were no fish beasts present. It had retreated to a distance and cautiously poked its head out. On the surface, the 2 massive demon beasts were already locked in a fierce struggle. Rolling over in the water, the demon shark, though grand in size, was now being ridden by a bizarre demon beast, its fangs biting into its flesh. However, the demon shark was no pushover. It rolled several times in the water, flinging off the demon beast that clung to it, and subsequently swept it away with its enormous body. Roar. In their desperate bid to seize the demon blood, the 2 demon beasts unleashed their true fire, their flesh bursting, staining the water with crimson. The demon beast that was hurled away opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of red-hot magma, scorching the demon whale and causing it to bellow in pain, the scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Parts of the demon whale's body became charred, and it retaliated by rolling and crashing into the bizarre demon beast, sending it flying. The bizarre demon beast emitted a dragon-like roar, opening its mouth to unleash a fist-sized, flame-wreathed orb. A demon core? Watching this scene from a distance, Li Shinji was momentarily stunned before he realized what he was witnessing. The demon core was translucent and, astonishingly, wreathed in flames. An inner core. A thought flickered in his mind. At that moment, the bronze coffin in his consciousness seemed to quiver, drawn by the appearance of the crimson fireball. He had never encountered any records of demon beasts possessing inner cores. Perhaps they existed, yet he had never come across them. After expelling the inner core, the bizarre demon beast transformed into a streak of fire, racing towards the demon whale. Upon seeing the inner core, the demon whale's massive form visibly trembled. However, fury ignited its ferocity, and it glowed with a brilliant blue light as it charged towards the inner core. Boom. The crimson and azure colors exploded on the surface of the water, sending ripples that stirred up colossal waves. The red inner core barreled through the azure divine light, darting towards the demon whale. In the blink of an eye, a gaping hole appeared on the demon whale's head. The enormous body of the demon whale convulsed, rolling in the water, emanating the scent of charred flesh, with a stream of red light shooting from the head and piercing through to the tail. Witnessing the inner core burst forth from the demon whale's tail, swirling for a moment before charging again, Li Shinji dove deeper into the water. If he did not employ some cunning tactics, the demon whale would surely meet its demise at the hands of the bizarre beast. The crimson inner elixir, having stirred the resonance of the bronze coffin, was inevitably drawn into its depths. At that moment, Li Shinji was consumed by insatiable greed, submerging himself beneath the monstrous whale. He swiftly imbibed several drops of the blood of a 1,000 June realm beast. As the inner elixir surged forth from the whale's body once more, he erupted from the water's surface, reaching for the elusive gem. The beast's blood he had just consumed clung to his palm. Yet, despite this, before he could grasp the inner elixir, an excruciating pain seized his hand. With the inner elixir tantalizingly close, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Success. The moment his hand made contact with the inner elixir, it vanished from his grasp, reappearing within the bronze coffin. Without hesitation, he plunged deeper into the abyss. Above the water's surface, a thunderous roar erupted as the grotesque beast's massive form plummeted into the depths below. Chapter 59. The peculiar copper coffin. In the fleeting moment when the inner elixir was lost, the strange beast sensed it. This was the essence of its being. Though the loss of the inner elixir may not spell death, its strength would inevitably plummet dramatically in the short term. Boom. From the surface of the water, torrents of crimson lava cascaded down, yet stripped of the inner elixir's enhancement. The lava's potency diminished by 80% in an instant. At that moment, Li Xinji had already plunged deep beneath the water, paddling frantically toward the distance. Roar. As the bizarre beast roared, the water-dwelling demon whale was not entirely extinguished. In its final moments, this colossal creature opened its gaping maw, filled with menacing fangs, and lunged at the strange beast. Crack! Both beasts emitted mournful roars, swirling upon the surface of the water, generating tumultuous waves that took a while to settle. Hundreds of meters away, Li Xinji surfaced, cautiously observing the two battling beasts from a distance, wary of drawing too near. Should the whale still possess life, he could easily find himself in peril. Yet, if he refrained from approaching, the passage of time would prevent him from obtaining the demon blood. To incite a clash between the two fifth-tier beasts, he cast forth a vial of fifth-grade demon blood, knowing that if he could not procure 2 vials of demon blood in return, the endeavor would be in vain. Observing the motionless beasts, Li Xinji shook his head and plunged back into the water. Stealthily, he swam closer to the beasts, scrutinizing them from beneath the surface. He beheld the massive demon whale, its mouth agape, the corners of its maw brutally torn back to its nape. With long fangs embedded in the body of the strange beast, the two creatures lay entwined in this macabre embrace beneath the water. Cautiously, he approached and touched the enormous whale, and instantaneously, a droplet of demon blood shimmering with 5 radiant hues appeared on the copper coffin. The initial investment was recovered. With this promising start, Li Xinji continued swimming toward the position where the two beasts were locked in combat, reaching out toward the strange beast. Upon his palm's contact with the creature, he felt as if he were being magnetically drawn in, his blood essence uncontrollably converging toward his hand. In the blink of an eye, he sensed that the vital energy coursing through his meridians had been nearly siphoned away. The sudden turn of events startled Li Xinji. With little time for contemplation, he resorted to consuming demon blood to replenish his internal losses. He poured in copious amounts of mountain-opening realm demon blood, followed by successive vials of Thousand June realm demon blood, as his meridians surged into overdrive, until the strange beast ensnared by the whale vanished from his sight. What the hell? Witnessing the disappearance of the colossal creature, Li Xinji instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. Upon reopening them, still, it was gone. The strange beast had vanished. In his mind, the copper coffin flickered with a hazy azure light, and in a moment of disorientation, Li Xinji perceived the interior of the coffin. The massive carcass of the beast he had just seen now lay within the copper coffin. What does this mean? Surfacing from the water, he expelled a mouthful of liquid and wiped his face with his hands, striving to regain clarity. The coffin, as its name implies, is a receptacle for the deceased. However, the recently slain beast has found its way into the coffin, which raises questions. Is it meant to assist in the arrangements for the departed? This is rather perplexing. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xinji surveyed the pool of demon blood around him. It was clear that lingering here was unwise. While high-tier beasts can disperse lower-tier ones, one could never anticipate the emergence of another formidable creature. With this thought in mind, he conjured the demon blood within his palm, bringing it to his lips while placing the other hand on the demon whale's body. Having just absorbed the essence from the bizarre beast, he resolved to attempt to extract this sizable creature as well. A 5th-tier beast holds substantial value, whether for sale or personal consumption. Rather than discard it carelessly in the wilderness, he preferred to offer it to the bronze coffin. With a splash, mere seconds later, the surface of the water erupted in waves, and the massive demon whale vanished into thin air. In its place lay a weary young man, sprawled on the water's surface, gasping for breath. It was utterly exhausting. After catching his breath, Li Xinji regained his composure and journeyed forth. Upon reaching Anding City and noticing the absence of migrating figures outside the walls, he headed towards a small mountain. Observing that the townsfolk had already established their camp on the hill without any beastly attacks, he made a wide detour, approaching the opposite side of the mountain range. Carefully ascending the hill, he sought a concealed spot to sit cross-legged and began to examine the anomalies of the bronze coffin. Consuming demon blood to store the beast's carcass. What could this mean? Grasping a stone in his hand, he silently intoned absorb. The blood essence coursing through his meridian stirred and coalesced in his palm, causing the stone to vanish. Moments later, as the essence within him dissipated, the stone reappeared in his grasp. A storage space. After several attempts, Li Shinji confirmed his suspicions. This peculiar artifact consumed vitality each time he placed or retrieved an item. Was it not more straightforward to directly absorb the flowing demon blood from the coffin? Why must he first refine the essence before drawing it? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Surely, the owner of this coffin could not be devoid of intelligence. Subsequently, Li Shinji experimented with wood, water, clothing, and smaller beasts, all of which could be stored within the bronze coffin. As long as the items were absorbed, they were detectable within his perception. He found no issue with expending demon blood for storage. After all, even roads have tolls, so what was wrong with the bronze coffin charging a small fee? Had he not read in novels that using storage artifacts often required the expenditure of mental energy? His blood essence was akin to that energy. Having clarified this point, another question arose. What had become of the demon core? Closing his eyes, he focused intently, yet he could not discern the fate of the core. At that moment, as his perception fell upon the beast's body, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the bizarre creature's form had begun to melt away, its four sturdy legs having vanished entirely. Once again, gazing upon the enigmatic whale, it lay there quietly, enveloped in a faint azure glow, seemingly unperturbed. How peculiar! Yet it remained selective in its consumption. This bizarre beast, though a creature of various forms, reveals its extraordinary lineage through the essence it produces. Its golden blood and dragon-like roar unmistakably denote its noble bloodline. In contrast, the whale, categorized as a fifth-tier beast, has yet to consume a single morsel from the bronze coffin. Subsequently, Li Shinji placed everything he could gather into the coffin. After completing this task, he leaned against a stone, exhaling deeply as the blood energy coursed through his meridians, initiating the healing of his wounds. As night fell, tumultuous waves surged from the east, forming a relentless line that swept forth. Amidst the roaring waters, the growls of beasts echoed, with colossal creatures tumbling within the depths. The water level rose rapidly, and from a distance, the humble abodes of Anding City had long been submerged beneath the deluge. The waves crashed against the hills, their sounds incessant. Seated beneath the massive rock, Li Shinji felt the surge of blood energy within him. Having previously diverted the fifth-tier beast and consumed a substantial amount of beast blood, he had only expended a single drop of fourth-tier beast blood to facilitate his ascension to the second tier of the Qianjun realm. Once his energy stabilized, he closed his eyes to perceive the condition of the bronze coffin. The peculiar beast had only a portion of its body remaining, while everything else remained untouched. It was now evident that the inner core had indeed been consumed by the coffin, implying that it only devours the finest offerings. Without retrieving the stones and herbs he had placed inside, Li Shinji leaned against the rock, gazing down at the raging waters, preparing to reunite with his troops at dawn. He had 500 soldiers under his command, a significant responsibility indeed. Rumbling. In the distance beneath the night sky, a cacophony arose as heavy rain began to fall, and the subdued roars of the beasts intensified. Thus, he awaited the break of dawn, while the downpour showed no signs of abating. Li Shinji rose and traversed the mountain ridge towards the forward encampment. Who goes there? In the forest, a crimson laser locked onto him. The captain of the 8th Squad of the temporary martial artists, Li Shinji, declared his identity, projecting it for verification before proceeding onward. The evacuees from Anding City had carved out caves in the mountains as temporary shelters. Creating such dwellings was a simple task for martial artists, and procuring sustenance proved even easier. With the waters outside teeming with beasts, they could simply fish them out, dragging the creatures up the mountain. At the highest cave entrance, Wan Changming gazed towards the northwest. There, a fierce blaze consumed the landscape, accompanied by resounding explosions that illuminated the dim sky. Within each cave, many individuals peered toward the inferno, each detonation sending shivers through their hearts. Rescue efforts had faltered. Just as they approached, they encountered the beasts. Amidst the soaring flames, it was uncertain how many would survive, and the sound of weeping resonated from every cave. Descending from the mountain's summit, Li Shinji paused, gazing into the distance. Previously, from the opposite side of the mountain, he had been unable to discern any movements to the west, but now, from this elevated vantage point, He could see everything unfolding. As the water level rose, the rescue team began to navigate through the waters using boats. However, the presence of numerous ferocious beasts posed an ever-present threat of attack. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as a towering flame erupted, gradually dissipating into the air. Li Xinji, the captain of the temporary camp's 8th team, drew the beast's attention. Upon witnessing Li Xinji's arrival, Wan Changming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wan Changming stated, "I have been granted full authority to oversee the defense of this area." The previous structure of the 8th team has been restructured due to the demise of 4 captains. At this revelation, Li Xinji was momentarily taken aback. This meant a demotion in rank. Chapter 60. The revival of mythology trapped on the lonely mountain beyond the eastern sea. In the depths of the vast ocean, tumultuous waves surged, accompanied by flashes of thunder, as a blood-red dragon writhed amidst the storm. With each crash of thunder, though fear glimmered in its eyes, the dragon boldly surged toward the tempest. Its sinuous form appeared to shed layers like a serpent, with each strike of lightning causing its skin to rupture slightly. Upon the ocean's surface, a figure clad in a gray robe traversed the towering waves, wielding a spear with grace. Surrounding him, 7 colossal dragon-like beings erupted from the depths, their movements transforming the water into serpentine forms. The figure in gray deftly struck with his spear, each thrust shattered a water serpent. Yet, the formidable strength of the 7 dragons overwhelmed him, and he was struck by a sweeping tail, sent reeling backward, blood spilling forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, fleeing. The 7 dragons, relentless, pursued him from the depths of the sea to the outskirts of the Eastern Sea Pass. At this moment, only the upper half of the Eastern Sea Pass emerged above the water. The gray figure, passing through the gateway, did not linger, continuing his flight for 1,000 miles until he vanished into a mountain range. Puff. "Old Lin, how are you? Where are Old Bao and Old Qian?" In a base established on a cliff within the mountains, several figures supported the gray-clad man. Understanding his solitary state, they exchanged glances of concern. "Give me a secluded chamber. I must contact the cabinet in Kunlun." Lin Wanqian steadied himself with his spear and swiftly entered the depths of the stone chamber. The others, watching the chamber seal shut, exchanged apprehensive looks. What could be lurking in the sea that left 2 pinnacle 7th-tier warriors and 1 8th-tier warrior returning grievously wounded? Inside the chamber, Lin Wanqian steadied his injuries as holographic images began to materialize before him. 11 figures appeared in total, 9 elders from the cabinet and 2 leaders from Kunlun. "Old Lin, you are injured. First, take a look at this." Lin Wanqian waved his hand and removed a recording device from his collar. Soon, the contents began to play. "The dragon is undergoing tribulation. This is indeed true." The Kunlun leader's eyes widened in astonishment, not from fear, but from exhilaration. "I knew those ancient texts could not have been fabricated. The dragon undergoing tribulation is a sign of its transformation into a true dragon." In contrast to the Kunlun leader's exclamation, the expressions of the cabinet elders turned grave. The dragon's tribulation was no good omen for humanity. The upheaval caused by the dragon's turmoil in the ocean had already sent shockwaves across thousands of miles inland. Countless beasts surged forth, leading to the demise of tens of thousands of human warriors. The dragon's strength could be nearing the threshold of 9th tier. Once it triumphs over the tribulation and unifies with the ocean, the 8th sacred lineage of beasts would be fully realized. The elders of the cabinet deliberated on how to confront the dragon, while the 2 mountain lords of Kunlun repeatedly scrutinized the spectacle of the dragon clashing with thunder. "If only we could obtain a drop of dragon's blood, we could examine the essence within the dragon and discern how it differs from that of other beasts. I surmise that within the dragon flows dragon essence, not the inferior energy source akin to the beast cores. Over the past 2 years, the transformation of beast cores into inner elixirs within the sacred vein creatures has become increasingly apparent, indicating that there are circumstances we are yet to comprehend. Regrettably, our gathered data is far too scant to establish a comprehensive predictive model." Just as the 2 mountain lords engaged in quiet discussion, the 3rd elder of the cabinet interjected. "My lords, how many times have we witnessed legendary transformations among the beasts in the past century, including this instance with the dragon undergoing tribulation? There have been 27 occurrences since the Great Wall, 800 years hence. In the preceding 800 years, such phenomena aligning with ancient legends appeared no more than 30 times. I recall the last instance occurring 2 years ago, beyond the western sands, where the scene of fire spewing from the heavens was witnessed. Fire spewing from the heavens and the dragon's tribulation can both be regarded as ancient legendary events for humanity. In stark contrast, our current plight as a race is rather dire. The mountain lord of Kunlun spoke. Should the dragon indeed succeed in its tribulation, it is highly probable it will launch a fierce offensive. We have no other recourse. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when water rises, we shall block it. If this dragon dares to ascend the shore, we must strike. A ninth-tier beast is not something our race has never vanquished. The third elder continued, his tone laced with a palpable killing intent. Though the ninth tier is formidable, we fear not. Reports from the Shan Haiguan indicated that the Tsangshuan elephant and the Yunjing tiger clans within the beast realm were also stirring. The ninth elder then spoke. Once these two clans mobilize, the remaining sacred vein beast clans will undoubtedly follow suit, and at that juncture, the martial arts Great Wall will be engulfed in chaos, making it exceedingly difficult for us to withstand. We must take decisive action to quell the beast's restless inclinations. Which target shall we select this time? Let us choose this tribulating dragon, proposed the young mountain lord. If the marine beasts flood our heartland, and we refrain from taking action, these creatures will perceive humanity as weak and easily bullied. The third elder concurred, stating, if we are to strike, we must do so resolutely, instilling fear in these beasts and securing decades of recuperation time. I observed in the footage that there are 4 additional 8th-tier dragons. With a fierce air, the third elder declared, very well, let us prepare to carve out a period of stability for recuperation. The elder spoke, embodying the essence of humanity's foremost cultivator, his own killing intent palpable. Though the beasts may cultivate, they remain mere animals, typically inclined to prey upon the weak and shy away from the strong. The moment humanity exhibits any sign of fatigue, these creatures will pounce. To minimize casualties and avoid encirclement, there is but one strategy, to kill the chicken as a warning to the monkeys. We must strike with such ferocity that it instills dread in the rest. I propose we eradicate the newly emerged sacred vein of the marine beasts, decisively eliminating the tribulating dragon along with the other 8th-tier beasts. As he spoke, the elder raised his hand in agreement. The remaining elders followed suit, raising their hands in unison. Observing their concurrence, the elder nodded and declared, henceforth, the 7th elder shall strategize the overall plan to draw the dragon closer to the shore. The 2nd elder shall be responsible for assembling the Divine Arrow army in preparation for the eradication of the dragon. On the mountain, even if there was no immediate use for a warrior of the Thousand June realm, having one more was always advantageous. The mountain towered over 700 meters, and even in the event of a deluge, it was impossible for the entire mountain to be submerged. Thus, the safety of the camp was no longer the foremost concern. Leading Li Xinji into the cave, a luminous map unfolded before them. Wan Changming pointed to a location on the map and remarked, do you see the flames to the west? That is a convoy bringing supplies to the mountain, but unfortunately, they were ambushed by the beasts. I dare not send anyone to rescue them. Upon entering the cave and listening to Wan Changming's account, Li Xinji gained a general understanding of the current situation. Overall, the mission to rescue in Ding City had commenced fairly well. Although there were still individuals trapped within the city, the vast majority had successfully reached the mountain. Currently, Wan Changming had nearly 20,000 reserve warriors at his disposal, though most were at the stone-splitting realm, with only about 2,000 to 3,000 at the mountain opening realm. While the number of warriors was sufficient, they were confined to the mountain. Even within the territory of the beast realm, 20,000 could easily vanquish tens of thousands of beasts. However, they found themselves powerless against the relentless flood below. Wan Changming categorized these warriors into 3 divisions: garrison, mobile, and hunting. The garrison would remain around the camp, as many beasts could not ascend from the water, although some with long legs could. The area below was a vast marshland, leaving the stone-splitting and mountain-opening warriors with no choice but to remain on the mountain. Even if one were at the Thousand June realm, Li Xinji dared not plunge into the water. Should a 4th or 5th grade beast emerge, it would spell trouble. Could a dog paddle possibly compare to the prowess of a beast in the water? After conversing with Wan Changming for a while, Li Xinji was instructed to rest and have a meal, which he accepted without hesitation, as he had no other matters to attend to. The meal was simple, a roasted fish weighing 6 or 7 pounds, though it lacked flavor. After finishing the fish, Li Xinji reclined against a stone, gazing down at the tumultuous waters below. Even Wan Changming, a warrior of the Thousand June realm, remained unfazed. How could he, as a warrior of the Thousand June realm, feel any different? In that brief moment, 3 enormous beasts surfaced from the depths of the water. At least one of them was a 4th grade creature of the Thousand June realm, and as the waters rose, the previously stranded beast appeared quite pleased. How are you? Are you all right? A message arrived on his phone, a voice message from He Chiwu, whose tone sounded somewhat hoarse. I'm fine. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that old He's message had been sent in the middle of the night and had just now arrived. Thus, 3 days elapsed. Rescue vessels capsized repeatedly. And although Wan Changming knew it was futile, he organized personnel for the efforts, only to have them succumb to the waters. A sense of despair began to permeate the mountain, a palpable atmosphere of defeat. This scene has been recurrent for 930 years along the Great Wall. With no one knowing how much longer humanity can withstand the relentless assault of the monstrous beasts, Li Xinji finds himself powerless. Despite possessing the bronze coffin and the ability to deduce profound techniques, he remains merely a humble figure within the realm of the Thousand Jin. A distant humming resonated through the air as an iron bird soared from the far reaches of the sky, its thunderous roar capturing the attention of those on the mountain. Likewise, this commotion stirred the monstrous creatures lurking in the waters below into a cacophony of roars. With a splashing sound, a grotesque fish with stout, low limbs leapt onto the small hill, followed by an onslaught of other beasts beginning to ascend. Li Xinji, follow me to fend off the beasts, the rest of you. Swiftly gather the medicinal supplies. Wan Changming charged out of the cave, advancing towards the monstrous fish with fierce determination. Chapter 61. The weight of Fire God S reserves. Upon hearing the summons, Li Xinji grasped his blade and made his way down the mountainside. There was no alternative. Among the captain-level warriors atop the mountain, he was the only one left idle. If Wan Changming was not calling upon him, who else would? As he charged down the slope, Wan Changming cleaved a monstrous fish in half with a single stroke, subsequently shoving several fire god thunders into the gaping wound of the beast. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted, scattering blood and bones in every direction. This scene took Li Xinji, who was rushing from behind, somewhat by surprise. With the undulating mountain terrain providing ample cover, the creatures crawling from the water were hindered, resulting in a throng of beasts congesting at the water's edge. He forcefully yanked the small backpack from the back of this mountain-splitting warrior. Let me borrow this. Lin Lei, holding a fire god thunder in each hand, gazed in astonishment at Li Xinji, momentarily at a loss for words. After tying up the snatched bag once more, Li Xinji slung it over his shoulder and charged toward the water's edge. Within the bag were more than a dozen fire god thunders, which, if deployed correctly, could obliterate a fourth-tier beast. Of course, the prerequisite was accuracy. Aiming for the mouth or the rear would suffice. As he raced down the mountain, he locked onto a target, a hideous creature resembling a long black eel. This beast, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from the water, effortlessly sweeping away other monsters in its path, climbing the mountain as if it were level ground. Sensing the aura radiating from this creature, even if it was not a fourth-tier beast, it was undoubtedly a formidable presence among the third tier. Upon noticing Li Xinji's approach, the black eel opened its mouth and let out a fearsome roar, its fangs bared menacingly. Clang! Li Xinji met it head-on with a downward strike. The black eel did not evade but instead charged forward, resulting in Li Xinji stumbling back several paces before regaining his footing. In contrast, the eel bore only a shallow mark upon its forehead. Enraged, the black eel swung its tail, and Li Xinji leapt into the air, shattering the stones beneath him into dust. Next, he witnessed the black eel lunge towards him, its mouth agape. Without hesitation, he retrieved a few small explosives from his pack and tossed them into the eel's open maw. Clang, clang. His feet struck the creature's forehead as he swiftly retreated. Boom. Before he could retreat far, the shockwave, mingled with shredded flesh, slammed into him, propelling him back a dozen meters until he collided with a rock. Looking back at the once arrogant creature, its head was obliterated, leaving only a quivering half-body, while the surrounding beasts lay defeated. After vanquishing several large monsters, the aquatic beasts gradually settled down, with only a few weaker ones continuing their ascent. Meanwhile, iron birds circled the small mountain, dropping large crates that landed within the terrain. Soon, these supplies were gathered together, encompassing medicines and temporary communication devices. Once the necessary arrangements were made, communication between the temporary camp and the outside world was partially restored, and the ailing received treatment. He could now be referred to as Li, the defender of the temporary martial arts camp against the beast attacks along the water's edge. Moreover, his ranks had swelled to 800, each individual possessing the strength of the mountain opening realm. Wan Changming entrusted him with the task of guarding against beasts emerging from the depths of the water. An order had been issued from above, mandating that the temporary camp endure for at least 2 months. To fulfill this mission and ensure the safety of those on the mountain, Wan Changming mobilized all martial artists to establish a defensive perimeter around the small mountain. This defense was quite simple. They carved the water's edge into a sheer cliff, making it significantly more challenging for long-legged beasts to ascend. Captain, there's a situation at the rear mountain. A 1,000-gene realm beast has appeared. Upon hearing the call, Li Xinji hurried towards the rear mountain, accompanied by 10 martial artists, each laden with bags filled with fire god thunder. These 10 served as his mobile arsenal, each carrying dozens of the explosive fire god toys. At the rear mountain, a tusked monster fish churned the waters, sending several martial artists who were chiseling the rocks tumbling down. As the beast roared, numerous legged shrimp and crabs began to emerge onto the shore. Approaching the water's edge, Li Xinji surveyed the scene below. The other martial artists commenced the extermination of the beasts that had come ashore, while the 10 mobile arsenal warriors stood steadfastly behind him. Captain, Fire God Thunder. The foremost among the arsenal warriors, Lin Lei, had found a sense of self-fulfillment since being commandeered by Li Xinji for the munitions. Following closely beside Captain Li, he wreaked havoc, having already dispatched 17,000 gene realm beasts in just 3 days, all thanks to the explosives provided by the captain. Pride surged within him. Of course, the number of 1,000 gene realm beasts felled by the captain in recent days far exceeded this tally. Without any fire god thunder at his disposal, Li Xinji gradually approached the water's edge. The troublesome beast before him was merely of the lower 1,000 gene realm, rendering the explosives unnecessary. The little toys were reserved for more formidable opponents. With a splash, as he neared the water's edge, the 1,000 gene realm beast lunged at him without provocation. A flash of his blade, and the creature was gutted, its body hurled onto the shore. Resolved, after dispatching the 1,000 gene realm beast, the ordinary beasts that had surged ashore were also cleared away. Now he was akin to a fire chief, dashing where he was needed. The entire vicinity surrounding the small mountain, spanning several miles, was rife with beasts, keeping him perpetually on the move. Thus, the fire chief scurried about the mountain. And in the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. A 10-meter-high sheer cliff had been carved around the small mountain, bringing a semblance of comfort to those above. As long as formidable beasts did not appear, their safety was significantly enhanced. The gathering of people continued to excavate caves high in the mountains, stockpiling rainwater and meticulously preparing the hunted demon beasts by cooking and drying them, thus laying the groundwork for a protracted struggle. Outside a narrow cave, 2 figures stood guard. Within, the blood energy surged through Li Xinji's body. Having consumed 4 doses of mid-tier demon blood, he ascended to the 3rd level of the 1,000 June realm in a single surge. Following his elevation, he continued to circulate the blood energy within his meridians, nourishing every part of his body, with particular focus on the left shoulder where a crimson mark resided. After more than half a month as the fire captain, the burden was immense. His bare skin bore red marks both front and back, remnants of the days past. Although his battle attire provided some defense, it could not wholly prevent the penetration of force. Every encounter with a demon beast left him reeling with discomfort. Captain, battalion commander calls for you. There is an important matter to discuss. Understood. After acknowledging, Li Xinji donned his freshly cleaned battle attire and stepped outside, inside the high cave. Upon entering, he encountered several captains and battalion commander Wan Changming. The assembly was summoned for a purpose. Upon seeing Li Xinji, Wan Changming spoke directly. The water levels outside have begun to recede over the past 2 days, and the 4th-tier demon beasts have not appeared for 3 days. I have reported to higher authorities and preparations are underway for my replacement at the Eastern Sea Pass. Wan Changming's words were both surprising and anticipated. The receding water levels indicated a reduction in high-tier demon beasts. The construction of a defensive system had significantly enhanced the safety of the mountain. Remaining there meant waiting idly. Commander, take me with you. Captain Sun Shua interjected. I can't stand being cooped up here all day. I would rather confront the demon beasts head-on. I just submitted my application. We'll have to wait for their decision. Wan Changming lit a cigarette and replied. The Eastern Sea Pass has been breached for such a long time, and the seawater has yet to fully recede, indicating a serious issue. Going there may not be beneficial. His statement fell into a silence among the group. Having rescued the majority of the people from Anding City and maintained their watch thus far, if they continued to hold the line until the end of hostilities, each one present would earn significant commendations. Even the elders of the cabinet would have to acknowledge their impressive accomplishment. Xinji, why are you so quiet? Amidst the silence, someone turned their gaze to Li Xinji. Caught off guard, he hadn't expected the conversation to shift to him. Trapped here, dealing with the mountain daily, he too yearned for the opportunity to venture elsewhere. Commander, The stockpile of Thunderfire artillery on the mountain is dwindling. Could we arrange for a resupply from the rear? Upon hearing this, several captains shook their heads. Shinji, I assume you've been enjoying your time fishing these days? Li Shinji smiled, but remained silent. At this moment, within his bronze coffin lay nearly 100 Thunderfire artillery shells, along with numerous bags containing them. If the opportunity arose to toss these into the mouths of fifth-tier demon beasts, it would surely obliterate their minds. I have already reported the situation on the mountain when I submitted my application. Wan Changming spoke, stating that when his successor arrived, they would undoubtedly bring a substantial supply of resources. Of course, any beasts beyond the 4th rank were to be dismissed. It was not that they were useless, but rather that ordinary warriors could hardly approach such formidable creatures. Beasts of that caliber possessed impenetrable defenses. Even the fire god Thunder, when unleashed from a distance, would fail to inflict any lethal damage. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji nodded in agreement. If reinforcements were forthcoming, that would be most fortuitous. There remained 70 or 80 boxes of fire god Thunder in the temporary armory on the mountain. He planned to take a few boxes for himself shortly. Each box contained 10 pieces, totaling over 100. With a concerted effort, when confronted by a 5th-rank beast, he envisioned inserting nearly 200 of those delightful explosives into the creature's rear. How exhilarating. Chapter 62. A new mission. It appears that our captain, Li, has recently developed quite an infatuation with the explosive demon beasts. Youth truly has its advantages, brimming with vigor. Unlike us, who find ourselves in a state of stagnation, merely treading water. The brief respite has allowed the weary souls, who have been tense for days, to finally unwind. As they relaxed, their conversations inevitably veered towards more risky topics. Li Shinji was well acquainted with this scenario, chuckling as he remarked, "Tonight, try not to sleep too soundly, or I shall stuff the fire god Thunder into your rear ends." Laughter erupted as they jested, but just then, the communicator beside Wan Changming sprang to life, prompting everyone to fall silent. A glowing figure clad in the uniform of the Wuan army appeared. Captain Wan Changming of the Mingzi Battalion, report for orders. The group stood at attention, directing their gazes towards the illuminated silhouette. It was Lu Daqian of the Wuan army from Jiangbei. The figure briefly introduced himself before continuing. Based on the reported circumstances, the Temporary Operations Department has conducted an analysis. In light of your unit's commendable performance in rescuing Anding City, your request to engage in operations at Donghai Pass has been approved. I hereby announce your unit's new operational orders. Upon hearing this, Li Shinji exchanged glances with his comrades. It was clear that this directive was not solely meant for Wan Changming. In 2 days, a contingent of Qi Jun Realm warriors would arrive at their location. At that time, the priority would be to replenish the losses within Mingzi Battalion at the captain level. Captain Wan Changming was instructed to select 500 reserve warriors from their current ranks within 3 days to reorganize the Mingzi Battalion, awaiting further orders. The order was issued in the year 932 of the Great Wall. Understood. With the declaration complete, Lu Daqian's projection faded away. Captain, does this mean we are to proceed to Donghai Pass? Asked one of the officers. 500 men? Captain, are we allowed to choose our personnel? This inquiry elicited exchanged glances among the 5 captains. The reserve warriors in Anding City were limited. And excluding the injured and fallen, there were less than 2,000 warriors of the opening mountain realm remaining. They would need to reserve a portion of these for the new captain's arrival. Very well, proceed. Wan Changming waved his hand, recognizing the necessity of accommodating this request after their shared battles over the past days. After the others exited, they did not leave but instead surrounded Li Shinji. Shinji, I still have 20 fire god thunders. Would you care for some? Sun Shuo, quick-witted, clasped Li Shinji's shoulder, while the remaining captains, slower on the uptake, were left empty-handed. The reason for the captain's sudden convergence was due to Li Shinji's role as the temporary commander. For over half a month, he had been the firefighting captain, and earlier, in establishing the cliff defense system, the other captains had led ordinary warriors in arduous tasks, while Wan Changming had allocated the elite from the reserve warriors to Li Shinji for the sake of maintaining mobility and combat effectiveness. At present, Li Shinji still commanded several hundred eager warriors of the opening mountain realm. 3 days hence, the Mingzi Battalion would be restructured, with a total of 500 personnel, organized into 15 squads as per protocol. Caution, my friend. I possess a delightful treasure, previously unused for blasting stones. Let us employ it for fishing instead. Come. I also have a fine bottle of wine, a gift secretly bestowed upon me by a young lady from the mountains. Shall I introduce you to her? Brothers, You are suffocating me with your demands. Li Shinji emerged from beneath several arms and declared, "We agreed that I do not desire your possessions. Our purpose is to slay the beastly fiends." Look, Shinji speaks wisely, while we are at a loss for words. Sun Sha interjected. Isn't the fire god S thunder meant for exterminating those vile creatures? With the multitude of beasts outside these past 2 weeks, our resources have dwindled beyond measure. What can we do? That night, the remaining fire goddess Thunder in the temporary mountain cave, along with 2 large bags of delightful surprises, mysteriously vanished. In any case, amidst the torrential waters outside, we heard several detonations, though whether they struck any beasts remains unknown. One individual temporarily claimed 2 pieces. Under the cloak of night, shadows gathered nearly Shinji's resting cave. The captain of the rescue team was no fool. He first assembled 100 individuals, each one at least at mid-level in the mountain opening realm. From the over 70 boxes of fire god S thunder in the temporary storage, Li Shinji took 20 boxes, which he has now distributed. Though the quantity is not vast, it may prove life-saving at a critical moment. All right, remain vigilant, and let us take turns resting. As he dispersed the group, Li Shinji walked into the cave, lifted 2 large iron boxes, and made his way to the edge of the cliff. "Captain Li," someone called out, "are you still preparing for fishing?" The patrolling warriors greeted him as he appeared. Once the patrol moved further away, Li Shinji opened the iron boxes, revealing the super fire goddess Thunder transported from the storage, each piece equivalent to 100. His blood essence surged into his palms, pressing down into the boxes. Soon, the 2 emptied boxes were hurled into the depths of the waters below. The warriors arriving to take over came swiftly by the following afternoon. An iron bird-like aircraft descended upon the mountain. Once the hatch opened, boxes of supplies and fire god S thunder were unloaded, forming a small mountain of provisions. "Brother, the situation appears dire," Li Shinji remarked as he and several captains gathered, surveying the materials unloaded at the small clearing atop the mountain. "It is quite normal for supplies to be sent, yet the volume seems excessive. 1, 5, 17, 98. Captain Yang Han began counting the boxes. A total of 170 large boxes have been unloaded, each containing 100 pieces of fire god S thunder, with many more still in the cargo hold. Sun Sha approached, stating, "I notice there are also large fire god S thunders that have yet to be unloaded. Are they intending for us to risk our lives?" Li Shinji examined the supplies thoroughly. This time, he had no intention of letting them slip away. The new camp leader, replacing Wan Changming, was named Hong Jinhai, and he did not inspect the previous consumption of resources either. Everyone shared an unspoken understanding. With the arrival of 13 formidable warriors from the Iron Bird, the Mingzi camp swiftly augmented its ranks and commenced the selection of personnel from the reserve stationed in the mountains. After a significant portion of the day, the Mingzi camp underwent a comprehensive reorganization. The total strength reached 1,500 personnel, comprising 18 warriors of the formidable realm and 1 of the transcendent realm, divided into 15 small squads. Each warrior was equipped with 10 Fire God Thunderbolts, while each squad received an additional 3 large Fire God Thunderbolts, along with a complete assortment of medical kits and heavy Fire God rifles. This configuration significantly enhanced the camp's combat capabilities, indicating that they were preparing for a fierce confrontation. Sun Sha took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and extinguished the butt underfoot. Their exemplary completion of the rescue mission had drawn the attention of influential figures, signaling that they were poised for greater responsibilities. "Enough talk. Let us convene," he declared. Within the cave, Wan Changming and Hong Jinhai presided over the meeting, the latter bearing injuries and looking pale. The entrance was graced by over 20 figures, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. "Without further ado, I will outline the upcoming mission," Wan Changming announced, unfurling a luminous map. "Our objective is here. The Lushan Beacon Fort, situated 60 miles northeast of the East Sea Pass. Commander Hong has just returned from the Lushan Beacon Fort. Let him share his insights to prepare everyone mentally," Wan Changming suggested. Hong Jinhai surveyed the figures in the cave, his lips twitching before he spoke. "Brothers, brace yourselves." At his words, a solemn silence enveloped the cave. Hong Commander seemed fatigued. At that moment, Wan Changming interjected, "Commander Hong, what is the situation at the Lushan Beacon Fort?" A voice inquired. "It is quite dire, akin to an isolated island, necessitating daily airdrops of supplies," he replied. "If it is indeed an isolated island, why not abandon it?" "I shall address that," Wan Changming continued. "Let us first examine the current circumstances." With that, the imagery shifted, revealing a vivid scene. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the territories of the two great beast clans, the Songlei elephant and the Yunjing tiger, outside the Shanhaiguan, had succumbed to a level 7 beast tide, with 5 level 7 beasts emerging and the intensity only escalating. Meanwhile, the Xinhua Crow clan outside the Huasha Pass was also stirring restlessly. Reports of such grim developments deepened the somber mood among the gathered warriors, just as the East Sea struggled to subdue its beasts. Others seemed to sense an opportunity and were poised to strike. These are disturbances from other directions of the martial arts Great Wall. Now, let us focus on the beasts outside the East Sea Pass, Wan Changming said, clapping his hands to regain everyone's attention. This mission is perilous, and since it involves risking lives, clarity is essential. Currently, not only is the Lushan Beacon Fort in jeopardy, but over 20 beacon forts to the north and south of the East Sea Pass are also engaged in fierce battles against the marine beasts. Among them is the esteemed 8th-level warrior, Fang Ziyue, stationed at the East Sea Pass, and guarding the Lushan Beacon Fort is the 7th-level warrior, Guo Tianqiu. Along the entire eastern coastal line, our human race boasts 2 8th-tier warriors and nearly 30 7th-tier fighters gathered together. I, Old One, am a straightforward man, lacking in grandiloquent speeches, yet I shall say this. If you do not rise, and I do not rise, then what hope remains for our kind? The strong possess their own battleground. Although our martial arts levels may be modest, we are nonetheless warriors. What, then, is the purpose of our cultivation? In the cavern, many fell into a contemplative silence, while some, lost in their thoughts, took out cigarettes, lighting one for themselves and inhaling deeply. Very well. The first group is set to depart tonight. As squad leaders, it is now time for you to determine who will comprise this initial contingent. Chapter 63. The Infinite Beasts Ascend. Boom. The Iron Bird aircraft roared as it soared vertically into the sky, heading towards the horizon. This flying machine bore a resemblance to an airplane, its wings curving downwards like the majestic wings of a great bird. To maximize the capacity for cargo and personnel, the cabin had been stripped bare, and Li Xinji, along with his companions, sat closely together. However, their team was not complete, as 2 individuals had not boarded the aircraft. Li Xinji declined Wan Changming's suggestion to fill the vacancies. 98 individuals were sufficient. Adding 2 low-tier practitioners from the open mountain realm or the stone-shattering realm seemed unnecessary. Looking down through the window, one could faintly see the shimmering surface of the water below, with the occasional hill or structure peeking above the waves. As they journeyed eastward, they encountered several other iron birds in the sky, all providing support to the front line of the East Sea Pass. Currently, the martial arts Great Wall was under the watchful gaze of the beasts, forcing other martial artists from different provinces, originally dispatched to aid Jiang and province, to divert some of their forces to address various regions. Consequently, Jiang and province was left to summon reserves and retired veterans to bolster the defenses at the pass. The fire beacon fortress of Lushan Pass stood tall atop Lushan Mountain, flanked by relatively low hills on either side. 2 subordinate hills and 1 main mountain formed the defensive structure of the fortress. At this moment, only the 3 peaks of Lushan were visible above the surging waters. The tumultuous waves relentlessly battered the city walls, each wave revealing countless beasts lurking beneath the surface. They were preparing to land at the northern gate of Lushan, ready for battle. As the Iron Bird circled above the fire beacon fortress, Wan Changming shouted loudly and was the first to reach the hatch. Everyone prepared to jump down. With no landing space available at the fortress, the Iron Bird could only hover above while the martial artists within awaited their opportunity to leap. Brothers, fight to the death. As the hatch swung open, Wan Changming leaped into the abyss. Li Xinji exchanged glances with another captain and approached the hatch. At this moment, the distance to the fortress was not great, and even practitioners from the stone-shattering realm could jump down with ease. The challenge, however, lay in the relentless waves and the myriad of beasts, as one misstep could lead to being swept away. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as another Iron Bird was struck by a blue streak of light emerging from the sea. In an instant, it exploded midair, scattering countless fragments and figures. Damn! Witnessing this scene, Li Xinji turned to those behind him and shouted, "If you don't want to die up here, jump with me." Splash! He leaped from the Iron Bird, plunging directly into the massive waves. As several beasts charged toward him, Li Xinji wielded his blade, cleaving them down. Breaking through the waves, he landed inside the fortress, only to find himself on unstable ground, gazing at fallen martial artists devoid of life. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of blade energy, shredding the beasts that emerged from the sea, providing cover for the descending warriors. Alas, some were not so fortunate. Having just jumped down, they were swept away by the crashing waves. "Captain, I'm injured." The cacophony of sounds enveloped Li Shinji. Yet he remained oblivious to them. At this moment, outside, colossal waves surged, and monstrous beasts swarmed like a tempest, crashing relentlessly towards the city. Iron birds continuously soared overhead, delivering warriors who plunged into the fray, where humanity and beasts clashed fiercely. As he observed the spiraling iron birds departing, Li Shinji glanced back and shouted, "Report. 71 personnel. 3 severely injured." Linlei approached, bellowing at close range. "As previously agreed, those of higher realms shall accompany me at the forefront," with waves crashing one after another. The thunderous sounds resonated around him, amidst a throng of warriors resisting the onslaught. Wan Changming was inexplicably positioned somewhere in the chaos, just as a defensive gap appeared. Li Shinji commanded his team of warriors to form a formation alongside him. At that moment, he could only curse inwardly, lamenting that even before the battle had truly begun, casualties had already approached a third of their number. If this ratio held, then among the 1,500 warriors of the Mingzi camp, 500 would perish upon engagement. Several 9th-level warriors of the mountain opening realm aligned behind Li Shinji, followed by those of the 8th and 7th levels. "Raise your blades. Kill." With a powerful wave crashing down, the glint of blades flashed, severed limbs of the beasts flying through the air. The waves bore only ordinary beasts, making them relatively easy to dispatch. The sole issue was their overwhelming numbers. Time and again, he swung his blade, repeating the motion. Before long, Li Shinji spotted Wan Changming. 200 meters from their current position lay the defensive perimeter of the Mingzi camp. Wan Changming approached, leaning in to shout into Li Shinji's ear, "Be cautious. Watch for beast ambushes. Hold out until all personnel from the Mingzi camp arrive. I'll send Sun Shua and his men to assist you." "Understood." Li Shinji nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath the towering peaks of the Lushan Mountains, vast caverns had long been excavated, establishing a corresponding wartime system. The warriors battling atop the city walls could be rotated for rest during the combat. Suddenly, a roar erupted as waves cascaded down, revealing dozens of long, fang-filled beasts leaping from the water with astonishing speed. They were swordfish demons. A warrior from the group gasped, swiftly brandishing a fire god thunder, hurling it into the water in an attempt to scatter the swordfish swarm. These demonic fish bore a striking resemblance to the swordfish of the sea, their upper jaws extending as long as their bodies, while their lower jaws were notably shorter, enabling them to dart through the water like arrows released from a bow. Before the leading swordfish even descended, Li Shinji severed its mouth. Without retreating, he advanced, cleaving towards the foremost swordfish. The leader of this pack was at the mid-tier of the Thousand June realm, its elongated mouth lunging towards Li Shinji's battle attire. Seizing the moment, he decapitated the creature. "Captain, be cautious. Behind you." In an instant, a larger swordfish soared upward, its body still outside the city walls, its mouth already piercing his shoulder. "Beast, die," roared Wan Changming as he charged from a distance. Gripped by the swordfish's maw, Li Shinji, on the verge of being thrown back, grasped the slender fish mouth and deftly tossed the fire god thunder into its gaping jaws. Immediately, he exerted his strength, propelling the swordfish outside the city. With a thunderous roar, Wan Changming rushed forward, only to be splattered with blood. Wiping his face with the falling seawater, Lao Wan turned to Li Shinji and remarked, "It's good that you're fine. Just be more careful next time." Waves crashed relentlessly, soaking him each time. Outside the city, colossal beasts emerged partially from the water, coldly observing the fortress. Small, reckless demonic creatures surged forward like minions. Thus, they spent the day in relentless slaughter, and as dusk approached, Sun Shua and his men arrived from behind. "Brother, allow me to take over. Let the others rest." Li Shinji, not one to refuse, beckoned his comrades to retreat. It was only then that he surveyed the entire fortress with clarity. The 3 cities surrounding Lushan Pass formed a character resembling, with the main city at the forefront, while he now stood at the rear. Although it was a secondary fortress, it remained vast, with the surrounding walls stretching over 5 or 6 miles. "Captain, we just found this fire god thunder," Linlei said, handing a cloth bag to Li Shinji. There were only about 20 or so inside. "All right. Hurry down to the caverns and make the most of your meal and rest." He rallied the warriors of his team to the central area, entering the mountain's interior. After a day of fishing and battling monstrous waves, everyone was fatigued. As the group descended, a healer rushed forward. "Who has been injured?" A dozen unfortunate souls bitten by beasts were pulled away by the healer. The group settled in designated spots to rest, with warm food being served. As for comfort, they could not expect much. They leaned against the rocky walls, beginning to eat. "Youth, come and have some fish." An elderly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a large iron spoon with steady hands, piled Li Shinji's bowl high. After finishing the meal, he leaned back against the rock wall, swallowing a drop of demonic blood to heal the wounds inflicted by the swordfish's beak. The following day, a team rose once more, ascending the city walls to relieve Sun Sha, who had been killing fish throughout the night. Gradually, as time passed, even though they faced primarily ordinary demonic beasts, the team began to suffer casualties. After 10 days, among the 100 warriors who initially followed Li Shinji, only 23 remained. A month later, the number still stood at 100, but only 13 of the original warriors persisted, forming ranks atop the city walls to slay fish. Each warrior felt a sense of relentless toil. As they hacked away, fatigue began to set in. Suddenly, amidst the crashing waves, the glint of blades flashed as 15 demonic beasts were severed. At that moment, a surge of vitality coursed through Li Shinji, blood energy flowing through his meridians, new strength blossoming in every corner of his body. 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. In the instant of his ascension, he unleashed a strike, the blade's aura slicing through the air for dozens of meters, obliterating a group of beasts outside the city. This marked his second breakthrough since ascending the Lushan Beacon Fortress. Under such intensity, the rhythmic pulsation of blood and energy within the body compels one to ascend in power. Likewise, every warrior who engages in the slaying of demons here, provided they endure, experiences a notable enhancement in their abilities. Take, for instance, the squad leads from the initial group that arrived to the subsequent reinforcements. There are a total of 11 warriors at the 9th level of the opening mountain realm. During this period, 3 perished in battle for sustained severe injuries, and 2 were promoted to the 1000 June realm, leaving the remaining 2 striving diligently with their blades. The demon beasts continue to emerge relentlessly, occasionally presenting formidable 3rd and 4th grade creatures to challenge them. Amidst such pressure, the other reserve warriors also blossom like ancient trees in spring, each attaining advancements in their realms, provided they are fortunate enough to survive. Chapter 64, The Return of the Tortoise Shell and the Reconstruction of the Demon Town. Boom. 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 Freshly ascended in rank, the blood energy surged within Li Shinji as he unleashed a flurry of over a dozen slashes. The waves crashing against the city walls were instantly obliterated by his blade's aura, sending countless fragments of demon beast flesh flying. The clearing ahead provided a brief respite for the warriors behind. "Captain, we've been stationed here for a month. When can we descend and rest?" Lin Lei inched forward, one of the few who had yet to attain the 1000 June realm, standing at the 9th level of the foundational stage, closely positioned beside Li Shinji. The demon beasts had scarcely reached them before being nearly decimated. Any that managed to slip through were merely the remnants Li Shinji left behind. Lin Lei paid this no mind, as he constantly carried 3 small pouches filled with the fire god Thunder. One must have a clear sense of self. He was indeed that one. Lin Lei's inquiry was also what Li Shinji desired to know. Over the past month, the Iron Bird had ceaselessly dispatched warriors, forcing them to clash head-on with the demon beasts of the sea. Not to mention other teams, just within his squad, they had been replenished 5 times in a month, with casualties exceeding 300, not accounting for those gravely wounded and unable to continue. His post was merely a scant few dozen meters atop the city wall, and by day's end, countless had perished in battle. Such combat resembled a strategy of pouring oil onto flames. The demon beasts from the sea were relentless, and it was uncertain how many more would need to be sent to replace the fallen. Despite the prolonged engagement, the number of corpses floating in the sea was surprisingly limited. Any demon beasts slain were either consumed by the warriors or devoured by the beasts of the ocean. From the distant view of the Lushan Beacon Fortress, the entire eastern sea pass had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. After a month of continuous conflict, even Li Shinji felt a weariness settling in. The constant dampness left the seawater trickling down his pants, and with a vigorous shake of his head, droplets splattered about. "Everyone, stay sharp. Tomorrow we begin a 3-day rest for the Ming Battalion, while the Shao Battalion will take over our defenses." Wan Chaming approached from afar. A scruffy man with bloodshot eyes, his long knife secured to his hand with a leather cord, having worn a bloodstain into his skin. As dusk fell, the warriors of the Shao Battalion ascended the city wall, taking over from the Ming Battalion, who had endured a month of bitter fighting and multiple resupplies. Li Shinji led the group into the mountain cave, and only at that moment did everyone exhale in relief, leaning against the stone walls, disregarding their drenched attire. "Young men, dinner is served." The server appeared promptly, his lean yet strong hands brimming with food. Gazing at the fish before him, Li Shinji refrained from picking up his chopsticks. Having grown weary of fish after a month's worth of consumption, "Captain, why aren't you eating?" Linlei, having polished off his own meal, turned to look at Li Shinji's plate. "Help yourself if you wish." "Thank you, Captain. You are truly kind." Linlei eagerly snatched the largest fish from the top and began to devour it. This was freshly killed and prepared, retaining the essence and vitality of the demon beast to the fullest extent. As everyone strives to enhance their prowess, it is not solely the pressure that fuels their ambition, but also the daily consumption of formidable beasts that plays a significant role. After feeding Linlei, Li Shinji rose to inspect the condition of the warriors within the team. One by one, upon gaining an understanding of their circumstances, he proceeded along the lengthy cavern. Throughout the expanse of the East Sea, the mountains are interconnected, and the terrain has long been excavated, reinforced with alloy to withstand the direct assaults of sixth-tier beasts countless times. Within the serpentine tunnel, warriors reclined and rested against the walls. Descending further, he arrived at the innermost chamber, where a chilling draft enveloped him, the walls adorned with thick layers of ice. The elongated tunnel continued to extend downward, with numerous carved alcoves on either side. The cavern was not deserted. Occasionally, a warrior emerged from one of the alcoves. Each alcove bore a distinct number etched into its exterior. Venturing deeper, Li Shinji entered the alcove numbered 55. Inside, he found the resting place of the warriors who had perished in the recent battles of the Mingzi camp. Upon entering, he surveyed the figures encased within ice coffins, activating his phone to match their images with the corresponding information. Most of these individuals were strangers to him. Some had not exchanged a single word before their untimely demise. After being integrated into his team, they had fallen in battle shortly thereafter, with some even swept away by the sea, their remains lost to the depths. In that moment, he recalled the brutish Zhao Defeng, beginning to grasp the weight of the emotions his old comrade must have felt. Lives, vibrant and full, had been extinguished. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. The walls of the alcove were carved with rectangular stone slots, each perfectly designed to house an ice coffin. It was undeniable. One coffin per slot resembled a tomb. After a brief examination, Li Shinji concluded that this was indeed a grave. A moment later, he gently shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. A tomb is merely a tomb, a relic of past lives. In this lifetime, he was dedicated to the path of martial cultivation. After verifying the information, he closed the last ice coffin and pushed it into its designated slot. Crack. Taking a couple of steps forward, he lightly tapped the surface, causing a cascade of fragments to tumble and reveal a dark chasm beneath. At first glance, the depth was unfathomable, obscuring what lay within. Li Shinji felt little curiosity toward this newfound abyss. In the current turmoil, what significance did an ancient tomb hold, even if it predated the beastly transformations? Antiquities in chaotic times held little value. Better to rest and prepare for the battles that lay ahead. With a firm hand on the ice coffin, he prepared to push it further into the slot. Crack. This time, the stone slot fractured entirely, and as the ice coffin threatened to plunge, Li Shinji swiftly caught it with both hands, setting it aside. Before him, a 1-meter-wide hole materialized, accompanied by a swishing sound that pierced the air. In an instant, he gripped his sword, poised to strike at the ethereal glow. Thud! The pale golden blood flowed down the blade as the severed figure split in two, resembling an oversized worm magnified countless times. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the sound of something breaking through the air echoed once more. Li Shinji took a few steps back and swung his blade, severing the worm-like creatures that scattered across the ground. These beings twisted and curled for a moment before utterly losing their vitality. Moments later, Li Shinji opened his palm, a drop of golden demon blood rolling in the center. By slaying these worm-like entities, he had managed to extract this single droplet of blood, its golden hue remarkably resplendent, indicating a remarkably high purity of their bloodline. At that instant, the bronze coffin stirred, directly absorbing the golden liquid. Li Shinji casually picked up a fragment of stone and tossed it downwards. Clang! The hole was not particularly deep. The glow of his phone illuminated the space as he stepped into the cavity, revealing a passageway nearly 2 meters deep. Through the light, the damp rock walls were visible, occasionally hosting a worm that curled up upon encountering the brightness. After walking a mere 10 meters, Li Shinji halted, his feet resting upon 2 turtle shells, which had turned a dark green hue from prolonged exposure to the moist environment. In the blink of an eye, the turtle shells appeared atop the bronze coffin, their surface's dark green gradually dissipating. After traversing approximately 2 miles, a glimmer of light emerged ahead, prompting Li Shinji to extinguish his phone's illumination and approach stealthily. Uncertain of when this would conclude, he overheard a voice emanating from the lighted area. "Are you all right now?" "I'm fine, damn it. I almost met my end this time. Why can't the sea monsters ever be exterminated?" As he arrived at the illuminated spot, he tilted his head upward to inspect a vertical shaft, through which he could see the shimmering reflection of water below. Evidently, this connected to another subterranean chamber inhabited by humans. It seemed the forces above had intensified their efforts. Not only the reserves, but also martial arts academies throughout Jiangnan province had been mobilized to rebuild the demon suppression army through a baptism of blood and fire. He hoped these young recruits would fare better than last time when the Iron Birds hadn't even landed before they were struck, not knowing which academy had suffered. From the looks of it, this tomb path had been nearly fully exploited. Yet, he pondered whether the turtle shells here were of the same origin as those obtained from the Linen River. Upon returning to his team's location, Li Shinji leaned against the rock wall and closed his eyes. In his mind, the bronze coffin flickered with a faint glow, the turtle shells scattered irregularly across its surface, totaling no fewer than 27 pieces. This scene resembled a fill-in-the-blank question in a language exam, with almost all spaces left empty and scarce hints provided. "Shinji, come with me." As Li Shinji pondered, Wan Changming appeared, beckoning him without disclosing their destination. After following Wan Changming through a winding route, they arrived at a stone chamber. Upon entering, Li Shinji's gaze fell upon one of the walls. This wall featured a series of small, palm-sized depressions, each intricately patterned, perfectly suited for placing the turtle shells within. On this wall, there exist over 100 small indentations, yet none are adorned with turtle shells. "This is Commander Yefeng, my former superior." Wan Changming pointed towards Li Shinji, addressing a tall warrior. "Old camp leader, this is Li Shinji. I have recommended him to become the captain of the newly established demon-subduing army in the town." Regaining his composure, Li Shinji turned to the commander Yu. Standing tall and upright, Captain Li Shinji of the Ming Character Battalion. Chapter 65, Captain of the Demon Suppression Team. A new mission Yufeng, towering in stature, exuded an air of authority without anger. At this moment, he sat behind a stone table, engrossed in a tablet, scrolling through information regarding Li Shinji, including some video recordings of battles. Observing Yufeng's focused demeanor, Wan Changming leaned closer to Li Shinji and whispered, "Do not be afraid. The old camp leader is simply like this." The demon suppression army at Donghai Pass had suffered catastrophic losses, prompting the cabinet to summon formidable warriors from the martial arts Great Wall to prepare for the reconstruction of the Donghai demon suppression army. In recent days, a steady stream of reserve martial artists had been dispatched from the rear, related to the rebuilding efforts. Through Wan Changming's hushed explanations, Li Shinji began to understand. The ongoing skirmishes with demon beasts served as both training and assessment. Under the cabinet's reserve system, the martial artists were either retired veterans or young individuals from various academies who had yet to see combat. Among the retired warriors, many had not set foot on the battlefield for years, and the youth lacked sufficient experience. In such circumstances, promoting reserve martial artists directly to the ranks of the demon suppression army would result in insufficient combat capability. Thus, the necessity of fierce encounters with demon beasts arose. Naturally, this selection process was rather brutal, with a casualty rate of at least 80% among the injured and fallen. Li Shinji. Here. The moment he heard his name, Li Shinji snapped back to attention. "In light of your combat experience over the past few years at the martial arts Great Wall, I now formally appoint you as the captain of the 3rd team of the Donghai Pass Demon Suppression Army, under the command of camp leader Fan Yunping." "Understood." Shortly thereafter, Li Shinji's phone illuminated, revealing a new position in his personal identity account: captain of the 3rd team of the Donghai Pass Demon Suppression Army. This time, it was no longer temporary. He was truly a martial artist of the Demon Suppression Army. "Come now, do not be so stiff. Sit down and let us talk." Once the formal appointment concluded, Yufeng's imposing aura softened. "I just reviewed your information, and you are still a student yet to graduate from Jiangbei Academy. Currently, I am short on personnel, and I can only bring you into the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army. The battlefield is the best training ground. Other matters can wait until we have repelled the demon beasts." Listening to Yufeng's words, Wan Changming appeared somewhat disheartened. "Your team will be selected from the martial artists who have battled in the Ming Division over the past few days. If you notice any promising individuals, feel free to bring them along." Yufeng continued. "Additionally, 3 vice captains of the Qianjun realm will be assigned to the team, preparing for further expansion. Without lingering too long, Li Xinji and Wan Changming departed from the stone chamber where Yufeng was situated. Let us go and select our team. Choose anyone you deem suitable from the camp. As they stepped outside, Wan Changming hurriedly pulled Li Xinji along. The demon suppression army was the elite of the elite. Their reputation must not be tarnished. Dragged by Wan Changming, they arrived at a smaller stone chamber, where the door closed behind them, enveloping the room in tranquility. I have sent you the profiles of everyone in the camp. You now have time to peruse and make your selections. After speaking, Wan Changming pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving Li Xinji alone. After surveying his surroundings, Li Xinji seated himself at the stone table and opened the documents sent by Wan Changming. Following a month of intense conflict, the Mingzi camp had undergone several reinforcements and currently boasted over 960 members, including 37 warriors at the Qianjun realm and nearly 300 martial artists at the 5th level of the Kaishan realm and above. Selecting a team of warriors from among them, along with 2 or 3 assistants at the Qianjun realm, was not a daunting task. As he reviewed the information, Li Xinji marked his chosen candidates: Deputy Captain Zhao Haishan, Cheng Yibin, Mu Hongyan, and team member Lin Lei. Zhao Haishan and Cheng Yibin had both advanced alongside him during the past month. Have you made your selections so swiftly? Observing Li Xinji lounging at the table, he offered him a cup of warm water. Selecting them is a trivial matter. It merely requires a flick of the fingers. The next step is to release the selected members. Wan Changming waved his hand, feeling a sense of joy that, despite not being able to rejoin the demon suppression army, he could recommend Li Xinji for it. Joining the demon suppression army would lead to new missions and, consequently, greater peril. Noticing Wan Changming's serious demeanor, Li Xinji jumped down from the table. The commander possesses inside information, doesn't he? What inside information could there be? Wan Changming gently shook his head. I have spent over a decade at the martial arts Great Wall, from an ordinary soldier to a camp commander, experiencing countless battles. Each time the demon tribes invaded, our human race had to sacrifice lives to secure a stable environment. The last time, 2 8th-tier warriors were lost, which granted us over 20 years of peace. This time, the stakes are even higher. It won't be long before the Divine Arrow Army is called into action. The new mission that Wan Changming spoke of arrived sooner than Li Xinji anticipated, as he received the order the very next day, within the narrow tunnel. He scarcely had time to communicate with his fellow warriors before they were set to depart. Commander Fan Yuping was a tall, lean warrior, transferred from Shanhaiguan. No questions. No discussions. Everyone moved swiftly. As Fan Yuping navigated the tunnel, warriors marched in 2 lines beside him. Li Xinji led the way, with the second team of the Pingzi camp ahead of him. They traversed through the caverns of the Lushan Beacon Fortress for over half an hour, with no discernible direction in the narrow passage. Illuminated by the glow of luminous stones, Li Xinji noticed ancient markings on the stone walls, occasionally spotting remnants of eroded carvings and murals. It was evident that the stone path they traversed had been established long ago. The only sounds echoing through the tunnel were the dripping of water and the rhythmic footsteps, creating a heavy atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. Fan Yuping moved back and forth, controlling the pace of the group. Captain Li. Before long, Fan Yuping appeared before Li Xinji. Commander, your task is to secure the entrance of Yangsher Mountain. Whether personnel are present at the entrance or not, they must remain vigilant. Fan Yuping's speech was not swift, yet it was resolute. As he spoke, his eyes scrutinized Li Xinji, assessing him thoroughly. Indeed, even now, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the so-called Yangshi Shanku. The presence of the people was paramount. Fan Yuping reiterated this, then clenched his right fist and struck his chest twice with force. Immediately after, he briskly retreated. The Pingzi camp comprised a total of 2,000 individuals, among whom 3 were martial artists of the Wanjun realm. Casting a glance back at the departing Fan Yuping, Li Xinji furrowed his brow slightly, apprehensive that this mission might prove to be rather challenging. Yangshi Shanku. What sort of place was this? 2 hours later, the group emerged from the stone path, standing within the confines of Donghai Pass City. Li Xinji had also discerned the location of Yangshi Shanku. Situated in the northeastern direction of Donghai Pass City, nestled within a hollow between 2 small mountains. Fortunately, it did not face the sea directly. A mountain extending into the ocean conveniently shielded the waters. Everyone, look this way. Fan Yuping bellowed, capturing the attention of the assembled martial artists. Behind us is the newly forming base of the Divine Arrow Army. Our mission is to secure the front line, ensuring the successful establishment of the Divine Arrow Army. I shall say no more. From now on, follow your respective captains to the designated positions. There is but one command. Not a single beast must pass through. Yangshishenku, Li Shinji, along with his comrades, arrived to take over from the nearly depleted previous squad of warriors. The third team of the Pingxi camp had come to assume their defensive post. A bloodied figure, battered and bruised, rose from where he had been leaning against the wall, his stained visage revealing a striking set of white teeth. It was Sun Li from the 7th team of the Shuzi camp. Brothers, Yangshishenku is now in your hands. The coastal line stretches 180 meters. Be vigilant during the night. That is when the beasts typically launch their attacks. The remaining dozen or so individuals, supporting each other, declined further assistance from others and made their way toward the rear. Captain, they have departed. The brothers from the Shuzi camp had completed their mission. It was now their turn. Gazing at the waters at the mountain pass, Li Shinji exhibited a sense of caution. If they adhered to the old defensive strategy, the brothers behind him would hardly be able to hold out for long, perhaps shielded by the mountains from the ocean. The area where the water met land appeared relatively calm, with only a few beasts crawling ashore. The entire stretch of contact between the mountain pass and the sea measured 180 meters, not particularly long. Yet the threat posed by a surge of beasts could be substantial. Surveying the surroundings, the mountains flanking them did not elicit concern. Unless the beasts possessed the ability to fly. The true peril lay in the mountainous terrain they were tasked to defend. This slope allowed the beasts to ascend. Swiftly traversing the area, Li Shinji noted several massive deep pits near the water's edge, revealing dark, jagged rocks. There were more than a dozen of these pits, varying in size, with neatly fractured rock faces, faint traces of chiseling still visible upon the breakage. After casting a few glances at the deep pits, Li Shinji's mind began to formulate a plan. These vast abysses could serve as a focal point to draw in the beasts. Captain, how shall we defend this position? The three captains approached him. Each of you will temporarily lead 30 men, taking turns to engage. Li Shinji instructed, then added, everyone should retain 2 fire god thunderbolts. The remainder must be handed over to Lin Lei. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately, Lin Lei replied, moving towards the other warriors. Once the orders were issued, Li Shinji leaped directly into the largest pit before him. He suspected that these pits, marked by signs of excavation, were intrinsically linked to the winding stone pathways within the mountain. If they could lure the beasts into the pit, wiping them out in one fell swoop would surely be a far simpler task. Chapter 66, The Divine Arrow Base. The abyssal whirlpool deep within the chasm lies a chaotic assembly of rocks, remnants of explosive devastation. This expansive pit, exceeding 20 meters in width and depth, harbors over 2 meters of water, with further depths obscured by collapsed stone, rendering further inspection impossible. If operated efficiently, such a vast cauldron could simmer a plethora of seafood delicacies. Captain, the beasts are approaching. Shielded by a nearby mountain peak, the oncoming waves are thwarted, leaving only the residual surges to cascade into this secluded valley. Amidst the undulating seawater, dark silhouettes begin to ascend ashore. Despite their numbers, these creatures are primarily mundane beasts. Brothers, let us fire the first shot. Deputy Captain Zhao Haishan summoned his comrades, leading over 30 individuals forward. As the throng of beasts crawled upward, some mindlessly plunged into the abyss, while the remainder skirted around the pit, advancing deeper. Creatures of all varieties, both legged and legless, emerged in staggering numbers. As twilight fell, the wind and waves of the sea intensified. Deputy Captain Chung Yibin ascended with his team, relieving Zhao Haishan's unit. After nearly an hour of carnage, there were no casualties among the ranks, as these ordinary beasts lacked formidable strength. However, with the onset of night, more formidable beasts of the cracking stone realm began to surface, occasionally accompanied by those of the mountain opening realm. In the dead of night, a resounding explosion erupted within the chasm. Amidst the fiery chaos, countless remnants of beastly blood and severed limbs scattered wildly. The entire pit transformed into a gruesome broth of flesh and blood, claiming the lives of at least 100 beasts of the mountain opening realm, while several hundred of the cracking stone realm perished as well. Look, more emerging. The scent of blood has drawn them forth. From the turbulent waters, beasts ascended. As Li Shinji flicked a few drops of beastly blood into the pit, the crimson droplets mingled with the already sanguine waters, leaving no trace of their origin. The beasts roared, charging toward the chasm. Captain, shall we deploy the fire god thunder? Observing the pit teeming with beasts, Lin Lei raised a package of fire god thunder, drawing the attention of the other warriors. Prior to their arrival, everyone had mentally prepared for a fierce battle, fully aware that survival would be uncertain. Yet, despite the overwhelming number of beasts, fewer than 30% directed their aggression toward them. The remaining creatures seemed frenzied, plunging directly into the abyss, where they began to turn on one another in a savage melee. This bewildering scene left the onlookers in shock. Was this divine intervention? A roar erupted from the depths of the sea, revealing a shadow that leapt forth. This creature, adorned with long, protruding spikes, swiftly crawled ashore, propelled by its spiny form. Witnessing this manifestation, two of the deputy captains charged forward, while Li Shunji remained rooted, observing the battlefield intently. Attracted by the allure of demon blood, most of the beasts that ascended from the water crawled towards the great pit, engaging in mutual slaughter amongst themselves, which significantly alleviated the pressure on the defenders. The warriors of the Shuzi camp sustained grievous losses, with the majority of casualties not inflicted by high-tier demon beasts, but rather by the relentless onslaught of their numbers. Just as ants can overwhelm an elephant, an abundance of demon beasts can likewise vanquish high-ranking warriors. Naturally, during the process of casting demon blood, he exercised discretion, refraining from throwing in third-tier demon blood, as that would only attract even more formidable beasts. The creatures that surged onto the embankment were predominantly ordinary beasts, with those of the cracking stone tier making up less than 20%, and those of the mountain opening realm not even reaching half of that. Such beasts could be incited to engage in mutual destruction with just a few drops of cracking stone tier demon blood. On the morning of the second day, only the central, deepest part of the pit was still filled with the remnants of demon beast carcasses. It was indeed peculiar that the demon beasts had leapt into the pit the previous night, with the beasts temporarily retreating. The warriors in the team began to converse among themselves. Li Shunji stood at the edge of the pit, flanked by three vice-captains. He remarked, "It appears that there is something within this pit that captivates the demon beasts." The captain's assertion resonated with the others, and they proposed a descent to investigate. Li Shunji glanced at the three vice-captains and inquired, "Who among you will descend?" "I shall go take a look," Chung Yibin declared, promptly jumping down. Before long, he returned, drenched in blood, having found nothing but a heap of rubble below. If nothing was discovered, so be it. "It is preferable for the demon beasts to rush into the pit than to engage in battle with our brethren," Li Shunji remarked casually as he turned to walk away. Beneath the pit, a chaotic pile of stones lay scattered, with remnants of scorched, blackened alloys visible from the last night's tumultuous clash of demon beasts, their severed limbs creating a gruesome broth of blood and flesh. At this moment, within the pit, the mingled strands of blood in the water slowly swirled, seeping downward. The thin lines of blood formed a vortex in the water, penetrating through the accumulated rubble and alloys below, descending further still. Beneath the East Sea Pass, 200 meters underground, a vast and upright pit glimmered with brilliant light. At the center of this pit stood a colossal weapon shaped like a long spear, measuring 130 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter, its surface gleaming radiantly. At that moment, a small door at the base of the spear opened, revealing a group of figures clad in white coats standing outside. An elderly man with graying hair approached from a distant stone pathway, carrying an alloy box in his hands. All eyes were drawn to this alloy box, which contained the inner cores of demon beasts. For centuries, while human martial arts have continuously evolved, the demon beast lineage has not lagged behind. According to historical records, the original source of energy within demon beasts was the demon core. Over time, some powerful beasts with high bloodline purity transformed their cores into inner cores. Inner cores represent a higher tier of energy source than demon cores. The white-haired elder, clutching a box, strode purposefully into the realm of the towering spear. Within the spear, intricate and seemingly convoluted lines adorned the interior, evoking an uncanny sensation. These lines bore no resemblance to the pathways of technological circuit boards. Rather, they were etched by the harmonious blood of the demon beasts from Kunlun. The elder ascended into the center of the spear's interior, where energy converged, and a suspended metallic platform began to rotate slowly. Upon this platform was engraved the image of the Inyang fish. Particularly notable were the grooves located at the eyes of the Inyang fish. The elder opened the alloy box to reveal 2 demon cores within. One core blazed red as fire, hinting at a great crimson bird roaring within, while the other shimmered blue as water, housing a colossal python that also roared. In an instant, the energies of water and fire clashed. The elder scoffed, even in death. "These creatures cannot find peace." He extended his hands, grasping each demon core, and pressed them against the positions of the yin-yang fish. As the cores were placed into the eye sockets, a resonance of red and blue energies collided, creating ripples that surged outward. Simultaneously, muffled groans resonated within this internal space. Soon subdued, the fluctuations of red and blue energy cascaded like waves, gradually calming after several seconds. At that moment, the etched lines on the internal alloy illuminated as if electrified, with small cores flickering like tiny lanterns at each junction of the lines. My friends, do you harbor any lingering wishes? The cabinet shall strive to fulfill them. The elder spoke softly as he floated in midair. Nothing excites more than slaying a 9th-tier demon beast. When my progeny learns that their father, of mere one June realm, has vanquished a 9th-tier beast, their jaw shall drop in astonishment. It is time for us to bring honor to our ancestors. Second elder, we shall not be forgotten, shall we? Certainly not, came the response, followed by laughter. Ah, it does sting a bit. Perhaps next time, we should request Kunlun to make improvements. You, a mid-tier 4th rank, sit before me. A high-tier 4th rank, with such pride. Enough. A venerable voice emanated from the highest point, silencing all present. Yet, the subsequent words took on a whimsical tone. Second, remember to burn plenty of paper money for us once we are outside. From now on, I intend to outshine my peers below. Let us conduct the final checks, ensuring no mistakes. Understood. Brother, until our next life. Second elder, how are preparations coming along? In the cave, the 7th elder rose and looked toward the 2nd elder. All is ready. We await the emergence of the beast from the sea. This time, we shall present the heads of the sea demons to pay our respects to the creatures of the demon realm, ensuring 20 years of stability. At the entrance of Yangshan Mountain, on the beach, as the tides recede, the monstrous beasts gradually disperse. This marks the 8th day of the 3rd squad's deployment in this location, with the casualty rate within the unit remaining below 20%. Li Shinji stands before the large pit, observing the swirling crimson water within. This vortex has manifested since yesterday, moving at a languid pace that fails to disturb even the bloodied remnants of the beasts floating atop it. The communication soldier of the captain and battalion commander approaches. Lin Lei hastens over, leading a young martial artist. I have met Captain Li, he says. I am the messenger from the battalion. What orders does the commander have? The commander has conveyed that the ambush mission has been accomplished, and tonight, the beasts may freely assault the city. Chapter 67, The Divine Arrow Source. Listen to the dragon's roar at the East Sea Pass. Several figures gazed across the towering walls towards the vast expanse of the sea. At the horizon where water met sky, colossal, indistinct shapes surged within the depths. Each of these silhouettes represented a formidable beast of at least the 6th rank. Yet, such creatures were merely a prelude. The primary objective of humanity was the 9th rank beasts, with the 8th rank serving as a secondary target. The 7th and 6th ranks were merely trifles. To eliminate the 9th rank beast lurking beneath the waves, the first step was to lure the creature forth. The boundless ocean was teeming with countless monsters, and even after a month of relentless combat, the beasts remained as inexhaustible as ever. To this day, the 9th rank Calamity Dragon had yet to reveal itself. With 3 7th rank and 11 6th rank beasts brazenly asserting their dominance in the waters, it was time for action. The 2nd elder spoke with a frigid tone. As his words hung in the air, the 7th elder attempted to rise, only to be halted by another figure. Elders, I am now the rightful lord of the East Sea Pass. Are you concerned I might usurp your glory and positions? Fang Ziyue chuckled lightly, his golden spear glimmering with brilliance. I have been appointed by the Elder Council to attract the beasts, the 7th elder retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his voice. This is the East Sea Pass, Lord Fang declared, brandishing his spear. Even the council's elders must heed my command here. If I fail to lure the beasts, you may proceed. With that, he soared into the air, reaching the boundary where water kissed the sky in mere moments. Roar! Roar! As the echoes of the submerged beasts reverberated, a surge of bloodlust ascended skyward, extending for miles. Massive creatures launched into the air, exploding in mid-flight. Amidst the crimson mist, a spear of golden light flashed, striking forth like a dragon. With each breath, a beast met its tragic end. Die. The spear fell once more, accompanied by a mournful cry akin to a dragon's lament. A 7th rank blood-colored calamity dragon, barely airborne, was bathed in its own blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cores of the slain beast shattered the air as they soared through the boundary, landing upon the East Sea Pass. After dispatching several visible beasts, the spear emitted a piercing cry, plunging deeper into the ocean's embrace. Roar! The high-pitched cry of the dragon resonated across the vast sea, a terrifying aura conjuring colossal waves that surged towards the East Sea Pass. In the skies, the dragon's roar shattered the clouds, its bloodlust swirling like mist, heralding the arrival of storm and tempest. Amidst the thunder, shadows of several blood-colored calamity dragons could be seen, traversing the skies and seas. Among them, one dragon radiated an aura far surpassing the others. A 9th rank, 3 8th ranks, 4 7th ranks. 8 calamity dragons summoned storms like deities of the ocean, prompting a low murmur from the myriad creatures beneath the waves. The beasts have finally emerged. The resounding call shattered the dragon's roar. Slay the beasts. Fang Ziyue, his body suffused with a torrent of vitality, laughed heartily as he confronted the emerging 9th-tier dragon, boldly advancing towards it. His boisterous laughter dispelled the imposing aura emanating from the dragon. However, before he could draw near, a crimson cloud cascaded like a river, and Fang Ziyue was violently hurled away. The 9th-tier dragon was not to be underestimated. The waters erupted with a thunderous roar, while a golden spear, akin to a dragon, soared through the sky once more. Kill. The next moment, with a resounding clang, the spear, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the void and struck a mountain deep within the East Sea Pass. Boom. In an instant, the power unleashed from the golden spear caused mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. Roaring. Above the sea, the 9th-tier dragon stirred the clouds and rain. Its body still adorned with layers of blood-red, keratinous skin, yet its aura had transcended the limits of the 8th tier. Observing Fang Ziyue, who emerged once more from the waters, still alive, the blood dragon's eyes glinted with icy disdain. How dare an ant toy with a true dragon? As the blood dragon charged towards him, Fang Ziyue did not retreat, even though his golden spear had been lost. He awaited the moment, drawing upon the experience of humanity's hunts against 9th-tier beasts, knowing that to ensure the beast's defeat, it must be lured within a certain proximity. 9th-tier beasts had already entered a realm of power distinctly their own. If the distance was too great, they could easily escape upon sensing danger. To ensnare such a beast, one must carefully guide it step by step into the trap. Observing his surroundings, it was evident that the beasts in the sea, unaccustomed to human might, were indeed audacious. In other parts of the demon realm, the creatures of various sacred veins would never dare to flaunt their presence near the human martial wall. At that moment, this furious 9th-tier beast even overshadowed the movements of several 8th-tier blood dragons. As the first to ascend to the 9th tier within its lineage, it was supposed to display its might and instill fear among its peers, yet it could not even vanquish an 8th-tier dragon, leaving its kin to question its prowess. At this instant, within the East Sea City, the 2nd Elder and the 7th Elder were also observing the spectacle. This would not do. The distance was still too great for a guaranteed hit. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the 7th Elder, like a flash of lightning, plunged into the depths of the sea. Vile creature, perish. He swung a massive blade, creating a crescent-shaped blade of energy 100 meters wide, aimed at the 9th-tier blood dragon. Roaring. Upon seeing yet another ant attempt to attack, the 9th-tier blood dragon bellowed in fury, swinging its massive body and shattering the crescent blade in midair. Boom. Massive draconic whirlpools erupted from the sea. Retreat. Grabbing Fang Ziyue, the 7th Elder began to withdraw, the colossal waves crashing behind them, dragon roars echoing like thunder. Amidst the tumult, the 9th-tier dragon writhed its body, soaring through the void and arriving behind the 2 elders. Go. In a split second, the 7th Elder propelled Fang Ziyue forward and swiftly delivered a slicing blow. Boom. Amid the surging waves, the dragon's claw descended, shattering the blade's energy and pressing down upon the blade itself, causing the 7th Elder to be flung away. 2nd Elder. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the Eastern Sea Pass, causing the entire mountain range to tremble as a terrifying aura surged into the heavens. At that moment, the region surrounding the Eastern Sea Pass was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Divine arrows pierced the firmament. Long spears soared skyward, piercing through the boundless sky and suppressing the monstrous waves of the vast ocean. This scene unfolded rapidly, leaving no time for reaction. Amidst the cacophony, an ancient voice resonated. Esteemed guests, heed the dragon's roar. A moment later, a dragon's cry echoed across the endless sea, yet it was a lamentation. The immense form of a 9th-tier flood dragon was pierced and torn asunder, its demon blood misting the air, spanning thousands of miles across the ocean, leaving a long river of demon blood etched against the sky, lingering for an eternity. In that moment, the roaring of the boundless ocean fell silent, and all beasts lay in ambush. Countless human warriors atop the Eastern Sea City gazed into the depths of the ocean, Even Li Shinji found himself momentarily stunned, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility. At last, from the depths of the ocean, the remaining few flood dragons reacted, hastily retreating into the far reaches. They were terrified. To flee with merely one ninth-tier dragon would indeed be a grievous loss. The second elder let out a hearty laugh and soared into the sea. Today, the demon-suppressing army shall vanquish the beasts. Kill. Observing the demon beasts lying dormant in the waters, some appearing as lifeless as the dead. Countless warriors leapt from the city gates, charging towards the demon creatures. Among them, Li Shinji reacted swiftly. Near the ocean's edge, numerous third-tier and fourth-tier demon beasts trembled. To spare them now would be a grievous waste. After many days of pent-up energy, the warriors plunged into the waters, infused with boundless vigor. Outside the mountain sea pass, a colossal elephant, its form akin to a mountain and adorned with lightning patterns, stood atop a massive peak, gazing out over the vast ocean. Moments ago, it sensed a terrifying force that had rent the void of the sea, nearly cleaving the heavens in twain. Such a splendid hunting ground was wasted on these serpents. In its round, moon-like eyes, contemplation flickered. How many demon cores remained for the humans? The resounding trumpet of the elephant reverberated across the desolate expanse. Along the martial arts Great Wall, the restless demons began to retreat, one after another. Naturally, during this process, the humans did not remain idle. Several major fortresses took action, launching a counterattack and slaying numerous demon beasts. Behind the Mountain Sea Pass, Yellow Sand Pass, and Purple Blossom Pass, vast pipelines concealed numerous sharp blades, gradually vanishing. Back at the Eastern Sea Pass, the second elder returned from the sea, dragging the colossal blood dragon's body, igniting a fervor among all warriors. What is there to lament? This battle has seen our kind slay a ninth-tier flood dragon, a resounding victory. Standing firm in the void, the second elder elevated the dragon's body high above. The great upheaval of the Eastern Sea heralded a tumultuous awakening across the entire martial arts Great Wall, culminating in this moment. The human race has vanquished a ninth-tier dragon, an eighth-tier dragon, and 3 seventh-tier dragons, along with countless other beasts. This battle has been won. For centuries, the human race has repeatedly endured brutal struggles to secure precious time for recuperation and growth. Year after year, it has now been over 930 years. After enduring for 9 centuries, we await the uncertain arrival of dawn. With the threat of the dragons eliminated, the great tide beyond the Eastern Sea Pass begins to visibly recede. Yet, this is not the end. The vast waters, stretching over 1,000 miles, still harbor countless remnants of beasts within the borders, necessitating a thorough cleansing of the waters and the rebuilding of our homeland. There remains much to be done. Li Shinji, you are hereby commanded to lead your unit to the Beacon Fortress at Shagu Mountain, 76 miles north of the Eastern Sea Pass. Shortly thereafter, Li Shinji received the order. Due to sustaining minimal damage while guarding the Yangshi Mountain Pass, his unit was directly appointed by Fan Yunping as the vanguard of the Ping Battalion, tasked with the reception of the Beacon Fortress at Shagu Mountain. Chapter 68. The Courage of Teacher and Student. The fortress at Zayagushan is not a singular structure, but rather a series of 6 defensive fortifications of varying sizes, strategically established in accordance with the mountain's topography. Prior to this, the relentless assaults from demonic beasts had rendered the entirety of Zayagushan defenseless. When Li Shinji and his companions arrived, all that greeted them were remnants of crumbling walls. Be cautious, Li Shinji commanded as he surveyed the surroundings from the ramparts formed by massive stones, urging his subordinates to proceed with care. With his team now fewer than 100, it was evident that they could not possibly secure the entire Zayagushan. Fan Yunping had summoned them as scouts. In a matter of days, the Pingzi camp would arrive to restore the mountain's defenses. "Captain, there are no demonic beasts here," reported one of his men as they entered the first small fortress. The floodwaters had receded, leaving a thick layer of mud to fill the interior, and any remnants of what had once been within the fortress were long gone. "Should we assign someone to clean up?" another suggested, glancing at the dilapidated fortress and the lingering waters outside. "Not yet," Li Shinji replied. "For now, we will move together and inspect all the fortifications before discussing any cleaning efforts. Lao Cheng and Lao Zhao, you two will stay back. Lao Mu, lead the way." With his orders swiftly given, the team continued their ascent along the ridge, Li Shinji positioned centrally to provide robust support in case of an attack from any direction. After examining another fortress, they drew closer to the largest stronghold at the peak. Among the fortifications on Zayagushan, only the one at the summit remained untouched by the floodwaters. "Brothers, is anyone there?" Mu Hongyan called loudly as they approached within 100 meters of the summit. Is anyone here? Respond. A few members of the team, moving quickly, entered the fortress, and soon the sounds of battle erupted from within. Captain, there are demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, a warrior leapt forth. But before he could land, a long, blood-red, tentacle-like appendage emerged from the rear of the fortress. The warrior was drawn in before he could utter a cry. The speed so swift that even Li Xinji could hardly react. Alert! Prepare for battle. With these words, the warriors tightened their grips on their weapons. Forming into a defensive formation, Li Xinji, quicker still, leaped outside the fortress. The fortifications were built upon the Great Wall, with each fortress connected by passages and surrounded by open ground serving as a plaza. What he beheld was a gruesome sight. The bodies of those who had just entered lay shattered beyond recognition. Captain, be careful. It's a fourth-grade bone-devouring lizard. Came the warning from his deputy, Mu Hongyan, who was left with only half of his body intact. In an instant, the long, suction-cup tongue shot forth from the fortress once more. Li Xinji swiftly retreated, swinging his blade, only for the weapon to become ensnared by the tongue's grip. With tremendous force, he was compelled to release his hold. Lin Lei. At this moment, Li Xinji called out, Captain, follow me. Hearing the call, Lin Lei tossed a large cloth bag towards Li Xinji. He deftly caught the bag mid-air, pulled out a fire god thunder, and charged towards the fortress. Whoosh! A gaunt, beak-like figure emerged from the stone door of the fortress, its tongue, equipped with suction cups, flicking out. Without hesitation, Li Xinji hurled the precious item in his hand. Boom! As flames erupted, he quickly retreated, debris and remnants hurtling towards him in a chaotic cloud. When the dust settled, half of the fortress lay in ruins, revealing a monstrous beast over 10 meters in size, its skull obliterated, and its body convulsing. Cautiously, the onlookers approached, observing the twitching creature. And someone retrieved another fire god thunder. A beast core. On the cracked skull of the creature, a crystalline beast core shimmered with an ethereal glow, capturing everyone's attention. A beast core. A fourth-tier beast. This was common knowledge. No one dared approach closely, but Li Xinji cautiously advanced. Only after securing a drop of low-tier fourth-grade beast blood did he signal for the others to lower their guard. They began to collect the remains of their fallen comrades. In the blink of an eye, 5 warriors had perished, dampening the earlier excitement among the group. After a somber gathering, none of the 5 bodies remained intact. Li Xinji began to dissect the fourth-tier beast's body, but it proved futile. Leave a few to guard. The rest follow me to the other fortresses below. Minutes later, Li Xinji called for his team and proceeded towards the lower fortresses. 6 beacon fortresses awaited, 3 of which had yet to be inspected. Half a day later, the remaining 3 fortresses were thoroughly examined. Aside from a few scattered beasts, no further dangers were discovered. He sent a message to the camp leader, informing him that they had completed the inspection of the Xiagushan beacon fortress. The 6 fortresses were severely damaged, with only 2 bodies found of the demon-suppressing warriors who had previously stationed at Xiagushan. Our unit had slain 1 fourth-tier beast but lost 5 warriors, 1 captain at the Thousand June realm and 4 at the Mountain Opening realm, awaiting further instructions. Captain, rest well tonight. After ensuring his team could rest, Li Xinji ascended the city wall, gazing at the receding tide. Are we, the scholars of Jiangbei, brave? At Jiangbei Academy. In the training ground, clusters of white flowers surrounded the area, and photographs stood erect. PQ Wu, bandaged and solemn, stood before the academy's teachers, who were now less than half of what they had been over a month ago. Before him stood the captain of the Wuan army, the political leader of Jiangbei City, and commanders from the provincial garrison, among other warriors. Good men. After receiving a satisfactory response, PQ Wu nodded. Do any of my Jiangbei teachers wish to retreat? None. In what way does Jiangbei fall short of Jiang'an? With this statement, the warriors standing before him were rendered speechless. Behind them, Qian Jin, the director of the education department, gazed at PQ Wu in disbelief. The audacity of that old man is truly remarkable. Amidst the sea of white blossoms, the photographs appear as lifelike as the individuals themselves, with solemn-faced students standing in the background. Observing this scene, the prominent warriors from the provincial capital understand the necessity of speaking with caution. Indeed, this affirmation was precisely what Qi Wu had been awaiting, prompting him to straighten his back once more. Henceforth, the compensation for the fallen faculty and students of Jiangbei Academy, along with the resources for the academy's development, relies heavily upon everyone present. As night descends upon the training grounds, silhouettes linger, with many students sitting cross-legged, devoid of the usual banter, replaced instead by a profound silence. The Academy's president and various instructors have suffered 47 fatalities, with 32 others gravely injured. It seems unlikely that weapons will be procured again. The first-year students have lost 231 lives, the second year 209, and the third year 287. Get to work. With a clang, the door closed behind him, leaving Ichiwu alone in his 200-square-meter office. After a few minutes of daze, he retrieved his phone. Gazing at the unsent messages that remained stagnant, whether dead or alive, a response was warranted. As he stared blankly at the message bar for a moment, a spark of realization ignited within him. He promptly logged into his account and began to sift through the information, ultimately discovering details about Li Shinji, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Demon Suppression Army's Pingxi camp. Upon reviewing the updated information, Ichiwu slapped his desk in astonishment. The Demon Suppression Army. It was over. Once one enters the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army, it signifies graduation from the academy, leaving no opportunity for him to continue his work. As the team leader, he had spent 1 million, yet had not engaged in a proper day of study. Though it was true he had helped him thrash a few students. What a loss. As he scrutinized the updated credentials of Li Shinji, Ichiwu's gaze ultimately settled on a few words. Jiabe Academy. How astute I am. After murmuring to himself for a moment, he reluctantly closed the data before him. Should anyone dare claim he couldn't educate his students, he would promptly retort with a resounding rebuttal. Look, my student is a captain in the Demon Suppression Army. A legitimate one at that. Is there joy in solitary revelry? Indeed, there is joy in flaunting one's triumphs. With this thought in mind, Ichiwu dialed the number of Xiong Daiden. Old Xiong, your disciple has been away at Donghai Pass for quite some time. Are you not worried? Dead birds fly toward the heavens, came the cold response from the phone. Do you not realize that this lad has risen to become a legitimate captain in the Demon Suppression Army? It won't be long before he attains the rank of camp leader, setting the record for the youngest and fastest promotion among graduates of Jiangbei Academy. Old Xiong, are you listening? Woof woof, sob sob, doggone it. After cursing under his breath, Ichiwu hung up, fiddled with his phone for a moment, and promptly called the director of the Education Bureau, Qian Jin. Little Qian, has the compensation funds arrived? Transfer them to me immediately. In the port area. After the old bear hung up the phone, he made his way to the corner of the basement, lifting a sealed stone slab to reveal a descending staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, he entered a spacious stone chamber, its walls adorned with a multitude of tightly arranged altars. At the center stood the most imposing altar, bearing the name Lu Qinshan, a rather unremarkable name. Once belonging to a 5th-tier warrior who commanded 3,000 troops and vanquished 8th-tier demons. As he surveyed the altars, the old bear eventually approached a blank altar, his rough hand grasping it tightly. A cough escaped his lips, accompanied by a spattering of black blood that fell onto his sleeve and the altar. The troops shall not falter. In the East Sea Pass, at Little Bone Mountain, Li Shinji sat cross-legged upon the city wall, gradually opening his eyes. After months of turmoil, this rare moment of tranquility enveloped him. Beep. Glancing down, he noticed a message illuminating before him. Chapter 69, the 6th level of Qianjun, the inheritance of the breaking army. Upon encountering the sudden influx of messages, Li Shinji momentarily stood still. Old Xiong. Oh no, Teacher Xiong had never taken the initiative to contact him. The proud old man seldom reached out. Captain, breakfast. Observing Li Shinji remaining motionless atop the city wall, Lin Lei approached with a large iron bowl in hand. Li Shinji, without hesitation, accepted it and began to eat voraciously. The 2 vice captains also arrived with their bowls, conversing as they ate. Captain, how shall we proceed? We shall clear the fortifications and await the arrival of the martial artists from the subsequent camp. The 3 captains huddled together, discussing their plans while savoring their meals. All right, I shall lead a team to clear the 3 forts to the north, while Old Cheng will take charge of the 3 to the south. Zhao Donghai poured the soup from his iron bowl into his mouth with abandon, wiping his lips with the back of his hand, his face glistening with grease. In the past, he had to carefully ration his meat intake, but now he was weary of it, as the strength he had accumulated was trapped within him, unable to be unleashed. Once the team had their fill, some remained behind to wash the dishes, while the others divided into 2 groups to commence their tasks. Ironically, it was Li Shinji, the captain, who found himself with a moment of leisure, beginning to patrol the entirety of Little Bone Mountain. The water below receded with remarkable speed, and it seemed that within 3 to 5 days, it would be completely drained. Little Bone Mountain spanned an area of 5 to 6 li, and after enduring this fierce battle, the landscape had been ravaged beyond recognition. both on the mountain and below. Everyone was diligently clearing away the silt and repairing the damaged walls. 3 days later. Where is everyone? On the ridge facing the sea. Li Xinji sat cross-legged against the sea breeze. His circumstances had improved significantly. In just a short span of days, he had already become the official captain. May I inquire? Captain Li, what is your current strength? Perhaps due to the recent restoration of communication, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages, each one from old he. Captain Li. Do you still recognize this old man? Most likely, he did not. Unable to find rest, the old man propped himself up, lit a cigarette, and mournfully gazed at the 2 pillows on the bedside, one his, the other belonging to his wife. Having just ascended to the 6th level of Qianjun, the turbulent blood energy within him gradually began to settle. Taking a deep breath, Li Xinji walked towards the vast ocean. As the waters receded, a narrow strip of beach emerged at the mountain's base, and he strode directly onto the sand, standing amidst the water. The remaining shrimps and crabs were a group of mindless fools. Gripping the long knife in his hand, Li Xinji struck down against the crashing waves. The ocean's waves rolled in continuously, providing him with an opportunity to hone his swordsmanship and cultivate his dark strength. The only drawback was that the weapon he had wielded for 2 years had been ravaged by the previous 4th-grade beast. Currently without a suitable weapon, he could only make do with this blade, a relic of a fallen warrior from his team. Since being summoned to serve as the temporary captain of the warrior camp, countless demon beasts have fallen to his blade over the past months, yet the merit points remain undistributed. Once they are allocated, he intends to purchase a fine long saber on the martial artist's network, certainly opting for an exquisite one. The waves crashed around him as Li Xinji stood in the water, each strike of his blade resonating with the surge of energy within him. After several days, his body became attuned, and his strikes began to approach a masterful precision. On Xiaogu Mountain, the warriors who had finished fortifying the stronghold observed as Li Xinji wielded his saber amidst the sea. A number of them, inspired, joined him, standing behind him to practice their own strikes in unison. From a solitary figure, the group swelled to over 30, synchronizing their movements with Li Xinji's saber. As the days unfolded, some could not endure the exertion and withdrew, leaving only 20 behind. With a resounding splash, the blade cleaved through the waves. Li Xinji led from the front, sensing the strengthening energy from those behind him. However, this power was still faint, lacking substantial impact, merely a whisper of sensation. In his mind, the bronze coffin pulsed with a vibrant blue light, conjuring images that simulated the current state. One individual at the forefront, the others following in a synchronized strike. Eventually, the lead warrior, while executing a slash, felt the pressure of his own energy tear through him. Li Xinji lifted his long saber but refrained from striking down, causing the warriors behind him, caught in the momentum of his action, to halt abruptly, each letting out muffled groans. Captain, why did you not strike? One gasped. I feel as if I am suffocating. My blood is surging upward, almost to my head. Captain, it's hard to describe. Initially, I was lost, but now, when you strike, my blade seems to move uncontrollably. After each practice session with the captain, they felt utterly drained, as if their very essence had been siphoned away. In just a few days at Xiaogu Mountain, he had advanced to a minor realm. All right, we will not practice today. Raising his hand to examine the long saber, now marked with cracks, Li Xinji dismissed the others. His eyes glinted with keen interest. Over the past few days of guiding his fellow warriors, he had garnered significant insights. Every collective strike further refined the energy within him. This was merely a group of 20. He pondered the possibilities with 200 or even 2,000. Yet, recalling the scenes projected from the bronze coffin, he understood that one must be formidable themselves to withstand such pressures, or risk catastrophic failure. 3 days later, under the leadership of Fan Yuping, the Pingzi camp finally arrived at Xiaogu Mountain laden with supplies. After a week's delay, old Fan felt quite helpless. The camp required reinforcement, and rebuilding the beacon fortress needed resources. This time, he brought merely 900 men, and that was after much persuasion from above. Xinji, you have done well, Fan Yunping remarked after inspecting the entire defensive system of the stronghold. Captain, may I take a few days off? Li Xinji inquired. What is the matter? Fan Yunping countered. If there is something you need, speak freely. We shall find a solution together. Very well. Without hesitation, Fan Yunping readily agreed. After all, if a formidable demon truly appeared, even his 4th-tier abilities might prove ineffective. Whether there was one more or one less would hardly make a significant difference in the face of such overwhelming adversity. As he journeyed, the floodwaters receded, revealing a desolate landscape, occasionally marred by the sight of mangled corpses. Initially, he had taken the time to bury a couple of the bodies, digging graves for them, but eventually he became numb to the tragedy surrounding him. In chaotic times, human lives are as fragile as grass. As long as the monstrous beasts persist, humanity remains ensnared in perpetual peril. From a distance, he observed Jiangbei. Noting that the city appeared intact and had not suffered substantial damage, he made his way toward the port area. Before even entering, he spotted the towering embankment erected along the banks of the Linen River. As he approached, a medium-sized black dog, drawn by the scent of his provisions, dashed out, baring its teeth at Li Xinji. Woof woof. Li Xinji gently shook his head, thinking it amusing how the little creature displayed such a proud demeanor. Upon entering the home of old Xiong, he set down his belongings and turned to regard the elder. Having become the captain of the demon suppression army, quite impressive, old Xiong remarked dryly, leaving Li Xinji somewhat taken aback. Was the old man actually complimenting him? Follow me. Before Li Xinji could respond, old Xiong turned and strode toward the inner room, promptly shedding his outer garments. On the lean back of the elder, intricate patterns resembling dragon scales were visible. Despite his advanced age and somewhat sagging skin, the extraordinary nature of his physique was unmistakable. To cultivate the momentum of the breaking army, one must first possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one would merely exhaust their own vitality. By utilizing the blood of exotic beasts to refine one's body, one could enhance their physical constitution. As he donned his robe once more, old Xiong slowly spoke. In the past, the breaking army comprised 3,000 men who felled 8th-tier opponents. Do you know the strength of the most formidable among them? 8th-tier warriors are regarded as the most powerful among humankind, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the guardians of the race. 5th tier. Among the 3,000, only the captain was 5th tier, 10 were 4th tier, 300 were 3rd tier, and the remainder were all 2nd tier initiates. One strike. He paused, as if the weight of the memory drained the life from him. It nearly siphoned the blood and souls from everyone. Now I ask you, are you bold enough to pursue the path of the breaking army? Chapter 70. Triple Dark Energy. A force of 10,000 June Old Bear gazed intently at Li Xinji. The reason why the broken army is so arduous to cultivate is due to the unimaginable torment one must endure upon embarking on this path. In the military, one must be fearless, charging into the fray, unyielding, placing oneself in dire peril only to emerge reborn. Only those with immense willpower and great fortitude can hope to succeed. Let alone, the leader of the broken army must also bear the augmented